Transmigrating into the male supporting characters X chapter 58 to chapter 107. She slept at home for a few days because of a cold. Xianxia suspected that it was because she lived with Qingjun that the two of them got infected and couldn't get better. The company didn't inform Xianxia to leave. They just said that she was going on a long vacation. Even Elder Meng didn't know. In a few days, Xianxia would return to work. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this result. She felt like she had failed to run away from home and was dragged back to school. As an active bootlicker, Tunan took the initiative to visit his boss and lady boss when he heard that they had caught a cold. He sent a message to Xianxia, but Xianxia didn't reply. As for why Tunan didn't send a message to his boss, it was because he had been blacklisted by his boss until now. Tunan waxed his hair coquettishly, walked to the door like a snake, and pressed the doorbell. Xianxia heard the doorbell and said, "It should be my express delivery." "Pick it up." "Okay." Qingjun opened a bottle of Yakult and slowly opened the door. He was silent for a second, and before Xianxia could react, he slammed the door shut. "Xianxia? Who is it?" "Qingjun, wrong door." Tunan's untimely howl came from outside the door. "Sister-in-law, I'm here to see you." "Xianxia, Qingjun, it's better not to open the door." "Yes." The two of them originally planned to play dead, but unexpectedly, Tunan was a ruthless person. He sat at the door and began to sing Cabbage. His voice trembled and sounded heartbroken. He sang until an ant passing by the stairs teared up and insisted on taking him to perform for the elderly. It was noisy outside the door. Seeing that the roof was about to be overturned, Xianxia hurriedly asked Qingjun to go out and pull Tunan back. Qingjun looked tired as he went out and pulled Tunan back. Tunan was still holding a bouquet of flowers and a box of tonics in his hands. He quickly put them on the table. "Sister-in-law." "Boss. I'm here to see you." Xianxia suddenly regretted it. She should have hardened her heart and asked the security guards to drag Tunan away. "Wait a minute." Xianxia expressionlessly pointed at a bouquet of flowers on the table. "What is this?" Tunan had a look of certainty on his face. "It's beautiful, white and shiny." "White lily." Xianxia said, "It's called white chrysanthemum." Tunan broke out in a cold sweat. "Perfect, perfect. You can use it to make tea, right?" Also, Xianxia pointed at the tonic, "Why did you bring a box of brain platinum?" "Because, you're not accepting gifts this year?" Xianxia suddenly realized that there was a reason why Tunan was single. She let out a long sigh and put a hand on Tunan's shoulder. With a serious expression, she said, "Let me tell you, if you want to get out of singleness, don't learn from your boss Qing. Look at how he's doing now." Qingjun, who was drinking Yakult, was silent. He cast a cold glance at the two of them. Tunan's scalp tightened and he laughed embarrassedly. "It's good enough if I can have even 1/10,000th of boss Qing. He's an immortal in the heavens. How can a mortal like me reach him?" Xianxia couldn't bear it anymore. "Please, can you stop licking my boots?" When Tunan arrived, it was lunchtime. Xianxia was preparing to cook, so naturally, she asked Tunan to stay. Tunan agreed without hesitation. Only Qingjun's death stare accompanied him. Qingjun said slowly, "There are only 2 pairs of chopsticks." "It's okay, I can eat handheld rice." Tunan wagged his tail happily. Qingjun pondered for a moment and suggested to Xianxia, "Let's eat hot pot." Xianxia, sometimes, Qingjun was really childish. Xianxia was almost defeated by him. Tunan pretended to be wronged and wanted to act pitiful in front of Xianxia. However, he was frightened by Boss Qing's faint gaze. He instantly realized that his current behavior was likely to lead to Boss Qing's revenge. Moreover, he still hadn't accepted Boss Qing's friend request. Xianxia said, "Curry chicken rice is perfect." "Tunan, are you okay with that?" "Of course." Tunan tried to help in the kitchen, but was ordered to the living room by Xianxia. She just didn't want him to cause trouble. Sitting on the sofa without moving was the greatest help he could give to Xianxia. He sat on the sofa gloomily. His eyes lit up and he quickly opened the group chat. He at Di Fu Zicheng and Jiao Fan. Tunan, I'm about to eat sister-in-law's food. Ha 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 ha. Are you envious? Are you jealous, Fu Zicheng, what the F asterisk CK? Why didn't you call me, Jiao Fan, Tunan, don't be too presumptuous. Thank you for your lesson. Tunan, don't worry. Boss won't be looking at his phone at this time. Tunan, you guys saw it. I'll delete it. He won't find out anything. The group chat notification. Tunan had been removed from the group chat by Qingjun. The two of them were left trembling. Wan Qiuqiu didn't know what had happened between them. She was very fast. She cooked the curry and covered it with rice before serving it to the table. Tunan walked behind Wan Qiuqiu with a sad face and said, "Sister-in-law, Boss Qing doesn't like me." He tried to find comfort in his sister-in-law. His gentle sister-in-law smiled and said, "Isn't that normal?" Tunan expressed that all women were demons. Demons, but the rice was really delicious. Damn it, it was delicious. He was so touched that he wanted to cry. Recently, he was on a business trip. The client was a foreigner who wasn't used to Chinese food. Every Western meal made Tunan doubt his life. Now, he was sitting in his boss's house, eating delicious curry rice and chatting while eating. Feeling the warmth of home and the breath of life, he suddenly didn't want to go back to his empty and cold big house. "Sister-in-law, is there any more rice?" Tunan didn't treat himself as an outsider and picked up the plate shamelessly. There's more, there's more." Fortunately, Wan Qiuqiu cooked too much curry. She scooped a big plate of curry for Tunan. When it was Qingjun's turn, there was only half a plate left. Qingjun's aura became even more gloomy. Tunan didn't feel anything. He was still thinking that his life wasn't long enough. He started a conversation about Guyu. "By the way, sister-in-law, will you be watching the club's competition tomorrow?" "Eh? Tomorrow?" It was almost the end of the month, which was probably the date of Guyu's finals. Wan Qiuqiu's eyes lit up and said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely watch the live broadcast. If you want to watch it live, I still have tickets in the first row." "No need, it's good enough to watch it on TV." She wasn't very interested in esports games, but witnessing the male lead's peak was something worth remembering. Qingjun's head was covered with a dark cloud the entire time. When Tunan realized that his boss's expression wasn't right, it was already too late. After eating, he was kicked out by his boss with his chrysanthemum and melatonin in his hands. Tunan stood there blankly, feeling even more desolate. "I want to have a family. And a her." Wan Qiuqiu only went to the bathroom once, but Tunan's figure had already disappeared when she poked her head out. Where is he?" Qingjun's answer was concise and comprehensive, working overtime. "Oh." Wan Qiuqiu still remembered about the club's finals tomorrow and forgot about Tunan in the blink of an eye. The next day, she finished her lunch early and prepared to watch the afternoon's live broadcast. Qingjun dilly-dallied, saying that there was no electricity, then saying that they were going to the supermarket together, disturbing Wan Qiuqiu. Wan Qiuqiu grabbed him. "Can you let me watch TV quietly for a while?" Qingjun, no. Wan Qiuqiu's face was gloomy. If she didn't know that Qingjun was the real boss of Jiaqing, she would really suspect that Qingjun had a problem with Jiaqing. It was fine if he didn't go to the live broadcast to cheer for his own club, but now he was acting like he didn't want to watch it. What was the meaning of this? "Don't disturb me, go away, go away." However, it didn't go as Wan Qiuqiu wished. Qingjun sat beside her with a stubborn look on his face. She didn't know where he got a bag of chips from, but he was munching on them. "Host, next, let's introduce today's Crunch Crunch. The game is about to start, everyone, crunch crunch." The sound of chips being eaten continued. Wan Qiuqiu turned up the volume to cover the sound of Qingjun eating. "Qingjun, it's not good for the ears to turn up the volume so high." Wan Qiuqiu glared at him. "Why do you think I turned it up so high?" In the live broadcast, the game had officially begun. The commentator must have been very excited. In addition, he was a hardcore fan of the Jiaqing club. His voice was loud and rhythmic throughout the game. Wan Qiuqiu, a player who didn't know much about esports, was also immersed in it. Her blood boiled and her heart surged. F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK, you are too good. Oh my god, was that Guyu just now? He carried the whole game, so cool. Sure enough, as described in the book, Guyu's performance in this game was amazing. He was in top form throughout the game and carried his teammates to score points. As the commentator shouted with excitement, Xianxia's face turned red with excitement. You are so cool. She had an esports legend sitting beside her, a real big shot, but at this moment, he was completely ignored by Xianxia. How miserable was this? It could be said that he only saw the new people smile, but did not hear the old people cry. His gaze was faint as he kept an eye on Xianxia's movements. After a few years, this was the first time he had the thought of making a comeback. Jealousy made it hard to breathe. Finally, the Jiaoqing club finished the game and won first place with a very dazzling result. Xianxia excitedly reposted on Weibo, "Jiaoqing big time." During the celebration party, Tu Nan was present. There was a specially recorded video. He congratulated everyone on today's results, especially Guyu. On such a special occasion, he announced that Guyu's first time representing Jiaoqing in a game, and also his last. Guyu's sudden retirement made everyone sigh. In a place where no one could see, Guyu's fingers trembled slightly. In the end, they clenched into fists. Facing the reporters, he smiled and said a few words. "Sometimes, you have to know when to stop. Don't overestimate yourself and overestimate yourself. This is the advice that Jiaoqing's boss gave me. Stop in time and leave a way out for yourself. I hope that after this turning point in my life, I will be able to usher in a new life. There are gains and losses." In the end, he couldn't help but sigh regretfully. At this time, Xianxia had already turned off the television. She didn't see the following interview about Guyu. Xianxia said excitedly, "What should I do? I want to play games too. I feel like it's very interesting." As for Qingjun, she had already ignored him from the beginning to the end. Perhaps the accurate search on the internet was too accurate. After Xianxia finished lamenting, she started playing on her phone and computer. She realized that there were videos and news about esports games being sent to her. Li Site, worthy of the title of God's hand. Li Site wins the championship again. Who can break the undefeated legend? Did Guyu's performance today surpass Li Site's? I think there's still a big gap. Li Site, as if infected by a virus, the entire screen was filled with Li Site. Xianxia. At the hotel. Guyu attended the celebratory banquet. A group of people drank too much and started to get rowdy. He didn't like noisy scenes, so he informed them and left the hotel. The cold wind blew on his face and made him sober up a little. Guyu stood outside the door with his hands in his pockets. He would indulge himself one more time tonight. From tomorrow onwards, he would continue to move towards his new goal without looking back. An indescribable bitterness in his heart made Guyu laugh self-deprecatingly. From the beginning to the end, he didn't have the qualifications to compete with her. He could only regret that fate played a trick on him and didn't meet her earlier. Su Bing had disappeared after the last incident. He didn't know where she went. Guyu was no longer able to control her matters. After all, the two of them were still two intersecting straight lines. After the intersection point, they would gradually drift apart. There was no possibility of them ever meeting again. At this time last year, his family hadn't proposed an engagement. In the eyes of others, he and Su Bing were a golden couple. The two of them were childhood sweethearts and couldn't be more compatible. At that time, Su Bing was naive and pure. She relied on Guyu wholeheartedly. Although he only had feelings for Su Bing as a brother, he was burdened with his family's expectations and Su Bing's love. He took on the responsibility without saying a word and never thought about his own feelings. Too many things had happened this year. Guyu let out a long sigh. He leaned in the corner and stared blankly. At this time, Tu Nan, who had sneaked out at some point, patted Guyu's shoulder. "Can't drink anymore?" "I don't like drinking." "That's good. But you can have a few sips in the future. You don't have to compete anymore." Tu Nan looked at his side profile. His expression suddenly became serious. If you don't have to compete anymore, let's get into a relationship. Gu couldn't help but laugh. Why do you suddenly say that? Of course, it was to prevent this brat from staring at the lady boss all day long. These words flashed through Tunan's mind. Of course, he didn't say it out loud. He pretended to be profound and said, "You'll know after you eat a bowl of curry rice." Gu? The news of Gu retiring right after the competition immediately became a trending topic. Jiaqing quickly took the opportunity to promote the new game. He also mentioned that Gu was also one of the players in the closed beta. He would move from being in front of the stage to being behind the scenes in the future and would not leave the esports industry. Although the money for trending searches wasn't expensive, every penny saved counted. It could be said that he was extremely frugal. There was nothing to do in the company recently. Elder Meng went to ask for leave to swim with his wife. There were only a few days left before the spring festival. Xianxia decided to give herself a few more days off and wait until Elder Meng returned to the company. The white dragon horse, who had not been online for a long time, was doing its daily quests in the game. It called Xianxia online. Xianxia had nothing to do at the moment, so she switched to a new account and ran up to do the newbie mission again. There was no other way. As long as she used the ID Xiao to play the game, there would be a lot of people chasing her everywhere. There was no way she could play the game in peace. Xianxia was bored and repeated the movements of making moves. She connected with the white dragon horse through voice chat. Xianxia said, "By the way, did you watch the live broadcast of the Jiaqing finals?" The white dragon horse said, "Of course I watched it. Gu, you are one of the few people who used to be on my wall. But Li Site will always be my life. Sister, don't worry. I'm just a cute character. I won't covet your husband." She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The two climbed to a mountain in the game to enjoy the scenery. Xianxia controlled the character to sit on the top of the mountain. She was a little depressed. "I found that the internet reaction is too fast. I just watched a video, and the search engines are all pushing news about Li Site. Are you like this too?" She watched a few videos in a daze and was shocked by Qingjun's skills. The commentators and comments were all words of shock and admiration. Of course, there were more words of worship and flattery. When she thought about how the Almighty, whom they worshipped like a god, was ordered around by Xianxia like a coolie at home every day, her tone became a little erratic. The white dragon horse said, "Huh? Nothing? I watched the video 5 or 6 times, but it didn't give me such a push." "Xianxia? No way, my search engine is about to be covered by the 3 words Li Site." The white dragon horse chuckled. The little girl suddenly looked a little wretched. "How much content do you have to search for before it's covered?" TSK, the sour smell of love is amazing." Xianxia was even more puzzled. It was precisely because she had never searched for Qingjun's sock puppet account that it seemed even more abnormal. Xianxia asked in the game group. Everyone had watched the live broadcast, but no one asked such a strange question like Xianxia. It was really strange. When the two of them were eating, Xianxia brought up this matter and said, "Could it be that the search engine will automatically recognize my identity and then push all of your information?" Qingjun slowly picked up a piece of eggplant. "Maybe. Scary, I have to turn off the location first." How could Xianxia have known that Boss Qing had personally created Little Qing, disease, poison, and only used it on her phone? She was the only one who could enjoy such an overwhelming amount of List's power. The culprit was quite calm and didn't have the slightest guilty conscience of being caught red-handed. Xianxia casually asked, "By the way, do you have any plans for the spring festival?" She was about to say whether or not they should go shopping at the supermarket in a few days. Even though it was just the two of them, they should still have a good New Year's Eve dinner. Qingjun stopped eating. He said slowly, "Let's go out and play." Xianxia, huh? In the past, Qingjun had never celebrated the New Year, so he had no idea about it at all. However, he had very important things to do this year. Normally, Xianxia would definitely not agree to go out, so it was natural for him to take a vacation during this holiday. Xianxia reacted quickly when she was suddenly invited. "You're not inviting me on a date, are you? Isn't it too fast?" That's not good, right? Qingjun looked at her with a "haven't we gone out before?" expression. He silently stared at Wan Qiuqiu for a moment, then continued, "It's just going out to play, don't be too stressed. Just treat it as an employee's holiday benefit." How can an employee go on a vacation with her boss alone? Wan Qiuqiu muttered. We're different, Qingjun said. Everyone has a different situation? Wan Qiuqiu followed up in saying. Qingjun, Wan Qiuqiu, don't look at me, I also feel a little silly. Qingjun's invitation wasn't official, but it was worth considering. If it was any other time, Wan Qiuqiu would definitely heartlessly refuse. What was with the plastic couple going out to play? Thinking back to how awkward it was when they went out to play, she didn't want to be embarrassed again. Now that the two of them were more familiar with each other, Wan Qiuqiu also promised Qingjun that she would give it a try. She pondered for a moment and accepted Qingjun's invitation. Anyway, it was quite boring to watch the Spring Festival gala at home, so it was better to go out and play. In the past, they would have a reunion dinner at home during the Spring Festival every year, but this year, it was a little novel to go out and play at this time. The excitement of the holiday made Wan Qiuqiu quickly forget that she was poisoned by her computer and mobile phone. Qingjun had already bought a plane ticket, and they would embark on the journey in 2 days. The place they were going to was still a snowy winter. There were ski resorts and amusement facilities, so it should be fun. Wan Qiuqiu couldn't help but look forward to it. Of course, they had to bring a lot of things when they went out to play, such as winter coats, underwear, scarves, masks, and other thermal products. Unknowingly, the suitcase was stuffed full. Wan Qiuqiu really couldn't fit it in. She looked at Qingjun, who was only packing a backpack, and said, "Take another small suitcase, you can take it with you." Qingjun responded. When the two of them rushed to the airport, there weren't many people. Wan Qiuqiu checked in, and only had a small bag in her hand. She was in a relaxed and happy mood. Qingjun was behind her in the queue. When they went through the security check, Wan Qiuqiu turned around and said, "I'm going to the bathroom later, wait here after you're done." Okay. After Wan Qiuqiu passed the security check, she went to the bathroom. Qingjun, who was in the queue, followed her. The staff at the security check was a young girl. She stole a glance at Qingjun, and half of her face blushed. She shyly and timidly glanced at Qingjun, not daring to touch him. At this moment, a staff member beside her came forward and said, "Is it a power bank? You have to take something out and go through the security check again." Wan Qiuqiu probably forgot to take the power bank when she was packing. Qingjun stepped forward and opened the suitcase. Under their gazes, the lid of the suitcase opened, and it was stuffed with a pile of colorful underwear and clothes. If it weren't for Qingjun's quick reaction, a spaghetti strap dress would have slipped out. The staff member's expression was strange. She probably didn't expect a man to bring women's clothes. The girl at the security check was shocked, and the way she looked at Qingjun changed. She really didn't expect him to be a transvestite. Qingjun silently searched the pile of clothes for a long time and found the power bank. The whole process was filled with an awkward and strange atmosphere. Wan Qiuqiu went to the bathroom, but when she came back, she found that Qingjun hadn't finished the security check yet. Wan Qiuqiu looked around in confusion. She didn't know why, but she felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. She waited for Qingjun to walk over with the small suitcase, then she asked, "What happened?" "Qingjun, huh? I keep feeling that they're looking at you strangely." Wan Qiuqiu thought of something, and her expression instantly became serious. She lowered her voice and whispered, "Did they find out your true identity? You won't be exposed, right?" Qingjun said calmly, "No." At most, his identity as a crossdresser or a pervert was exposed. The destination was a colder city in the north. It was evening when they got off the plane, and the sky was already covered in snow. In the past, Wan Qiuqiu had to worry about the trip by herself. Now, Qingjun was taking care of all the trivial matters. The taxi arrived at the airport in advance and helped to stuff the luggage into the trunk. Wan Qiuqiu yawned. She didn't fall asleep on the plane. She had to make up for it tonight. She drowsily arrived at the hotel. Compared to the last time she was at the private resort, it was obviously more crowded this time. In the lobby on the first floor, a resident singer was playing the guitar and singing City in the Sky. There were only a few people in the seats, and the dim light was warm. Qingjun was checking in. Wan Qiuqiu's mood improved as she listened to the song. "Do you want to come down and listen to the song later?" Qingjun asked. "Tomorrow. I just want to have a good rest today." The reserved room was a luxury suite on the top floor of the hotel. It was equivalent to a hotel-style apartment, but more spacious and luxurious than the place they were staying. Wan Qiuqiu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the ski resort and the rolling mountains. White snow fell on the mountaintop. There was a spacious living room, 2 bathrooms, 2 bedrooms, and an entertainment room with a Nintendo game console and a projector. There was even a small freezer next to the sofa with rows of wine and drinks. Wan Qiuqiu suddenly felt a little pained. Such a big house must not be cheap. Qingjun was taking off his coat. Hearing this, he blinked and reported the price without changing his expression. Of course, he missed a zero. Wan Qiuqiu, who didn't know, felt even more pained. "It's almost worth a month of my rent." Qingjun glanced at her again and said slowly, "Next time, buy wherever you want to stay." Wan Qiuqiu immediately waved her hand. "Sorry, I don't have the hobbies of rich people like you." They could choose to go to the buffet in the lobby for dinner or have it delivered directly. Wan Qiuqiu was too lazy to come down. She asked Qingjun to order dinner and went to take a shower first. There was a bathtub in the bathroom. Wan Qiuqiu squatted by the bathtub and studied it for a long time. She soaked in the bathtub happily. The warm water moistened his skin, and a few drops of essential oil dissolved in the water. A faint fragrance of incense lingered in the air. It was simply a heavenly enjoyment. She opened a bottle of red wine and took 2 sips before placing it on the table. Wan Qiuqiu unknowingly fell asleep. She slept so deeply that she didn't even hear the sound of food being delivered or the knocking on the door. The food was half cold. Qingjun stood at the door of the bathroom. After a moment of silence, he knocked on the door. "It's time to eat." There was no movement in the bathroom. He knocked on the door again. "Are you still there?" It was still deathly silent. Qingjun remembered that Wan Qiuqiu was a light drinker, so he watched Wan Qiuqiu take the bottle and glass into the bathroom. A scene suddenly appeared in his mind. Wan Qiuqiu was drunk and unconscious, drowning in the bathtub. The bathroom door was not locked. He twisted it, and the door was opened. He immediately rushed in. In the steaming steam, Wan Qiuqiu suddenly woke up and screamed. "Damn hooligan." A slipper accurately hit Qingjun's body, and he fled. Wan Qiuqiu really didn't expect that Qingjun would directly barge into the bathroom. Fortunately, there was a layer of bubbles floating in the bathtub, which successfully covered her body. Otherwise, Wan Qiuqiu would definitely end this trip with a 360-degree Armstrong roundhouse kick. She glared at Qingjun. "Say it. Did you see anything that you shouldn't have seen?" Qingjun said slowly, "Aren't all human bodies the same?" Wan Qiuqiu understood that this D*MN man meant that her body was no different from other women, so even if she saw something, she would be indifferent. To him, it was just a physiological difference. Was this something that a human could say? Was this something that a man who confessed to her and said that he wanted to try to be with her could say? When people were irrational, it was easy for them to do things that they would regret. Wan Qiuqiu looked at him and lazily hooked her loose collar with a slender finger. She pulled it down slightly, and the round collar became a V-neck, revealing her snow-white chest. She narrowed her eyes and waited for Qingjun, this single and straight man, to turn red in the face. The two of them looked at each other, and Qingjun asked blankly, "What are you doing?" "Wan Qiuqiu, sorry to disturb you." She was so embarrassed that she just wanted to find a corner to hide in. She hurriedly found an excuse to go back to the room to change her clothes. While changing her clothes, Wan Qiuqiu stood in front of the mirror and carefully looked at her full chest and delicate skin. It was as beautiful as it could be. As a woman, she was almost moved, but Qingjun was actually indifferent. Wan Qiuqiu suddenly suspected that Qingjun really liked her. Or could it be that this fellow only wanted to have a relationship with a dimension wall and be sweet with her? Play-Doh? Wan Qiuqiu was depressed. He was depressed. She was unhappy. Qingjun, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, calmly drank his soda. His face was normal, but the tips of his ears were red and shockingly hot. They planned to stay here for 4.5 days. Tomorrow, they could go skiing and come back to soak in the hot spring. After planning the whole day's itinerary, Wanchocho yawned again and said, "Then I'll go back to the room to sleep." Qingjun nodded and continued to play with his phone without looking sideways. It was as if to him, Wanchocho was the demon who tried to bewitch people in Journey to the West, and he was the undistracted Tang Sanzang. Wanchocho glanced at him gloomily. Men are all pigs. Who was the one who begged her to come back? She went back to the room to continue sleeping. Qingjun sat in the living room and finished his 5th bottle of soda. Wanchocho's bedroom door was closed, and the lights were turned off. Soon, there was no more movement. He remained silent and looked at the bedroom door of Wanchocho's room. Suddenly, he let out a long sigh. He opened the 6th bottle of soda and drank more than half of it, so that the heat in his heart could dissipate quickly. That night, Wanchocho slept very deeply. That night, Qingjun looked at the ceiling and didn't fall asleep until midnight. The next day, after eating breakfast at the hotel, Wanchocho changed her clothes and went skiing with Qingjun. Wanchocho had never skied before. According to Qingjun, there was a coach at the ski resort who paid by the hour. She would be able to learn it soon. Wanchocho was very excited along the way. What if I fall? It won't hurt, right? It won't. Right, aren't you afraid of heights? Don't you feel scared when skiing? It won't. The Qing robot's bland answer quickly calmed Wanchocho down. The ski resort was very large and there weren't many people. The glaring and dazzling snow made Wanchocho squint her eyes subconsciously. The snow was about calf deep. Wanchocho had never seen such heavy snow. For a moment, she forgot about the cold and looked around excitedly. Qingjun, who was next to her, had already quietly locked onto a female coach among the male coaches. "You stay here. I'll pay the fee." "Okay." Just a while after Qingjun left, a few ski tourists and coaches came up to talk to Wanchocho. They all asked for her contact information in the name of teaching her how to ski, but Wanchocho rejected them all. Only a successful man who claimed to have returned from abroad kept pestering Wanchocho. He wanted to get her contact information no matter what. When Wanchocho was a little impatient, the man suddenly quieted down. Wanchocho's shoulder sank, and a slender arm was placed on it. He pulled his arm back. He was quite strong, and Wanchocho was easily pulled into his arms. The back of her head was against his chin. Her whole body was tightly held, and she couldn't move. As Qingjun spoke slowly, the back of Wanchocho's head was buzzing. She only heard Qingjun's lazy voice above her head. "What's wrong?" In a place where Wanchocho couldn't see, that pair of slender eyes were slightly raised, and his eyes were dark. If it was said that carelessness could make people relax, then when that pair of eyes faintly looked at someone, it would make the other person's hair stand on end and goosebumps all over their body. The overseas returnee instantly fell silent and said resentfully, sorry. I still have something to do. Sorry to disturb you." He left with his tail between his legs. Wanchocho was a little puzzled and said, "Why did he look like he saw a ghost?" Qingjun said, "Are you trying to say that women are all demons?" Qingjun had been hit by a hammer and went skiing. Weak, pitiful, and helpless, he left her a rather sad back. Wanchocho sneered behind him and said, "You're right. Women are all demons." Skiing was a sport that tested one's balance. Wanchocho boasted that her athletic ability was not bad. Although she was terrible at games, she knew how to play tennis, table tennis, and badminton. It seemed that the two were not related. The coach was patient and gentle. Probably because Qingjun had communicated with her before, she taught Wanchocho gently. Those who did not know would think that she was teaching her lover. Wanchocho felt uncomfortable all over. She adjusted her movements according to the coach's instructions and controlled her center of gravity. She slowly slid down, her legs crossed, trying to slow herself down. Looking from afar, Wanchocho's cautious movements were hilarious. She was not afraid of heights, but she was afraid of falling. The coach followed beside her and smiled gently. Little girl, was the person who spoke to you just now your brother? Wanchocho was stunned. Little girl? Yes, you don't look old. What little girl? I'm his wife. I'm not young. Wanchocho did not know whether to laugh or cry. The coach's expression changed. She was gentle just now and wanted to support Wanchocho so that she could enjoy the wonderful feeling of skiing. But when Wanchocho said that, her face turned black and blue. She suddenly lost her gentleness. Wanchocho looked at her wonderful change of expression and silently sighed that she was another silly woman who was successfully fooled by Qingjun's appearance. Let's continue practicing. The coach's tone was short and concise, without any extra emotions. This time, the practice was not as gentle and careful as before. Wanchocho successfully fell a few times in less than 10 minutes and was covered in snow. The coach frowned and said unhappily, "Why are you so stupid?" There were obviously beginners everywhere in the ski resort. Wanchocho's progress was not bad, but the coach looked impatient. She crossed her arms and began to play with her phone. Wanchocho held back. After all, Qingjun was the one who spent the money. If they quarreled, it would be unreasonable. It was someone else's territory. No matter how they quarreled, they would be at a disadvantage. Wanchocho did not want to make both of them unhappy because of such a small issue. She quietly got up and continued to practice skiing. She fell to the ground on her butt, creating a hole in the ground. Wanchocho was dizzy from the fall and was already a little confused. At this moment, she heard an unclear laughter from above her head. Huh. Needless to say, it was definitely Qingjun. Just now, when Wanchocho was struggling with all her might, he had already gone back and forth a few times. It seemed that he had been skiing quite often. Wanchocho looked up expressionlessly. Do you want to die? Qingjun took off his goggles and asked slowly, is it fun? It's not fun anymore. I keep falling. Where did you fall? My butt, knees, and elbows. Actually, they're protected, so it's not too painful. I just almost sprained my ankle. Wanchocho patted the snow off her body, looking like she wouldn't give up until she achieved her goal. I'll continue practicing, you go play. She struggled and failed to stand up. Qingjun stretched out a hand. Grab it. In the endless white snow, his hair was blown by the wind. His face was plain and cold, so handsome that it made people's hair stand on end. This heavy snow served as a backdrop for him. For a moment, Wanchocho's heart skipped a beat and her eyes flickered. Fortunately, her face was covered so tightly that Qingjun couldn't see anything. Wanchocho reached out and held his hand. Both of them were wearing thick gloves, but Wanchocho seemed to be able to feel his reassuring body temperature through 2 layers of gloves. Afraid that Qingjun would be possessed by a straight man and let go halfway and cause her to fall, Wanchocho supported herself with one hand in the snow and grabbed his hand tightly with the other. When Qingjun pulled her up, the skis under her feet were heavy and heavy. She lost her balance and hurriedly fell into Qingjun's arms. Qingjun staggered a step and held her firmly. Wanchocho, don't say that I'm heavy. Qingjun, your helmet hit my chin. Wanchocho. I'm sorry. The coach who rushed over had a gentle face when facing Qingjun. Just now, Wanchocho had lowered her head to play with her phone and fell on the snow. She had planned to wait for Wanchocho to get up, but who would have thought that Qingjun would be faster and help Wanchocho up? Why are you so careless? She laughed embarrassedly. If you have this kind of attitude, you'd better not teach others. Qingjun's tone was gentle, but it made the coach feel very awkward. She was stuffed into the team because of her connections. Usually, she just fooled around and taught girls and children. When she met such a serious and stubborn person like Wanchocho, she was very impatient. Relying on the fact that her uncle was the owner of the ski resort, her face became a little ugly. I'm sorry, but you are not qualified to decide who I teach here. So what if she was rich? The ski resort was booked by a super-rich big boss, and her uncle worked for the big boss. This kind of person who couldn't go to a private ski resort and didn't know how to ski had automatically been classified as a well-off poor person. Even if she made a scene, she couldn't do anything to her. Wanchocho didn't want to talk to this coach at first. She didn't want her to be so rude to Qingjun, and a wave of anger surged in her heart. Her face turned cold. How can you say that? Do you believe that I won't complain about you? Then complain. I'll call someone over, okay? Before they could argue, the coach had already taken out her phone and called someone. Xianxia was afraid that she would directly call a group of people to make trouble. Qingjun moved faster than her. He shielded Xianxia behind him and held her arm. It's okay. The owner of the ski resort arrived soon. Hearing the news that his niece was making trouble again, he was a little impatient and could only go over hastily to clean it up. He had already greeted a coach and tried to be nicer to her later and extended the class by half an hour. When the owner of the ski resort came closer and saw the man who took off his goggles, his face suddenly turned pale. Although there were photos of Qingjun circulating on the internet, they were all blurry and unclear. After the name was corrected, almost all of them were deleted. It was normal that ordinary people couldn't recognize that person. However, he had been working here for 5 years. Who the big boss was, he could remember clearly at a glance. His lips trembled. Boss, the coach was stunned, and so was Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Qingjun in shock. This is also Jia, this land is mine. Xianxia? Including the hotel. Xianxia. The coach, who was smug just now, instantly became a frosted eggplant. It was too late for regrets. Boss, why didn't you tell me that you were coming? Today's matter. Solve it as you should. Compared to Xianxia's shock, Qingjun was much calmer. He didn't even bother to look at her. Let's go. The owner of the ski resort trembled as he watched the two of them leave. The coach behind him looked pale and stuttered. Uncle, what about me? You can leave. You only know how to make trouble for me. He glared at his insensible niece angrily. Pack your things and get out. Didn't you promise my mother that you would let me stay here? She didn't want to. Her voice was sobbing and she wanted to coax her uncle to relent. What a joke. Where could she find a job that could earn her tens of thousands of yuan a month? Her uncle, who usually had a good temper, looked angry. Promise my ass. If you don't leave, I have to leave. Xianxia followed behind Qingjun. She moved with difficulty and asked, This is your territory? Xianxia was shocked. She didn't expect that Qingjun, who didn't seem to know how to enjoy life, would be so capitalistic as to buy a large piece of land. Qingjun nodded. He bought the land a few years ago. He didn't ski here many times. It was a bit wasteful, so he changed it into a vacation spot. After a few years, he actually made a lot of profits. Where are we going now? Skiing. Xianxia, I'll teach you. Qingjun took Xianxia step by step and stopped at a small hill. He stood beside her and motioned for Xianxia to stand still. Then he slowly explained the main points. The most common mistake for a beginner was to make the wrong center of gravity. Qingjun corrected Xianxia's movements as he spoke, like an experienced teacher. He spoke neither too fast nor too slow, and the way he expressed himself was easy to understand. Xianxia seemed to have dispelled a fog. She understood what she didn't understand just now. Xianxia followed the movements Qingjun taught her. Her feet slowly slid down the hill smoothly. She screamed excitedly and then forgot to control her balance. She fell flat on her face. Xianxia heard a click and suddenly turned pale with fright. She quickly sat up and saw Qingjun looking at his phone with satisfaction. This angle is good. Xianxia. What did you take? Look. There was a very clear picture on the phone screen. Xianxia was lying on the snow in a disheveled position. It was as funny as it could be. The most terrible thing was, Xianxia was exasperated. Stop. Who allowed you to set it as a screensaver? Other people's screensavers were all little fairies, but the photo on Qingjun's phone could only be said that the fairy did not stand properly and fell from the sky. In order to save face, Xianxia stood up and tried to grab Qingjun's phone. She pounced in his direction, but the skis on her feet were too heavy to move. If Qingjun dodged, Xianxia would definitely fall again. He paused in his retreat and was successfully pushed to the ground by Xianxia. Her body fell on the soft snow, but it did not hurt at all. The splashing snow slipped into her clothes and made her shiver. Xianxia fell on Qingjun's body, and only his phone was in her eyes. She stretched out her arm and quickly tried to grab it, but Qingjun dodged. "You still want to fight with me, don't you?" Xianxia struggled to grab his arm. Unknowingly, she was on top of Qingjun, and her face was very close to Qingjun's lips. Her breath hit his face, and it was as if the heat of her body could be transferred to him. Xianxia did not notice that Qingjun's face was getting redder and redder. He turned his face away and loosened his grip. Xianxia finally succeeded in snatching the phone back. The first thing she did when she got the phone was to delete the photo, and the second thing was to change the screensaver. The photo was decisively deleted. Xianxia was happily making a scene, but found that Qingjun did not move. He turned his face away and pretended to be dead. "Xianxia. You're not angry, are you? Are you so petty? Qingjun? Junjun?" Qingjun covered his face tightly. Xianxia wanted to pull off his goggles, but Qingjun dodged. Xianxia asked, "Are you really angry?" Okay, I'll compensate you with a new photo, okay?" She lay on Qingjun's shoulder and turned on the front camera. The front camera of the Apple was really a demon lens. Xianxia could clearly see the mark of a pimple on her forehead. She raised her hand gloomily to keep Qingjun in the camera. One of them was wearing a helmet and goggles. His collar was turned up, covering his face completely. The other had a bright smile on his face, his peach blossom eyes curved into two beautiful crescent moons. In the next second, the photo of the two of them froze at this moment. Xianxia set the photo as her screensaver and returned the phone with satisfaction. Qingjun silently took back his phone. Xianxia was about to laugh at him when two middle-aged couples passing by clicked their tongues. "Young people these days, that's right, what are you doing outside in broad daylight?" Xianxia, she realized that their actions were indeed a little intimate outside, so she quickly sat up. Qingjun seemed to have recovered after a long time. He slowly sat up with one hand on the snow. He was much quieter than usual, but Xianxia had long been used to his quiet personality. She just took it as him expressing his grievances of being bullied. The two of them returned to the hotel. Xianxia planned to soak in the hot spring at night. The hotel's hot spring price was calculated separately, so it was not cheap. If Qingjun was not the boss, Xianxia would have died when she saw the price. "Do you want to go together?" Qingjun's expression was as if Xianxia was being unreasonable. "Men and women are separated." "Xianxia. You misunderstood. She just wanted to go out together." Qingjun was not interested in the hot spring at all, especially in a place where other people might appear. But when he saw Xianxia's happy face, holding a small bag and waiting for him, he could not bring himself to refuse. Let's go. There's food to eat in the hot spring." Qingjun rubbed the space between his eyebrows and let Xianxia drag him to the hot spring room. The hot spring was on the highest floor, not far from them. When they entered, there were only staff members in charge of keeping things safe and guarding the women's bathroom door. "Then I'll go in first." "Okay." Xianxia went to the changing room to change her clothes and found a small locked cabinet. There was probably another person inside. Wrapped in a bath towel, she opened the curtain and the steam coming out made Xianxia squint slightly. At this moment, she heard a familiar voice. "Xiao? Eh?" Xianxia looked at the hot spring in surprise. There was already someone soaking in the hot spring. Her hair was coiled into a small bun, and her baby face had a surprised smile. She quickly waved at Xianxia. "It's me, the white dragon horse." It was a coincidence that the two of them would meet in such a place. Xianxia soaked in the hot spring and felt the warm water. She closed her eyes comfortably. After listening to Bai Long's explanation for a long time, she finally understood what was going on. It turned out that they were about to get engaged. The two of them were going on an engagement trip, and when they returned, they would have to prepare for marriage. This trip was not cheap. The accommodation alone cost a lot. Bai Long's family was not bad, but when it came to expenses, she still felt the pinch. I said we should not soak in the hot spring, but that guy insisted that we should enjoy it. Although she was complaining, her words were sweet. It could be said that it was a sweet burden. Wan Qiuqiu asked, "Oh right, how long are you guys staying?" "We're going back tomorrow. At least we have to rush back for the reunion dinner. This year, the two families will be having a meal together. Then congratulations in advance." Wan Qiuqiu smiled. "Don't forget to call me when you get married." "Of course. You have to sit at the family table. If you're not married, you'll be the bridesmaid." At this point, Bai Long was energized. She poured half a glass of red wine for Wan Qiuqiu and asked politely, "Oh right, you've been married before, so you have experience. Can you tell me what to look out for during a wedding?" Wan Qiuqiu suddenly fell into an awkward silence. She had no experience with a wedding. Before she transmigrated, she was a single dog through and through. If she were to be the bridesmaid, Wan Qiuqiu would definitely write 100 lines of experience. Bai Long was still waiting for Wan Qiuqiu to impart her experience. Wan Qiuqiu took a sip of red wine and said vaguely, "Someone will take care of everything else. You just have to adjust your state and welcome the wedding in your most beautiful state." "You're right." Bai Long pinched her belly and frowned. "I'm so relaxed and fat. I've gained weight recently." Looking at her girlish appearance, Wan Qiuqiu couldn't help but laugh. The two of them chatted for a while. Wan Qiuqiu's sharp eyes noticed a few red marks on Bai Long's shoulder blades and neck. She said with some surprise, "You have a rash? If that's the case, it's not good for your body to soak in hot water." Pfft, Bai Long's face turned red. "Don't make fun of me. Annoying. Don't tell me you don't have strawberries." Wan Qiuqiu was stunned. She suddenly understood what Bai Long meant. She also blushed. She coughed dryly and tried to change the topic, but was interrupted by Bai Long. Bai Long suddenly examined her from top to bottom, like a police officer examining a criminal. Her eyes were like torches, sizing Wan Qiuqiu up. "What are you looking at? Wow, something's wrong with you too. You're an old couple on vacation. Don't you have sex?" Wan Qiuqiu naturally wanted to maintain their marriage. She subconsciously retorted, "How is that possible? We had sex yesterday." "Oh, where is it, the bathroom or the bed?" Fortunately, there was hot water soaking, so no one could see that Wan Qiuqiu's entire body was red from head to toe, like a cooked shrimp. Wan Qiuqiu hurriedly stopped Bai Long from going deeper into the topic. "We're an old couple. There's nothing to talk about. Listen to me. After two people have been together for a long time, it's inevitable that there's no novelty. This is normal. Although I'm not married to my husband, we've been together for 4 to 5 years." Bai Long's face was mysterious. "Sometimes you have to take the initiative. Let me tell you." Wan Qiuqiu was brainwashed by Bai Long's bombardment for more than an hour. It wasn't until her skin was wrinkled and the tip of her nose was itchy, as if she was about to have a nosebleed, that Wan Qiuqiu fled. On the way out, Wan Qiuqiu's mind was filled with all kinds of clever tricks of Bai Long. She imagined for a few seconds, and her face turned even redder. She closed her eyes and shook her head hard, trying to get rid of Bai Long's brainwashing. Qingjun, who was sitting on a chair and waiting, saw Wan Qiuqiu's strange look. Wan Qiuqiu cleared her throat. "Let's go." Qingjun's hair was slightly curly, and his hair was slightly fluffy and messy. Coupled with a hoodie and a pair of perpetually tired eyes, he looked lazy and listless. At this moment, he was wearing a bathrobe belt. His body was slender, and his hair was wet and tucked behind his ears. There was an indescribable sharpness in his laziness. In Wan Qiuqiu's eyes, there was an inexplicable sense of lust. Wan Qiuqiu. Oh no, beauty is misleading." When the two returned to the hotel room, Wan Qiuqiu sneezed. She rubbed her nose and poured a glass of warm water. The snow outside the window was getting heavier. The snowflakes fluttering in the air were like pieces of paper falling to the ground. Standing by the window and looking out, the endless silver stretched without end. Wan Qiuqiu stood by the window and looked at the snow. After calming down, her slightly red cheeks finally returned to normal. I met the white dragon horse today. She's a friend I met while playing online games. Her boyfriend was also at the hot spring. You should have seen him, right? Qingjun made a sound of acknowledgement. Did you chat? Did you get along well? Yeah. After getting Qingjun's answer, Wan Qiuqiu continued, that's good. She invited us to have brunch together tomorrow at noon. They'll leave in the afternoon. Is that okay? Qingjun was seriously peeling the grapefruit. Without looking up, he said, okay. Wan Qiuqiu sat on the sofa and turned on the TV. At this time, there were a lot of soap operas. She randomly clicked on a family drama and watched it in boredom. Qingjun slowly peeled the grapefruit and handed half to Wan Qiuqiu. The two ate the grapefruit together harmoniously. Her phone rang. It was a WeChat message from Wan Qiuqiu. Wan Qiuqiu glanced at it and saw that it was a voice message from the white dragon horse. She was busy eating the grapefruit. She tapped it with her little finger. The white dragon horse's cheerful voice sounded, Qiuqiu, remember my method. Tonight, you must be in deep water cough, cough, cough. Wan Qiuqiu coughed hard and hurriedly wanted to turn off the voice message. The voice message that had originally ended was clicked by Wan Qiuqiu and repeated again. Qingjun cast a faint gaze and silently asked Wan Qiuqiu. Nothing. Wan Qiuqiu felt a headache coming on. When she thought about how the white dragon horse would definitely stare at the two of them with a strange gaze tomorrow and might even ask Wan Qiuqiu why she wasn't planted with strawberries, she felt even more conflicted. Wan Qiuqiu held her phone in a daze and even forgot to eat the grapefruit. While she wasn't paying attention, Qingjun silently reached out and broke off 2 pieces of grapefruit and continued to eat. Hey! Qingjun, who had been caught red-handed, had a strong desire to survive. I'll return it to you. Wan Qiuqiu? What are you talking about? Qingjun, Have you finished eating your pomelo? Qingjun looked at her. What's wrong? In order to avoid a little trouble, how about we fake it? Wan Qiuqiu shuffled to his side and stared at Qingjun with a strange look. To be a fruit farmer. Qingjun. You want to grow vegetables? Grow fruits. Under Qingjun's puzzled gaze, Wan Qiuqiu suddenly sat up straight and put one hand on his shoulder. Qingjun's back stiffened into a straight line as he watched Wan Qiuqiu reach out and touch his Adam's apple. Her fingers were soft and cold, with the sweet and astringent taste of grapefruit skin. Her fingertips rubbed back and forth on his neck. Her eyes were sincere and flawless, as innocent as a girl in puberty. She didn't realize what she was doing at all. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and his voice suddenly lowered a few degrees. What are you doing? Wan Qiuqiu focused on looking for a good place to pinch. Qingjun didn't have much soft flesh on his body. His neck was slender, and his collarbone was very prominent. Under such circumstances, it should be very painful to pinch him. Wan Qiuqiu said with a deep expression, let me pinch you. Consider it a contribution for both of us. Qingjun, ? Her full and round fingernails stopped on the right side of Qingjun's neck. Suddenly, she raised her fingernails, pinched a small piece of flesh, and twisted it to the right. It was Wan Qiuqiu's first time doing this kind of work. She didn't use much strength and was trembling a little. It was like a mosquito biting his body. Smelling the fragrance on her body, she looked up. Her round red lips were slightly opened because she was too focused, revealing the pink tip of her tongue. Qingjun looked at her, unable to move as if he was possessed. His breathing suddenly became heavier. Wan Qiuqiu withdrew her hand and watched as the reddish skin gradually faded, and finally returned to its original white color. She sighed in disappointment. From the looks of it, let alone leaving a mark, there wasn't even a red mark. What are you doing? He asked slowly in a hoarse voice. In order to prevent the white dragon horse from always being curious about my sex life, I want to artificially create a few strawberries to dispel her curiosity. Wan Qiuqiu's expression was serious. She didn't notice that Qingjun's expression was a little strange. Do you have any other ideas? It's best if we can be seen when we eat together tomorrow. Do you want me to pinch harder? Can you bear it? Qingjun said, it's no use. If you want this effect, it's better to scratch my neck. Xianxia had to admit that this seemed to be a good idea. She stretched out her hand to measure left and right, but she couldn't find a good place to start. Her fingernails gently brushed past his collarbone, just like a kitten scratching a person. It was weak, but it was a bit ticklish. In the eyes of others, it was simply a teasing caress. Forget it, forget it. I can't do that. Xianxia felt pain just thinking about it if her hand left a few bloody marks on his neck. If Tunan saw it, he might think something crooked. It was better not to find trouble for herself. Xianxia stood up and said, I'll go back to my room to sleep. She went back to her room. After a while, she heard the sound of water splashing. It was probably Qingjun taking a bath. Xianxia tossed and turned, but couldn't fall asleep. Her gaze fell on the soft drink on the bedside table. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she had an idea. The sound of the shower stopped. Xianxia jumped down from the bed, put on her slippers, and ran briskly to Qingjun's bedroom door. She said as she stepped into the room, let me tell you. I thought of a good idea. Qingjun's bedroom curtains were drawn. Only a bedside lamp was turned on in the room, and the light was dim. His back was facing Xianxia as he changed his clothes. He was only wearing trousers, and his upper body was exposed. From Xianxia's angle, she could see the strong and smooth lines of his back, his narrow waist, and his slender and strong arms. Xianxia probably didn't expect to see Qingjun changing his clothes. She also didn't expect that Qingjun would have such a good figure. For a moment, she was stunned and forgot what she wanted to say. Qingjun's back was facing her as he slowly put on his pajamas. His hair was dripping with water. It slid down his shoulders and finally disappeared into his deep waist. Xianxia only felt that her face was burning. Her nose was also burning as if there was a nosebleed. She subconsciously covered her nose and rubbed it. Only then did she feel better. Holding the straw in her hand, the fever on her cheeks subsided. Xianxia continued, I thought of a good idea. Let's try it? Qingjun silently turned around and slowly walked in front of Xianxia. There was no expression on his face. His slender eyes were lowered, and his eyelashes were thick and long. She couldn't see his expression. His back was facing the dim light, and the room seemed to be a few degrees darker. Xianxia almost couldn't see the emotions in his eyes. Qingjun took a step forward. Xianxia subconsciously took a step back. Her back hit the cold wall, and only then did she calm down. What are you doing? Don't scare me. I'm not afraid of ghosts. Qingjun frowned as if he was suppressing some kind of restless emotion. This was very different from his usual calm and indifferent self. Don't come in at this time. At this time, Xianxia looked up blankly. Qingjun didn't look like he had just taken a shower. There was no steam rising from his body. Instead, it was cold. Even his breath was cold, as if he had been drenched in the rain. You took a cold shower? Why do you take a cold shower in winter? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? The water droplets on Qingjun's hair fell and hit Xianxia's cheeks. It was so cold that she shivered. Qingjun put one hand in his pocket and stretched out the other hand to gently wipe the water droplets on Xianxia's cheeks. Compared to Xianxia's soft fingertips, his were rougher. It was a little painful when he scraped her tender cheeks. Xianxia turned her head away uncomfortably. I'll wipe it myself. Her chin was suddenly pinched. Xianxia was shocked. Qingjun, this dog man, dared to pinch her chin? He didn't want to live anymore. Xianxia was on the verge of losing her temper. She suddenly raised her head, and in front of her was a magnified handsome face. Qingjun slowly helped her wipe the water droplets on her face. She didn't know if it was because of the light, but his voice was a little hoarse and dyed with a color called lust. I can't wipe the water droplets off by myself. Similarly, I can't plant strawberries alone. This scene was extremely flirtatious. Qingjun's body had a faint scent of freshness from bathing, soaking in the coolness of the water. His body got closer, and that indescribable pleasant smell enveloped Xianxia. Xianxia was stunned. This dog man wanted to take advantage of her? Should she hide? Or should she not hide? She had promised him that they would have a blind date, but this progress was too fast. She was not even ready to hug and kiss? Could it be that he wanted to take it a step further while kissing? Xianxia's heart was in a dilemma, making her feel very complicated. She did not notice the change in herself. If it was in the past, Qingjun would have been slapped away by her if he did such a thing. How could he have the chance to pinch her chin? The hair hanging low on his forehead slightly covered his eyelids, making Qingwan's eyes look a little more inexplicable. He let go of his hand, lowered his head, and approached Xianxia's face. Xianxia obviously realized something. She dodged Qingjun's gaze, her body staggered backward, and her cheeks were red from nervousness. However, in her eyes, there was more panic and bewilderment than passion. Qingjun's body paused. "What are you doing?" Xianxia was like a little beast with its hair standing on end. On the surface, she was still baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. His body moved even closer to hers. Xianxia wanted to stick to the wall and become one with it. At this moment, she felt Qingjun's fingertips fall on her soft and delicate neck. It was just a gentle caress, but Xianxia's hair stood on end, and a layer of fine goosebumps appeared. Her ears were unbearably itchy, making her want to scratch them. The next second. Ah! Xianxia suddenly felt a sharp pain on her neck, making her cry out in pain. The culprit was of course Qingjun, the universe's #1 super straight man. He actually took advantage of Xianxia's unguarded moment to pinch the soft flesh on her neck. Xianxia was in so much pain that tears came out. After she recovered from her shock, she glared at Qingjun angrily. She didn't expect that he could make such a shocking reaction at such an ambiguous moment. "What are you doing?" Qingjun withdrew his hand and put both hands in his pockets. He stood up straight and said slowly, "I'll be a fruit farmer." Xianxia, she became even angrier. She was so angry that she wanted to take out her marriage certificate and divorce Qingjun. She wanted to let this dog of a man reproduce asexually and fend for himself. Xianxia originally thought of a good idea. She wanted to hold the straw and help each other suck out a few fake strawberries with the straw to fool them. Who would have thought that Qingjun would do such a thing? Her mind went blank for a moment, and she almost forgot what she was doing. At this time, Qingjun, the fruit farmer, lowered his head and moved closer to Xianxia. "It's your turn." Xianxia fell silent. It seemed that Qingjun was very serious about completing the fruit farmer task. Xianxia took advantage of her anger just now and exhaled. Qingjun cooperated and didn't move, allowing Xianxia to find the right angle. She pinched a piece of skin near his collarbone and pinched it hard. Qingjun's face was indifferent the whole time. Even when he was pinched, he just looked at her silently. It almost made Xianxia think that she didn't use enough strength. When she let go of her hand, there was a bright red strawberry in her hand. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, I'll take it as an eye for an eye," Qingjun said with a serious scientific spirit, "one red dot for each person. It's like being bitten by a mosquito. It's also very symmetrical and doesn't look real." "Then what should we do? Do we need a few more?" "Probably." Xianxia still remembered the pain in that moment. She took a step back warily and said, "Don't mess around." Qingjun said slowly, "Rock, paper, scissors." Xianxia said, "Huh?" When it came to luck, Xianxia boasted that her luck was pretty good. In the past, she would occasionally play rock, paper, scissors with her friends, and she had won a lot of times. Xianxia's confidence was suddenly ignited. She stood up straight and said, "Rock, paper, scissors then." "Come on." Whoever won would have to pinch the other person's neck. There were a total of 3 rounds. Only the two of them could think of such a cruel way to plant strawberries. Xianxia held her breath and nervously observed Qingjun's hand gestures. The two of them faced each other in silence. Xianxia nervously clenched her fists and said, 1, 2, 3. Xianxia used scissors. Qingjun used paper. "Hey, I won." Xianxia's eyes sparkled. She quickly asked Qingjun to lower his head. "Hurry up, I'm going to plant strawberries." Qingyuan lowered his head and let Xianxia choose from his shoulder blade. She successfully left a small strawberry on his shoulder blade. Xianxia happily raised her hand and prepared for the second round of rock, paper, scissors. 1, 2, 3, Xianxia was shocked. I won again. Qingjun grunted but was not surprised. He just lowered his head and continued to let Xianxia plant strawberries. Xianxia pinched him and saw 3 bright red strawberries on his neck. She suddenly felt a little guilty and felt a little guilty. I pinched you twice. You should come too. Qingjun said, okay. Xianxia was confused. Did he not know what it meant to be polite? Xianxia gritted her teeth and moved her head closer so that Qingjun could choose a good place to plant strawberries. She closed her eyes and frowned, ready to welcome the sudden tingling sensation. Silence. Continued silence. Xianxia could vaguely feel Qingjun's steady breathing above her head, but she did not feel his movements. She quietly opened one eye and saw Qingjun walking towards the sofa. What are you going to do? Xianxia was suddenly shocked. Don't tell me you're looking for tools? Qingjun said. You're thinking too much. He picked up a bottle of herbal tea, unscrewed it, and silently drank half the bottle. Xianxia asked, you're not planting strawberries anymore, are you a fruit farmer? Qingjun looked away and said gently, I'll leave it for next time. Xianxia went back to her room to sleep. She sat in front of the dressing mirror and carefully observed. At first glance, the red spots on her neck did look like they were there. Xianxia blushed and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. When she thought about how the white dragon horse would be winking at her tomorrow, she felt even more embarrassed. She suddenly felt that this was not a good idea. But speaking of which, Qingjun was the only one who allowed her to fool around like this. In her mind, Qingjun stood in front of her. At that moment, his usually indifferent expression seemed to have a complicated meaning that was different from the past. She could not tell what it was. Forget it. Xianxia waved her hand to dispel the nonsense in her mind. She still had to get up and put on makeup tomorrow, so she'd better sleep early. Xianxia, who was lying on the bed, turned over and gradually fell asleep. In another room, the heavy curtains were tightly drawn. Qingjun lay on the bed, not feeling sleepy at all. As long as he closed his eyes, his mind would be filled with Xianxia's soft skin, rosy lips, and delicate jade-like shoulders. He couldn't help but be curious about what it would feel like to put his hands on them. Presumably, it would be very beautiful. He turned over and couldn't sleep even more. The next day, Xianxia woke up in high spirits and put on makeup. As she was putting on makeup, she felt that something was wrong. The woman in front of the mirror had picturesque features. Her skin was clean and white like white jade. She didn't even have any pores. Just light makeup was enough to add color. But the more Xianxia looked at her, the more she felt that something was wrong. She couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It seemed that she had missed something. Xianxia carefully looked up and down and finally found something wrong. She was shocked to find that little strawberry was gone. Gone. Qingjun, Qingjun. She quickly got up and called Qingjun's name. Qingjun, who was wearing loose pajamas, rubbed his sleepy eyes and walked out of the bedroom. Xianxia grabbed his arm, pulled open Qingjun's collar, and tiptoed over to take a closer look. Qingjun decisively gave up resisting and let her look around. He even helped Xianxia pull up her collar so that it would be more convenient for her. Xianxia looked around for a long time without much hope. Sure enough, the place where she had pinched had returned to normal. There was nothing left. Oh my God. Xianxia's face was sad. Qingjun, ? Tell me, why did I have to work so hard last night? Mrs. Lin of the Yuan clan's Xianxia was officially online. She walked slowly with a gloomy and heavy expression towards her room. I'm so stupid, really. Qingjun, I didn't know that the marks wouldn't stay until the next day. Do you think we didn't use enough strength? Qingjun was strangely silent for a few seconds before he slowly said, maybe. Of course, he knew. Bai Long and Wei Tian's flight was at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After they finished eating, they were ready to rush back to the airport. Xianxia arrived at the restaurant early with Qingjun at the time Bai Long mentioned. Fortunately, there was a private room, so it was more convenient for them to talk. She was wearing a loose knitted sweater with a skirt and lambskin boots. A silk scarf was tied around her neck, making her swan-like neck look even more slender and beautiful. As a woman, Bai Long immediately caught the finishing touch. "You chose a good scarf today." Wan Qiuqiu smiled knowingly. "Is your lipstick tomato color?" "Oh, you saw through it too." "My straight man thought that I was wearing period lipstick." Wan Qiuqiu smiled. In contrast, Wei Tian was much more nervous. That day at the hot spring, it was not the good environment that Qingjun had described to Wan Qiuqiu. When Qingjun opened the curtain and walked in, Wei Tian was enjoying himself with his eyes closed. When he saw Qingjun, he was stunned for a moment. Inexplicably, he was a little nervous when he was stared at by those slender eyes. Then, the man turned back and went into the bathroom. Until Wei Tian soaked herself in the water until the sky turned dark, the other party never came in again. Who would have thought that the other party was actually the big boss of Jiaqing? Or the Li site? As a straight man, Wei Tian only had one thought in his mind: "Mommy, I actually saw a half-naked woman at the Li site." Kakaruan Chocho noticed that Wei Tian's face suddenly turned red. She said in a friendly manner, "If you think the temperature is too high, you can turn it down a little." "No need, no need." In contrast, although Bai Long was very excited, her IQ was still online. She barely managed to maintain her calm and just politely let Wan Qiuqiu choose the dishes. She had an expression that said, "I'm happy to eat grass right now." Wan Qiuqiu could not help but feel embarrassed. Wei Tian was even more exaggerated. She was like a shy little girl who stole glances at Qingjun from time to time. Her eyes were twinkling, and the temperature on her face never went down. Once in a while, Qingjun would get impatient from being stared at. When he glanced at Wei Tian would be so excited that he would start a small train. Even Bai Long couldn't take it anymore. She secretly kicked her boyfriend and whispered, "Aren't you embarrassed? Be serious." Alright. The two of them were very careful and cautious when facing Qingjun. They were afraid that they would say something wrong or make the boss unhappy. Who would have thought that Qingjun would be so easygoing and approachable? Although he only nodded at the two of them symbolically at the beginning, he sat in his seat as if he was not good with words, which made the two of them feel even more pressured. They had to think about whether their words were appropriate before they spoke. But soon, the two of them realized that Qingjun did not show any signs of unhappiness. It could be said that his focus was not on the two of them at all. It was as if they had been completely ignored. Gradually, they became more familiar with each other. The two of them realized that the boss was not paying attention to their conversation, so they relaxed and were no longer as cautious as they were at the beginning. The meal was very peaceful, and the conversation mainly revolved around Bai Long and Wan Qiuqiu. Qingjun was silent and did not say a word from the beginning to the end. Wei Tian was afraid that he would tremble if he spoke. It would be too cowardly, so he simply stuffed food into his mouth and resisted the urge to rush up and hug his idol. "We'll get engaged after the new year. The wedding will be set at the end of March. After we get married, we can go on our honeymoon." "Where are you going for your honeymoon?" "I haven't thought about it yet. I said we'll go to South America, but he said it's too messy." "We do need to pay attention to safety," Wan Qiuqiu said with a smile. Bai Long said, "It's okay, we can go anywhere for our honeymoon. Anyway, we've already visited all the places we wanted to visit. The main thing is how we feel when we're together." "The main thing is how we feel when we're together." Wan Qiuqiu subconsciously glanced at Qingjun, but she was caught red-handed by him. She could not hide her embarrassment and raised her glass to take a sip of juice. Bai Long noticed the small movements of the two of them, and her maiden heart almost overflowed. She held her face and said enviously, "That's great, I hope that after a few years of marriage, Wei Tian and I can have such a good relationship." Cough, 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 Wan Qiuqiu almost choked when she drank the juice. How did Bai Long see that the two of them had a good relationship? This dog of a man even pinched her yesterday. Wan Qiuqiu almost suspected that Qingjun was using her as a cover to hide the truth that he was a ruthless asexual alien. Halfway through the meal, Wan Qiuqiu could not eat anymore. She ate the salad half-heartedly and continued to chat with Bai Long. Bai Long began to talk about how to raise a child in the future. Wan Qiuqiu did not think too much about it. When she saw Bai Long's yearning face, she touched her nose and suddenly felt that this was a real marriage. She took the initiative and calmly stepped into the marriage hall with her lover hand in hand. From then on, there were more family matters, but it was also very happy. Qingjun's slow voice sounded, "You can't eat anymore?" Wan Qiuqiu was stunned, "Huh?" Then, she realized that Qingjun was staring at her unfinished steak and said, "Yeah, I can't eat anymore." Qingjun calmly took Wan Qiuqiu's steak and cut it into small pieces under the stunned gaze of Bai Long and Wei Tian. He continued to eat slowly. Bai Long, F*ck, 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 it's so sweet, Wei Tian, big brother is big brother, he's so elegant even when eating. The intense thoughts of the two were successfully exposed on their faces. Only Wan Qiuqiu asked blankly, "What's wrong?" Qingjun basically took all the leftovers at home, including some that Wan Qiuqiu could not finish. He did not mind her saliva. Wan Qiuqiu had long been used to the way the two of them interacted. Unexpectedly, in the eyes of others, it was a proper show of affection. Big Brother was actually eating his wife's leftovers in front of others. Big Brother was so calm, he must have done it many times. Big Brother was so handsome even when eating. Did he want others to live? This dog food was simply too much, Wan Qiuqiu. Can the two of you still hear me? Hello? Bai Long woke up from her dreamlike state. She looked at Qingjun and then looked at Wei Tian beside her. She was caught off guard and slapped Wei Tian. "You complained about my saliva last time." I was wrong. Wan Qiuqiu was a little amused. How could they know that Qingjun was just a foodie? Usually at home, he would occasionally protect his food. Whenever Wan Qiuqiu wanted to bully Qingjun, she would pretend to inadvertently take his food. Then, she would watch as boss Qing silently moved his plate to the safe zone so that his hard-earned food would not be harmed. The host and guest enjoyed the meal. Bai Long kicked Wei Tian and asked him to pay the bill, but Wan Qiuqiu stopped her. No, just treat it as our treat." "That's too embarrassing," said Bai Long. "The hotel belongs to Qingjun." Wan Qiuqiu was very straightforward. Oh. Bai Long was about to persuade Wan Qiuqiu, but when she heard what Wan Qiuqiu said, she instantly felt a little awkward. She withdrew her hand embarrassedly and sat down in her seat. Bai Long was so shocked by Boss Cheng's domineering aura that she almost cried. She was so envious, she also wanted to sleep in her own hotel one day. Wei Tian comforted Bai Long by the arm and said, "You will have one in the future. Wait for me to earn it for you." Bai Long snorted and said, "I can do it myself." Wan Qiuqiu looked at the interaction between the two and suddenly felt a little envious. Even a 10,000-year-old single dog like her would want to be in a sweet relationship for a few seconds. Wan Qiuqiu looked at Qingjun from the corner of her eyes. Qingjun was eating the fruit platter indifferently and even stole a piece of mango from Wan Qiuqiu when she was not paying attention. Wan Qiuqiu, could she really count on Qingjun? It would be easier to count on a meteorite hitting Earth and destroying all of humanity. Bai Long picked up her bag and asked with a smile, "Qiuqiu, do you want to go to the bathroom?" "Oh, okay." The two girls held hands and went to the bathroom to touch up their makeup. Wan Qiuqiu followed Bai Long through the corridor and stood side by side in front of the bathroom mirror. Wan Qiuqiu took out her lipstick from her bag and carefully applied it. The white horse beside her took the lipstick and squinted his eyes, saying, "Did you have a good night last night? You even put on your scarf." This was the idea that Wan Qiuqiu came up with at the last minute. It was better to cover it up. If she covered it up, White Dragon Horse would think that they did something last night. Wan Qiuqiu nodded calmly and said, "Not bad." *T, she was pinched but didn't get anything. Wan Qiuqiu was even more depressed when she recalled the scene last night. She and Qingjun didn't look like husband and wife at all. Who could pinch her like Qingjun did? People who didn't know would think that it was domestic violence. Bai Long sighed enviously. He's so handsome, so rich, so cool when he plays games, and he dotes on his wife. He has a good personality and is humble. How can there be such a perfect man in the world? Wan Qiuqiu's expression was serious, but she didn't want to expose Bai Long's fantasy. Some people looked cool on the outside like rich people, but in reality, they could eat hundreds of dumplings in one meal. His nature was probably that of a good-for-nothing. Bai Long couldn't help but misunderstand when she didn't get Yuan Qiuqiu's approval. You've been with him for so long that you think these things are normal. Bai Long finished applying her lipstick and put it back in her bag. She then looked at Yuan Qiuqiu with a smile and said, Wei Tian and I both saw that Big Boss Qing was paying attention to your every move the whole time. Yuan Qiuqiu said, Eh? How is that possible? In her impression, Qingwan was always busy eating the food on his plate. How could he have the time to care about her? Of course. Bai Long crossed her arms and looked like a little girl. That gaze, tsk tsk tsk. I don't even have the heart to be jealous anymore. But come to think of it, who has such a beauty at home? Any man would be moved. Yuan Qiuqiu could still remember that she had fallen and exposed herself, but Qing Jun's first reaction was that she had scared him. Qing Jun could not be classified as a man. Yuan Qiuqiu became more and more suspicious about whether he had ever been moved by her. The two people in the washroom were chatting enthusiastically, but there was an awkward atmosphere between the two men in the private room. After Yuan Qiuqiu and Bai Long left, there was a few minutes of silence, which made time a little unbearable. Wei Tian scratched his hands and scratched his head. In the past, if he did not like to chat in an atmosphere, he would either break the situation himself or play with his phone. However, at this moment, Qing Jun was sitting in front of him. Not to mention doing anything else, even his breathing was extremely careful. The dead silence continued to spread between the two of them. Wei Tian scratched his ears and cheeks. He did not dare to take the initiative to start a conversation. At this moment, Qing Jun, who was sitting across the table, slowly raised his head and looked at him. I have a question. Go ahead. Wei Tian instantly sat up straight. What method did you use to get your girlfriend? Wei Tian? When Yuan Qiuqiu and Bai Long returned to the private room, the two men had different expressions on their faces. Qing Jun was much calmer and continued to eat his fruit platter slowly. Wei Tian's eyes flickered as he stole glances at Yuan Qiuqiu and Qing Jun. He didn't dare to say anything. Yuan Qiuqiu asked curiously, were you guys talking about something just now? No, we were just talking about the mountains and rivers. Yuan Qiuqiu was confused. Wei Tian quickly stood up and grabbed Bai Long's wrist. Let's go. We still have to catch the plane. You haven't even finished packing your things. Bai Long couldn't help but follow Wei Tian. She didn't forget to wave at Yuan Qiuqiu. Then we'll be leaving. Sorry about the rush. It's okay. Remember to send me a message when the plane lands. Yuan Qiuqiu smiled as she watched the two men leave. Then, Yuan Qiuqiu lowered her voice and asked Qing Jun, you guys really didn't talk about anything weird, right? Qing Jun, about the mountains and rivers. Yuan Qiuqiu was confused. Were these two men bewitched by Gu? At the same time, Wei Tian, who was dragging Bai Long out, felt uneasy. Bai Long finally couldn't hold it in anymore and asked, what exactly did you two talk about? I was so worried. Wei Tian scratched his head and said, sigh, don't mention it. At first, I thought Big Boss was going to cheat on me. In the end, he just wanted to give Yuan Qiuqiu a surprise. So? He asked me how I chased you. Back then. You told me how I chased you back then. Bai Long's face turned red. Shameless. How Wei Tian had chased after her back then could be said to be world-shaking and earth-shattering. At that time, they were still in university. One night, Wei Tian drove her to a small hill. The two of them sat on the hill. She didn't eat much on the way here and complained that she was hungry. Wei Tian took out a small cake from the car. After a few bites of the cake, she felt something in her mouth. She spat it out onto her palm and found that it was actually a ring. Just then, Wei Tian knelt down on one knee, picked up the ring, and gently asked if he could rehearse the proposal. Right at this moment, fireworks exploded in the sky. Looking at the fireworks in the sky, Bai Long covered her mouth in surprise. She was so excited that tears filled her eyes. Later on, the two of them brewed wine on the hillside. When he was interrupted by Qing Jun, Wei Tian woke up from his beautiful reverie. That's it. Wah, after being married for so many years, I still want to surprise my wife. I'm crying. Remember this. You have to treat me this well even after 5 years. Sure, sure. No problem at all. Wei Tian kissed her on the forehead and hugged Bai Long in his arms. He pretended to be distressed and said, then let me fulfill my responsibility as a husband, I beg you. You're so annoying. Bai Long blushed and rebuked. On the other side, the real husband and wife had different thoughts. They slept in different beds and had different dreams. Wan Qiuqiu changed into her pajamas and sat on the sofa with her legs crossed as she played with her phone. There were still 2.5 days before she returned home. She didn't know what plans she had for the upcoming activities. If she had to say something, Wan Qiuqiu really liked skiing. This year's New Year is really interesting. Wan Qiuqiu stretched. This is my first time going out to play. What about before this? Qingjun asked. Before this, Wan Qiuqiu almost blurted out her previous life. She quickly swallowed it back down. She coughed dryly, retracted her 2 slender legs, and continued, before this, I lived alone. Being cold and cheerless was still acceptable. In this world, Wan Qiuqiu was an orphan. In her world, she was no different from an orphan. It didn't feel wrong to say that she lived alone. Thinking of this, she felt a little sad. It was like an overturned condiment box. There were all kinds of mixed feelings, sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy. In the world where she disappeared, no one would think of her. Of course, it could also be that the bosses of the first party were cursing because they didn't receive the design drawings for a long time. It won't happen again. Wan Qiuqiu, huh? It won't be lonely. Qingjun put one hand in his pocket and rubbed Wan Qiuqiu's head with the other hand. Her hair was messed up. Next year, you can make 200 dumplings at home. That way, you won't feel lonely. Wan Qiuqiu, who was moved for a few seconds, forced back. Be a human. Qingjun pondered for a moment. 150 dumplings will do. She gave him a death stare. Qingjun went back to his room to sleep after being hit by a hammer. Wan Qiuqiu felt that when she faced Qingjun, she was like a class teacher who had entered menopause. Every day, she was on the verge of being angered to death. She went back to the bedroom gloomily and lay on the soft bed. This time, there was no mirror on the roof of the big bed, so she could sleep peacefully. Gradually, she felt sleepy and fell asleep under the blanket. In a trance, she seemed to dream of a warm embrace, and slightly heavy breathing sounded in her ears. Wan Qiuqiu raised her head in a daze, but she saw Qingjun's face. Compared to his usual gentleness, his appearance had an indescribable allure. His pair of slender eyes were lowered, surging with some kind of unknown emotion. His thin lips were dyed with a touch of color, making Wan Qiuqiu's mouth dry and tongue dry. For a moment, she was actually a little stunned. He bent down and held Wan Qiuqiu's cheek. His low voice seemed to contain fine sand and stones, which made her heart itch. He said, "Didn't we agree?" Wan Qiuqiu swallowed her dry throat and asked in a trembling voice, "What? Didn't we agree to eat vegetarian dumplings with 3 delicacies?" Wan Qiuqiu, huh? She suddenly woke up with a start. Her whole body was hot and covered with a thin layer of sweat, which made Wan Qiuqiu a little breathless. She realized later that she had fallen asleep under the blanket. No wonder her brain was lacking oxygen, no wonder. Wan Qiuqiu's face instantly turned red. Could it be that she had an unfulfilled erotic dream? The object of the erotic dream was still Qingjun, however, whose erotic dream would have such an ending. Wan Qiuqiu's mind was only filled with dumplings, dumplings, dumplings. Are we having dumplings for breakfast, or wonton? Qingjun slowly muttered to himself outside the bedroom door, haven't you woken up yet? The sled dog has been working for half a day. Wan Qiuqiu? I'm not a dog. Qingjun, I know. Wan Qiuqiu. What do you mean you didn't know before? She very clearly heard Qingjun, that dog of a man, sigh in the living room, as if he was expressing Wan Qiuqiu's unreasonable behavior. Today was also a day when she doubted whether Qingjun could get rid of asexual reproduction. The two of them had lunch, and Qingjun suggested that they go out to play in the evening. Wan Qiuqiu was stunned and asked, "Will it be dangerous to go up the mountain at this time?" What if there's a landslide on the top of the mountain and the avalanche buries us? Then, the two of us will be trapped on the snow mountain with no source of food. Are you going to feed me as food? Until a mountaineering team comes to save you, you'll lie and say that I'm buried in the snow. Qingjun glanced at Wanqiuqiu and blocked her imagination. We're just going to a flat area nearby. There's more artificial snow in the ski resort. Also, I don't eat human flesh. Oh. Wear thicker clothes. We'll set off in the afternoon. What about lunch? There's a restaurant nearby. We can go out to eat. I see. Wanqiuqiu wiped her mouth. So what are we going to play? Qingjun's eyes drifted. Look, at the mountains and rivers. Wanqiuqiu, since he said to look at the mountains and rivers, then so be it. Anyway, it was boring to stay in the hotel. Wanqiuqiu set off with Qingjun. He actually asked someone to park a car downstairs. Wanqiuqiu sat in the front passenger seat, fastened her seatbelt, and let Qingjun drive slowly to another place. Wanqiuqiu didn't eat much at noon, so she was a little hungry in the afternoon. She was looking forward to the restaurant Qingjun mentioned and was ready to have a big meal. The road was slippery in the snow, so Qingjun didn't drive fast. It took a long time for the two of them to reach a flat area. There was no one here, and the surroundings were dry woods covered in snow. Looking from afar, the blue mountains were covered in white snow, which made people feel much better. The sky darkened quickly. Qingjun's car had been parked on the flat area for a long time. He said that there was a small problem with the car and that it needed to be repaired. He asked Wanqiuqiu to sit in the car and wait for a while. At first, Wanqiuqiu was still playing games. Seeing that the sky was getting darker and darker, and the battery on her phone was less than half, she got out of the car and asked Qingjun, "Is it okay?" "If it's not okay, call a tow truck." "It's fixed." Qingjun stood behind the car. "Thank you for your hard work. Let's continue." Qingjun suddenly asked her, "Are you hungry?" Wanqiuqiu blinked her eyes. She was a little too hungry while waiting, so she was not so hungry. She answered honestly, "I'm okay." "Qingjun, so you are a little hungry, right?" "Maybe I am a little hungry." Wanqiuqiu didn't know why Qingjun suddenly began to care about whether she was hungry or not. "So let's go to the restaurant quickly. After eating, we can come out to play, okay?" Qingjun suddenly picked up a small cake from the trunk. It was a piece of cream cake, tightly sealed in a small box. He put it in Wanqiuqiu's hand. "Eat it if you are hungry." Wanqiuqiu couldn't hide her surprise. "You prepared a small cake in advance?" "No, I originally planned to use it as rations." But who would put their rations in the trunk? Wanqiuqiu silently suppressed the desire to complain. Qingjun was already very kind to give her a piece of cake. This was such a rare thing. She should be touched. She opened the plastic box and asked, "Do you want to eat it?" "No." His answer was so fast that Wanqiuqiu couldn't help but wonder if this cake had been stored for a long time. She couldn't help but think of the expired chocolate she had once eaten, and the culprit was the innocent-looking Qingjun in front of her. Could it be that the cake is spoiled? Wanqiuqiu looked at the cake in her hand suspiciously. Qingjun shook his head. "Don't worry. Eat it." "Okay, thank you." Wanqiuqiu took out a fork and said, "What are we doing here? Could it be that someone is setting off fireworks? Although this is not the city, it's not good to set off fireworks. Not to mention the air pollution, it would be terrible if the dead trees were accidentally lit." Qingjun suddenly interrupted her. "You don't like fireworks?" Wanqiuqiu took a small bite of the cake. It was fresh cream and tasted very sweet. She said vaguely, "It's okay. I'm not very interested in fireworks." Wanqiuqiu, who was eating the cake, was pressed by Qingjun's shoulder and pushed her to the car. Wanqiuqiu was stunned and asked, "Why are you suddenly getting in the car?" Although it was a little cold outside, the scenery was quite beautiful. Wanqiuqiu planned to take a few more photos later. Qingjun just pushed her and motioned for her to get in the car. "It's cold outside." Wanqiuqiu was pushed into the car in a daze and sat in the back seat. Qingjun slammed the door, leaving Wanqiuqiu with a dark shadow. It seemed that he was on the phone. Maybe it was an emergency. She withdrew her gaze and continued to eat the sweet cake. Perhaps it was because she tasted the sweetness for the first time. Wanqiuqiu ate very quickly and almost finished the whole cake in a few mouthfuls. After Qingjun quickly made a phone call and told him not to set off fireworks, he opened the car door and saw Wanqiuqiu elegantly wiping her lips. There was only an empty plate left. He stood stiffly outside the car, one hand holding the door. The snow under his feet crunched. It was very cold, but for a moment, he couldn't tell who was colder. Sensing that Qingjun's expression was not right, Wanqiuqiu asked, "What's wrong?" Qingjun was strangely silent. If he remembered correctly, according to his request, the ring was placed in the middle of the cake and could be seen by scooping a few spoonfuls of cream. There was a suffocating silence between the two of them. And the source of this silence was Qingjun, so Wanqiuqiu was at a loss. "Qingjun, Wanqiuqiu? What happened? Why do I feel like there's something wrong with your expression?" Qingjun was silent for a long time. Just as Wanqiuqiu was about to lose her patience, he asked slowly, "Didn't you feel that something was wrong when you ate the cake?" Wanqiuqiu suddenly fell into a daze. "What do you mean? Don't tell me you really gave me a spoiled cake?" "It's not the cake. Could it be that it's the plastic box? I stuffed a diamond ring into it." Wanqiuqiu, ? It's inside the cake. Wanqiuqiu was stunned for a moment. Then, her mind went blank. "You mean I ate a ring? Wait, how much is the ring?" The first thing she thought of was the price of the ring. "A few 100,000. "A few 100,000? Wanqiuqiu turned pale with fright and waved her hand without hesitation. Go, go, go. Hurry up and drive me to the hospital. It's still early. Maybe I can get it out with a gastric lavage. Qingjun, hurry up, I won't be worth that much even if you take me apart and sell me." Wanqiuqiu was so distressed that she wanted to cry at the thought of losing a few 100,000. She urged Qingjun to get into the driver's seat while she sat in the back, clutching her stomach. She prayed in her heart that there was still time. The car started. Qingjun drove in silence. It was supposed to be a romantic thing, but it turned out to be a blunder. Wanqiuqiu felt even more distressed at the thought of having to spend more money on the hospital. For a moment, she didn't know whether to feel distressed for the money or for herself. The car suddenly quieted down. One of them sat in the front while the other sat in the back. Wanqiuqiu looked at the back of his head. She didn't need to look to imagine Qingjun pretending to be calm. She suddenly burst out laughing. "I really have to hand it to you. How did you come up with such an old-fashioned idea?" Qingjun's tone was unsteady. He held the steering wheel for a while before he said, "Learning." Wanqiuqiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of idea did he learn from? After the shock, Wanqiuqiu calmed down and prepared to go to the hospital to have her stomach pumped. At this time, recalling Qingjun's actions just now, she suddenly had an idea and asked, "You didn't want to surprise me just now, did you? Could it be fireworks?" Qingjun. No. I actually guessed correctly? The fireworks and the diamond ring really made him look like a domineering CEO. It was a pity that the plan could not keep up with the changes. She did not get what she wanted and still had to go to the hospital. Wanqiuqiu probably didn't expect such a scene. Touching the diamond ring in her stomach, Wanqiuqiu was both amused and speechless. Turning his face away, he gazed at the frigid scenery of ice and snow outside the car window. His voice suddenly softened. "Actually, there's no need to use rings or fireworks. I don't love money as much as you think." Although on the surface, she was always shouting about how expensive and valuable things were, in fact, she didn't have much desire for money. It was fine as long as she had enough money to spend. When she really put on the diamond ring, she still had to worry about breaking it or losing it. "That's not what I think." Wanqiuqiu was stunned. "Huh?" Qingjun drove while saying, "If money can make you stay, maybe I won't be so worried that I can't sleep." For a moment, she was surprised and looked at Qingjun in a daze. "I won't stay in the living room in the middle of the night, afraid that you'll slip away." When I go to work, I'm always worried that I'll be alone when I go back. It's easy to make surveillance video and location, but I never thought that I would use it on you. Just half an hour ago, even in the most challenging competition of my career, I have never felt so nervous and uncontrollable. He held the steering wheel with one hand and was silent for a moment. If only liking someone could be as simple as programming. Maybe I can find a bug, crack your firewall, and make a virus that can shake you. A scorching heat gradually ignited on Xianxia's cheeks. It was so hot that it almost melted her heart into a pool of water. She didn't expect that a straight man like Qingjun could be so moving when he said such words of love. Silence was restored in the car. She could vaguely hear the sound of the tires rolling on the snow, as if Xianxia's protective wall was cracking layer by layer. She thought that between the two of them, she was at a disadvantage. She was afraid of being hurt, so she didn't dare to like him and didn't dare to take the initiative. She said that she wanted to try, but in her heart, she was despicably hiding. Even if he repeatedly tested her outside of her hard shell, she still had to pretend that she didn't know anything and maintain indifference. Xianxia's gaze fell on her knees. She clenched her fists and looked a little uneasy. Actually, ding dong ding dong. Qingjun's mobile phone rang, but he instantly pressed it. He stiffly held the mobile phone. After a while, he asked, actually what? In fact, she couldn't like him at all. In fact, she already had someone she liked. In fact, you answer the phone first. Xianxia coughed and avoided the topic. She was like a snail hiding in its shell, sneakily sticking out its tentacles. If there was a slight change, it would immediately shrink back. No matter how much one knocked, it wouldn't come out. In a place where Xianxia couldn't see, Qingjun's expression was a little gloomy for the first time. Even so, the expression on his face and the tone of his voice were still calm and slow as usual. He dialed the phone back and called, "Hello." The phone was from the hotel manager. His tone was a little panicked. "Boss, I took the wrong cake. There's no ring inside. It's an unforgivable mistake. I've already asked the chef in charge to pack up and get out. You have the ring?" Qingjun interrupted him. The hotel manager was stunned for a second and then responded, "Yes, yes, yes, it's in the hotel. Don't worry, I've kept it well. It won't be lost." The most beautiful idiom in the world was probably a false alarm. Qingjun's slow voice was so calm that there was no fluctuation in it, which made the hotel manager feel uneasy. "Boss. If you want to punish me, then punish me. I'm also responsible for not supervising properly." You don't have to go." "Huh? Call the chef back. He'll pay double this month's salary." The hotel manager was stunned. Boss?" The response was the beeping sound of the boss hanging up the phone. It was very quiet in the car. Sitting in the back, Xianxia could hear everything clearly. Her mood was a little complicated. Just now, she was holding her stomach as if she was carrying a treasure. Now, her stomach was worthless, probably only worth a few pounds of meat. However, not having to go to the hospital to have her stomach pumped was the best thing for Xianxia. The two of them sat in the car, continuing the awkward silence. The beautiful atmosphere was completely destroyed. At this time, continuing to pour out one's heart was simply adding insult to injury. Xianxia coughed, looked out the window, and said, "Let's go back. I'm hungry. Do you want to go to that restaurant?" "Don't." She was really a little scared. She was afraid that Qingjun would make some strange surprise again. Xianxia still remembered the lesson of almost flying to another city last New Year. She pursed her lips and said, "Next time, let's inform in advance. I don't want to waste energy again." If there was a next time. Qingjun lightly nodded. She didn't know how he was feeling at the moment. The car slowly started. On the way here, they could still chat a little. On the way back, they became two mutes. Neither of them spoke. Xianxia's elbow leaned against the window. The sky outside was already dark, dotted with a few twinkling stars. Although the quiet light was scarce, it was still trying to refract its own brilliance. The corner of her mouth unconsciously carried a little smile. Back at the hotel, the two of them tacitly didn't mention what happened in the car. There weren't many people at the hotel's buffet. The two of them silently finished the meal. Wanchocho could clearly feel Qingjun's sudden decrease in appetite. He actually only ate one staple food. It was simply a red rain from the sky. It was unbelievable. The two of them silently walked through the corridor and entered the guest room. It was indeed a little early to go to bed. There were still a few hours until midnight. This year had really passed. Perhaps watching the Spring Festival Gala was not a good choice. Then, you first. You first. Wanchocho didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When did we have such a tacit understanding? Qingjun turned his face away and didn't answer. Instead, he slowly said, "It's late. Let's go to bed." At this time, Wanchocho took a few steps forward and walked in front of Qingjun. She was shorter than Qingjun by a head, which made her look even more petite and lovely. Qingjun didn't speak. He used his eyes to ask Wanchocho what she wanted to do. Wanchocho's eyes were calm, but the tips of her ears were red. She opened her arms and said awkwardly, "I'll allow you to hug me for 10 seconds. You're not allowed to refuse." Before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted. The next second, Wanchocho fell into a familiar yet strange embrace. The slender and strong arms hugged her tightly, as if afraid that she would run away. Wanchocho struggled uncomfortably, but was hugged even tighter. Her nose was filled with Qingjun's pleasant scent. It quenched the coldness of the snow, but gradually melted and wrapped around her hot skin. Wanchocho's cheeks were also faintly pink, which made her look extremely attractive and unbelievably cute. Let's do the internal test first. There's probably still hope. Perhaps she shouldn't have rejected him so quickly. No one knew what would happen in the future. Qingjun's muffled answer came from the top of her head. His voice was hoarse. Okay. There was another silence. Wanchocho said that 10 seconds are up. You should let go, not yet. She was hugged even tighter. 9 more seconds. There was still a day before she went home, but Wanchocho still felt a little uncomfortable. Thinking of the 10 long seconds last night, Wanchocho suddenly did not dare to go out and face Qingjun, for fear that Qingjun would hug her and not let go. She was restless. The clock on the wall was ticking, and it was almost noon. There was a knock on the door. Qingjun's lazy voice came through the door. Want to eat? Yes. She cleared her throat. I'm going to change my clothes. The chef made dumplings. He'll send them over later. Got it. Qingjun did not say anything, and she guessed that he should have gone far. Wanchocho stood up quietly, held the bedside table, and quietly picked up her clothes like a thief, although she did not know why she was so careful. She stood up straight and slowly pulled up her pants. At this moment, Qingjun's slow voice suddenly sounded. Don't tell me you're nervous. Plop. Wanchocho lost her balance and fell to the ground. Shut up. She glared at him. Qingjun, okay, she was just a little nervous. Wanchocho had been single for many years, and she had never had any experience in love. She had always been competitive, but she was afraid of showing weakness in front of Qingjun. After sleeping for a whole night, she did not think about how to face Qingjun. Not long after, Wanchocho thought it through. She was only moved for a few seconds. The person who was holding her tightly was Qingjun. What was there to feel guilty about? After Wanchocho washed up and walked out of the door, Qingjun was already waiting in the dining room. He lifted the covers of the 2 plates of dumplings, sat on the chair, and said, "Let's eat dumplings." Oh, okay. When it was time to eat, the two of them forgot about everything else and ate the dumplings very harmoniously. Wanchocho dipped a large piece of dumpling in vinegar and stuffed it into her mouth. The dumpling skin was thin and there was a lot of filling. It was soaked in some juice and tasted very good. Wanchocho ate happily. Qingjun, who was sitting across the table, ate much slower than usual. Wanchocho glanced at him and subconsciously asked, "What's wrong? Is it not delicious?" Qingjun grunted. "It's not as good as your dumplings." Wanchocho couldn't help but feel a little excited when she was suddenly praised and compared to the chef she had poached with a high salary. Then, Qingjun said seriously, when we go back, I want to eat your dumplings. Sure, sure. 100. Wanchocho. You should just go and eat air. 80 is also fine. Qingjun actually began to bargain. If you keep talking, I'll make you eat instant noodles for a week. Qingjun continued to bargain, let's use the army hot pot as a side dish. Wanchocho, there was really no saving him. After eating the dumplings, the two went out for a walk. Recalling the fear of being hit by a snowball, Wanchocho suppressed the urge to play with a snowball. Who knew if this dog of a man had a competitive spirit and would say something like competition first and love second? There was no one in the empty snowfield. Almost everyone went to the outdoor hot spring or the ski resort to play. There was only unmelted snow in the large open space outside the hotel, which crunched when stepped on. Qingjun's gaze fell on Wanchocho's feet. The two of them were well equipped with hats, scarves, gloves, and down jackets. Wanchocho was afraid of freezing her feet, so she wore cashmere snow boots. It was said that they were made of Australian wool and were very warm. But she was fully dressed at the moment and couldn't feel the cold. Wanchocho realized that Qingjun was staring at her feet and asked, "What's wrong?" "Your shoes, aren't they beautiful?" This pair of shoes was quite expensive. Wanchocho raised her feet to show off to Qingjun, "They look like pig trotters." Wanchocho, ? They look even more like when you lift them up. Wanchocho? Qingjun only calmed down after being hit by a heavy hammer through his gloves. He stood by the side listlessly, while Wanchocho clapped her hands happily and said, "Let's make a snowman." Wanchocho rarely had the idea of making a snowman. In her impression, a snowman looked like a round-headed creature in a cartoon. She just needed to insert some branches and a few stones, and it was basically done. Wanchocho happily piled up the foundation and rolled out a flat area. She didn't hear Qingjun for a long time, so she thought that he was lazy and didn't want to move. Then she heard the roar of a car engine. Wanchocho looked up in surprise and saw an off-road vehicle parked nearby. Someone respectfully got out of the car and handed a bucket of tools to Qingjun. Then, he respectfully watched Qingjun walk over. Wanchocho was stunned. "Why are you carrying so many things? There's even a shovel? Are we going to build a house?" Qingjun replied slowly, "Aren't we going to make a snowman?" She wanted to make a snowman. She didn't want to make an ice sculpture. Contrary to Wanchocho's expectations, Qingjun's practical skills were very strong. Usually, Wanchocho would naturally draw whatever she wanted on the draft, but when it came to actual operation, she was completely clueless. Qingjun even took a small folding stool and let her sit on the side. She watched Qingjun pile up the snow, patting it on the porcelain, and finally made a rough outline of more than a meter in height. Gradually, the rough outline became clear. The more Wanchocho looked at it, the more familiar it was. Suddenly, she realized. Isn't this the image of the heroine that I designed? This time, she was really surprised. She didn't expect Qingjun to remember it so clearly. Qingjun's hands were red from the cold, but he was indifferent the whole time. He just focused on making the snowman. Wanchocho held her chin and looked at Qingjun's side profile. It had been a long time since she realized that he was really good-looking. He could almost be called beautiful. "It's your turn." "N?" Qingjun handed the tools to Wanchocho. "Draw." Wanchocho was still very experienced in 3D modeling. At first, her movements were slow, and she estimated the approximate size. Gradually, Wanchocho's hands moved faster and faster. Only the sound of the snow falling to the ground could be heard. The specific details of the figure gradually took shape. Qingjun stood next to Wanchocho and gave her the tools. Her serious appearance was different from usual. It was a kind of neat and quiet beauty. The frost on her eyelids quickly melted. Because of the incessant work, her forehead was oozing with sweat, and her cheeks were red. "Okay." Wanchocho finally stood up straight. Her waist was sore and stiff, but she felt a sense of accomplishment. The image of the heroine in front of her was completely presented. She put one hand on her waist, tilted her head, and still held the everlasting blade of grass in the corner of her mouth. One of her lips was raised, which made her smile look more lively. Xianxia wiped the sweat on her forehead and looked at it with satisfaction for a moment. She took out her phone and took a few photos. If she didn't take the photos, the snow would melt. She had worked so hard for half the afternoon today, and by tomorrow, there would only be a pile of snow left. What a pity, her life is too short. Qingjun glanced at the photos on Xiaoqiao's phone. He also took out his phone from his pocket and said slowly, "Send me the photos." Okay. When she sent the photos, Xiaoqiao didn't forget to criticize Qingjun. "Look at how I can take such good photos of the snowman, and look at you." In her line of sight, Qingjun's wallpaper was the photo of them in the snow that day. Xiaoqiao smiled foolishly. Qingjun, who was next to her as a human pillow, was covered so tightly that she couldn't see anything. You still keep it, it's so ugly." "I was just kidding, delete it." Qingjun raised it high as if it was a treasure. "No." Xiaoqiao gave up struggling. "Okay, it's up to you." It was much better than the photo of her falling in the snow like a dog gnawing on mud. Qingjun received Xiaoqiao's photos and quickly sent them to Tunan. "Qingjun, I have a souvenir from the new trip, let's do it according to this." Tunan, who was being interrogated at home by his relatives, was speechless. "So casual, Tunan, oh." "Tunan, boss, I saw sister-in-law's post. Did you guys have fun skiing? Did you have fun with sister-in-law?" "Tunan, I miss you guys so much. After the new year, I'll go back and play with you guys." "Tunan, boss, why aren't you replying to me?" After the last message was sent, a sentence suddenly popped up on the screen. "The other party has started a friend verification. You are not her friend yet. Please send a friend verification first," Tunan cried. His boss had deleted him again. "Look at this child. He's been single for too long and has become so depressed." Poor thing, Tunan cried even harder when he heard his relative's words. Playing with the snowman to their heart's content could be considered as a perfect ending to this trip. The two of them got on the plane and Xiaoqiao fastened her seat belt. There were still a few hours before the flight. The stewardess pushed a trolley to deliver the pre-ordered meal. Xiaoqiao was surprised to find that it was the in-flight meal that she thought tasted good the last time she was on the plane. Sensing Xiaoqiao's gaze, Qingjun explained, "You can't treat yourself badly when you eat." Xiaoqiao. That sounds reasonable. She opened the lid and put 2 more slices of eel on the meal. It was much more sumptuous than the last time. Xiaoqiao ate with relish. She finished all the fruits and desserts. When she heard Qingjun say that several portions were prepared, she shamelessly asked for another portion. Qingjun, who was sitting next to her, hated the in-flight meal the most. When he saw Xiaoqiao eating heartily, he suddenly tasted something. Qingjun asked, "Is it delicious?" Xiaoqiao said, "Of course it's delicious." "Hey! Don't steal my eel." Qingjun took a bite. It was really delicious. Halfway through the flight, the clear and blue sky finally appeared above the cold clouds. It was gradually dyed with orange-red magnificence. Xiaoqiao originally said that she wanted to watch the sunset, but she fell asleep while waiting. Her eyes were tightly shut. Her thin eyelashes were thick, and her red lips were pursed. She slept very well. Her hand was on the armrest and she did not move. Qingjun's gaze drifted for a long time. His movements were slow, like a thief stealing something when the boss was not paying attention. He silently put his hand on the back of Xiaoqiao's hand and held it tightly. Xiaoqiao was probably asleep because she did not react at all. If someone could hear Xiaoqiao's thoughts at this time, they would definitely hear her calm analysis. Is she awake, or is she pretending to be asleep, thinking about it again? Qingjun fulfilled his promise. Xiaoqiao didn't make the dumplings by herself. Half of the dumplings were yuan bao dumplings and the other half were Qingjun's moon dumplings. He added a lot of fillings, and a few of the moon dumplings almost turned into soup. Xiaoqiao made fun of him for a long time. After eating 2.5 plates of dumplings, Xiaoqiao was afraid that Qingjun's stomach would burst, so she quickly stopped his unrestrained behavior. Qingjun only didn't restrain himself when it came to eating. When it came to other things, he always looked tired and uninterested. Even when he finished his work, he would never dawdle and waste more time. It was the first time that Xianxia felt that it was quite good to be alone for the new year. She had already thought about going to another city for the new year next year. She might as well go to the beach and run around barefoot to feel the bright winter sun. Qingjun, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly asked, "Are you going to work?" Of course. The feeling of doing nothing at home was really not good. Having a job made her feel at ease. Xianxia kept peeling oranges and eating them. Qingjun bought the oranges from the supermarket. They were sweet and watery. It was so sweet that it almost reached her heart. "Do you want some?" Before Xianxia finished her sentence, Qingjun took the oranges from her hand and ate them. "Xianxia, I meant for you to peel them yourself." "Qingjun, thank you." "Xianxia, oh." Perhaps it was because she had eaten too many oranges, but when Xianxia woke up the next day, she had a mouth ulcer on the tip of her tongue. It was so painful that she was in tears when she brushed her teeth. Qingjun thought that she was crying. He stood there and pondered for a moment before saying, "If you don't want to go to work, don't go." He looked like a father coaxing a child who didn't want to go to school. He was a little careful. Xianxia immediately retorted. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, they became vague and teary. "Oh, no, Qingjun," Xianxia, who was in so much pain that she couldn't speak. "Forget it, she'd better shut up." When Xianxia returned to the company, Tunan was just short of the loud gongs and firecrackers to welcome her back. Throughout the whole process, he was unbelievably enthusiastic. He kept talking to Xianxia and was so concerned that even the assistant could not hide the disdain in his eyes. Xianxia's tongue was still hurting. She spoke with some reluctance, "Aren't you going to have a meeting?" Tunan's gaze instantly became very strange. "Sister-in-law, what's wrong with you?" Xianxia, sang Hua, excessive internal heat. Tunan's strange expression showed that he did not believe him at all. It must be the boss, who appeared to have no desires but was actually a beast in human clothing, who bit his sister-in-law's tongue. Men were like this. No matter how human they would be like beasts in front of the woman they liked. If Qingjun knew that Tunan would make such an analogy, he would probably send him out of Jiaqing. So that's how it is. "Sister-in-law, do you want to drink some tea? My friend brought a few tales of good tea." "Oh, I have 4. "Oh, I'll go first." Tunan's enthusiastic attack was really too much for Xianxia to handle. She hurriedly fled, leaving Tunan standing in the same place. He scratched his head blankly. "That's not right." "Sister-in-law, your office is here." "Where are you going?" The little secretary behind him smiled and said, "To a quiet place." "Tunan, what? Isn't our Jiaqing quiet enough?" The secretary continued to smile. "Yes." Tunan. He did not know why, but he vaguely felt a bit of disdain through the secretary's beautiful eyes. Xianxia used the excuse of going to the washroom to come back. Elder Meng, who had not been seen for a long time, was sitting next to Xianxia's seat with a smile, waiting for her to come back. As soon as she entered the door, Elder Meng said enthusiastically, "Xiao. How was the spring festival?" Xiao first looked around cautiously and found that Tunan was not there. She was relieved. "You're still yelling." "Elder Meng? What's wrong with you?" Today, Xiao had to explain her mouth ulcer for the nth time, which made her very tired. After Elder Meng learned about the situation, he considerately let Xiao sit down. At this time, Xiao saw that Elder Meng's skin was dark, but his eye sockets were white and clean. When he grinned, his big white teeth looked so bright that Xiao almost laughed out loud. "Did you guys go to have fun?" "Where did you go to have fun?" "Hey, don't mention it." "We went to Hainan. Your sister-in-law said that she wanted to get a healthy tan. After a whole day of sunbathing, she told me that she had put on sunscreen." Speaking of this, Elder Meng cried bitterly. "It was so miserable. Who did I put my hands on my stomach? When I woke up, my stomach was white." Your sister-in-law almost died of laughter. Xiao snorted and could imagine the scene. Elder Meng brought back the local specialties of Hainan. The fruits that were flown back were not cheap. Wan Qiuqiu was embarrassed to refuse, but Elder Mei refused with the reason that he brought them here with great difficulty. If she didn't want them, he would be too lazy to take them back. There were mangoes and coconuts, and several boxes were full. Elder Meng patted her on the shoulder. You can eat them when you don't get heaty. It's okay. These things can withstand the heat. Wan Qiuqiu, she didn't want to suffer from mouth ulcers again. It was so painful that she wanted to die but couldn't. She suffered from pain all the time. The toothache, the pain in her tongue, and the occasional serious menstrual pain. These were probably the most painful tests in the world. Because her mouth hurt as soon as she opened it, Wan Qiuqiu didn't want to talk, drink water, or even eat. She just sat in the chair motionless and only focused on painting. Painting made her happy. About half an hour later, her phone beeped. It was a message from Qingjun. Qingjun, come to my office. Wan Qiuqiu? What's up, Qingjun, eat. Wan Qiuqiu? She went into Qingjun's office in confusion, thinking that Qingjun was not full. When she woke up in the morning, her tongue hurt badly. Wan Qiuqiu was so upset that she didn't prepare any food and went to the company empty-handed. She expected that Qingwan definitely didn't like the company's food, even though Jiaqing's food was already famous for being good and had even been on the hot search several times. It was said that the chefs invited were all poached from various places. When she opened the door, Qingjun was sitting in front of the desk with a few boxes of food on the table. There was light porridge, soft gold and silver steamed buns, and a small plate of refreshing side dishes. After watching Wan Qiuqiu come in, Qingjun opened the lunchbox and said, "Eat. It will get cold later." Wan Qiuqiu was suddenly touched. Qingjun actually prepared these things for her. It was not easy. He had really grown up. As Wan Qiuqiu ate the porridge, she silently told herself that she must repay Qingjun by cooking him a big meal. At this moment, Qingjun said slowly, "I had a big meal for lunch." Wan Qiuqiu, huh? It's free. If you don't want to eat it, you can take it back. Wan Qiuqiu didn't know whether to swallow or spit out the porridge. Qingjun immediately regained his will to live. I'm just kidding. If you continue to be mischievous, Xianxia will beat you to death. But the side dishes are indeed free. Wan Qiuqiu, Qingjun, huh? I'm still kidding. Wan Qiuqiu silently restrained herself from sending him to the sky. Jokes were not fun at all. She really couldn't eat this meal properly. Fortunately, Qingjun was considerate. While Wan Qiuqiu was eating the porridge, he took out a box of medicine from the drawer and slowly took out 2 pills. He also poured a cup of water and set it aside. Wan Qiuqiu was halfway through her porridge when she felt a gaze above her head. She had no choice but to look up. What now? Qingjun asked seriously, does it taste good? Why, do you also want to eat? You also want to eat? Then I'm sorry. He actually took out another spoon from the drawer. Wan Qiuqiu. Sorry my *s. Are you sure that the spoon wasn't prepared beforehand? Wan Qiuqiu sternly refused to share a bowl with Qingjun. Their relationship wasn't so good that they could eat the same bowl of porridge. She asked him to have some self-respect. Qingjun silently put away the spoon and continued to stare at Wan Qiuqiu as she ate her porridge. Wan Qiuqiu didn't understand why he didn't eat in the restaurant but became restless when he saw her eating. After she finished her porridge and medicine, Wan Qiuqiu was about to leave when Qingjun stopped her. Are you busy with work? He asked. Wan Qiuqiu shook her head. Then work here. You can also look at the new proposal. Okay. Wan Qiuqiu subconsciously wanted to refuse, but when she thought about when Tu Nan would visit her office again, she decided to stay here. Tu Nan was really scary when he was clingy. He was so talkative that even Wan Qiuqiu didn't know what to do with him. Just like that, the two of them sat facing each other and did their own work. There was a cup of strong tea on the desk. It was said that it was more effective for mouth ulcers. Wan Qiuqiu started to drink tea after working for a while. Qingjun sat opposite her and worked. He was serious in front of Wan Qiuqiu, which was rare for him. Wan Qiuqiu was afraid of disturbing him, so she tried to lower the volume of her tea. Qingjun looked at the computer screen and was silent for a moment. Under Wan Qiuqiu's blank gaze, he moved a chair to sit beside Wan Qiuqiu and turned the laptop around. Wan Qiuqiu asked, "What are you doing?" Qingjun calmly held the laptop with his right hand and held Wan Qiuqiu's soft hand with his left hand. He didn't let go and said, "Work." Wan Qiuqiu was speechless. Did this guy ask her to work in the office just to take advantage of her? Wan Qiuqiu was about to shake his hand off when Qingjun looked at her and said in a low voice, "Just for a while." For the first time, there was a pitiful look in his eyes. Wan Qiuqiu was silent. Fine, they had already agreed to be together. They had already hugged. There was no need to be at odds over holding hands. She held the strong tea in one hand and sipped it gently. She could feel Qingjun's dry and slender fingers with a thin layer of calluses. He held her hand tightly as if he had finally caught a slippery fish in the river and wouldn't let go no matter what. As they held hands, Wan Qiuqiu calmed down. She put the tea aside and continued to look at the laptop. "Boss? Boss, I'm coming in." Tunan pushed the door open as he knocked on the door. Wan Qiuqiu was shocked. She instinctively shook her hand off as if she had been caught in the act. The two of them were too close. Wan Qiuqiu's body bumped into Qingjun. Qingjun, who was focused on his work, was caught off guard and was knocked down along with his chair. As soon as Tunan entered the office, he saw his boss being pushed to the ground by his sister-in-law. With a loud thud, it was as miserable as it could get. He was stunned for a long time before he stammered softly, "Family, domestic violence?" Take it as words, Wan Qiuqiu, Qingjun. Tunan was still in the same posture as when he pushed the door open. His shoulders were hunched, and his head was lowered. His handsome face looked a little wretched because of his actions. His gaze wandered in the air, and he looked like a righteous passerby who wanted to pretend that he didn't see anything but was too embarrassed to stop it. Tunan continued to ask in a low voice, "This isn't very good, is it?" Wan Qiuqiu was about to explain. Tunan continued to whisper, "Sister-in-law, why don't you go home and continue?" Wan Qiuqiu. It was intolerable that Tunan was not blacklisted by Qingjun. Qingjun, who was seen by his subordinates as domestic violence, was very calm. He stood up slowly with one hand on the ground and picked up the chair that had fallen to the side. Wan Qiuqiu asked a little awkwardly, "Are you okay? Did you fall?" Qingjun did not answer her, but sighed faintly. Wan Qiuqiu understood what Qingjun was referring to. Tunan realized that there was an unclear atmosphere between the two of them and said embarrassedly, "I just came in to talk about something not very important. Since the boss is busy, I'll go out." The righteous passerby just now slipped away, leaving the couple looking at each other in dismay. Wan Qiuqiu was so anxious that she forgot about the pain in her tongue. "I'm sorry, are you hurt?" Boss Qing acted pitiful in time. "My whole body hurts." "Did you hurt your pelvic bone? Do you want to take a look?" Thinking about it carefully, Qingjun had broken his hand and a cut on his shoulder because of her. Wan Qiuqiu couldn't help but feel even more guilty. She grabbed Qingjun's arm, but before she could take a step, her wrist was held. It was just a gentle pull, and Wan Qiuqiu staggered into Qingjun's arms. His arm wrapped around her back and pulled her into his embrace. Qingjun's gentle voice came from above her head. "You seem to be much better." Although he said that, he did not loosen his grip. Wan Qiuqiu's face instantly turned red. This fellow was actually looking for an excuse to take advantage of her. Just as she was being hugged tightly, Tunan, who had left the office, came back. He thought about it. It was not good to have domestic violence in the office, and it would be troublesome if other people saw it. He decided to persuade his sister-in-law to close the door and work. Tunan knocked on the door and said, "That, Wan Qiuqiu." She subconsciously pushed Qingjun. In her panic, she exerted a great amount of strength and pushed Qingjun back. His back leg hit the chair, and the chair fell to the ground with a thud. Fortunately, he was fine. When Tunan came in, he saw Wan Qiuqiu pushing the boss far away with a slap. Tunan was stunned for a moment and whispered, "It's not over yet?" Wan Qiuqiu, Qingjun, when they returned home that night, Tunan gave them a lot of fruits. He looked nervous as if he was giving a gift to his leader. He had good intentions, but he was afraid that the boss would be beaten again when they returned home. It was too miserable, Wan Qiuqiu. looked at the trunk full of fruits. Half of them were Lao Ming's specialties, and the other half were Tunan's goodwill. She fell into silence. Qingjun sighed faintly again. Wanchocho. I'm sorry. Qingjun silently took the fruits to an empty corner and went back to the study to continue his work. He ate silently, washed the pot silently, and ate the fruits silently. He did not say a word to Wanchocho. Wanchocho was a little apologetic at first and did not know how to make up for it. After dinner, the white dragon horse suddenly came online and asked Wanchocho to eat chicken together. Wanchocho forgot about Qingjun and happily won. The white dragon horse's teammates were good at playing. They helped Wanchocho eat chicken several times. She was very engrossed in the game and had a lot of fun. Qingjun was silent beside her and realized that he was completely ignored. When Wanchocho finally finished eating chicken and went offline, she turned around and found that Qingjun was still there. He was sitting on the sofa with his head leaning against the pillow. His eyes were closed and he had fallen asleep. Wanchocho was stunned. It was a little late to go to bed at this time. If Qingjun slept on the sofa all night, he would catch a cold. Wanchocho leaned over and gently pushed his shoulder. Qingjun? Qingjun? Qingjun made a sound and lazily rubbed his eyes. Wanchocho said, "Why did you fall asleep here? Go back to your room. Don't catch a cold." Qingjun was sleepy and his voice was a little hoarse. "There's still something to do." Wanchocho asked in confusion, "What? You haven't finished your work yet?" As soon as she finished speaking, she fell into an embrace. There was Qingjun's familiar body temperature. The fragrance was very light, but it smelled very good. Wanchocho struggled to no avail and resigned herself to being hugged tightly. He hugged for a long time and did not let go. Wanchocho was about to ask him to let go when Qingjun's slow voice came from above her head. "Your back is so meaty." Wanchocho. "Shut up." She knew that nothing good would come out of his mouth. After a few days, her mouth sores finally healed successfully. Wanchocho was in a good mood and smiled when she met people. After the painful lesson of being blocked and deleted by his boss several times, Tunan learned to wait for a while before entering. He knocked on the door and waited patiently for a moment before he eagerly entered. There was only Qingjun in the office and he was typing away at the computer. Tunan looked around and his sneaky movements made Qingjun look up and glance at him. "Qingjun, what's the matter?" Tunan lowered his voice and covered his mouth as he whispered, "Boss, you haven't been beaten up recently, right? I know that lowering the heat is the most effective way. Let me tell you, this illness." Qingjun did not look up and interrupted Tunan, "Too little work recently?" Tunan was shocked and quickly tried to salvage the situation. "Actually, I'm here to report to the boss." Qingjun was indifferent. "Oh, that's good. You're working overtime today. Perform well." Tunan, he really shouldn't have come in with the intention of watching a show. His boss was a shrewd person. How could he not know what he was thinking? Wanchocho got off work early today and wanted to go shopping. The driver sent her to the shopping mall and waited for Wanchocho downstairs. The private driver was a very honest uncle. He usually drove without saying a word and was very tight-lipped. Wanchocho planned to buy some snacks and drinks for the driver after selling the clothes. Even if he didn't eat, the children at home would like it. Wanchocho was used to shopping alone. When the salesgirl saw her, she smiled like a flower and respectfully led Wanchocho to choose clothes. Wanchocho saw that it was still early, so she shopped for a while. When the sky darkened and the lights were lit, she carried many bags and went to the car. She gave the driver some snacks and drinks. The uncle usually didn't say a word, but he showed a rare shy expression and said that he didn't want them. After refusing for a while, Wanchocho simply left them in the car and refused to take them. This made the driver embarrassed and said thank you. The car drove steadily. Wanchocho sat in the back and looked at her phone. After thinking for a while, she sent a message to Qingjun. "Wanchocho, what are we eating tonight, Qingjun? Do you have a choice, Wanchocho? It's good that you know. Let's cook porridge tonight." Qingjun didn't reply for a long time, as if he was passively protesting. Without thinking, Qingjun's depressed face immediately appeared in Wanchocho's mind. Xianxia was so happy that she almost laughed out loud. The driver glanced at Xianxia from the rearview mirror. Seeing her smiling face, he couldn't help but smile. He turned on the music player, and the soft sound of a piano rang out in the car, making his nerves relax. The car drove steadily in the dark. The scenery on both sides of the road passed by quickly, turning into a blurry silhouette. A black off-road vehicle gradually caught up with them. Compared to the relaxed and happy atmosphere in Xianxia's car, the car owner's face was frozen. In the dark night, because of the excessive tension of the muscles on his face, he looked more ferocious. If Xianxia could see the car owner's appearance, she would be shocked and exclaimed. It was Su Biying. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Su Biying's face had become more sallow and haggard. If she was a natural and unrestrained beauty a year ago, she now looked like she was in her twilight years. Her face was haggard, and her whole body exuded a heavy aura of death. Since the last time she tried to frame Xianxia, she had failed. Su Biying's only backer, Nangong Outyin, had completely fallen from power. Overnight, he had turned from a domineering CEO to a second-generation trash with no future. Similarly, Su Biying, who had hoped to make a comeback, made a mistake again, making her more depressed than in her previous life. The more Su Biying thought about it, the more unwilling she became. Guyu left her, and Qingjun also couldn't forget that woman. He even announced their marriage status. What was so good about that woman, Xianxia? Thinking of this, Su Biying became angrier. Today, she came with the intention of perishing together with Xianxia. She wanted to drag her down with her. On the other side, Xianxia didn't notice the impending crisis. She sat in the back and played with her phone. The white dragon horse was asking her to go online and eat chicken again. Xianxia quickly replied, "Wait for me to go back. You guys play first." The white dragon horse, "Okay, then hurry up." Recently, whenever she had time, she would eat chicken. Xianxia almost turned into a weasel. Games hurt people. Tu Nan would send Qingjun back on the way, so the driver drove directly to their home. Looking at the familiar roads on both sides, Xianxia stuffed her phone into her pocket and prepared to stop the car later. At this moment, a speeding car brushed past her. Before Xianxia could react, the other party suddenly squeezed in. With a bang, Xianxia, who was sitting in the back seat, lost her balance and fell into her seat. Her head hit the soft cushion so hard that it hurt. Xianxia couldn't help but cry out in pain. Then, she quickly grabbed the back of the seat to prevent herself from being hit a second time. The driver in the front row shouted angrily, "Sit tight." Xianxia quickly asked, "What's going on?" "That person did it on purpose." The driver's first thought was a kidnapping. How could he have expected that Su Biying, who was sitting in the other car, had the intention of dying together with them? The off-road vehicle let out a low roar. In the dark, turned a corner, and rushed towards them. Su Biying stepped on the gas pedal. She didn't want to give herself any leeway to survive. At this moment, there was only endless hatred left in her heart. The passers-by screamed in panic. The car window opened a crack, and her hair flew wildly in the wind. Her eyes were fixed on the car in front of them, as if she wanted to see Xianxia, who was sitting in the back, through the glass, to make Xianxia realize how dangerous it was to anger others. Su Biying thought that her life was ruined. Guyu broke up with her, and she even fell out with her family because they wanted her to get over it sooner. They advised her to go on more blind dates and marry ordinary people whose lives were like stagnant water. Su Biying almost laughed out loud. How could she marry those losers who were good for nothing? Compared to an ordinary life, she would rather marry a Nangong Outyin who had nothing but money. Ever since she was born, she had told herself that she must have a passionate love. Whether it was in her previous life or this life, Su Biying's greatest expectation in life was the marriage of her dreams. She would walk down the aisle hand in hand with the person she loved. She could either marry for love or for money. She had to choose at least one of the two. In her previous life, she had wrongly placed her bet on Qingjun, causing her to be homeless and destitute. How could she have known that Qingjun was actually the boss of Jiaqing? Su Biying hated him even more when she thought about how hard her life had been in her previous life and how Qingwan had hardened his heart and ignored her when she almost couldn't go on anymore. He had watched her finally walk to her death. She hated Qingjun's indifference and hated Qingjun's differential treatment even more. If Qingjun had been so indifferent to everyone, perhaps she would not have been so desperate and angry. However, when she watched Qingjun reveal his true identity and let a woman like Ruan Qiuqiu sit in the position of the Jiaqing boss, Su Bing felt humiliated. It was as if she had been stripped naked on the street and was lying naked on the street. It was because the contrast was too strong that Su Bing felt more and more painful. Ruan Qiuqiu got the money and the perfect Qingjun. She even seduced her only hope, Fu Yu. She was not reconciled. How could it be that she had been reborn? How could it be like this? This was completely different from the life she had imagined. If that was the case, why did God let her be reborn? Why did he let her experience more painful life experiences than her previous life? She had to watch helplessly as everything that should have been hers was taken away from her. Almost every day, she struggled in torment. If Nangong Outyen had not completely abandoned her, Su Bing would not have broken down to this point. Even that kind of trash despised her. Why? When the two of them were quarreling, Su Bing was so angry that she picked up a fruit knife and stabbed Nangong Outyen. The wound was not fatal. Su Bing wanted to kill herself and completely end this ridiculous second life. However, she suddenly thought of Ruan Qiuqiu. She was not willing to leave alone. Ruan Qiuqiu was a shameless and proud woman. She did not deserve to live in this world, therefore, she came looking for her. The money is mine, and so is the person. Su Bing let out a roar that was close to a roar. The two cars were only a few seconds away from colliding. Ruan Qiuqiu's heart was beating like a drum. She did not know why, but an unprecedented sense of danger shrouded her and made her tremble. She heard the driver try his best to turn the steering wheel. She heard the tires squeak on the asphalt road because of the sudden change in direction. The car was violently thrown to the side. In that dangerous moment, Qingjun's face appeared in Ruan Qiuqiu's mind. She thought, if something happened to me, what would Qingjun do if he had no food to eat? Would he squat in the snow and wait for her to come back? Just like that time, he would wait for her forever. He said, "Don't go." He said, "I like you." He said, "Give me a hug." What should she say in response? Bang! It was as if an explosion had occurred at the beginning of the universe. Her eardrums could not bear it and made a loud buzzing sound. Her body was violently hit, causing her nerves to slow down. In just a few short seconds, the stars in the sky exploded one after another, turning into the most brilliant and magnificent fireworks in the world. They rustled and fell to the ground without a sound. Phew, phew, madam? Madam. It was like her head was stuffed into a big bell and she listened to someone else's Happy New Year. She felt dizzy, but she was extremely awake. The moment he lifted his eyelids, the color of the roof and the anxious face of the driver could be seen swaying. "Are you okay?" "I've called an ambulance." "Don't be afraid. Sir is on the way." Ruan Qiuqiu blinked her eyes in a daze. "I'm not dead?" The driver found a piece of cloth and pressed it on the wound on Ruan Qiuqiu's forehead. He said carefully, "I'm afraid your forehead will be disfigured temporarily." It turned out that the brilliant bang of the bell was caused by her head hitting the windshield. Ruan Qiuqiu covered the cloth on her head slowly. Her whole body was numb, as if she had survived a disaster. Only then did she recover and take a long breath of cold air. Her whole body was stiff. She asked in a hoarse voice, "Are you okay?" The driver's seat should be more vulnerable. The driver said, "I'm fine. I turned the steering wheel to avoid it, but the back of the car was hit. You were an innocent victim. It's good that you're okay." Ruan Qiuqiu sat up shakily. Sure enough, there was a dried blood stain on the windshield. It looked a bit scary. So what if her face was disfigured? She was not a celebrity and did not rely on her face to live. It was good that she was alive. For a moment, Ruan Qiuqiu almost thought that she was going to die. Perhaps she would return to another world. By the way, where's the murderer? The driver pointed somewhere behind Ruan Qiuqiu. Hit the wall. It's a woman. She's unconscious. A woman? Ruan Qiuqiu had a bad feeling. I'll go take a look. Madam, it's okay. I'm just a little dizzy. It's nothing. the driver carefully helped her out of the car. Some passers-by and onlookers were around the scene of the accident, pointing at them. The driver braked in the middle of the road. The back of the car was seriously damaged. If it had really hit her face to face, she would probably have been smashed into a meat patty. Xianxia looked at Su Being's car with lingering fear. The black off-road vehicle had hit the wall, and broken glass was scattered everywhere. The broken parts splashed to the side. One could imagine how fast the other party was. Xianxia walked slowly to the accident car. The front of the car was twisted out of shape, and the woman sitting in the driver's seat was covered in blood. She was tightly wedged in the driver's seat, and it was unknown whether she was alive or dead. Her face was sallow and gloomy. There were a few scratches on her face from the broken windshield, and it looked even more shocking. Su Being's life was completely over. Her crime was enough for her to be sentenced. Even if she was bailed out with money, the fact that she had deliberately harmed the lady boss of Jiaqing would definitely expose everything about her to the world. She would be hyped over and over again, causing her to never have peace in her life. Xianxia vaguely remembered that this was how the story described Su Being. It said that she was not too simple because she had experienced family changes in her early years. She was more eager than ordinary people to pursue love and a home. But at that time, it was already the end of the story. Xianxia wanted to complain that the author had forcefully twisted the character setting back, but it had already collapsed. From the beginning, Su Being's life was destined to be full of infinite uncertainty and the possibility of failure. She had entrusted her life to someone else, and she had to bear the consequences. Her future was not closely related to herself, but closely related to the man who she gambled on stones with. Xianxia remembered that when she finished reading the entire book, she only had one feeling: Su Being grew up without any special skills. Whether it was pursuing Qingjun or trying to keep Guyu, she was always out of touch with society. She did not have any interests or hobbies. Her friends were also painstakingly studying how to marry a good man, and they even gave her advice. She did not like to work. She only wanted to be a full-time wife. She wanted to be like a daughter flower that provided the greatest warmth and gentleness to her husband. She wanted to be the woman behind the successful man, and she would always gently support him. Even though the male lead in the novel would never divorce, and he would always love his wife and never leave her. Xianxia could not help but think about how long Su Being, who had nothing to do with Guyu's life, could last in their marriage, which had nothing in common other than family matters. If they divorced one day, would she still have the courage to live? Now it seemed that Su Being might not be as indestructible as she claimed. Xianxia looked at her miserable appearance, and for a moment she did not know what to say. She just sighed deeply. Behind her, there was the sound of the ambulance and the sirens of the police car, as if to say that the words future, hope, and beautiful were gradually going in the opposite direction of Su Being's future life. Among the noisy crowd, there was no lack of people who were watching the show, confused, and recorded the video and posted it on various social media. It was so noisy that the noise almost covered the sirens of the police cars. Xianxia stood aside and watched as the ambulance carefully rescued the unconscious Su Being and carried her onto a stretcher. At this time, a figure quickly passed through the crowd and ran toward Xianxia. That figure was Qingjun. Xianxia stood in place, a little disappointed. For a moment, she didn't know what she was thinking. When she raised her head, she had already bumped into a familiar embrace. She staggered back a step and steadied herself. Then, she came back to her senses and looked surprised. Qingjun? Qingjun was not as calm as usual. His breathing was heavy, and his chest was rising and falling rapidly. Xianxia's cheek was pressed against his clothes. Through the soft fabric, she could hear the strong heartbeat of his heart. He didn't say a word, but when he hugged Xianxia tightly, his arms were trembling. Her fingers touched the clothes on his back. They were wet with sweat, and there was steam rising from his body. It was obvious that he had run very fast to have such a reaction. Xianxia was almost out of breath from being hugged. Her eyes were red, and there was some lingering fear from Qingjun's reaction. It was rare that she didn't resist being hugged by Qingjun. The noise in her ears didn't stop. The reporters who heard the news wanted to get first-hand information to report. Fortunately, the police had enough manpower, and the Jiaqing staff were also present, so Wan Qiuqiu didn't fall into another storm of public opinion. Wan Qiuqiu got into another ambulance. Qingjun didn't say a word during the whole process. He just held her hand. His fingers were stiff and strong, and it hurt Wan Qiuqiu a little. Su Biying was sent to the ICU for emergency treatment. Wan Qiuqiu had a full body checkup, and the results were quickly out. Fortunately, it was only a slight concussion. After a few days of rest, it would be fine. The wound on Wan Qiuqiu's forehead was covered with gauze, and there was a stinging sensation. Her clothes were stained with a few drops of blood, which made her look rather miserable. She sat on the hospital bed and stayed silent with Qingjun for a long time. Then, she said in a low voice, "I actually have no problems." A full body checkup was too redundant. Even Wan Qiuqiu felt bad about wasting money. Qingjun glanced at her. When his slender eyes stared at Wan Qiuqiu, his eyes were dark and deep. There was no carelessness in his eyes. Instead, it looked quite scary. Wan Qiuqiu suddenly felt embarrassed. Her self-confidence in facing Qingjun instantly disappeared. All right. Let's just treat it as this year's end-of-year physical examination." The police acted quickly and immediately retrieved the driving records of the two cars. Su Biying had the mentality of perishing together with him. Naturally, she had never thought of removing the dashcam. The things exposed in the video were enough to teach her an unforgettable lesson tonight. A policeman knocked on the door and walked in to take a statement. Wan Qiuqiu truthfully told the police her whereabouts. After the police recorded it down seriously, he frowned and said, "Why is she doing this?" Wan Qiuqiu asked, "What's wrong?" Before she drove the car, she stabbed a man. The man has been living with her for many days. He is currently being treated in another hospital. The most important thing is that during the emergency treatment just now, it was found that she was pregnant with a child. Unfortunately, she miscarried. The father of the child is very likely to be the man. Wan Qiuqiu was stunned for a moment. She muttered to herself, "Could it be Nangong Outyin, the biological father of the child definitely couldn't be Gu Yu. In short, we will be responsible for the following matters. Please don't worry. Mr. Qing, can you come out for a moment?" Under Wan Qiuqiu's puzzled gaze, Qingjun followed the police out of the door. The two stood in the corridor. Only then did the police continue to say, "The suspect's family hopes to settle out of court and said that they will do their best to remedy the situation." "Mr. Qing, you. No need." He abruptly interrupted the police. Qingjun's tone was slow, but people could hear the anger hidden behind his indifference and rationality. They'd better not try to outsmart themselves. "Okay, I got it. I'll pass on your opinion." After the police left, the single ward fell into a dead silence again. Wan Qiuqiu sat for a while with her head lowered. The hair on her temples was scattered. Qingjun walked in and his expression returned to normal. He held Wan Qiuqiu's hand and asked, "Does it still hurt?" It's okay." If it weren't for his hand holding hers tightly, Wan Qiuqiu would have thought that Qingjun had already calmed down. Her palms were sweaty, and the wet feeling made Wan Qiuqiu a little uncomfortable. However, at this moment, she didn't want to withdraw. At this moment, she seemed to be comforting Qingjun. She was obviously injured, but Qingjun's reaction was more obvious than hers. "Actually, at that moment, I was very afraid that I would die." He suddenly turned to look at her. "I thought I wouldn't be able to see you again." Wan Qiuqiu's slightly awkward and aggrieved confession made Qingjun feel a little untimely joy. After waiting for a long time, he finally got a response. How could he not be happy? Before Wan Qiuqiu could react, he held her tightly in his arms. He said softly, "No, I won't. I'll see you again." Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door was accompanied by an anxious voice. "Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, are you okay?" Tunan's movements were extremely fast. After dealing with a disturbance after the accident, he rushed to the hospital. Although the driver immediately said that Wan Qiuqiu only had a minor injury, Tunan would never forget Qingjun's expression and reaction at that time. He was so frightened that he rushed over to see her as soon as he was done with his work. Sister-in-law. Tunan rashly pushed open the door, but what he saw was his boss holding his sister-in-law tightly in his arms. The boss's death stare made Tunan realize that he probably came at the wrong time again. Tunan scratched his head awkwardly. As long as you're okay. The atmosphere was broken, so Xianxia couldn't continue. However, they still had a long time, so they weren't in a hurry. Xianxia stopped Tunan and thanked him for coming. Although Tunan was a little rash, he was worried about her personal safety. It felt good to be remembered. Xianxia said very seriously, "Thank you." Tunan was stunned at first, then he blushed for the first time. He said embarrassedly, "Sister-in-law, why are you suddenly so serious?" "I'm not used to it." "It's good that you're okay." Xianxia rarely saw him being so shy, so she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Tunan's face turned even redder, and he praised her without holding back. "Sister-in-law, you're so beautiful. You're still so beautiful even with your face disfigured." Xianxia, Qingjun, he was usually so pretentious. Why was it that when it came to praising her, his words became so strange? Tunan realized that the situation was getting worse, so he coughed and quickly changed the topic. "By the way, Fu Zicheng will take care of the rest of the matter. We'll do what we need to do. We won't let the culprit escape punishment." "Thank you so much." As they were talking, there was another knock on the door. The door was pushed open, and Guyu came in. He rushed over from the company in a hurry, and he had to avoid the paparazzi. His clothes were messy, and he was in a hurry. He strode in, and the first thing he did was to check on Xianxia's condition. After making sure that she was okay, he could finally relax his tense nerves. Guyu smiled bitterly, and his eyes were full of shame. "I'm sorry. It's too late to apologize now. It's my problem that has caused you so much trouble. After this matter is resolved, I'll submit my resignation to the HR department. I swear in my name that Su Bing will never have the chance to hurt you again." "Please don't say that." Guyu was always used to taking all the blame on himself. Seeing that he didn't even want his job, Xianxia hurriedly interrupted him. "Su Bing and I have some inexplicable misunderstandings and conflicts, but these things have nothing to do with you or anyone else. So please don't blame yourself." Guyu was stunned for a moment. He thought that Xianxia was comforting him, and he couldn't hide the bitterness on his lips. "Even so, I'm also responsible for her coming to this point. I shouldn't have abandoned her because of anger. That's why she's walking down an irreversible path now." Hearing Guyu's words, Xianxia frowned more and more. "I didn't expect you to have such thoughts." Have you ever instigated her? Have you ever hinted wrongly?" Guyu was about to explain, but Xianxia interrupted him again. "Adults should be prepared to bear the consequences of their decisions. You'd rather hurt something you can't get. Did you instill such values in her? If not, why do you take on other people's responsibilities? How saintly are you?" Guyu was speechless by Xianxia's series of questions. Xianxia stood up. Her expression was unprecedentedly serious, and even a little bit disappointed. She stared straight into Guyu's evasive eyes and softened her tone. "It's because you always want to take responsibility for her that she has a fluke mentality. You make her think that there will be someone to take responsibility for everything behind her. Guyu, we're all adults. Everyone is an independent individual. There are too many things that have nothing to do with you, such as now." There was silence in the ward. Guyu stood there in a daze. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. At such a serious moment, Tunan couldn't suppress his feelings and confessed in a very low voice, "Sister-in-law is so cool." Xianxia, Guyu slowly blinked his eyes, carefully recalling what Xianxia had said to him. After a long time, he let out a long sigh of relief. "Thank you. Although I may not be able to do it. I'll be responsible for myself." "That's good." Xianxia showed the demeanor of a lady boss. "Continue to work tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll deduct your bonus." Guyu smiled. "By the way, about Su Bing," Guyu said, "I don't know. I haven't had time to go over yet." He ran to Xianxia's ward immediately. He could only feel at ease after making sure that she was fine. Looking at the two of them holding hands tightly since they entered the ward, Guyu's eyes flickered a few times. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't disappointed, but he was already adjusting his mentality so that he could quickly get over this unresolved emotion. At this moment, the police officer who took the statement just now walked in. He was stunned for a moment when he saw that there were a few more people in the room. He said, "Miss Su is already awake. Is there anyone who wants to see her? Then I'll go and see Su Being," Guyu said. By the way, she also hopes that Ms. Ruan can be present when the statement is taken. As soon as the police officer finished speaking, the few of them looked at each other. Ruan Qiuqiu's eyes subconsciously met Qingjun's eyes. Qingjun held her hand firmly and motioned for her to be at ease. Ruan Qiuqiu held his hand back and pursed her lips into a smile. Then I'll go over too. It could be considered as ending the ill-fated relationship with Su Being. Su Being, who was lying on the hospital bed, had already calmed down. Several police officers and Su Being's family members were standing beside her. As soon as they saw Ruan Qiuqiu, their eyes were filled with tears. They looked like they were willing to kneel down and beg for mercy so that Ruan Qiuqiu could forgive Su Being. Because of their commotion, it seemed like Ruan Qiuqiu wanted to use her power to bully others, and Su Being was the real victim. When they saw Guyu, they rushed forward as if they had seen their family. Guyu was very busy for a moment. She tried to persuade them to leave, but they refused to leave with red eyes. Su Being lay on the hospital bed. Her face was very numb, as if her family's behavior had nothing to do with her. The doctor began to stop them. "Stop arguing. The ward needs to be quiet. The patient has just been rescued. It's not good for her health if you continue arguing like this." Guyu also said, "You'd better quiet down first. Let's talk outside. We're going to start taking the statement now." As soon as she heard that the statement was going to be taken, a middle-aged woman who seemed to be Su Being's mother cried even harder. "Araing is a pure and kind child. Guyu, please don't misunderstand. She's just a little bad-tempered, but she would never do anything to hurt others. Get out." Qingjun's voice was not loud, but it was very clear. As soon as he said that, the room fell silent in an instant. Su Being's mother's face was a little embarrassed, but she still wanted to use her usual humility to appease the Jiaqing boss. "I'm a child's mother." In my heart, Qingjun looked in the direction of Su Being's mother, and she fell silent in a few seconds. Tunan took a step forward and smiled coldly. "Auntie, you probably don't understand the seriousness of your daughter's mistake. I advise you to go out now and calm down. You don't want your daughter to go to jail for a few more years because of your words and actions. It's not worth it, is it?" I. She had never seen such a scene before. She was just making a small fuss. Facing their cold gazes, she was a little embarrassed for a moment. Guyu sighed. "Auntie, if you continue to make a fuss, you'll hurt Being." Not long after, the room returned to silence. Su Being quietly laid on the bed. Her current mental state was not bad, but her eyes were filled with hostility when she looked at anyone. Especially when she saw Ruan Qiuqiu, she wanted to jump up and strangle Ruan Qiuqiu. "You're here." Su Being's voice was hoarse. Ruan Qiuqiu stood in front of the bed and looked down at her. "You wanted to see me?" "Heh. I want to talk to you alone later." When Su Being said this, she could clearly feel that Ruan Qiuqiu was being protected by several people. It was as if she, who was lying on the hospital bed, was the one who was being protected. She sneered angrily and said, "I've already confessed, what are you afraid of? I can't eat her." Guyu had already expected this outcome, but he still looked sad. "Being, you shouldn't have done this. You're so stupid." Su Being's eyes also turned red. She didn't die when she woke up from her coma and learned that Ruan Qiuqiu was only slightly injured. She was already filled with indignation and exhaustion. Then, the doctor regretfully informed her that the child couldn't be saved. Su Being's first reaction was shock. She didn't expect to be pregnant. The number of times she had slept with Nangong Outyin could be counted on one hand, and every time was an unpleasant memory. She didn't expect to accidentally give birth to a little life that she didn't know when it would leave. Su Bing clutched her belly and covered her face with one hand. She didn't know if she wanted to cry or laugh. Why was her fate so bleak? She still couldn't understand. Nangong Outyen was receiving treatment in another hospital, and her condition was stable. The next time they met, it would probably be in court. Su Bing said in a hoarse voice, I admit defeat. It's my bad luck. I wasn't cautious enough. I have to pay a huge price. No matter how you spectators torture me, I'll accept it. Don't you understand? Wan Chocho sighed. No one wants to kill you, and no one wants to hurt you on purpose. No one wants to hurt me on purpose. They just took away something that belongs to me. Su Bing stared at Wan Chocho. You've got enough. Don't pretend to be a good person in front of me. What did I take away from you? Wan Chocho asked. My Guyu. My Qingjun. You took them all away. Su Bing screamed at the top of her lungs, and tears fell from the corners of her eyes. They should have all been mine. As soon as she said that, everyone except Wan Chocho thought that Su Bing had gone crazy. Guyu was fine, but why was she staring at someone else's husband? Why was she involved in Qingjun's matter? Even Guyu didn't look too good. Guyu said, Bing, I belong to myself. I don't belong to you. The same goes for everyone else. But you loved me before Wan Chocho appeared, didn't you? She was the one who snatched you away, wasn't she? Guyu remained silent. He didn't want to burst her bubble. In fact, from the beginning, his feelings for Su Bing were only the fetters of family and the responsibility that he couldn't shirk. Their previous relationship was more of a burden from his father's generation, but he had to be responsible for it for the rest of his life. Guyu's silence made Su Bing uneasy. She waited for a reply, but when she saw Guyu's expression, she didn't want to see any of his emotions. The blood in her body gradually turned cold, and the heat in her limbs gradually subsided. It made her feel cold. Brother, you used to like me, didn't you? Su Bing asked carefully. Guyu only remained silent. He couldn't even lie about this matter. After a long time, he only said in a low voice, I'm sorry. If he didn't like her, he didn't like her. There was no way to force it. Su Bing's struggling posture finally fell heavily into the void after Guyu's apology. Her remaining obsession and pride were smashed into pieces. They were worthless. There was a stiff smile on her face, but she let out a sad cry from her throat. From the beginning to the end, she actually had no one loved her. She looked at Guyu blankly. Guyu turned his face away with an apologetic expression. She looked at Qingjun, who had been silent from the beginning to the end. His gaze was not stingy at all on her. Just like in her previous life, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make that face look at her properly. Su Bing asked softly, why don't the people I like me? Because love is not pursued by brute force, but by mutual attraction. Wan Chocho's voice was very calm as he told the truth to her. If you don't love yourself, how can others love you? Su Bing's lips trembled. After a while, she seemed to have lost her soul and said, I really hate you. Su Bing confessed to her mistakes. She had already given up her life. Wan Chocho only hoped that she could feel something from it so that her life would not be in vain. When they were about to leave the ward, Su Bing stopped Wan Chocho. I have a few words to say to you alone. Qingjun held Wan Chocho's arm and led her in his direction. Wan Chocho hugged his arm to comfort him and shook her head. It's okay. Just a few words. Su Bing was weak at the moment. Not to mention wanting to hurt others, she couldn't even raise her arm. She couldn't hurt anyone at all. Qingjun said, half a minute. Wan Chocho smiled. Okay, half a minute it is. Only Su Bing and Wan Chocho were left in the ward. In order to avoid accidents, Wan Chocho stayed more than a meter away from her. Su Bing snorted and said, I want to bite you. I still have the strength if you stay closer to me. Don't. My meat doesn't taste good. Wan Chocho looked sincere. Su Bing ignored her joke and continued to ask coldly, are you happy now? Why should I be happy? I finally figured it out. Your idea was simply killing two birds with one stone. You infiltrated Jiaqing and made yourself the second boss of the Jiaqing. At the same time, you developed a relationship with Guyu. When Qingjun died, you could openly inherit the Jiaqing. In a few years, Guyu and Guyu could be together. I really want to applaud for you. I can't outsmart you. What? Su Biying looked at Ruan Qiuqiu's pale face and frowned. What? What? Why do you think Qingjun will die? Su Biying was stunned at first, then she laughed. Her laughter was carefree and proud. I didn't expect that you would be reborn earlier than me. Qingjun will die. He will be killed by others. Now that I think about it, I understand. It should be his business competitor. Haha, this is his ending. You think you can change a lot of things, even his death? Su Biying sneered. Well, then you can live in fear every day. I told you not to fall in love with him. Otherwise, you will be asking for trouble. The others left the ward one after another. Guyu didn't see Su Biying's parents. He looked back and forth and almost bumped into a nurse. The nurse was young. She had a round apple face and a petite figure. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes couldn't move away from Guyu. As if it was fated to meet, the two of them looked at each other in a daze. Guyu came back to his senses and said politely, "Madam? You must be Guyu." The nurse couldn't help but jump for joy. Her face was red. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you in person. Guyu thought she was his fan, but the other party chattered very quickly. You may not remember me. I am not only your fan, but I also played games with you. Do you still remember a dream token? I am also in Chungyue Dance's guild, and I have a good relationship with White Dragon Horse. You carried me a few times, and you even praised my skills. Guyu was stunned by the series of descriptions. Then, with his excellent memory, he immediately remembered that there was indeed such a person. It was rare to meet a girl with such good skills, so he casually praised her. However, Su Biying took it seriously and cried for a few days. He then followed Su Biying's request and deleted her from his friend list. A few days later, the girl quit the guild. At this time, he vaguely thought that the decision to quit the game might have something to do with Su Biying. The nurse's expression became a little gloomy when the game was mentioned, as if she was thinking about the unpleasant past. The nurse at the other end of the corridor called her name. She put on her mask and quickly said, "It's so rare to see you. By the way, I got a place in the closed beta of Ode to Gallantry. My game ID is Little Fairy. If you don't have enough people in your team, can you bring me along?" Guyu was stunned. Okay? The nurse at the other end of the corridor called her name again. She hurriedly waved her hand and disappeared around the corner of the corridor. After a while, Guyu couldn't help but smile. What's wrong with him? He's like a young boy. Ruan Qiuqiu couldn't be sure if Su Biying was telling the truth. The plot in the book explained that after the female lead was reborn, she followed her childhood sweetheart wholeheartedly and never mentioned anything about the white moonlight, Qingwan. Thus, Ruan Qiuqiu naturally didn't know about Qingwan's future. At that moment, it was as if the dust had settled. The goddess of fate raised a spindle and knocked on her head, laughing maliciously. Her head was dizzy, and she was a little confused. Ruan Qiuqiu didn't show any fear on the surface. At this time, if she showed the slightest bit of weakness, Su Biying would be sure of something, and she would be at a disadvantage. Miss Su Biying, I don't understand what you're talking about. Ruan Qiuqiu's lips curled up slightly. The things you believe in are contrary to your wishes, and you can't get the result you want, so it's up to you to do it. There will always be a time when people die, and no one can avoid it. Just like when you wanted to die with me, I didn't expect to walk out of the car alive. So you think Qingjun can avoid it? Su Biying laughed mockingly. Ruan Qiuqiu said, I believe that he is the protagonist of this world. So he shouldn't die. Su Biying's mocking smile froze on her lips. If you have the time to threaten me, you might as well reflect on yourself and think about how to spend a long and torturous time in prison. Su Biying clenched her fists. Although she had no strength in her body, she still shouted with all her strength, I won't regret it. Ruan Qiuqiu just looked at her with a knowing gaze. Is that so? After their short conversation, Ruan Qiuqiu walked out of the ward. Su Being's body, which was still holding on just now, lost its strength and fell on the hospital bed. Her gaze fell on the pale ceiling. Her face was pale, and she didn't have the confidence of having just been reborn. In her mind, Guyu's disappointed eyes, her family's sadness and disbelief, Nangong Outyan's panic, and finally, the doctor's sigh of pity, the child is gone. A young life actually stayed in her belly for a short time. Su Being's hand slowly moved from the bed to her cold abdomen. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she forced them back. After a long time, her lips finally moved, and she spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito. I don't regret it. She couldn't regret it. Su Being's words were like a seed that quickly sprouted in a corner of Xianxia's heart, blooming into a hazy flower. She watched as Qingjun wore a pink Hello Kitty apron and washed the dishes with his back facing Xianxia. Xianxia felt even worse. This feeling of uncertainty was terrible, but there was no way to know the truth. Just as Xianxia was thinking about what to do next, Qingjun suddenly turned around and asked slowly, "Did I eat too much today?" Xianxia, So, you're angry. Xianxia. Do I look like that kind of person to you? Qingjun answered without hesitation, yes. Xianxia gritted her teeth. I advise you to speak less. Qingjun, so you're still angry. Xianxia. Qingjun had the ability to make her angry with just a few words. Xianxia glared at him gloomily. Hey, let me ask you, are there many companies that see Jiaqing as a thorn in their side? He took out a bottle of Yakult from the fridge, opened the cap, and said slowly, not many, just a dozen or so. Xianxia was speechless. A dozen or so was not a lot. If they joined forces, it would be enough to kill him many times over. Have you ever thought that they might do something unfavorable to you? Just like what Su Being did to me. Xianxia asked very implicitly, trying to help Qingjun find some unfavorable factors so that she could think of a way to avoid the risk. Qingjun held the bottle of Yakult. He looked at Xianxia and stared at her until she felt uncomfortable. He then continued, did she say something to you? Xianxia avoided his gaze and said vaguely, probably because I almost died, so I had some epiphany. Su Being thought that she had been reborn because Su Being had never been in close contact with her and didn't know her at all. Others were different, especially Qingjun, who had seen the changes in her before and after. Who would have thought that her soul had changed? Xianxia wanted to hide this matter from Qingjun forever, so she naturally didn't want to talk about it. Don't think too much. I'm not Steve Jobs. Even if I die, Tu Nan and the others can still support us. Jiaqing has a mature operating model. If it lacks a foundation, it will be filled in very quickly. If they had the time, it would be better to improve their own skills, or simply think of some dirty tricks to poach designers or programmers. That would maximize the profits of businessmen. It was either stupid or stupid to want to smooth the future of your company by plotting against others. Xianxia. Oh. But thinking about it, it made sense. Jiaqing was such a big company, and its core creativity didn't depend on one person. But in other words, for Tu Nan and the others, Qingjun was also a core leader. He said that he wasn't important, but he was an irreplaceable existence. Xianxia's expression was serious. She thought for a long time and suddenly thought that maybe Qingjun wasn't killed by his business competitors, maybe, eating junk food until his body collapsed, being too lazy to go to the hospital when he caught a cold, and dying at home of an illness, long-term unhealthy lifestyle and diet caused his body to become cancerous. All of these made sense. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed. When she looked at Qingjun again, she realized that it wasn't easy for Qingjun to live until now with such a lazy appearance. Qingjun. For some reason, he had an ominous feeling. Xianxia stood up under his gaze. From today onwards, protect your body and cherish your life. You can't lack food and rest. Qingjun, ? Well, in order to prevent you from dying too quickly, it's better to sleep early. Xianxia pushed him towards the study. Qingjun reluctantly glanced at the dried fruits and snacks on the table, but Xianxia glared at him sternly, go to sleep. Young people shouldn't always stay up late. Qingjun, my snacks, bang. Xianxia closed the door with a bang. Through the door, Xianxia said faintly, if I find that the snacks on the table are missing, you'll have to eat air tomorrow. Xianxia didn't sleep very well. She tossed and turned, and the scenes in her dreams were a mess. One moment, it was the things in this world, and the next moment, it was the memories of Sue being in her previous life. The two repeatedly overlapped and finally became a mess. She turned over, and her eyebrows were still tightly knitted in her dreams. She looked like she couldn't sleep well. He slammed his palm on the bed, making a crisp sound. In the dark living room, a slowly moving figure immediately stopped in place because of the sound from Xianxia's bedroom. It turned out to be Qingjun. He appeared in the living room in the middle of the night. Other than stealing food, he could only steal food. For a long time, he didn't hear Xianxia scolding, so he continued to silently move to the kitchen. The soda in the fridge was gone, and the instant noodles in the cupboard was also gone. Qingjun looked around, but he didn't even see the plastic wrapper, let alone the sausages. He silently moved from the kitchen to the living room and sat on the sofa. There were snacks and dried fruits on the table. Qingjun reached out and picked up a bag of dried meat as usual. He was about to tear it open when Xianxia's serious warning appeared in his mind. Qingjun was silent for a moment. Sacrificing lunch for a bag of snacks and eating a big pot of food in the cafeteria, it was not worth it. Fortunately, there was still a secret base. Xianxia must have forgotten that there was something under the sofa in a moment of excitement. Qingjun spread his legs, bent down, and reached under the sofa, but he didn't feel anything. Just when he thought that the snacks had been confiscated, his fingertips touched the bag of puffed food, and Qingjun deftly pulled it out. It turned out to be an empty bag. He shone the flashlight under the sofa, and sure enough, there was nothing. The empty bag seemed to be the evidence that Xianxia used to mock him. On one hand, it was to warn him, and on the other hand, it was to make him completely give up. Qingjun sat on the sofa motionlessly. In the dark living room, he clasped his hands and stared at the empty bag. After a long time, he let out a sigh. Sigh. Tunan noticed that recently, his boss's daily routine had been unusually regular. He often stayed up late to work, and sometimes he would send a few work-related messages to his boss. He would only receive a reply the next morning. The snacks in his boss drawer were gone, and his daily drink had been replaced with plain water. One day, when Tunan sent him a message, his boss actually said that he had to go for a morning jog and had no time. Morning jog? Are you sure he's an adult who's already working and not a well-behaved high school student? Tunan's shock quickly spread in the small group. Whenever Qingjun did not reply in time, Tunan and Fu Zicheng would chat meaningfully in the group chat. He must have gone for a morning jog again. No, it's getting late. Maybe he's taking an afternoon nap. He's eating a healthy meal, the kind without gutter oil. Ha 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 ha, boss, you've worked hard. Tunan has been removed from the group chat. Fu Zicheng has been removed from the group chat. Jiao Fan has been removed from the group chat. Tunan was most shocked because he and Qingjun had known each other since they were students. At that time, Qingjun was famous for not liking to be restrained. He could not be found every 2 to 3 days. Even the head of teaching came to persuade him to participate in the competition. He said that he did not want to go, and he did not give face to anyone. Just like that, Qingwan's first place had always been steadily suppressing the second place, Tunan, from the first year to the third year. Tunan had also asked him if he did not want to be in the limelight, why didn't he score lower? Qingjun held a book in one hand and glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. He said that it was too troublesome. If he made a mistake, he would be scolded, called to the office, written down as a punishment, and scolded when he left the classroom. His parents might even be called. Students with good grades had special privileges. It could only be said that Tunan was disappointing and did not have the ability to score first. Qingwan, the untouchable flower in the hearts of students and teachers, suddenly raised his head at this moment and asked seriously and slowly, "How did you get such a simple question wrong?" Tunan. F*ck, Tunan was depressed. From then on, Tunan became Qingjun's little follower. He thought that following Qingjun would definitely be a good thing. How cool would it be to act cool in a group? Sure enough, Tunan went to college with Qingjun, started a business together, and started a company together. He watched as the small company rose at a speed that shocked the industry. He was really convinced by Qingjun. He decided that in the future, his career would be unilaterally tied to Qingjun. Even when the momentum was at its best, he had never thought of establishing his own company. He expressed that he was willing to be Boss Cheng's bootlicker. If he said he would be a bootlicker for a lifetime, then he would Kingstay for a lifetime. Now, watching Qingjun being controlled like he was going to a fully enclosed high school, Tu Nan was a little worried at first. He was afraid that the boss would be impatient and that he would quarrel with his sister-in-law, although Tu Nan's brain could not picture what Qingjun's quarrel would be like. During lunch, Tu Nan planned to go over to see how the boss was doing. Turning the corner, he saw his sister-in-law and the boss standing face to face in the corridor. Wan Qiuqiu raised her head and said, "Did you follow my instructions?" Qingjun, I thought. Wan Qiuqiu, no, you didn't. Qingjun, it was reasonable to say that in the past, Qingjun would not even bother to talk to people, let alone say a word. Tu Nan cautiously poked his head out. Compared to Wan Qiuqiu, who was relatively petite, Qingjun was a little taller. He put his hands in his pockets and listened to Wan Qiuqiu's words. His face was expressionless as he tried to resist Wan Qiuqiu's fascist dictatorship with silence. This time, Tu Nan really saw Qingjun's expression clearly. From an outsider's point of view, Qingjun's indifferent expression probably meant that he was not very happy. Tu Nan had been with Qingjun for so many years, so he knew a lot about him. There was not the slightest bit of reluctance on Qingjun's face. Under Wan Qiuqiu's control, he was unbelievably obedient. On the surface, he looked reluctant, but in fact, he was in a good mood. The last time Tu Nan saw Qingjun's expression was when the company's first game was a big success. Tu Nan, to use a slightly wretched and inappropriate word to describe Boss Qing at this moment, he was secretly happy. That's right, no, Qingjun was being controlled so tightly. What was he happy about? Tu Nan, who was single, looked blankly at Qingjun following behind Wan Qiuqiu. The two entered the office one after the other, and the door was closed. His mind flashed back to their school days. Qingjun's gentle and beautiful face was expressionless as he pointed at a math problem that Tu Nan wanted to ask him for advice. You don't even know how to do this, you don't even know how to do this, you don't even know how to do this, you don't know how to do this question is too difficult. Single dogs can't. Do. Wan Qiuqiu, who was sitting in the office, suddenly turned her head and looked back and forth in confusion. Strange, why do I think I heard a dog barking? You can't keep a dog in the company, right? Qingjun calmly ate a fried egg. You heard wrong. That's true. Recently, Wan Qiuqiu had been strict about Qingjun's work schedule and diet. In the beginning, she didn't intend to be so strict. She just wanted to raise the standards and wait for Qingjun to bargain. Unexpectedly, after a few days, Qingjun had a resigned look. Wan Qiuqiu didn't allow him to eat, so he didn't eat. As a result, Wan Qiuqiu was a little embarrassed. Actually, it's okay to eat snacks occasionally. But it's better to drink more water and less soft drinks. Qingjun calmly stole a piece of chicken from Wan Qiuqiu's lunchbox. Okay. Wan Qiuqiu? Did he think she was blind? In order to praise Qingjun's recent performance, Wan Qiuqiu decided to buy him a few pieces of cake. As a surprise, Wan Qiuqiu certainly couldn't say it out loud. She had already thought of an excuse to go out after her afternoon nap. Unknowingly, Qingjun quietly walked up from behind. He was wearing a thin black down jacket with a sweater inside. His fingers were cold. Wan Qiuqiu, who was lying on the table, was sleeping soundly. He stood quietly behind her. After a moment of silence, he slowly stretched out a hand, as if he wanted to rub her soft hair. The golden light shone in from outside the window. The two people's backs were coated with a layer of hazy soft light, making this scene look extremely beautiful. The next second, the skin around her neck was covered by cold fingers. It was like a snowball being thrown into the collar of one's clothes in winter. The bone-chilling cold made Wan Qiuqiu quiver and almost jump out of the chair. What are you doing? Wan Qiuqiu was furious. Qingjun, I'm waking you up. Wan Qiuqiu, this dog of a man should just eat junk food until he dies. Qingjun came out of Wan Qiuqiu's office after being hit by a hammer. Wan Qiuqiu really didn't understand why he was looking for trouble. He bumped into Guyu, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. The two of them looked at each other. Guyu smiled awkwardly and tried to find a topic to break the deadlock between the two of them. "I'm here to look for Boss too." Qingjun put one hand in his pocket and brushed past him. He looked as if he couldn't be bothered to continue listening to him. Guyu, it seemed like he was being ignored again. Work in the afternoon was busier. Wan Qiuqiu didn't have time to go out. After work, she glanced at her phone and estimated that she could still buy a cake at this time. She asked Qingjun to wait for her at the entrance of the company. The two of them could go to a nearby restaurant to eat. In the middle of spring, there were strong winds every 2 to 3 days. Wan Qiuqiu shivered and felt a chill in her heart. She wore a hat and a mask and walked quickly into the cake shop. She bought a piece of cream mousse, a piece of half-cooked cheese, and a piece of 1,000-layer cake. After the shop assistant packed the cake, Wan Qiuqiu carried a few pieces of cake and hummed happily as she walked in the direction of the company. At this moment, she heard the noise of people talking from afar. Just at the entrance of the jiaqing, there were a few people scattered around. Just a few meters away, a red car had crashed into a street lamp. The front of the car was dented and debris was scattered all over the ground. It was a tragic scene. Wan Qiuqiu instantly thought of the fear of almost getting into a car accident that night. Her heart beat faster. Inexplicably, there was a kind of panic shrouding her heart. Her footsteps unconsciously quickened. The more she walked, the more panicked she became. In the end, she simply jogged forward. It's too tragic. After being hit like this, even if he didn't die, he would be half dead. Could it be that he's an employee of the jiaqing and got into an accident at the entrance? He looks like a young lad. That's right, Wan Qiuqiu's legs were half weak. She quickly squeezed in and finally saw what kind of scene it was. The man lying on the ground was unconscious and covered in blood. His sweater was dyed red, and there were several holes in his black down jacket. White fur squeezed out. He was tall and thin. His black curly hair was scattered and covered his face. How could Wan Qiuqiu forget that Qingjun came to her office wearing this outfit today? She lost all her strength and knelt on the ground. She quickly took out her phone and dialed 120. She was so flustered that even her fingers were trembling. A great sadness surged from her chest. Wan Qiuqiu's hands were numb and she couldn't speak. Tears streamed down her cheeks. When the call was connected, Wan Qiuqiu's voice was already sobbing. She cried as she told them the coordinates and begged them to come quickly. The injured person was dying. Wan Qiuqiu's crying was so conspicuous in the midst of the discussion that the people around her couldn't help but continue to talk with pity. It's probably the injured person's family. It's probably his girlfriend. So pitiful, sigh. Tunan went out with Qingjun. Qingjun looked like he couldn't be bothered with him. Tunan said happily beside him, "Let me tell you, I might be in love too." Qingjun ignored him and put on his headphones. "Boss, aren't you curious?" "Boss, I beg you to ask me." "It's not easy for me." Tunan looked anxious. "I think my secretary is secretly in love with me." "Do you know that?" "It's because I'm too slow-witted that I didn't realize that she had such deep feelings for me." Qingjun changed the song. The heavy metal music suppressed Tunan's voice. Tunan looked sad. He still wanted to talk about his psychological journey. When the two came out of the door, they saw a group of people on the road. It was obvious that it was the scene of a car accident. Among them, one person was crying loudly. The people who heard it couldn't help but feel sad. Tunan couldn't help but take a few more glances. Then Tunan said, "Eh? Isn't that sister-in-law?" Qingjun took off his headphones and looked in the direction Tunan was pointing. He saw Wan Qiuqiu kneeling on the ground and crying sadly in the crowd. "Tunan, Qingjun." Wan Qiuqiu cried until her hands and feet were cold and her head was numb. The onlookers around her pitied her. Listening to their whispers, Wan Qiuqiu felt even more sad. Qingjun left this world and she lived here alone. She had no close friends, no relatives, and no one to rely on. It was as if the world turned from colorful to black and white in an instant. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly understood why Qingjun lived a muddle-headed life after his mother left. He did not cherish his body at all. He probably also thought that his life was meaningless. This kind of feeling, only at this moment could she truly understand. Can a supporting role die so suddenly? Every single one of them was a living being. Qingjun, your life is too bitter. She felt a burst of sadness. The noisy crowd suddenly quieted down. Xianxia sat on the ground and saw a pair of black and white striped sneakers and black casual trousers. She wiped away her tears and looked up with teary eyes. She saw Qingjun standing in front of her, looking down at her. His drooping eyelids were half closed, revealing his dark eyes, which were fixed on Xianxia. There were still traces of tears on her face and the tip of her nose was red. Her expression was one of weakness that rarely appeared on her face. The two of them looked at each other. Qingjun whispered, "Why are you crying?" For a moment, Xianxia thought that she was in a trance and her brain was hallucinating. Until Qingjun bent his knees and squatted down under her dazed gaze. He reached out his hand and wiped her tears with his fingers. His tears soaked his fingertips, and it was actually a bit hot. Even the tip of his heart was fiercely scalded. His fingertips couldn't help but tremble slightly as he retracted them. Qingjun looked at her and slowly said, "Don't cry, it's so ugly." Xianxia felt the temperature of his skin. After a while, her slow brain finally started to work. Xianxia did not wipe her tears and asked in a hoarse voice, You didn't die?" Qingjun said seriously, "I haven't eaten your Manchu Han imperial feast yet." Hearing Qingjun's words, Xianxia was angry, but at the same time, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She gritted her teeth and glared at Qingjun, "Don't even think about it." Before the couple could argue about the Manchuhan imperial banquet, the ambulance arrived. "Are there any family members of the patient present?" "Yes." The onlookers responded one after another, pointing at Xianxia who was sitting on the ground. The little girl cried for a long time. Look, her eyes were swollen like walnuts. Xianxia, who had suddenly sobered up, faced with the emergency doctor's question, Xianxia said dryly, "Yes. I guess." She couldn't possibly say that she got the wrong person and cried for nothing here, right? Qingjun said, "This is a Jiaqing employee. I'm the boss." Xianxia? That's good, that's good. Get in the car quickly." The two of them got into the ambulance, leaving Nan to wait for the police to arrive and deal with the follow-up matters. Xianxia sat face to face with Qingjun. She asked, "How do you know that he's a Jiaqing employee?" Could it be that Qingjun's memory was so good that he could even remember what the other party looked like? Qingjun said slowly, "The clothes arrived at the company yesterday, so I asked for a set." Xianxia? They often buy clothes in groups, so it's convenient. There was a reason why Xianxia had no impression of it. Usually, her social circle was mainly between Elder Meng, Nan, and Qingjun. Qingjun had a long history of matching sweaters. Nan was more flamboyant. Coupled with the need of work, he wore a suit almost every day. Elder Meng liked to dress up and had never worn a sweater. As a result, Xianxia had long forgotten about other people's clothes. Xianxia covered her face. So that's how it is. The rescue was timely, and the injury was not too serious. The injured person was finally successfully rescued a few hours later. Although Xianxia did not know the other party, looking at the miserable scene, she somewhat felt the same. When she heard the doctor say that the injured person was rescued, she could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. That's great. The driver who caused the accident was also taken to the hospital for rescue. The driver's injury was less serious, and it did not take long for him to wake up. But at the same time, he would have to face the consequences of his mistake of drunk driving. Qingjun paid for the treatment fee. Xianxia waited patiently in the corridor and turned on her mobile phone to check. Nan, sister-in-law, you're popular again. Xianxia? Nan, look at the trending topics. Xianxia quickly opened Weibo. The topic #Jiaqing employee benefits soared to the first place, and there was a faint trend. She clicked on the topic, and the first thing that came into view was a video forwarded by a certain celebrity. The video was taken by a passerby. In the video, the injured person was carried onto a stretcher. Wan Qiuqiu and Qingjun both said that they were the injured person's family and got into the ambulance one after the other. The celebrity's wanton and unrestrained, low laughing point wrote, a company employee was in a car accident, and the boss personally escorted him. Only the jiaqing can receive such treatment. According to the people at the scene, the lady boss was in tears. I hope my boss can cry for me once. This Weibo post was forwarded hundreds of thousands of times, and the number of comments and likes soared. Other Weibo users were also praising the jiaqing for being humane and benevolent. The jiaqing did not need the boss to create a persona to earn favorability. On the contrary, after the real boss and lady boss's identity was exposed, they kept a low profile, as if they did not exist. The passerby's favorability was very high. Then, some jiaqing employees showed off their benefits, the delicious food of the cafeteria chef, and said that the benefits of the jiaqing were much better than they had imagined. The netizens were envious and jealous. This was too awesome. It was a place like heaven. Wan Qiuqiu's private message was about to explode. Her latest Weibo post was already flooded with comments. Little fairy. Why are you so cute? You look so good even when you're crying, although it's just a blurry side profile. I'm in love. Jiaqing, ask your boss to come out and fight with me. This woman is mine. Wan Qiuqiu swiped down. More comments were praising her or confessing to her. She did not know whether to laugh or cry, so she simply turned off her phone. Who would have thought that today's storm would extend to today's situation? Wan Qiuqiu did not want to use other people's lives to increase her popularity, so she pretended not to see and ignored the various comments. Qingjun went out and saw Wan Qiuqiu standing there with a conflicted expression on her face. He walked up and held Wan Qiuqiu's hand with a natural expression. Let's go. Where are we going? Home. Qingjun's palm was dry and cold. He held Wan Qiuqiu's hand so tightly that she could not break free. She followed Qingjun out of the door in a daze. The two of them walked one after the other. Wan Qiuqiu remembered something and patted her head in annoyance. Oh, the cake was thrown to the ground. It was rare that Qingjun did not care about the cake. He walked in front and was always half a step faster than Wan Qiuqiu. He turned his back to Wan Qiuqiu and asked slowly, why did you buy the cake? Wan Qiuqiu coughed dryly. To reward you for your recent obedient performance. But you can't take advantage of the opportunity to mess around. Qingjun continued to ask, why did you cry? Wan Qiuqiu choked. This question came out of the blue. She thought that after experiencing a series of flustered accidents, Qinwan would have long forgotten about it. When she thought of how she had cried for a long time and how Qingjun had seen it all, annoyance and embarrassment welled up in her heart. Wan Qiuqiu's eyes drifted and she changed the topic. It's nothing. By the way, what are we eating tonight? We originally agreed to go to a restaurant for dinner. Qingjun's footsteps were not fast, and his voice was slow. There's a restaurant in front that tastes good. Oh, then let's go to that restaurant. After successfully avoiding this question, Wan Qiuqiu silently breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Sure enough, Qingjun, this dog of a man, forgot about everything when he heard about food. This was really a good habit. The sky was already dark. Qingjun silently held Wan Qiuqiu's hand. She could not help but suddenly realize when she did not resist Qingjun holding hands. For some reason, she felt that Qingjun was behaving strangely. Was it her illusion? While Wan Qiuqiu was deep in thought, a drop of water fell on the bridge of her nose. She sighed and raised her head. The fine raindrops that were as dense as cow hair gradually became denser. Wan Qiuqiu narrowed her eyes and said, it's raining. Quickly find a place to hide from the rain. Wan Qiuqiu grabbed Qingjun's wrist and found that the silent Qingjun's footsteps had become faster. She followed his footsteps and started to jog. At this time, Wan Qiuqiu panted and said, slow down a bit, I can't keep up. Qingjun did not listen to her and slowed down his footsteps. Hey! Qingjun? Qingjun! Qingjun's footsteps became faster. Wan Qiuqiu had no choice but to run. Her shoes made thumping sounds on the wet ground. She began to feel a little pain from her arm being pulled. Then, Wanchocho was stunned and said, "Where are you taking me? Isn't it the direction of the restaurant?" Not only did Qingjun not continue to walk towards the main road, but he pulled Wanchocho to a small path. Wanchocho was even more flustered. Why did it look like he was going to sell her? Qingjun? Qing. Qingjun's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Wanchocho almost bumped into him. She looked up and saw Qingjun staring at her. His stare made Wanchocho feel uncomfortable all over. For a moment, Wanchocho almost thought that Qingjun wanted to kill his wife and cheat her. The rain wet Qingjun's hair. He took a step forward, forcing Wanchocho to involuntarily step back until her back hit the wall. She admitted that she was a little scared. She was used to seeing Qingjun's mischievous appearance, but at this moment, it was very different. However, she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong with her. Qingjun asked in a low voice, "Why do you want to cry?" Wanchocho looked tough on the surface, but she was panicking inside. She tried to open her eyes and said with a fierce face, "I want to cry, so I cry. Tear glands are on my body. Can't I vent a little when I'm sentimental?" Qingjun's warm voice was so clear in the drizzling night. "Is it because of me? Was that why she cried so sadly, as if the whole world was about to collapse?" Wanchocho immediately jumped up. "Don't ask, I'm not crying. Don't think too much." The more Wanchocho bared her fangs and brandished her claws, the more he could see her lack of confidence. After saying this, Wanchocho suddenly realized that Qingjun had been quietly watching her reaction. She blushed furiously. She didn't know if it was because of shyness or some other inexplicable emotion. Wanchocho turned her face and said with a stiff expression, "I'm hungry, I'm leaving. If you want to stay here in the rain, then go ahead." After saying this, she took a step to the side and the strength on her wrist suddenly increased. Before Wanchocho could take a second step, she was pulled back by Qingjun, this dog of a man, and pressed against the wall. She was about to explode when she saw that warm and beautiful face enlarging, occupying her entire line of sight. That pair of downcast sleeping phoenix eyes surged with strong emotions. It was the complete opposite of the gentle and easy to bully Qingjun in her impression. The emotions were so strong that she began to panic. Qingjun's gaze made her feel a little uneasy. Wanchocho panicked and didn't dare to move. At this moment, Qingjun's low sigh sounded beside her ear, as if he was saying, "Forget it." "Forget it? What do you mean forget it?" Wanchocho's words were completely blocked by his lips before she could ask. Wanchocho was in a daze. She could almost feel Qingjun's breath on her cheeks. It was like the hottest wind in the air conditioner, which made her cheeks and ears red. The touch on her lips was soft and real, and she belatedly realized what had happened between them. Wanchocho was as stiff as a piece of wood. She didn't dare to move. It was as if a huge propeller was whistling through the sky, and there was only a buzzing sound in her head. She struggled for a while, but Qingjun grabbed her waist and she couldn't move. How could Qingjun be so strong? Wanchocho felt dizzy and almost suffocated. Qingjun didn't go any further. He just stopped on her lips for a moment, and then he left her lips and slowly let go of her hand. His residual warmth still lingered on her lips. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. This spring rain came in a hurry, just like Wanchocho's mood at this moment. She didn't dare to look up, because she knew that Qingjun had been looking at her. Wanchocho was not ready for their relationship to come to this step. There was a silent atmosphere between the two of them. The raindrops fell on the wall and the muddy ground, making pitter-patter sounds. Qingjun's voice came from above. Wanchocho was inexplicably nervous. "What? Did you secretly eat the cream puffs?" "Wanchocho?" She did buy a few cream puffs when she bought the cake. She ate them before leaving the house. As for how Qingjun found out, it was probably because the sweet taste of cream still lingered on her lips. Qingjun sighed and said faintly, "Sure enough, you secretly ate them." Wanchocho, this bastard. Did he kiss her to check if she had secretly eaten the cream puffs? That must be it. Wanchocho was speechless. She felt that she had been fooled. Let's go." He interrupted her. Qingjun held her wrist and led Wanchocho out of the remote path. On the surface, he looked very calm. Distracted by the brief interlude, Xianxia almost forgot about that kiss. The two of them ate in harmony, and no one mentioned the matter again. Qingjun and Xianxia were drenched in the rain, and the air conditioning in the restaurant couldn't warm them up. When they came out of the restaurant, facing the cold wind, Xianxia sneezed and shivered. "It's so cold. Let's take a taxi back," Qingjun said. "I'm wearing a down jacket." Xianxia, who thought he was going to take it off for her, quickly waved her hand. "No need. It will be warm in the car later." Qingjun paused and looked at Xianxia with an inquisitive look that said, "What are you thinking about?" "What I mean is, a down jacket is quite warm. You should get one next time." Xianxia, Qingjun, ? Qingjun only got into the private car after being hit by a hammer. What a jerk without any desire to live. Xianxia thought back and felt that she must have been obsessed with Qingjun to have taken advantage of her. She should have sent him to heaven with a punch when he had bad intentions so that he would realize how wrong his actions were. The rain was getting heavier, and the air was filled with the damp smell of soil mixed with the fresh smell of willow branches. Raindrops fell to the ground, as big as Yiping and Xu Huan's kiss in the rain. Both of their clothes were wet. Xianxia changed her shoes and said, "Xu Huan, Qingjun, who are you calling?" Xianxia. "Sorry, it slipped out of my mouth." Xianxia felt cold all over, as if her bones were soaked in cold water. She trembled as she put on her jacket, but Qingjun didn't let go. "Who is Xu Huan?" "Xianxia? What are you doing? Haven't you watched Love in the Rain? Why did you call him by his name?" "It just slipped out of my mouth." "Why did it slip out of your mouth?" Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Don't tell me you want to compete with a TV character?" "Qingjun, you're guilty." "Xianxia?" Sometimes, she really didn't understand Qingjun's strange logic. "What did she have to feel guilty about?" Xianxia said gloomily. "I can't be bothered to argue with you. I'm going to take a hot shower, otherwise I'll catch a cold." The next second, Xianxia saw what was called the reality of the world. She watched as Qingjun, this D*MN man, backed away from her and was several meters away from her in an instant. Under Xianxia's death stare, Qingjun said calmly, "Don't infect me." Was this something that a human could say? Xianxia admitted that her reverse psychology was quite serious. Therefore, she reacted very quickly and took revenge. She took a shower and went out. Qingjun was sitting on the sofa watching TV. While he was focused on watching TV, Xianxia quietly lowered the temperature of the air conditioner and deliberately turned on the cold air. Then, she wrapped herself in thick clothes. Qingjun didn't seem to notice and continued to watch TV. After a while, he realized that something was wrong. The temperature in the room is a bit low. "Where's the remote control for the air conditioner?" "Xianxia, don't raise the temperature. I think it's just right." "Qingjun, I'll go back to my room, don't you dare go back." Qingjun was quiet for a moment and said slowly, "Are you taking revenge on me?" Xianxia refused to admit it. "No. If you want me to catch a cold, this is too inefficient." "Xianxia, huh?" Qingjun looked away and suggested seriously, "Why don't you think of a more effective way?" "This more effective way." Xianxia understood what Qingjun meant in a few seconds. She blacked out and the scene in front of her was reversed in an instant. Her back hit the soft sofa cushion. Xianxia was terrified. She said weakly, "Let's raise the temperature. It's not good to catch a cold." He put his elbow on the sofa, grabbed Xiao's wriggling wrist, and chose to kiss her lips directly. Their lips pressed against each other, and Qingyuan let out a low sigh at the intimacy of the touch that he had never experienced before. This time, he didn't stop at just tasting her lips. Instead, he tasted the taste of her lips little by little, as if he was eating a small piece of strawberry cake. It was like soft cotton candy, but softer than cotton candy, sweeter than macarons, but not greasy at all. He couldn't help but bite her lips when he saw how weak she was, which was something she rarely showed. Xiao almost thought that she was going to be eaten. Like food, he slowly ate it up. She let out a low gasp, which was quickly swallowed by the intense kiss. His movements became more and more familiar from the beginning. Xianxia had no room to struggle at all, and she was almost out of breath. Her chest rose and fell violently. Through the thick clothes, she could still feel Qingjun's body temperature. Gradually, the cold wind could no longer be felt, and the dry and lingering breath made her feel hot all over. Xianxia blushed as she was kissed enough. In a daze, she thought, can saliva spread cause others to catch a cold? Why do I feel like I'm being taken advantage of? In the middle of the night, there was the sound of the door being pushed open in the room, and two people came out of the two rooms. Their foreheads were hot, and their steps were light. The two sat on the sofa at the same time and picked up the thermometer. Qingjun, alas. Xianxia, alas. His high fever lasted until midnight. Fortunately, it was only a momentary cold. Xianxia's mood was very complicated. Thinking of the kiss last night, she felt a little awkward when she saw Qingjun. But because they both caught a cold and had a fever, there was an indescribable, comical atmosphere in addition to the awkwardness. Xianxia covered her face. Other people's relationships were all sweet and sweet. Why were the two of them always making trouble and getting into trouble? At this time, Qingjun came out of the study. He had already changed his clothes. It was a black down jacket, but the sweater inside was light gray. There was a cute little octopus logo on the chest. This wonderful and lively style was definitely not bought by Qingjun himself. His aesthetic was almost pure black, white, and gray. There were no patterns or colors. The style was casual and had no distinctive features. It was very, very, very popular. If it were not for his beautiful face, he would definitely be a very simple and gregarious coder. Clothes from the company again? Yes, do you want it? No. Qingjun asked slowly, shall we go? Oh. Okay. Xianxia coughed, picked up her bag as if nothing had happened, and followed Qingjun out of the door. The two sat in the back seat. Xianxia looked down at her phone. Another day had passed. Her Weibo had gained hundreds of thousands of fans. The number of reposts and private messages was about to explode. Xianxia had to set all the notifications to silent. The driver played soft music. The car window was opened a crack. Xianxia looked out of the window. The cold wind blew on her face. It was as if everything was reborn overnight. The greenery on both sides of the street added a bit of greenery. The slender saplings stretched their branches and leaves, and the buds were brewing, waiting for spring. Xianxia took a deep breath and narrowed her eyes. It's great. Spring is here again. When she lived alone, she was most afraid of autumn. Winter was the longest. Now that she lived with Qingjun for a long time and encountered many things, she did not pay much attention to the changes in the seasons. Xianxia did not know whether this was a good or bad thing. Qingjun said, in 2 weeks, the apricot and cherry blossoms will be blooming. Are you going to the flower show? Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before replying with a smile, sure. Speaking of which, the two of them had never had a proper date before. Qingjun actually proposed to go out for a walk instead of staying at home. It could be said that this was a very progressive move. Xianxia looked back and smiled. Her pair of amorous peach blossom eyes curved into a beautiful arc. The ends of her eyes were slightly raised. Her eyes were pitch black and sparkling, as if there were thousands of stars sleeping in them. Because of her happy mood, they shone with a moving luster. His gaze fell on her soft, pink lips. After tasting the marrow, one would crave for more. Qingjun suddenly realized what kind of torment was behind this word. He held Xianxia's hand. Her fingers were so soft that he could easily hold them in his palm. Under Xianxia's stunned gaze, he slowly moved forward, and then, Xianxia slapped him across the face. Xianxia was expressionless. You'll catch a cold. Don't touch me. The driver in the front row couldn't help but make a very soft sound as if he was trying hard to hold back his laughter. His whole body was like a little doll that had been wound up, making clicking sounds up and down. Qingjun, aware of his boss's death stare, the driver silently shut his mouth and adjusted the partition in the middle of the 2 rows to cover their figures. Xianxia expressed that she was very vengeful. This dog of a man didn't touch her because he was afraid of catching a cold, but in order to sink together, he kissed her again. She was still holding a grudge against Qingjun's behavior. Before she forgave him, he wouldn't be able to touch her. The company elevator door opened. Yuan Xiaoqiu stepped out first, and Qingjun quietly followed behind. On the way, they bumped into the company's employees, who all nodded carefully. In less than half an hour, the company's gossips began to circulate among each other. The big boss is a henpecked husband, the lady boss walked in front and didn't even turn her head. She was so cool. TSK, TSK, TSK. He probably kneeled on the remote control last night. If Yuan Xiaoqiu heard the rumors, she would probably be depressed to death. She was just walking in front of Qingjun. How could there be so many strange rumors? Yuan Xiaoqiu entered the office. Qingjun naturally followed her, but was stopped by Yuan Xiaoqiu at the door. What are you doing? Just walking around. Yuan Xiaoqiu. Go back to your office. Qingjun demonstrated what it meant to be rooted and not move. The two were in a stalemate when they heard Tu Nan's voice from afar. Want to have dinner together tonight? This was Tu Nan's inquiry. No. This was the little secretary's cold reply. I know you're shy. It's okay, Boss, this is workplace sexual harassment. Do you need me to explain it to you? Tu Nan choked. The little secretary, who was always by his side, had a cold face. She copied the poisonous tongue she usually used on her competitors to Tu Nan. Boss, is it because you haven't had a sexual partner for a long time that it's hard for you to release dopamine? Even if you have sperm in your brain, you should be more rational. Don't treat me like those other women who can say whatever they want. I hope you can restrain yourself during work. Otherwise, I'll have to consider the high salary that the headhunter offered me last night. Tu Nan was shocked. A headhunter poached you? The salary is high? I'll give you a raise. It's not a problem. The little secretary shook her head. Although the salary is good, it's not enough to move me. Tu Nan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. What moved me is that the boss's IQ and EQ are both quite high. Tu Nan took a while to react. He was scolded by the little secretary in a roundabout way. His face turned green and white. The secretary glanced at him and left without giving him any face. Tu Nan? What dignity did he have as a boss? Even his own secretary could ridicule him. What else could he say? The place where the two of them were talking was not far from Yuan Xiaoqiu's office. Yuan Xiaoqiu heard enough, pushed the door open, walked out, and asked, "What's the matter with you?" Tu Nan was like a fellow townsman meeting a fellow townsman. His eyes were filled with tears. He grabbed Yuan Xiaoqiu's arm and pulled her back to the office. As soon as he entered the office, he bumped into his boss who was sitting in the office. Tu Nan was immediately embarrassed. From the moment he entered the office, Qingjun's eyes were fixed on Tu Nan's arm where he was holding Yuan Xiaoqiu's arm. That gaze reminded Tu Nan of the fear of working overtime. Tu Nan quickly let go of her hand. He had already offended the secretary today. If he offended the boss, he would not be able to live. Yuan Xiaoqiu crossed her arms in amusement and asked, "So what were you doing just now?" Tu Nan said gloomily, "It's just a normal interaction between a man and a woman." "No, sister-in-law, you don't know. I haven't had the chance to tell you yet. Yesterday, I wanted to discuss the specific situation with you, but when I saw you kneeling on the ground crying, Okay, please skip this part. Thank you." Yuan Xiaoqiu gave a fake smile. Tu Nan did not realize that he had offended the lady boss. He touched the top of his head and said, "I found out that my secretary has a crush on me." Yuan Xiaoqiu, huh? Faced with Yuan Xiaoqiu's huge reaction, Tu Nan felt even more wronged. "Sister-in-law, what kind of reaction is this? Did I say anything wrong?" Yuan Xiaoqiu. Yes, continue. "Anyway, I found out that she pays a lot of attention to me. Not only at work, but also in life. Last week, I went on 2 blind dates. She was not happy and gave me the cold shoulder for more than a day. Also, she would always deliberately attract my attention and then pretend that she doesn't care with a completely opposite attitude." Yuan Xiaoqiu remembered Tu Nan's 2 blind dates. He had thrown a negotiation job to his secretary, causing the secretary's plan to take a leave to fail. The little girl's face was full of unhappiness. Listening to Tu Nan's various proofs, Xianxia was very sure that this guy had been single for too long and had a kind of paranoia called "when the opposite sex looks at me, I can think of a name for my child with her." These were all one-sided feelings of Tu Nan. Xianxia patiently asked, "Then, do you have any concrete evidence? Did she confess to you?" At this point, Tu Nan's eyes lit up. "Yes. Last time, he was a little tired and fell asleep on his desk for a while." The secretary reminded him that there was a meeting in half an hour, so Tu Nan sat up straight. At this time, he and the secretary looked at each other. He could clearly see that the pair of usually cold eyes actually had a shy smile. She slightly pursed her lips and stopped talking. "Boss," Tu Nan's heart jumped quickly. In the end, it was ruined by the phone call. "I was so angry." "Do you think there was any other reason besides a confession?" Xianxia, that day, if she remembered correctly. At that time, she happened to walk out of Qingjun's office and bumped into Tu Nan's secretary. The little girl laughed for a long time. Xianxia couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. She looked at the secretary and said while holding back her laughter, "Boss Tu slept for a while." When he sat up, there was a round watch mark on his forehead. He looked very much like Xianxia. Looking at Tu Nan's rippling expression, Xianxia really couldn't bear to expose him. These are all one-sided thoughts. If you can't be sure, talking to the secretary like this is sexual harassment. It's an office romance. Tu Nan looked smug. "She will definitely confess to me." "Xianxia, good luck." Since Tu Nan was here, Xianxia forcefully pushed Qingjun to Tu Nan and told the big boss not to stay in her office and disturb her peace. There was still a lot of work to do today. Xianxia was not in the mood to argue with them. At this time, Xianxia suddenly understood how Tu Nan's secretary felt. When she couldn't stay away, she always wanted to smash the man's head with a hammer. She didn't know how long Tu Nan could daydream. Xianxia was rushing to work when the door was pushed open and Elder Meng came in. Xianxia glanced at him and said, "What's the matter?" Elder Meng said with a smile, "Today's Xiaoqiu is still the diligent Xiaoqiu. If you have something to say it quickly. This is for you first. Little girl, when did you get a set of souvenirs? My wife likes it very much and wants to ask you to draw an original draft." "Eh? Souvenirs?" Xiaoqiu looked at Elder Meng blankly. Elder Meng shook a key ring in his hand. It was a small ice sculpture of a heroine. The workmanship was exquisite and vivid. It was about the length of a finger. The souvenirs were announced by Jiaqing officials today. They also posted on Weibo that the clumsy bird flew first. Xiaoqiu was busy drawing and naturally didn't notice it. She looked at the small ice sculpture and was surprised and happy. She didn't expect Qingjun to make it into a key ring. Thinking back, Xiaoqiu felt that it was a pity that the ice sculpture stayed for too short a time. Now it would be kept forever. It turned out that Qingjun asked her for the photos for this purpose. She felt warm in her heart and took the key ring and shook it. "It's so beautiful. There's one more thing." "What?" "If you have time the day after tomorrow, there will be a small party. They are all colleagues and some of them are my friends. I'll take you to see the world." Xiaoqiu was flattered. Is that okay? You just have to remember to dress up nicely." Elder Meng smiled and touched Xiaoqiu's head as if she was his child. "That's so nice. If it weren't for my wife's health, I would also want a daughter. My son is always in a mess. He's not fun at all." Hearing Elder Meng's description, Xiaoqiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "How can you describe your child as fun? By the way, I'm not young anymore." Recently, Xiaoqiu's hair had grown a little long. She tied a small ponytail behind her head with a small rubber band, which made her look more like a young and playful schoolgirl. As a result, when people looked at Xiaoqiu, the big boss in their mind became a rich man with potential special hobbies. Xiaoqiu was naturally very grateful to be taken to the party by Elder Meng. In this circle, she had no place to stand. It was Elder Meng who took her step by step. Xiaoqiu said seriously, "Thank you." Hey, don't be so polite. The ice sculpture was hung on Xianxia's mobile phone as a souvenir. The little figure swayed in front of her, which made Xianxia's anger towards Qingjun disappear. She thought that Qingjun was sometimes a little bit naughty, but he was not without merit. A sincere surprise could move her very much. Qingjun sat on the sofa and glanced at Xianxia's lips with a smile. It seemed that she was in a good mood when she came back. Xianxia noticed his gaze and shook the decoration on her mobile phone. This is your gift to me. Thank you. She was so happy about such a small thing. Qingjun put his hands on the back of his head and looked like he was watching TV. But because of Xianxia's good mood, he also subtly felt a little happier. He said slowly, then when will you give me a gift? It was supposed to be her birthday, but he had ruined it. He had promised to reward him for his performance. The cake was thrown at the scene of the car accident and disappeared. Qingjun asked righteously, but Xianxia said angrily, I gave you a gift. Although it was just a small gift, she liked the small stones she brought back. She even wore a stone bracelet on her hand. Qingjun? Xianxia, Qingjun? Facing his blank gaze, Xianxia sneered and said, Don't tell me you forgot the small stones I gave you. Qingjun looked like he was trying hard to remember. After a while, he asked hesitantly, Sheep dung ball? If you say sheep dung ball again, I'm going to get angry. Thank you. Your friend irritable Xianxia is online. She really couldn't expect this dog of a man to show her what romance was. Xianxia glared at Qingjun and began to interrogate him. The sheep dung ball I gave you. Bah. You didn't throw away the small stones I gave you, did you? Qingjun looked serious. Do you need me to look for it? Xianxia. Why don't you throw it away yourself? But it was quite unnecessary to blame Qingjun for a small stone. If he threw it away, so be it. Qingjun didn't like to wear jewelry. It was natural that he didn't take it to heart. But she still felt a little disappointed. Her feelings were thrown away casually, as if he didn't care about her. But thinking about it, at that time, Qingjun didn't like her. Wasn't it normal to throw her aside casually? Xianxia comforted herself and was finally comforted. Okay. Xianxia stuffed her phone into her pocket. I'm going to take a shower first. Outside, there was a muffled thunder and a gust of cold wind. It was estimated that there would be a drizzle in the middle of the night. Recently, because of the weather, Xianxia's wardrobe was a little damp. When it was sunny in a few days, she would dry all the clothes out to dissipate the smell. The hot water splashed on the tiles. The steam from the hot water evaporated, making people feel hot all over. Xianxia unbuttoned her clothes and stood under the shower to take a shower. Her soft and white body was dyed with a layer of pink. Her legs were straight and slender, and her body proportions were excellent. What a beautiful bath picture, which could only be appreciated in the mirror. She put foam on her hair and rubbed it. The fragrance of cherry blossoms was light and not very strong. It smelled very comfortable. Xianxia's mind was full of the small party she would attend the day after tomorrow. How should she dress up? Should she wear a long dress? Would it be too deliberate? Wearing jeans didn't seem very formal. It seemed that she had to ask Elder Meng how to dress up for the party. Thinking of this, Xianxia raised her head and let the warm water sprinkle on her face. The foam on her hair was like silky cream mousse. It slowly slipped from her hair and dripped on her white and shiny skin. Click. There was a weak sound, like the sound of an electric current being cut off. The warm light in the bathroom was instantly cut off, and it fell into dead darkness. Xianxia was startled and hurriedly turned off the shower. There were still foam on her face. She quickly picked up a towel and wiped it. She asked Qingjun loudly, Is there a power outage? What's going on? Through the door, Qingjun said, Don't be afraid. The entire community has a power outage. Xianxia, it didn't stop earlier or later, but it had to stop when she was in the middle of her shower. The bathroom was dark. Suddenly, the light turned into darkness. It was as if Xianxia was blind. She couldn't see anything. Xianxia carefully took a step forward and didn't feel where her clothes were. At this moment, through the frosted glass of the bathroom door, a light suddenly illuminated half of the bathroom, so that Xianxia could see clearly. Through the door, Qingjun's vague and warm voice asked, "Did you see it clearly?" "Yes." Under Qingjun's light, Xianxia hurriedly washed the foam off her hair with water. Then, she wiped off the water droplets on her body and changed her clothes. When she walked out of the door, the room was dark. Qingjun leaned against the wall, one hand in his pocket, and the other used his phone to light up the room for Xianxia. Xianxia asked in distress, "When will the power come back?" Qingjun said, "They're trying to save the circuit. It will probably take a few hours." The houses in the community were relatively old. It was quite normal for the equipment to not work well occasionally. Probably no one would have thought that the boss and lady boss of the Jiaqing would live in a shabby little house that didn't fit in their eyes. If there's a power outage, then so be it. But it's so early. I can't sleep. Xianxia paused and said, "Why don't we?" Qingjun, who was leaning against the wall, straightened his body, and his eyes lit up. "Why don't we watch a horror movie? I have it in my notebook." Qingjun. Watching a horror movie with a blackout was a very appropriate thing to do. Fortunately, the laptop had been charged in advance. It could probably last for a few hours, enough for them to finish watching a movie. In order to create a sense of ceremony, Xianxia took out all of Qingjun's snacks. Qingjun was angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. He quietly acted as the light source and lit up the basket of snacks for Xianxia. He watched as Xianxia placed the snacks on the coffee table in the living room. There was also the cooked food that had been left in the fridge for a day or two, so Xianxia took it all out. Xianxia was busy going back and forth, and Qingjun was responsible for helping her carry the things. It took a while for everything to be ready. Xianxia opened the laptop and asked Qingjun casually, "Which movie do you want to watch?" Qingjun looked at Xianxia quietly as she opened the evilly drive and played the movie, a horror movie. From the top to the bottom, they were categorized according to their nationality. It was extremely orderly. "Which country do you want to watch?" "I'll let you pick. I've already seen more than half of the movies here." Xianxia's posture was so generous that it seemed like she was going to treat them to a meal. Qingjun, generally speaking, Japan and Korea would definitely be skipped. Although he rarely watched horror movies, it didn't mean that he didn't know. Western horror movies tended to be bloody and violent, so he skipped them too. China. Based on his understanding of Xianxia, she definitely wouldn't put some bad movies in the list. In summary, after using the method of elimination to filter out the movies, Qingjun's gaze finally fell on the word Thailand. In terms of language, Thai was soft and didn't hurt the ears easily. In terms of popularity, Thai horror movies didn't seem to be that famous. They were almost unheard of by the general public. Of course, the general public was referring to him. Qingjun said slowly, "Thailand." "Okay. Which one do you want to watch?" All of the names sounded scary, so he randomly pointed at one. "Ghost Shadow?" "You're in luck." Before Qingjun could figure out whether Xianxia's so-called not bad was good or bad, the movie began. The large living room was pitch black, and the curtains were tightly drawn. The two of them sat on the sofa, each hugging a pillow. Xianxia opened a bag of chocolates, broke it open, and gave half to Qingjun. The two of them stuffed the chocolates into their mouths at the same time and watched the movie quietly. The difference was that Xianxia's body was slightly leaning forward, close to the screen, while Qingjun was leaning back on the sofa, holding a pillow. With a calm expression, as if he was not scared at all. In the dark living room, it was as if a movie had its own sound effects. The music and voices were much louder than usual. Sigh. Qingjun was so frightened by Xianxia's scream that he staggered backward, and the sofa made a thumping sound. "Xianxia? What are you doing?" "Qingjun, what are you trying to do by yelling?" Xianxia said, "Oh, I just suddenly remembered the plot of the movie. I watched it too early and forgot some details." "Qingjun, keep watching, keep watching. I remember that it's very exciting later." The snacks that Xianxia picked were all silent. She chewed on the candied fruit and watched with relish. The plot of the movie became more and more confusing, and more clues led to the truth. On the other hand, Qingjun, who was sitting on the side, except for the half piece of chocolate that Xianxia handed him at the beginning, maintained a calm state while hugging a pillow. Unknowingly, he silently approached Xianxia. A hand slowly rested on Xianxia's arm, and she, who was watching a horror movie, shuddered. It was really a little exciting to touch a hand in this kind of atmosphere. Xianxia's body trembled, and she saw that Qingjun's hand was on her wrist, holding it. Xianxia was confused. "What's wrong? Are you a little scared?" Qingjun shook his head. "I'm afraid that you'll be scared." Xianxia. "Okay." Thinking back to his performance in the haunted house, Qingjun should not be someone who was not afraid of ghosts. Xianxia thought about it and decided to let him hold on to her hand to deceive himself. The whole movie was played with a gloomy and scary atmosphere, making people on tenterhooks and on guard against a sudden attack. Fortunately, there were not too many scary scenes. Xianxia asked, "Are you scared?" Qingjun tried to calm down. "I'm fine." As he said that, he quietly moved to Xianxia's side and squeezed with her. In other movies, it was the girlfriend who was scared and squeezed into the boyfriend's arms. Qingjun was very self-conscious. As he watched, he simply stuck close to Xianxia like a bird startled by the twang of a bough. When the plot was a little scary, his body stiffened, as if even his breathing was about to stop. The movie, which he thought would be long and torturous, actually passed very quickly because Xianxia was beside him. The finale was about to arrive. Xianxia watched with rapt attention, but Qingjun, who was beside her, felt that something was wrong. This movie, the sudden change at the end could be said to be creepy. Xianxia calmly watched the ending, but she heard a rapid gasp beside her. It was very clear in the silent night. If the electricity was turned on at this time, she would definitely see that the pillow in Qingjun's arms was almost cut in half. "Are you scared?" "No." Qingjun's voice was very steady. Xianxia had the idea of teasing him. She slowly turned her face. Under the reflection of the computer light, Xianxia's cheeks were unnaturally pale. Her hair was wet and scattered on her shoulders. The two of them looked at each other. She said faintly, "Look, what's on your shoulder?" It was just a small joke, but just as Xianxia's voice fell, the lights in the room suddenly turned on. In the next second, Xianxia clearly saw Qingjun's stiff and frightened expression. That pair of eyes, which were usually half-drooping, were really big. Xianxia's gloomy face was reflected in his pupils. Boss Chun was so frightened that he lost the ability to control his expression. Qingjun, for some reason, looking at Qingjun's frightened face, Xianxia's mind was filled with the image of a cat with bristling fur and ears standing up high. Qingjun was probably really frightened. Xianxia was a little embarrassed for a moment. She coughed dryly and said, I'm joking. Don't be afraid." Qingjun's expression was stiff. He probably didn't recover for a long time. The laptop was turned off. He silently cleaned up the remaining trash and put the remaining snacks into the cabinet. He silently walked to the study with the pillow in his arms. From beginning to end, he didn't say a word. Xianxia thought, Qingjun can't be angry, right? However, it was easy for a timid person to be traumatized by such a scare. Xianxia felt a little guilty and tried to make up for it. "Well, are you hungry? Do you want to eat something?" Qingjun entered the study without looking back. In the past, Qingjun would definitely forgive her in the name of food. In his heart, nothing was more important than food. But now, Qingjun actually. He ignored her. Xianxia finally realized the seriousness of the problem. She followed him. Qingjun entered the study and glanced at her with a look that said, "Why did you follow me in?" Xianxia said embarrassedly, "Are you sure you don't want to eat? I bought spaghetti yesterday. I can make spaghetti with meat sauce or seafood spaghetti." Qingjun stopped in his tracks and said under Xianxia's hopeful gaze, "I'm not eating. It's for my health." Qingjun was probably the best at digging a hole for her and making her jump into it herself. Xianxia asked, "Are you really not eating?" "I'm hungry. I can make some for you." "I'm not eating." "Okay then." Wan Qiuqiu left the study and watched as Qingjun closed the door. She couldn't help but sigh. If she had known, she wouldn't have played with Qingjun. Now, since they met, this was the second time Qingjun was angry with her. The first time, Wan Qiuqiu didn't know the reason. In the end, because of a takeout that she secretly ate, they became friendly again. But now, it was a relationship between a man and a woman. How could she repair it? Could it be a hug? A kiss? Wan Qiuqiu. Forget it. She'd better use food to tempt him. No matter how she thought about it, it didn't seem reliable. After all, Qingjun had never acted according to the rules. There was ready-made spaghetti. Wan Qiuqiu made the meat sauce and cooked the noodles. The steaming steam warmed the entire kitchen. She carried a plate of spaghetti and quietly walked to the study and knocked on the door. Qingjun? Qingjun? My noodles are ready. Through the door, Qingjun's voice was muffled. I'm going to sleep. Oh, okay. If you're hungry, heat it up and eat it yourself. Wan Qiuqiu thought that she was really done for this time. She didn't know when Qingjun would calm down. She held the plate of spaghetti dejectedly and went back to her room to eat alone. At the same time, Qingjun was lying on the bed looking at his phone. Under the faint light of the phone, his silent face was reflected. The screen showed the bookmark that he had saved before. It read, the type of man that women dislike the most. 1. Timid and childish. Today, Wan Qiuqiu was still the depressed Wan Qiuqiu. Yesterday morning, when she was sitting in the car, she didn't want to talk to Qingjun, but now it was completely the opposite. They were both sitting in the back, but Qingjun deliberately nestled on the other side, forcibly keeping a person's distance away from Wan Qiuqiu. The two of them were silent. Seeing this, the driver seemed a little embarrassed, so he simply pulled down the partition and let the couple solve the problem by themselves. Qingjun lowered his head and put his hands in his pockets. His messy short hair was fluffy and soft, probably because he didn't sleep well. It was a little puffy, and the ends of his hair were curled into small strange arcs, which inexplicably made him look cuter. His eyelids were lowered, and she didn't know if he was looking at his legs or staring at the car in a daze. From Wan Qiuqiu's angle, she could see his long and thick eyelashes. After a long time, he blinked sluggishly. If it wasn't for the blink, she would almost think that the man beside her was a large puppet. Wan Qiuqiu was even more depressed. What was the old saying? Husband and wife didn't have overnight enmity. Why was he still thinking about it? When Wan Qiuqiu noticed that his eyes were dark and he looked like he didn't sleep well, she felt a wave of guilt. Sure enough, he was still scared. She shouldn't have joked about this kind of thing. Wan Qiuqiu still remembered that when she was in junior high, there was a girl in her class who was very good at her studies and was especially afraid of insects. At that time, the boys in the class were at the age where people despised them and dogs despised them. They did their best to tease people and seize the opportunity to fly into the sky. When they found out from some unknown source that the girl was afraid of insects, a few of them got a bunch of insects overnight and stuffed them all into her school bag. After the physical education class, when she took out her books from her bag, she took out a lot of dead insects. Some live insects even hit the girl's cheeks and neck. There was a very shrill scream in the class. Later, Wan Qiuqiu and the other students in the class watched as the girl ran out crying, quit school, and disappeared. Because of this incident, the boys in the class didn't dare to touch anyone else. At that time, Wan Qiuqiu was the same as other girls. She was afraid of bugs, the dark, and ghosts. In order to prevent the same thing from happening to herself, she tried her best to come into contact with these frightening things. Gradually, she went from being unable to sleep at night to being numb to it. Later, Wan Qiuqiu found joy in it and completely became a fan of thrilling experiences. Now, looking at Qingjun's depressed appearance, Wan Qiuqiu suddenly realized that she was no different from those boys who liked to tease others. Wan Qiuqiu cautiously moved towards Qingjun. In return, Qingjun leaned against the glass window, fearing that Wan Qiuqiu would approach him. Wan Qiuqiu refused to budge. What happened last night? Don't mention it. Qingjun interrupted her gloomily. Sure enough, it was very serious. What if it left a psychological shadow? Wanchocho felt remorseful and tried to continue to communicate with Qingjun. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have let you watch the horror movie and caused you a bad experience. But don't worry, I won't look for you the next time I watch a movie like this. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have let you watch the horror movie. I won't look for you the next time. I shouldn't have, I won't look for you the next time. Wanchocho's sincere promise echoed in Qingjun's ears. If Wanchocho could understand why Qingjun was depressed at this moment, she would know that her words at this moment were tantamount to hurting Qingjun a second time. Qingjun still remembered that the book mentioned one of the signs that a woman no longer loves. When a woman no longer has emotional dependence on you and learns to bear everything by herself, she no longer needs you. Then, she will no longer need you anymore. Boschun was depressed. Facing Wanchocho's sincere gaze, Qingjun silently lifted the hood of his sweater and put it on. He grabbed 2 elastic ropes with one hand and silently pulled them down. The hood gradually shrank and covered a large part of his face. At this moment, Qingjun's mood could only be described with one word, and that was, depressed. Wanchocho, what did she say wrong again? The silent and strange atmosphere between the two lasted until they reached the office. The Jiao Fan came back from a business trip and happened to bump into Qingjun walking towards the office. He greeted him happily, but his boss didn't even look at him. Qingjun put his hands in his pockets, lowered his head, and walked past the Jiao Fan. With that posture and that expression, if he dressed up, one would think that he was an extra from The Walking Dead who had run to the wrong set. The Jiao Fan was shocked. What happened to boss? Realizing that something was wrong, the Jiao Fan quickly sent a message to Tu Nan and asked, "Did something big happen while I was away?" Tu Nan replied very quickly, "Of course." What? What? The Jiao Fan's heart sank. He didn't know that such a big thing had happened at the company. It was his dereliction of duty. Tu Nan said in a light tone, "I'm about to fall in love." The Jiao Fan, Tu Nan? Why aren't you saying anything? The Jiao Fan, be a good person. Tu Nan, who was inexplicably scolded, felt very wronged. He sat in his office and pondered for a long time. Suddenly, he figured it out. The Jiao Fan was still in a relationship and was in a state of unrequited love. As soon as he came back, he encountered a public display of affection. It was normal for him to be angry. With this thought, Tu Nan didn't feel wronged anymore. At this moment, there was a soft knock on the door and the secretary walked in. She was dressed as usual today, but with Tu Nan's aesthetic, it was easy to see that the secretary had put on lipstick and eye makeup. She was really interested in him. She even knew how to use makeup to attract his attention. Good, very good. Tu Nan was about to praise her when he heard the secretary say coldly, "Boss, I'm not working overtime tonight. I'm taking leave." Taking leave? Where are you going? Tu Nan couldn't help but be stunned. Blind date. The smile on his face instantly froze. What? Tu Nan and the Jiao Fan went to Qingjun's office at the same time. Under the pretext of discussing work, one tried to figure out what happened to the boss, while the other tried to complain about her grievances. Tu Nan, I think I'm going to be heartbroken again. The Jiao Fan, didn't you just say that you want to date? Tu Nan sighed. She said that I'm childish and boring. She actually said that you're childish. Qingjun, who was originally not in the mood, suddenly looked up. When he heard the conversation between the two, it was as if hundreds of arrows had pierced his heart in an instant. At this time, he was really depressed. Everyone had their own worries. Wanchocho sat in the office and was a little distracted. The sketches were drawn again, and the more she drew, the stranger it became. In the end, unknowingly, a draft image appeared on the computer screen. It was Qingjun, who was hiding in a corner. His head was gloomy and his face was full of unhappiness. Wanchocho was even more confused. She had never been in a relationship before. How could she coax Qingjun? In a real sense, she did not know Qingjun very well. Therefore, at this critical moment, she did not understand why Qingjun was angry. The only way she could think of was to use food to coax Qingjun. She slept too late last night and did not make lunch this morning. She had to go to the cafeteria to eat later. Usually, Qingjun would eat in the cafeteria. He did not like crowded places, and he did not like people staring at him, even though he looked indifferent on the surface. Xianxia looked at the time every now and then. The waiting time was incomparably long and torturous. Finally, under her watchful gaze, it was almost lunchtime. Xianxia hesitated for a moment and sent a message to Qingjun. Xianxia, are you going to the cafeteria to eat? Let's go together. A few minutes later, Qingjun did not reply to her. This made Xianxia feel even more uneasy. Was their relationship as husband and wife going to end because of a Thai movie? Wasn't this too ridiculous? Xianxia stood up decisively and took her phone to find Qingjun. On the way, she bumped into the Jiao fan, whom she had not seen in a long time. Xianxia greeted him warmly. The Jiao fan first laughed and called her sister-in-law. Then, he nervously leaned forward and whispered, "Sister-in-law, what happened between you and the boss? Did you fight?" "It's not really a fight. It's just, I might have made him angry." "Why? What has he been doing all morning?" The Jiao fan asked this because he had seen something. The Jiao fan lowered his voice and said, "The boss hasn't said a word all morning. He's completely ignoring us. He's just sitting next to the floor-to-ceiling window, not moving at all. I've never seen the boss so depressed." Xianxia was speechless. Oh no, oh no. Things seem to be getting out of control. Xianxia asked, "Where is he? Is he still in the office?" "Yeah, it seems like he's not eating lunch." Qingjun not eating lunch was like a red rain falling from the sky. The Jiao fan also felt that it was very strange. "Sister-in-law, don't be angry with the boss. He's just that kind of person. He's not in a hurry to do anything. Sometimes, he's not that sensitive and can't tell what others are thinking. Sometimes, I get angry too. But when I think about the salary, I just accept it." Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. The situation now was clearly Qingjun was angry with her. "Alright, it's fine. I'll take care of Qingjun. You don't have to worry." Okay. Then I'm relieved. "Thank you, sister-in-law." After parting with the Jiao fan, Xianxia went to the small kitchen in the cafeteria and asked the chef to pack 2 servings of rice for her. The rice was still warm. Xianxia's stomach growled, reminding her that it was time to eat. Xianxia rubbed her stomach and walked forward quickly. When she reached Qingjun's office, she knocked softly on the door, but did not hear Qingjun's voice. Xianxia pushed the door open. In the spacious office, Qingjun was the only one sitting on the chair. He stared at the computer on the table in a daze. It was as if Xianxia had possessed him again. He did not move at all. Xianxia wanted to laugh, but she felt that the scene was so sad that she could not laugh. Xianxia took the rice and placed it on Qingjun's table. "It's time to eat. If you don't eat, you'll starve." Qingjun was still immersed in his dark clouds and could not extricate himself. He was very depressed. Xianxia could not bear to look at him. She called out to Qingjun, "Wake up. If you still feel bad, why don't you stop working today, okay?" Under Xianxia's persuasion, Qingjun finally raised his head and looked at her slowly. The two of them looked at each other. Qingjun asked gloomily, "Is this a farewell meal?" "Xianxia? What kind of weird brain circuit was this?" Xianxia was a little confused by Qingjun's behavior. She originally thought that Qingwan had been scared and ignored her, but now it seemed like that wasn't the case. Xianxia was a little amused. "Why do you want to break up?" Qingjun, the word childish was still echoing in his mind, but Boss Qing couldn't say it out loud. Xianxia smiled Yan in front of him. She didn't look unhappy or impatient at all. "Are you not feeling well? Don't think too much. Let's talk things out." Qingjun suddenly asked, "Do you hate me?" Xianxia was a little confused. "Why should I hate you?" "Very good." She didn't hate him, which meant that she liked him. Qingjun stared at Xianxia silently. When Xianxia was confused, he stood up and walked to Xianxia. "Xianxia? What was he going to do?" Qingjun suddenly stretched out his arms toward Xianxia, still exuding a very sad aura. He said sullenly, "Hug me." At that moment, Xianxia was hit by some kind of wonderful electric current, which made her heart soften uncontrollably. Qingjun continued to stretch out his arms, waiting for her gentle comfort. His expression was very obedient, and there was a bit of pity in his sadness. Xianxia burst into laughter, and her eyes curved. Her attitude suddenly softened. She opened her arms and hugged Qingjun back, half amused and half helpless. Her soft body was pressed against his, and her slender arms hugged his back and patted him comfortingly. Qingjun wrapped his arms around her waist, tightened the strength of his hands, and buried his face in her shoulder. His nose was full of Xianxia's pleasant smell. Xianxia's body was as if there were no bones. Her body was very soft, and it felt very good to hug. Qingjun suddenly understood why some people liked human-shaped pillows so much. Xianxia was almost out of breath from the hug. Her chest pressed against Qingjun's chest, and the space was so tight that she almost couldn't breathe. Xianxia had no choice but to remind him, "All right, let go of me. I can't breathe." Qingjun protested with silence. In the end, Xianxia was still hugged tightly. If Elder Meng hadn't sent a message to ask where she was, Xianxia would probably have been carried by Qingjun until the end of time. The warmth of an embrace was different from a kiss. When the two of them hugged each other, it was as if they were exposing themselves to each other, revealing all of their tenderness and emotions. This kind of unguarded calmness was mesmerizing. Not only did Xianxia not hate this side of Qingjun, on the contrary, she liked it very much. "The food is getting cold. Hurry up and eat." When he returned to his seat, Qingjun's aura of mourning had completely disappeared. He opened the lunchbox and ate a mouthful of rice. Xianxia still remembered that he didn't dislike the spicy diced chicken, so she asked the driver to fill the plate with a lot of food. He ate slowly, looking at Xianxia in a good mood. The two ate harmoniously for a long time. In the end, when Xianxia wiped her mouth and was about to leave, Qingjun suddenly asked, "What kind of man do you dislike the most?" Occasionally, he would hit a straight ball, and he would get a more obvious effect. In this regard, Qingjun never knew what face was. Sure enough, Xianxia was stunned by his sudden and straightforward question. At first, she was a little stunned and didn't understand why Qingjun asked such a question. After careful consideration, Xianxia said, "Male chauvinist, selfish, narrow-minded, lecherous, greedy, boastful, and ambitious. That's about it." Qingjun silently eliminated the words in his heart and found that he didn't meet any of them. It was like playing a game and activating the skill of dodging to the maximum. Dodging all the attacks would make people feel extremely good. "Oh. Right." Also, Xianxia looked at him meaningfully and said, "Dog man." Qingjun, ? Xianxia, "I'm going back to work." "Good luck to you too." Qingjun searched the internet for a long time and roughly figured out what dogman meant. He sighed in relief. Fortunately, he wasn't. The Jiao fan was about to go back to work when Tu Nan, who had slipped out from an unknown corner, grabbed her tightly. Tu Nan looked nervous and whispered, "Do you know what I saw?" The Jiao fan, "Nonsense, I don't have a third eye." "Hey!" Tu Nan still hadn't recovered from his shock. He danced with his hands and feet to show how shocked he was at that moment. Boss actually opened his arms like this and waited for sister-in-law to hug him? The man who had been sitting on the altar in his heart for many years had fallen from the clouds at this moment. Qingjun was no longer the strong and invincible man who was actually more indifferent than anyone else, he actually took the initiative to ask for it. "Hug. Down." Down, Tu Nan found it hard to describe how he felt when he witnessed that scene. It was like a lion that was usually worshipped, but one day, he was surprised to find that the lion had turned into a dog, the kind that could be trampled on by anyone. If he hadn't happened to pass by and saw the boss and lady boss's actions through the glass, he probably would have thought that Qingjun was a cold and indifferent man. The Jiao fan and he had the same complicated feelings. They called Fu Zicheng again and exaggerated the story. If they weren't afraid that the boss would pull them out of the group again, they really wanted to tease the boss. Tu Nan's strange expression couldn't be restrained in front of Qingjun. It was as if he had caught the pigtails of a good student in class and wanted to say something but didn't. He went around in circles and disturbed Qingjun. Qingjun, who was immersed in his work, suddenly didn't raise his head and said in a gentle tone, "You should work overtime tonight." "Tunan? Why?" Bad news from the sky. There were only a few words written on Qingjun's face. "Do you need a reason to work overtime?" Tunan went back to the office with a sad face. The secretary hadn't left yet and was organizing the documents. He had a flash of inspiration and imitated the boss. He opened his arms to the secretary and said shamelessly, "Hug me." The secretary looked at Tunan expressionlessly as if she was staring at a dead person. After a long silence, she couldn't help but curse. "Was your brain licked by a donkey?" On the way home from work, Wanqiuqiu bumped into Guyu, who she hadn't seen for a long time. Ever since the incident with Su Biying, they hadn't met face to face. Su Biying was now in prison and was going through life behind bars. Wanqiuqiu only hoped that she would wake up and stop trying to plot against her. She didn't know if Guyu had visited Su Biying. But looking at his handsome and elegant appearance in a trench coat, he must have been living a good life recently. Guyu looked a little surprised. "Qiuqiu, do you get off work so late too?" "Yes, I've been busy recently. I'm about to start a new project." Because of the good reviews in Ode to Gallantry, she was gradually becoming famous. Some companies wanted to cooperate with Wanqiuqiu. "You've worked hard." Guyu pursed his lips and smiled. "It's work. It's painful and happy." The two of them chatted casually. After the incident last time, Guyu seemed to have gradually become more relaxed with her. He was no longer deliberately restrained, which made Wanqiuqiu sincerely happy for him. "By the way." "Yes?" Guyu smiled and continued, "I recently met a very good girl. Coincidentally, she used to play games with us in the same gang. If everything goes well, I'll introduce her to you in the future." "Wanqiuqiu, huh?" Guyu didn't expect Wanqiuqiu to be so surprised. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Nothing." Realizing that her reaction was too obvious, Wanqiuqiu laughed awkwardly. She looked at Guyu and said sincerely, "Congratulations, and I wish you all the best. She's definitely a very good woman." If she guessed correctly, that woman was probably Guyu's first wife in the book in her previous life. Everything gradually went back on track, as if it was the will of heaven. The shadow hovering above Wanqiuqiu's head was still about whether Qingjun had died or not. But the background was different from the background of the story. Too many changes had happened, so there was no trace to check. When a butterfly fluttered its wings, it brought about too many changes. Guyu looked at her sincerely and said, "Thank you." Perhaps Wanqiuqiu would never know that it was her invisible support that accompanied him through a difficult time. Memories were memories after all. Now, they were gradually moving in the direction of their own lives. At this moment, a gaze that seemed to be solid stared at the two of them faintly. Wanqiuqiu shivered. Strange, why did she feel like she was being watched by a ghost? Guyu looked forward and couldn't help but smile. Qingjun, who was walking towards them, put one hand in his pocket and held Wanqiuqiu's hand with the other. He glanced at Guyu casually and warningly, then pulled Wanqiuqiu away. Behind them, Guyu watched the two of them leave and found it a little funny. Qingjun wasn't an emotionless wooden beauty in the eyes of others. Judging from his actions, it could be said that he cared a lot about Wanqiuqiu. No matter how strong a person was, he or she would have a weakness when facing love. This was true for all of them. Guyu said to himself, "We will all be happy." Wanqiuqiu was pulled away in a hurry. She chased after Qingjun and waved at Guyu. Qingjun said, "You're not allowed to see him. You're not allowed to say goodbye to him." Wanqiuqiu asked, "Why?" Qingjun held her wrist tightly without saying a word. It was probably because he was worried about personal gains and losses. But when the words reached his lips, he paused and said, "What are we eating tonight?" "I'm hungry." Wanqiuqiu said, "I knew it." Elder Meng's invitation came as promised. Wanqiuqiu deliberately put on makeup. When she was applying mascara, Qingjun silently floated to Wanqiuqiu's side like a ghost. "What's this?" He pointed at the mascara. "Ouch, you scared me." Qingjun's voice suddenly sounded in the quiet room. Xianxia was so scared that a piece of mascara rubbed on her eyelids, ruining half of her eyeshadow. Next time, can you say hello first? Qingjun said slowly, isn't it? For example, what's the weather like today? What did you eat for lunch? You can find an entry point in what the other person is doing. This will make the conversation easier. His long list of theories surprised Xianxia. Where did you learn this? Qingjun also began to pay attention to the skills of conversation. This was amazing. Xianxia's question made Qingjun's eyes wander for a moment. Online advertisements. Oh, if Xianxia knew that he had read all the books on the topic of gender, she would probably laugh at him on the spot. It should be emphasized here that Boss Qing adhered to strict standards and consulted various data, mainly based on Dubon ratings, and finally made the next book list. He was the only one who was qualified to know the specific content of the ultimate secret book list. Xianxia carefully wiped off the smudged mascara with a cotton swab and continued, you can eat by yourself tonight. I have to go out. Where are you going? Elder Meng said that he would take me to a small gathering to meet some seniors. This is a good thing for me. It's estimated that it will be dark when I come back, so, it's up to you. Qingjun was silent for a long time. Then he nodded and silently walked out of Xiao's bedroom. Xiao? She didn't know why, but she always imagined the scene of Qingjun singing Little Cabbage with snowflakes on his head. Xiao quickly shook her head to get rid of this strange scene from her mind. She put on her small bag and casually curled her shoulder-length hair a few times. She casually brushed her hair and saw Qingjun sitting on the sofa. Remember to eat, don't eat junk food. Qingjun's eyes followed her. Xiao stood at the door, changed her shoes, and looked up. Qingjun slowly walked to her with one hand in his pocket. Xiao waved at him. Then I'll be leaving. Come back early. Qingjun stood alone at the door, as if Xiao had abandoned him. Xiao couldn't bear to be stared at like this and was thinking about whether to appease him. At this moment, Qingwan slowly said, the fried chicken shop downstairs doesn't deliver takeout at night. I don't want to go downstairs. Bring me one when you come back. Xiao, sweet and sweet and sweet. And. Also. Ekokyoku. Qingwan said, I'm done, you can leave now. She threw the words at Qingwan, this dog of a man. He. Was. Is. Xiao was a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Elder Meng was on the way, so she sent him the address. Elder Meng came early. From a distance, Xiao saw a coquettish sapphire blue BMW. The sides of the car were painted with cartoon characters. This car was extremely eye-catching. The passers-by looked back a few times, and some took out their mobile phones to take a few photos as souvenirs. Elder Meng sat in the driver's seat and said, I'm afraid you can't find it. How can I not find it? Xiao fastened her seatbelt. Your car is the most beautiful one in the center of the stage. Elder Meng took it as a compliment and laughed. I didn't expect you two to live in such an ordinary building. It's not very safe. If you want, you'd better move to a high-end apartment. There are a lot of bad guys these days. Don't be too naive. Well, I know. How could Xiao say that this building was more than a simple house for Qingjun? For him, perhaps it carried a lot of unbearable memories. Little beauty, you're dressed so well today. Alas, it's a pity that my son is still studying. Otherwise, I would have asked you to wait for him. Are there any good-looking sisters in your family? Leave some for me. Xiao was confused. Why do you make it sound like human trafficking? The two chatted along the way. To be precise, it was still Elder Meng's one-sided bombardment mode. He told Xiao how fun the animation exhibition in spring was. Xiao was dizzy. Fortunately, they were not far from the club. When she got out of the car, she was like Andy who had escaped from Shawshank prison. She couldn't wait to open her hands to welcome the fresh and free air. The small gathering place was a private club. People had to show their membership cards when entering and leaving. Xiao was curious. She followed Elder Meng all the way, trying not to behave like a country bumpkin. Elder Meng was amused by her cautious look. It's okay. Don't be nervous. They are a group of good friends. They are very lively. Phew, Xianxia took a deep breath. Okay, I know. The waiter led them to one of the rooms. The corridor was quiet as if there was no one. Xianxia suppressed her nervousness. The waiter pushed the door open. Several people sitting on the sofa turned around. Everyone's face was covered with a pile of notes. The scene was as funny as it could be. Xianxia was shocked and confused. She almost laughed out loud, but she quickly held it back. Elder Meng laughed without showing any respect. You guys are playing cards again. Aren't we waiting for you? Behind you is the legendary Chocho bird, right? Why is the little girl so beautiful? Come here, the seat in the middle is for you. Several people waved their hands excitedly. As Elder Meng said, they were not arrogant at all. They were even overly enthusiastic. Xianxia sat in the middle of the sofa, as if she was sitting on pins and needles. In addition to Elder Meng, there were 3 other people, 2 middle-aged men and a slightly young woman. Elder Meng introduced them to Xianxia. They looked inconspicuous, but they were all outstanding figures in the industry. Among them, Elder Wei was almost semi-retired for personal reasons. His works were hard to find. Xianxia learned that he had made contributions to the national comics industry and could not help but be more respectful. Oh, don't be so formal. Be careful of the notes. When Elder Wei spoke, the notes on his face were blown up and down by him. Xianxia could not be serious for a while and looked at them awkwardly. Elder Meng laughed. I told you, a group of old kids. His words were spurned by the 3 people. Bah. You're the old one. I'm always 18. Yes. Xianxia gradually relaxed as they joked from time to time. They were full of curiosity and asked Xianxia a lot of questions, including where she graduated from and who her teacher was. Xianxia could not answer them and could only vaguely say that she was self-taught. Your works are full of spirit. The little girl has a bright future. You don't have to make games. Then what do I do? Xianxia was stunned. Elder Meng changed the topic and said, this old man is very bad. He always advises people to change careers. Don't listen to him. Let's not talk about work today. Elder Wei was not angry. He picked up the teacup and said, then I'll punish myself with a cup. Don't be angry. Of course I won't be angry. Xianxia said with a smile. After 3 rounds of tea, the fruit plate was almost finished. Her cheeks hurt from chewing the dried fruits and snacks, and she drank a lot of tea. This kind of party was too different from what Xianxia had expected. She had thought that she would experience a severe test, and had already braced herself for all kinds of preparations. Now, she only wanted to go to the toilet after drinking tea. They really did not talk about work. It was interesting to listen to them talk about some ordinary trifles. As they talked, the topic shifted to Xianxia. Sister Sue asked with a smile, you have a good relationship with your husband. It's good to be young. Yes, when do you plan to have a child? But it's not bad to play for a few more years. Or are you guys dink? Xianxia was a little embarrassed. Have a child? It was not even set in stone yet. After such an interruption, Xianxia suddenly felt a sense of crisis in the safety belt. Thinking about it carefully, although Qingjun was a bit of a dog, he was also a normal man and could not reproduce asexually. So, Qingjun also had desires. He had desires. Desires. Maybe it was because Qingjun was too docile in front of Xianxia. He was not like other overbearing presidents who would force a kiss on her and throw her on the big bed. Therefore, she had no scruples when facing Qingjun. Qingjun was also a mature man. Xianxia, who was suddenly shrouded by a sense of crisis, was stunned. Until the end of the party, until Elder Meng sent her downstairs, until Xianxia bought the fried chicken and entered the door, she had been immersed in some strange self-contradiction. Was it difficult to admit that Qingjun was also a normal man? Maybe it was. Xianxia imagined that after they gave birth to a child, Qingjun would take the child to eat instant noodles and secretly take out a bag of snacks from somewhere in the middle of the night. Wan Xiaoqiu's hands were itchy and she wanted to beat him. Qingjun opened the door and saw Wan Xiaoqiu staring at him inexplicably. Then she stuffed the fried chicken into his arms. "Eat your fried chicken." Qingjun? How could he know that Wan Xiaoqiu was imagining the daily life of a future father? That was why Wan Xiaoqiu was infuriated. Qingjun opened the bag, lowered his head and rummaged through it. Then he turned his face and asked slowly, "Where's the soda?" "Ah, I forgot." Wan Xiaoqiu sat in the bedroom and removed her makeup. "Look in the fridge. There should be soda in the fridge. Don't drink too much." Qingjun went to the kitchen and opened the fridge door. There was a row of Yakult, a few cartons of milk, and a few bottles of beer. He suddenly remembered that when he ordered takeout last time, the restaurant had sent the wrong drink. A few cans of beer were sent over as bottles of Sprite. The beer had been left alone in the fridge. There was not a single bottle of soda. Qingjun rummaged through the fridge several times and was sure that he only had two choices. He could either drink alcohol or Yakult. Or he could choose not to drink. Qingjun held the fried chicken in the bag and thought for a moment. Then he took out 2 cans of beer. He rarely drank, but he was a good drinker. He had never gotten drunk. It was no problem for him to drink 1 or 2 cans of beer. After Wan Xiaoqiu smeared her face for a long time, she walked out of the room. Qingjun was sitting on the sofa in the living room and eating fried chicken. "Hey, why are you drinking beer? There's no soda in the fridge." "Oh, do you want to eat?" Wan Xiaoqiu shook her head. "No, I'm full." She sat next to Qingjun and played with her mobile phone with her legs crossed. Qingjun's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he drank the cold beer. Wan Xiaoqiu couldn't help but be distracted. She could already imagine the wonderful taste of the cold liquid rolling down her esophagus. To be precise, Wan Xiaoqiu was a little greedy. She looked at Qingjun a few times and was caught by Qingjun. "Are you hungry?" "No." Wan Xiaoqiu sat up straight and leaned over to him. "Is the beer good?" Qingjun could still remember her drunken look. "You can't drink." "I'll just drink a few mouthfuls. Don't worry, I'll definitely not get drunk. After drinking, I'll go back to my room and sleep." At this moment, Wan Xiaoqiu was greedy and forgot to think about whether Qingjun was like other men when she came here. She didn't have to go to work the next day. Drinking beer would definitely cause her face to be a little swollen in the morning. But she had decided to stay at home tomorrow, so she didn't have to worry about the swelling. Wan Xiaoqiu was obviously tempted. "I'll just drink a mouthful." Qingwan recalled how she looked like when she was drunk. His eyes drifted as if he remembered some memories. This time, he didn't refuse. Instead, he took the initiative to ask, "Do you want to open another bottle?" "No, I'll just drink a mouthful of yours." "Okay." The cold beer bottle touched her skin, making Wan Xiaoqiu shiver involuntarily. She raised her head and drank a big mouthful. She felt so refreshed that she couldn't help drinking 2 more mouthfuls before handing it to Qingjun. "I've finished drinking." "Here you are." Qingjun took the beer bottle. It seemed to still have the residual warmth of Wan Xiaoqiu's lips. Wan Xiaoqiu was lying on the sofa and playing with her phone. Qingjun beside her had finished eating the fried chicken and cleaned up the battlefield. When he passed by the living room, he glanced at Wan Xiaoqiu. Wan Xiaoqiu looked calm and didn't seem to be drunk at all. Boss Qing didn't know why he was disappointed. It was getting late. Qingjun cleaned up the kitchen waste and walked to Wan Xiaoqiu's side. "I'm going to sleep. Good night." Wan Xiaoqiu narrowed her eyes and didn't respond. Qingjun said in a warm tone, "Don't sleep here. You'll catch a cold." With Qingjun's reminder, Wan Xiaoqiu seemed to be a little irritated. She frowned and rubbed her forehead gently with her fingertips. The night light shone on her body, making her skin look even fairer. It was like a piece of flawless jade. When she raised her elbow, half of her loose sleeve slipped, revealing her slender arm. She licked her lips and asked lazily, "Then carry me back." "Qingjun?" Wan Xiaoqiu opened her eyes. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were filled with a misty smile. She was charming and moving. Brother Jun, he instantly fell silent. The legendary saying that people like Xianxia could drink in one gulp was probably referring to people like her. However, she didn't know how much she could drink. It was as if she didn't have any bones in her body. Xianxia narrowed her eyes and waved at him. She giggled and said, "Brother Zhu, carry me." Qingjun, in an instant, it changed from an ambiguous scene to Old Gao village carrying his wife. The difference between the two was too big. He sighed and walked to Xianxia. He let Xianxia lean on him and carried Xianxia back to the bedroom and laid her down on the bed. In his arms, Boss Chang's heart was as calm as water. The reason was that Xianxia kept saying "Brother Zhu" and "I old son." It really made the scene in front of him very strange. Xianxia hugged his neck and didn't let go. "Tell me a story. Tell me a story." Qingwan was annoyed and asked slowly, "What are you talking about?" "Just, tell me about the 1001 Nights." "Qingjun, this story couldn't be finished without a few days and nights." Xianxia threw a tantrum and refused to let go. Her cheeks were rosy, her eyes were bright, and her red lips were soft and beautiful. It was very charming. Qingjun, who was sitting by the bed, was silent for a moment. He suddenly realized that he had dug a hole for himself and was looking for trouble. Xianxia suddenly laughed and said, "You're so good-looking." Qingjun hated it when people commented on his looks since he was young. However, Xianxia was not just anyone. He looked down at Xianxia quietly. His neck was hooked by her soft hands. Xianxia would only take the initiative when she was drunk. Xianxia didn't move for a long time. Just when Qingjun thought that she had fallen asleep, she said vaguely, "I won't allow you to die. No one can hurt you." A wonderful emotion rolled in his chest. It was hot and gentle. Qingjun said in a low voice, "No. Except for Xianxia, no one could hurt him." Xianxia said the last sentence in a half-asleep state. "I'll be with you, so, don't be afraid." In her dream, she saw Qingjun standing alone at the door, as if the whole world had abandoned him. Therefore, she said such words to Qingjun. The bedroom was very quiet. The man sitting by the bed supported himself with one hand on the mattress and let Xianxia hug his neck. He lowered his head. His messy hair fell down and covered his eyelids. His eyes couldn't be seen clearly. He maintained his motionless posture for a long time. Finally, the man said in a slow and pleasant voice, "Then we have a promise." The drunk Xianxia didn't hear anything clearly. She just muttered to herself and didn't know what kind of scene she was dreaming of. Qingjun bent down and planted a kiss on her red lips. The simple touch of their lips made one's heart palpitate. In the end, he felt that it wasn't enough. His kiss lingered between her eyebrows, eyelids, forehead, and finally returned to her soft lips. He gently bit Xianxia's lips. It was as if a few ants were crawling over her lips. It was so itchy that she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Her lips and tongue were easily pried open and entangled. Xianxia was half asleep and felt that the air in her lungs was about to be sucked out. She struggled a few times, but the other party grabbed her wrist. It was as if 1,000 pounds were pressing on her body, making her unable to move. In a daze, she let his kiss become more and more gentle. His kiss trailed down her cheek and landed on her soft and fair neck. Her pure white skin was flawless, like a piece of clean dyed cloth, waiting to be dyed with thick ink and heavy colors. Qingjun, the fruit farmer, finally succeeded in planting a small red strawberry. When he wanted to take another step, Xianxia had unknowingly given up struggling and fell asleep. Qingjun, his throat felt as if he had swallowed a piece of charcoal. The scorching temperature roasted his blood and the soft mucous membrane of his mouth. Every nerve in his body was screaming. "Xiao." His voice was dry and hoarse. Not only did Xiao not wake up, but she also kicked the defenseless Qingjun off the bed. She had a temper when she woke up and hated it when people disturbed her sleep. The indiscriminate attack in her drunken dream completely broke the charming atmosphere at this moment. Qingjun, who was sitting on the floor, turned his face and looked at Xiao. She was sleeping soundly. Qingjun was silent for a long time and then sighed. Sigh. When Xiao woke up, her mind was a mess. She only remembered sitting on the sofa and playing with her phone. Then, she had no recollection of how she returned to the bedroom and how she fell asleep on the bed. Ah. She drank. Xianxia put on her slippers, rubbed her eyes, and opened the door. Qingjun was leaning against the table, looking at his phone while eating a frozen rice ball. Xianxia asked subconsciously, "Did you take the rice ball out of the fridge for a while?" Qingjun nodded. Xianxia had told him many times. Although he found it troublesome, he still did it. That's good. Xianxia tousled her hair and continued to ask embarrassedly, "Was I drunk last night?" Qingjun was silent. "I didn't go crazy, right?" Xianxia had lost her memory. She was afraid that she would do something inappropriate like last time. Qingjun said slowly, "You kicked me." Xianxia? She actually kicked him? Seeing that Qingjun didn't seem to be lying, Xianxia said awkwardly, "I didn't kick, some important part." Qingjun's eyes drifted for a moment. Xianxia couldn't help but feel more nervous. "Don't tell me, my waist hurts." "Waist? Oh, it's your waist." Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. Qingjun asked faintly, "Where did you think it was?" Cough, cough, cough. Xianxia chose not to answer this question. She turned and went to the bathroom to wash up. Qingjun continued to eat his rice ball. After a few minutes, Xianxia's extremely surprised voice came from the bathroom. "Hey! What's wrong with my neck? Why is there a red swelling?" Qingjun almost choked on his rice ball. Xianxia pushed open the bathroom door. She pulled open her collar and pointed to her neck at Qingjun. There was a bright red mark on the right side of her slender neck. It was so eye-catching in contrast with her fair skin. The two of them looked at each other. Qingjun's expression stiffened. "Xianxia, don't tell me, Qingjun," Xianxia said, "is there a bug in the house?" Oh no, you should go back to the supermarket to buy insecticides and eradicate it as soon as possible." Qingjun, Xianxia really didn't think too much about it, so Mr. Qing successfully escaped suspicion. Xianxia looked in the mirror for a long time with a depressed face. Being bitten in such an obvious place looked really unsightly. If it didn't disappear for a few days, it would be bad if colleagues in the company gossiped. She found a concealer and carefully applied layer after layer on the red and swollen area. After making sure that it didn't look too obvious, she returned to the living room. Qingjun ate a rice ball for a long time, which made Xianxia wonder if he had something on his mind. "Did you not sleep well last night? Why do I feel like you're acting weird?" Qingjun looked at her, and the image of Xianxia last night appeared in his mind. She lay on the bed, looking charming and beautiful as she called out to her brother in a drunken stupor. "The rice balls don't taste good," he said. Xianxia believed him. "Oh, then don't buy this flavor next time." Qingjun bought the medicine, and under Xianxia's command, he killed the insects in every room. To Xianxia's disappointment, after a few days, not to mention insects, she didn't even see a leg. Maybe the insecticides were not effective enough, or maybe the insects predicted the impending danger and moved away in advance. But since that day, Xianxia was never bitten by insects again, which could be said to be a relief. After a spring rain, the cherry and apricot flowers in the nearby park bloomed. The delicate flower buds and branches, the fragrant grass was delicious, and the falling petals were in full profusion, which attracted everyone to go for an outing. Before there were too many people to step on the flowers, Xianxia found some free time and took Qingjun to enjoy the flowers. Of course, one had to wear a beautiful dress to enjoy the flowers. Xianxia wore a blue dress, which made her gorgeous and moving. She was happy all the way and was ready to take a few good photos. Of course, if Qingjun could count on her, it would be better. Xianxia reminded Qingjun all the way, "Listen to me later, and take whatever I say." Qingjun, "Okay. If I look ugly in the photos, I will bear a grudge." Xianxia warned. Qingjun, "Okay. You are so confident." Qingjun promised so calmly, but Xianxia still couldn't trust him. She was prepared for the possibility of being angered by a straight man's aesthetic photos. There weren't many people at this time, but the appearance of the two was still the focus of attention. Fortunately, Xianxia had foresight. The two of them each wore a pair of sunglasses, which covered half of their faces. They didn't look like they were here to enjoy the flowers, but to walk on the tea stage. So, they became more eye-catching. Xianxia took Qingjun to the uninhabited bushes. When they looked up, they could see the blooming flowers, delicate and beautiful, full of the beauty of spring. Xianxia took a deep breath and said happily, "It's so good, I haven't walked like this in a long time." Qingjun suddenly looked at her. Xianxia asked, "Eh? Why are you looking at me?" Then she realized that at this time, the male lead would usually say that the female lead was more beautiful than the flowers. Qingjun was probably thinking about how to phrase it. In order to take some beautiful photos today, she had specially put on makeup. Although Qingjun was a little straight, it didn't mean that he didn't have the ability to appreciate beauty. Qingjun said slowly, "There is something on your face." At this time, Xianxia was very embarrassed. "Where is it? You helped me wipe it off, don't tell me it's because of the makeup?" Qingjun wiped the so-called dirt on her left face with his hand and wiped it clean. Xianxia realized that something was wrong and quickly picked up her phone to turn on the front camera. Qingjun emphasized that he wiped it very clean and didn't leave any traces. Xianxia glared at him and said, "Why did you wipe off the mole I painted?" She had painstakingly found a place to touch it. It was for the photo effect. Qingjun had been hammered before he began to prepare to take photos of Xianxia. Xianxia's mood was very bad because of the lack of a beauty mole, especially when facing such an unreliable photographer like Qingjun. Xianxia taught him how to find an angle to take the photo while posing and waiting for Qingjun to take photos of her. Qingwan's performance was very professional, like a seasoned professional photographer. He calmly adjusted the focus and aimed at Xianxia. Click. Click. The photos were taken one after another. When Qingjun signaled that the photo taking was over, Xianxia quickly ran forward to see the effect of Qingjun's photo. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a very good shot. The beauty in the photo was like a flower in the clouds, smiling faintly in the shadows of the branches and leaves. She was like a flower demon in the forest, pure but with a kind of unconsciously amorous feeling. The location was very good, the angle was good, and the focus was just right. It could be said that it was a very good photo, and there was basically no need to edit it later. Xianxia was really shocked. "What happened to you? Why did your skills improve by leaps and bounds?" Qingjun answered slowly, "I learned a little. It's very simple." Xianxia, why did she always feel that her IQ was being crushed? Qingjun took several photos of Xianxia. Xianxia held the camera and wanted to take photos of him, but was rejected by Qingjun. Qingjun said, "I don't like to take photos." "Okay." Xianxia hugged the camera and said, "I originally planned to take a few photos together, but forget it. We'll talk about it next time. Photos together are okay." Xianxia, huh? Qingjun repeated, "Photos together are okay." Since Qingjun said that it was okay, Xianxia happily picked up the camera and took photos of the two of them. She held Qingjun's arm with one hand and intimately leaned on Qingjun's shoulder. The man beside her instantly stiffened, but on the surface, he still looked as calm as water. The picture froze at this moment. Xianxia retracted her arm and looked at the photos in the camera. She blinked and asked, "Why is your face suddenly so red?" When he raised his head, Qingjun had returned to normal. In the face of Xianxia's question, he answered very calmly, "I'm wearing too much." With that, he held Xianxia's hand. "Let's go see the flowers." Qingjun did not let go of her hand along the way. His palm was wide and warm, and he held Xianxia's hand the whole time. The two of them walked quietly side by side in the bushes, and Xianxia could not help but feel that this experience was very beautiful. It was as if she had been fed a piece of honey. Her heart was sweet, and it was as if even the smell in the air had become a sweet smell. Qingjun's gaze was accurate. "There are pastries in front. I'll buy a few pieces." Xianxia? Sure enough, the sweet smell was not imagination. There was really a small stall selling food. There were all kinds of exquisite pastries in the stall. Xianxia took a look at the cherry blossom glutinous rice cake and said, "Give me a few of this." The soft pastries seemed to melt in her mouth, and there was a sweet and sticky taste in her mouth. It was very delicious. Qingjun waved his hand. Give me 5 of each. Hey, can you finish it? As soon as Ruanqiuqiu said that, she knew that she had asked too much. Qingjun only had enough to eat, so how could there be a time when he could not finish it? Since a big customer had come, the boss happily packed the pastries and gave them a few more pieces. He handed them to the two of them very enthusiastically. Are you going to the temple later? Temple? Is there a temple nearby? Yes, I heard that it has been worshipped since the Tang dynasty. It's very efficacious. You can ask for a marriage, a career, or anything. You two are a young couple. It's good to go and say goodbye. If you don't believe this, just pretend that I didn't say anything. Ha 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 ha. Ruanqiuqiu originally did not believe in ghosts and gods at all. She claimed to be an atheist, but she had experienced the absurd thing of transmigrating to another world. How could she believe that there were no gods in this world? Thinking about it, it was really strange. A year ago, she was still living alone in a small city, thinking that she would live alone in this world forever. But now, her hand was still held by Qingjun. Their fingertips touched and entwined together. Qingjun held her hand very tightly and had no intention of letting go. Since we're already at the temple, let's go and take a look. Everything that had happened today was very strange. Ruanqiuqiu just wanted to pray for her and Qingjun. She hoped that their days would be smoother and that Qingjun would not encounter any disasters. Qingjun was holding the snacks wrapped in a paper bag in one hand and holding Ruanqiuqiu's hand with the other. When he heard Ruanqiuqiu's words, he looked at her. His eyelids, which were usually lowered, were now fixed on Ruanqiuqiu. She was a little confused. Just as she was about to ask, Qingjun said, "Forget it." Ruanqiuqiu begged, "It's on the way. Let's go and take a look. I haven't been to the temple for a long time. Can you accompany me?" Qingjun was silent for a few seconds. In the end, he could not refuse. Okay. Along the way, Qingjun did not eat snacks as usual. Instead, he remained silent and held Ruanqiuqiu's hand even tighter. In the past, it was common for the two to not talk while walking on the road. However, Ruanqiuqiu felt a little awkward at this moment. The reason was that Qingjun's aura was different from before. His whole body exuded a low pressure, so stuffy that it made people breathless. Ruanqiuqiu turned to look at him. Qingjun's side profile was very good-looking. The lines of his chin were sharp, and the bridge of his nose was tall and delicate. When he pursed his lips, his thin lips were pressed into a straight line, which made him look even more unapproachable. What's wrong? Ruanqiuqiu asked, Do you not like temples? Qingjun, no. Then why do you look unhappy? Are you hungry? Ruanqiuqiu could only think of a reason related to food. Probably, Qingjun replied. Ruanqiuqiu breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it. When we come out of the temple later, we'll find a restaurant to have a big meal. I remember there's a Hangzhou restaurant nearby that has good food. Qingjun grunted. When he heard about the delicious food, he still looked indifferent. Ruanqiuqiu's attention had been diverted. They walked through a path in the forest, and at the end of the stone bricks was a temple. The location of the temple was very secluded, and the surroundings were silent. Occasionally, there would be pilgrims walking back and forth. There was only the rustling of leaves in the wind. The temple was not big, and it seemed to be quite old. The walls were mottled and peeling, and it looked a little shabby. However, the steps in front of the door were clean and spotless. Ruanqiuqiu subconsciously lowered her voice. Let's go inside. Ruanqiuqiu took a step forward, but Qingjun grabbed her arm. Forget it. Ruanqiuqiu really did not understand what Qingjun was thinking. She said gloomily, Okay, if you really don't like temples, I'll go in and pray. You just stand here and wait for me. Then I'd better go in. Ruanqiuqiu, was he playing with her? Ruanqiuqiu could not guess Qingjun's thoughts. Seeing that he was unwilling to say anything, Ruanqiuqiu did not have the ability to pry open his mouth. She could only take Qingjun into the temple. These days, even temples were keeping up with the times. Xianxia was originally a little worried that she would not be able to buy incense because she did not have the change. The handsome young master quickly took out a QR code for payment and said, "You just need to scan this." Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry as she scanned the QR code to pay. Qingjun grabbed Xiao's wrist the whole time, as if he was afraid that she would run away. The young master looked at the two of them and smiled slightly, which made Xiao feel a little embarrassed. "Let go of your hand. How can you go in like this?" Qingjun hesitated for a moment and let go of her hand. However, when the two of them stepped over the threshold, he grabbed Xiao's sleeve. Xiao looked at him in confusion. Qingjun's face was expressionless, and his tone was as gentle as usual. "It's okay." It did not look like it was okay at all. It was not convenient to talk at this time, so Xiao could only suppress the confusion in her heart. She placed the incense in front of the table. She had never been so pious in all her years of life. Xiao put her hands together, closed her eyes, and murmured. She thought that Qingjun would pray like her. Unexpectedly, Qingjun kept staring at her. His nerves were so tense that he almost leaned against Xiao. Xiao admitted that she was very greedy because she made a lot of wishes. She hoped that Qingjun could be safe and sound. She hoped that Tu Nan and his buddies could leave singlehood and enter a happy marriage as soon as possible. She hoped that Lao Meng could live a long life. She hoped that Gu Yu and his wife in his previous life would be happy. She made a lot of wishes, but she forgot about herself. When Xiao slowly opened her eyes, she met a pair of dark eyes. It was Qingjun. Xiao was startled. "Why are you so close to me?" "I have a question." "Go ahead." Qingjun said, "Can the offerings be eaten?" Xiao? "Of course not." She hurriedly dragged Qingjun out of the temple. The two of them walked out in a hurry, attracting the attention of the few pilgrims. Xiao hurriedly asked Qingjun to put on his sunglasses. It was better to be careful outside. "You haven't said anything yet. Why were you acting so strange just now?" Xiao looked puzzled. "What are you thinking about?" Before Qingjun had time to speak, a figure slowly walked over. He looked old and had a sage-like posture. The old man looked at the two of them with a smile. "Miss, do you want to have your fortune told today? I think you're a little interesting." Xiao waved her hand. "I'm not going to have my fortune told." If her fortune could really be told, this fortune teller would have been scared away long ago. "Miss, there are faint black clouds floating between your eyebrows. Have you been sleeping well recently? It looks like there are some strange things pestering you. You have to ward off evil spirits. I have a talisman here to ward off evil spirits." "You." The fortune teller took out the talisman as he spoke. Xiao was about to refuse, but Qingjun was faster than her. He walked past Xiao and grabbed the arm of the fortune teller who was taking out the talisman. Qingjun's back was facing Xiao, so she couldn't see his expression. He stood straight, took off his sunglasses, and held the fortune teller's hand motionlessly. Even his tone was slow. "She doesn't want it, so take it back." Xiao couldn't help but be shocked. Qingjun was angry? Just because a fortune teller cheated him of his money, she clearly saw the fortune teller pull up an ugly smile, revealing a pair of golden teeth. The accumulated wrinkles on his face could almost kill a fly. Facing Qingjun, he trembled a little and subconsciously stuffed the talisman back into his pocket. Okay. Sorry for disturbing you." After apologizing, the fortune teller fled. He was so agile that he didn't look like a little old man at all. Xiao stood behind Qingjun with a dumbfounded expression. "Hey, did you take the wrong medicine? Why are you so unhappy today and so fierce?" Before she could finish her words, Qingjun turned around and hugged Xiao in his arms. His arms were wrapped around Xiao's back, so she had no choice but to lean against his chest. Xiao buried her face in Qingjun's clothes. Her heart skipped a beat, and her cheeks turned bright red. "What's wrong with you?" She quickly softened her attitude. Qingjun buried his face in her shoulder. After a long time, he said in a muffled voice, "Don't go." "I'm definitely not going." When did I say I was going to leave? Wan Qiuqiu found it funny. How did Qingjun know that she was going to leave from her behavior today? Was it because she came to worship the gods? Wan Qiuqiu was confused, but she still patted Qingjun's back gently in order to comfort him. Qingjun hugged her for a long time. Wan Qiuqiu could almost feel the condemning gazes of the uncles and aunties who came to offer incense. Although they weren't in the temple, it didn't seem appropriate to do it in the courtyard. Wan Qiuqiu awkwardly signaled Qingjun to let go of her arms so that they could leave quickly. Qingjun was reluctant, and it took him a while to let go. The two of them looked at each other, and an ambiguous and warm atmosphere brewed. Then, Wan Qiuqiu saw with her own eyes that there was a lipstick mark on Qingjun's light gray sweater. Wan Qiuqiu. The lipstick mark on Qingjun's sweater was very eye-catching, making Wan Qiuqiu a little embarrassed. She tried hard to wipe it with a tissue, but she couldn't wipe it off. Instead, it became a big pink color. Wan Qiuqiu. That's it. Qingjun didn't care about it. He walked around with a pink color on his face and carried a bag of hard pastries that were blown by the cold wind back home. In the end, the two of them couldn't eat out. Coincidentally, there was some curry sauce left from last time in the kitchen fridge. Wan Qiuqiu cooked a pot full of it. The rice grains were steaming in the rice cooker. She put a few spoonfuls of curry sauce on Qingjun to make up for the embarrassment of her lipstick mark. Qingjun ate slowly. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but Qingjun seemed to be more silent than before. Wan Qiuqiu wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, she didn't say anything. After dinner, she sat on the sofa and watched TV. She casually pressed a channel and found that it was a replay of The Legend of White Snake. Since there was nothing to watch, Wan Qiuqiu peeled a banana and ate it while watching TV. The TV talked about how White Snake was about to be suppressed under Leifeng Tower and separated from Su Xian. The human and the demon cried bitterly and tried to catch each other, but they couldn't. The old TV series was really touching. Although she knew the next plot, Wan Qiuqiu still teared up and took out a tissue to wipe her tears. Qingjun, who was passing by, saw this scene. Wan Qiuqiu, who was sitting on the sofa, was crying sadly at the TV. On the TV, the love between the human and the demon was about to face the end of separation. He suddenly walked forward and turned off the TV. Wan Qiuqiu was watching the TV enthusiastically. The TV suddenly turned black, which made her confused. She asked with red eyes, "What's wrong with you? Why did you turn off the TV?" Qingjun stared at her in silence. Wan Qiuqiu? Under her puzzled gaze, Qingjun slowly walked in front of her, squatted down, and looked at Wan Qiuqiu. "I haven't asked yet. What did you wish for in the temple?" Wan Qiuqiu thought that he was going to talk about some important topics. She was nervous and had been waiting for Qingjun to speak, but she did not expect that it would be such a trivial matter. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "I thought it was something serious. I just wish for you to be healthy and safe, and for everyone to be well. These are my wishes. Will all my wishes come true? I think it will. They will all live out their lives in peace and happiness." "Then do you know what I wish for?" Qingjun asked. What is it?" Wan Qiuqiu suddenly realized something. "Don't tell me you wish for me to make you a Manchu Han imperial feast. This dog of a man." After going back and forth, the topic still turned to food. Qingjun shook his head. "No." "What's that?" Qingjun looked at her and said, "My wish is that you will never abandon me." The room instantly fell into a deathly silence. Wan Qiuqiu looked at Qingjun in a daze. He squatted on the ground alone, like a large dog that was about to be abandoned. He did not dare to get too close to Wan Qiuqiu for fear that she would be scared away. Even the words that came out of his mouth were said before he lowered his eyelids. After a long while, Wan Qiuqiu sighed softly. She pressed her elbows on her knees and lowered her back, closing the distance between her and Qingjun. Wan Qiuqiu lowered her voice and asked, "Why do you think I will abandon you?" Because he knew that she was not the original Wan Qiuqiu at all. Back to when Qingjun returned home after printing the divorce agreement. When he opened the door and saw Wan Qiuqiu, Qingjun knew that this woman was not the previous Wan Qiuqiu. Whether it was the language, the expression, or the movements, the difference was like heaven and earth. It was like a stranger with a face. After ruling out the suspicion of split personality and swapping, Qingjun confirmed that the person who lived in the same room with him could only be explained by unscientific reasons. Qingjun never cared about others. He didn't even care about himself. Whether the person living with him was a human or a ghost, it didn't make any difference to him. What's more, Wan Xiaoqiu had good cooking skills. He had never shown Wan Xiaoqiu that he treated her differently before and after. In the past, he was too lazy to care. Later, he couldn't show any difference at all, for fear that Wan Xiaoqiu would notice that he found out that she was not his original wife at all. According to the legend, after the conch girl was discovered, she disappeared without a trace, leaving only the conch that could never finish scooping rice. The crane returned the favor by leaving behind a piece of clothing after being discovered by its benefactor and flying away. He had no clue about Wan Xiaoqiu's origin. If he showed that he knew from the beginning that Wan Xiaoqiu was a ghost, a monster, and some kind of existence that could not be explained by science. Would Wan Xiaoqiu, who was also exposed, disappear from the world like the legend and never be seen again? Perhaps, Wan Xiaoqiu wouldn't leave, but he couldn't bear the other possibility. Before entering the temple, he was afraid that Wan Xiaoqiu would suddenly disappear. There was also a fortune teller who said that she would exorcise demons and evil spirits. Wan Xiaoqiu didn't take it to heart, but Qingjun was really angry. If it wasn't for these mysterious and unknown fears, he would have pretended that he didn't know. Because I always make you angry. He swallowed the words that were about to come out. For a moment, Wan Xiaoqiu almost thought that Qingjun was going to say something earth-shattering. Her tense nerves relaxed by half. She let out a long breath and said, "You still know that you always make me angry. But it's okay, I'm used to it." Occasionally, she would strangely feel that Qingjun's dog was also very cute. Wan Xiaoqiu thought that she was probably crazy. Wan Xiaoqiu was most amenable to coaxing but not coercion. She couldn't bear to see Qingjun's pitiful and depressed appearance. Her heart was about to soften by half. She smiled and rubbed Qingjun's hair as if she was coaxing Qingjun. She said, "I won't leave." "Qingjun, are you sure?" "Wan Xiaoqiu, I'm definitely not lying to you." This small episode ended with Wan Xiaoqiu's promise. Ever since she told Qingjun that she wanted to give it a try, she gradually didn't think about leaving Qingjun anymore. Speaking of which, it was very strange. In just half a year, she had already integrated into the life of this world and had a close relationship. Too many things had happened in this year. Even Wan Xiaoqiu couldn't guarantee what the future would be like. The next day, Qingjun returned to normal when he went to work. As always, he was slow and, as always, he was so straight that Wan Xiaoqiu really wanted to punch him. "Don't steal my mushrooms. You clearly have a big portion for yourself." Qingjun didn't have the courage to argue. "Yours is better." "Wan Xiaoqiu?" They were all from the same pot. How could he treat her differently? Wan Xiaoqiu seriously suspected that Qingjun was looking for an excuse to eat a few more mouthfuls. As it turned out, she was right. When Wan Xiaoqiu wasn't paying attention, Qingjun picked up Wan Xiaoqiu's chicken steak. "Wan Xiaoqiu, this is my chicken steak. Put it down." "Qingjun, just one mouthful." Wan Xiaoqiu hesitated for a moment. "Okay, then eat less." "Ah, what are you doing?" Under her stunned gaze, Qingjun opened his mouth and stuffed a large piece of chicken steak into his mouth without leaving any residue. Wan Xiaoqiu pressed Qingjun's face in exasperation. "Spit it out." Qingjun's cheeks bulged as he chewed and chewed. No matter how angry Wan Xiaoqiu was, he refused to let go and swallowed it down. Wan Xiaoqiu slumped in the chair. She was so silly, really. She only knew that Qingjun could eat, but she didn't expect him to take such a big bite. Qingjun picked up the mushrooms in his bowl and put them into Wan Xiaoqiu's bowl. "Cancel it out." Wan Xiaoqiu sneered. "Do you think I'm stupid?" Qingjun almost blurted out yes. He only quieted down after being hammered. Wan Xiaoqiu thought that she must have been blinded by lard to agree to eat with Qingjun and occasionally work together. After lunch, she was still angry that half of her lunch was eaten. When she turned around again, Qingjun had fallen asleep. He was sitting on the chair with his head leaning against the back of the armchair. Even in his sleep, he was frowning and in a dignified state. He opened his mouth, but Ruanqiuqiu couldn't hear him clearly. "Don't." Ruanqiuqiu moved closer to him. She was so close that she could almost count how many eyelashes he had. His face was so good-looking that it could make anyone angry. If he was her idol, his face would be so red that it would explode. Just when Ruanqiuqiu was distracted, his closed eyes opened. Ruanqiuqiu's face was reflected in his dark eyes. "Qingjun, you," she waved her hand awkwardly. "I just wanted to call you." Before she could finish, Qingjun interrupted her. "Don't tell me you want to steal a kiss from me." Ruanqiuqiu was shocked and her face turned red. "Bah, you wish." They had kissed a few times, but it didn't mean that Ruanqiuqiu had made it a daily thing. When Qingjun suddenly mentioned it, the scene of Qingjun kissing her appeared in Ruanqiuqiu's mind. She also remembered that wet rainy night where their lips rubbed against each other. She retracted her head and stopped her imagination. No, they were all wrong. Qingjun reproduced asexually. Ruanqiuqiu silently brainwashed herself. After being robbed by Qingjun, Ruanqiuqiu resolutely returned to her office without hesitation. At this time, Ruanqiuqiu didn't let Qingjun eat air. Ruanqiuqiu was really grateful for her kindness. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked a few times. Elder Meng came in and moved a chair to chat with Ruanqiuqiu. When Elder Meng mentioned that the flowers outside the company had bloomed, Ruanqiuqiu remembered what happened in the temple before and casually mentioned it. Elder Meng was a little surprised. He asked, "I've been to the temple. It's very efficacious. I bought a talisman from the fortune teller in front of the temple. You know, it was a big deal. A few days later, I almost had a car accident. If I were a few seconds later, my bower would have become a widow." Ruanqiuqiu comforted him. "It's okay. It's okay." Elder Meng said with a smile, "It's okay. There are several auspicious signs in my office to ward off evil spirits. I'll invite one for you." Ruanqiuqiu, invite one? Elder Meng gave an auspicious animal ornament on his desk to Ruanqiuqiu. There was also a pendant to ward off evil spirits on the wall of Ruanqiuqiu's office. He said, "Let's not talk about idealism or materialism. It's all for auspiciousness. Don't mind it. I can't thank you enough." "How can I mind it?" Elder Meng was kind. Ruanqiuqiu took it gratefully. Elder Meng chatted for a while. If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't finished his work today, he would have moved a chair to continue chatting. Not long after Elder Meng went out, the door was opened. "It was Qingjun. Why are you here?" "I don't have much work today." Ruanqiuqiu muttered silently in her heart. He doesn't have much work, but he still looks sleepy. She didn't know whether Qingjun was staying up late to play games or eat snacks. In short, neither of them was good. What is Elder Meng doing here? Why? Are you checking on me? Ruanqiuqiu deliberately ridiculed and then continued to explain. Elder Meng is here to give me something to ward off evil spirits for auspiciousness. Qingjun was silent. In his mind, Ruanqiuqiu, who was originally a monster, wanted to drive him away. Wasn't she looking for trouble? Ruanqiuqiu waved at him. "Why are you in a daze?" "Nothing." Before getting off work, Elder Meng came again. This time, he went straight to the point and directly went forward to take the two things to ward off evil spirits. Elder Meng secretly muttered in his heart, "Big Boss came to me for the first time for such a small thing. He's crazy about spoiling his wife. Why did he say that Ruanqiuqiu's aura is weak?" Ruanqiuqiu was surprised. "Hey, Elder Meng, why did you take them away?" Elder Meng said, "I heard that these things are not suitable to be placed in the room. They will make people angry. Next time, I'll ask for a protective charm for you." Ruanqiuqiu knew nothing about these things. She said in confusion, "There are so many rules." Elder Meng snorted in his heart. "Yes. Big Boss is so particular." After dinner, Ruanqiuqiu still wanted to watch The Legend of the White Snake, but Qingyuan was one step ahead of her and transferred her to a certain drama. Wan Qiuqiu said. I really didn't expect you to have such taste. Qingjun said calmly, this is magical realism. It uses exaggerated and ironic methods to write sadness with a happy scene. Stop, stop, stop. Stop. Wan Qiuqiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She really admired him. In the evening, it was drizzling outside. The cold wind was wet and kept sneaking in through the crack of the door. It was a little cold. Wan Qiuqiu put on a coat and watched TV with Qingjun for a while. She was very good at complaining. She kept chattering about what the hell the plot was. Qingjun quietly listened to Wan Qiuqiu's complaints. At this time, Wan Qiuqiu's cell phone beeped. She picked up the phone and saw a message from Tunan. Tunan, sister-in-law, I want to tell you something. Boss isn't around, right? Wan Qiuqiu subconsciously glanced at Qingjun. The latter was slowly peeling a banana and didn't pay attention to Wan Qiuqiu's little movements. Wan Qiuqiu, go ahead. Tunan replied very quickly. Tunan, sister-in-law, then I'll just say it. Recently, boss's mental state hasn't been very good. Did you guys have a fight again? Wan Qiuqiu, no, Tunan, Could it be you guys? Ahem, sister-in-law, you still have to pay attention to your rest. It's not good to have too much entertainment at night. Be careful of your kidney. Wan Qiuqiu, Tunan's wild guess made Wan Qiuqiu speechless. Qingjun was still eating a banana. His cheeks were puffed up like a squirrel. Taking a closer look, his eyes did seem to be green and his mental state wasn't as good as usual. In front of Wan Qiuqiu, Qingjun acted very normal. If it weren't for Tunan, Wan Qiuqiu wouldn't have known that he had fallen asleep in the office several times. What was he doing at night when he was dozing off during the day? Wan Qiuqiu restrained herself and didn't ask. With Qingjun's character, if he did things without a beginning or end, even if she asked, he wouldn't explain the real situation to her. At night, before the lights were turned off, Wan Qiuqiu reminded him, sleep early. Okay. That night, Wan Qiuqiu didn't sleep well. Her mind was full of questions. She tossed and turned, wondering why Qingjun didn't sleep. She finally fell asleep, but not long after, she woke up again and didn't feel sleepy at all. Outside the door, the pitter-patter of rain had not stopped. The raindrops fell on the windowsill, accompanied by the rustling of the trees. The damp coldness penetrated into the bottom of her heart, making Wan Qiuqiu shiver. She carefully put on her coat, tiptoed to the bedroom door, and pushed the door open. The living room was dark. Wan Qiuqiu sneaked to Qingjun's study room to see if he was doing something else at night. The door of Qingjun's study room was closed, and there was no sound at all. Wan Qiuqiu quietly listened to the sound. At this moment, a faint question came from behind her, what are you listening to? The next second, Wan Qiuqiu screamed, ah, ghost. Wan Qiuqiu was still in shock and was frightened. Her little face was pale, and she didn't recover for a long time. At that moment, she was so scared that she almost died on the spot. Wan Qiuqiu patted her chest with lingering fear. What were you doing in the living room? You scared me to death. The light in the living room wasn't turned on. Qingjun stood in the dark room, so she couldn't see his expression. She could only hear him ask calmly, what were you doing? Why did you listen to my movements? Wan Qiuqiu said embarrassedly, I saw that your mental state wasn't very good during the day, so I wanted to see what you were doing at night. Don't tell me you didn't sleep all night. Not only did he not sleep all night, after the incident at the temple, he couldn't sleep for several nights. Worrying about personal gains and losses was simply the worst experience. Qingjun calmly lied, I was just sitting on the sofa to digest my food. Wan Qiuqiu, could his lie be any more convincing? Digesting food in the middle of the night, only Qingjun could think of that. Wan Qiuqiu asked, don't tell me you're secretly eating snacks again? Tell me, what if I don't supervise you? Sooner or later, you'll be killed by yourself. Maybe Qingjun really killed himself in his previous life. The words if I don't exist pierced Qingjun's heart fiercely. Wan Qiuqiu was about to let him go back to sleep when the room was suddenly lit up for a few seconds. She heard a loud rumble outside, as if thunder had struck above her head. Wan Qiuqiu was so scared that she directly threw herself into Qingjun's arms. Why did it suddenly start to thunder? It was still fine just now. This lousy weather, it changed so quickly. Qingjun staggered a few steps, steadied himself, and hugged Ruanqiuqiu tightly. His arms were trembling as he hugged Ruanqiuqiu tightly in his arms. Ruanqiuqiu thought that he was also startled by the sudden thunder, so she quickly said, "It's okay, don't be afraid. It'll be fine in a while." Qingjun hugged her even tighter and asked in a hoarse voice, "You won't leave, right?" Ruanqiuqiu was stunned. What did thunder have to do with whether she wanted to leave or not? It seemed that Qingjun had been very worried about her ever since he came back from the temple last time. For a moment, Ruanqiuqiu almost thought that Qingjun knew her true identity. But soon, she dispelled the possibility of this idea. If Qingjun really knew that she was a wandering soul, he was so timid that he probably would have asked a fortune-teller to exorcise her soul. "How could he let her stay here peacefully?" Ruanqiuqiu said faintly. "You also found out that I'm a kind and hard-working girl. I specially came to cook for you to repay your kindness." Qingjun's breath stopped. Ruanqiuqiu originally wanted to make a joke with him to ease the atmosphere between them. At this moment, Qingjun's whole body was not quite right, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. After she said this sentence, Qingjun seemed to be even more abnormal. "I don't need you to cook for me, and I don't need you to keep a child. I just want you to stay." Keep a child? How could there be such a good thing? Ruanqiuqiu did not know whether to laugh or cry. "So, don't leave." Ruanqiuqiu was a little confused. Was Qingjun sober at this moment? Why did she feel that he really believed that Ruanqiuqiu was a kind and hard-working girl who came to repay his kindness? Ruanqiuqiu's heart beat wildly, which made her panic and her whole body turned cold. She connected Qingjun's actions in the temple. Could it be? Qingjun's embrace made her very anxious. She buried herself in his chest and could feel his accelerated heartbeat. His tone was very calm and a little slow, as if he was talking about some ordinary things. If it was not for his rapid heartbeat and the rise and fall of his chest, Ruanqiuqiu would almost think that he was talking casually. Ruanqiuqiu was so nervous that her throat and eyes were dry. If Qingjun knew her true identity, would he still be able to get along with her calmly? Could it be that she misunderstood him? She whispered, "What do you mean? Don't make me misunderstand." Ruanqiuqiu was not stupid. Connecting Qingjun's actions these days, all the evidence pointed to Qingjun guessing that she was not the original owner. Thinking about it, she did not hide her difference from the beginning. It was also because Qingjun was not interested in her that Ruanqiuqiu was not afraid. She might understand why Qingjun was so worried. Qingjun was silent again. It was like he was holding some kind of fear and expectation. At this juncture, Ruanqiuqiu suddenly did not want to say it out loud. She was always like this, not wanting to face the truth at this juncture, especially when it came to her feelings with Qingjun. Ruanqiuqiu changed the topic and motioned Qingjun to let go of her arms. Cough, cough, what nonsense are we talking about in the middle of the night? Go back to sleep. Rumble. A sudden clap of thunder sounded at an inappropriate time. Ruanqiuqiu was feeling guilty, so she was scared by this sound and hid in Qingjun's arms again. Ruanqiuqiu almost burst into tears. It was as if there was really a god who wanted to punish her for not saying what she said. Ruanqiuqiu's heart was distressed. She was silent for a moment and decided to ask in a subtle way, "You know my secret?" As soon as Ruanqiuqiu finished speaking, there was another clap of thunder. Accompanied by a bright light that illuminated the living room through the curtains, there was a loud rumble of thunder, and the pitter-patter of raindrops fell on the wall. The sound of the rain became more and more rapid. It could be said that the big streams were as noisy as the heavy rain, and the small streams were like whispers. Did the heavens have to be so cooperative? Ruanqiuqiu was so scared that she trembled. Faced with Ruanqiuqiu's question, Qingjun was silent for a moment. The sound of the rain almost drowned them. Ruanqiuqiu's mood was perturbed and complicated, as if she was waiting for a verdict. Qingjun asked seriously, "Will you leave?" He was particularly persistent about this question today, as if as soon as he let go, Ruanqiuqiu would be dragged away by an invisible force and never be seen again. Ruanqiuqiu was a little amused. "It's raining so heavily, where else can I go?" He didn't answer, and he didn't let go of Ruanqiuqiu's tight hug. Ruanqiuqiu didn't know if she should continue to ask Qingjun what he knew. She originally planned to keep the secret of transmigrating to another world forever, but seeing Qingjun so flustered, she was a little soft-hearted and didn't want him to be so anxious. But at the same time, Wanqiuqiu was afraid that Qingjun and she weren't on the same channel, and she misunderstood and accidentally revealed the secret. Wanqiuqiu was very uncertain about whether Qingjun's brain was on the same line as hers. He was afraid that she would disappear. Could it be? Thinking of this, Wanqiuqiu was a little happy. Don't tell me you think I'm a fairy who came down to the mortal world to end our marriage? If Qingjun thought so, she was quite happy. Who wasn't a little fairy, Qingjun, Wanqiuqiu? Qingjun, Wanqiuqiu? Please say yes. Qingjun, yes, right. Wanqiuqiu clenched her teeth and sneered, don't tell me you think I'm a lonely ghost or a demon from the mountains, like the white snake? No wonder he didn't let her read the legend of the white snake. So the fortune teller was Fahai? Was that why he was so anxious? Wanqiuqiu really wanted to abolish her husband. Qingjun's eyes flickered, but he quickly regained his desire to live. No, you are a little fairy. This sentence was said very perfunctorily and carelessly. Wanqiuqiu pushed him away with a slap and glared at him. They were like two purple grapes. Qingjun thought silently. Wanqiuqiu had long forgotten why she had to hide her identity. At this moment, she had to insist that she was a little fairy. She was a fairy who had descended to the mortal world, not a wandering ghost, and it was even more impossible for her to absorb Qingjun's essence. Qingjun, okay, whatever you say. Wanqiuqiu. Why was she even more unhappy now? She turned around and said with a dark face, this fairy wants to go back to sleep. Rumble. Another clap of thunder came at the wrong time, scaring Wanqiuqiu so much that she almost hugged her head. Usually, she was never afraid of thunder, but today's sound was too frightening. It was as if there really was a ghost watching her every move. Wanqiuqiu's little face was deathly pale, and she dejectedly rolled back into Qingjun's embrace. Am I really going to be struck to death by lightning today? Even the heavens were telling her that if she didn't hug Qingjun, the heavens wouldn't tolerate it. In the dark night, Qingjun lowered his head and hugged her tightly. When Wanqiuqiu hugged him, it was as if a machine that had been silent for a long time was charged and started to run. That kind of feeling of fullness was something she had never experienced before. Above her head, Qingjun's low comforting voice sounded. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Wanqiuqiu was strangely comforted. In the increasingly rapid rainy night, the two of them hugged each other, but Wanqiuqiu felt a long-lost sense of security. She decided to confess part of it, lest Qingjun continue to make wild guesses and let his imagination run wild every day. She couldn't guarantee that her life would be shorter than her previous life. She didn't want to be a widow. Wanqiuqiu buried her head in Qingjun's chest, and said in a muffled voice, my secret is only for you to know. Let me make it clear in advance, you're not allowed to refute me. I'm a little fairy, and I'm afraid that you'll starve to death and come down to the mortal world to save you. Do you understand? In short, you just need to understand that I won't leave. Don't worry anymore. Qingjun was silent for a moment, and his voice was slow but clear. You don't have to come down to the mortal world for me, I'll support you. Wanqiuqiu was stunned at first. It was as if tens of thousands of fireworks exploded in her heart, making her dizzy and blushing. Her heart was so sweet that it was about to bubble out. She had to admit that when Qingjun occasionally wasn't a dog, the words of love that he said seriously were better than any words in the world. Qingjun continued, what if your face hits the ground? Wanqiuqiu's smile froze on her face. She was about to slap Qingjun's arm away, but the other party held her waist with one hand and pressed the back of her head with the other. I'm kidding. You, ugh. Before she could say anything, Qingjun's lips blocked her words. She opened her eyes wide. In the dim room, Qingjun's face was magnified. He covered Wanqiuqiu's eyes and whispered, don't open them. Wanqiuqiu's cheeks were pink, and the tips of her small ears were red. The intoxicating peach blossom color spread on her skin, and she was shrouded in the hazy morning light, helping her to cover her embarrassment. She couldn't help but obediently close her eyes. This time, he only touched her lightly. The warmth of the contact between their lips was as if they were absorbing each other's breath and warmth. Wan Qiuqiu raised her head awkwardly and subconsciously grabbed his clothes tightly so that she could stand firm. Qingjun restrained his emotions and left a few kisses on her lips. This time, he was serious like never before. It doesn't matter if you don't like me, as long as you can always stay by my side. He didn't ask for too much. Wan Qiuqiu's heart ached. She didn't expect Qingjun to confess again. She opened her eyes in a daze and looked at Qingjun. How much uneasiness was hidden in that pair of seemingly calm eyes for him to say such words. Qingjun avoided her gaze and changed the topic. He said slowly, "Go back to the room and sleep. It's almost dawn." He let go of his arms and let Wan Qiuqiu escape from his suffocating embrace. When Qingjun was about to turn and leave, this time, it was Wan Qiuqiu who stepped forward and grabbed his arm. Wan Qiuqiu looked extremely calm on the surface, but in fact, she was panicking. Her actions were so rough that she directly pushed Qingjun against the wall. Qingjun blinked in confusion. Wan Qiuqiu coughed dryly. He knew that she hated being emotional, this dog of a man. She forced herself to keep a straight face and pressed one hand on Qingjun's chest. She looked expressionless as if she was having a meeting with a subordinate. If it wasn't for the fact that she was shorter and had to raise her head, her aura might have been even stronger. "I'm here to make a summary. The preliminary test has passed. Although there are bugs, it doesn't affect the overall operation. Due to the good performance, after discussion, we've decided to give you a reward." Qingjun, ? Wan Qiuqiu said seriously, "Lower your head." Qingjun blinked and lowered his head very obediently. From the corner of his eye, he saw Wan Qiuqiu standing on her tiptoes and moving closer to him. Then, he felt a light kiss on the corner of his lips. She was like a light cotton candy. Before he could taste it, Wan Qiuqiu ran back to the bedroom like a cowardly quail. "I'm going back to sleep. Good night." Bam! Wan Qiuqiu's bedroom door was closed, leaving Qingjun leaning against the wall alone. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time. After a while, he realized what had just happened. His slender fingers fell on the corner of his lips, and he could still vaguely feel her temperature. Qingjun's eyes widened, and his expression was stiff. He didn't look calm at all, and the tips of his ears were red. At this moment, ding ding dong dong, the bell rang through the crack in the door. It was Wan Qiuqiu's wake-up alarm. It was time to go to work. The alarm was suddenly turned off. The bedroom was silent. After a while, Wan Qiuqiu opened the door reluctantly. Her hair was messy, and she tried to hide the embarrassment on her face. Ahem. Well, it's time to go to work. The storm had stopped. When they went out, only the muddy water on the road and the fresh smell of wet leaves were left. The two of them sat in the car in silence. If Wan Qiuqiu's left hand wasn't tightly held, she would have thought that they had quarreled. Wan Qiuqiu turned her face away and looked out of the window, pretending not to care. Wasn't it just a kiss? They were both adults. What was there to be shy about? The driver sitting in the driver's seat looked up at the rearview mirror and noticed that the atmosphere between the two of them was different from usual. He showed a tacit smile and turned on the radio. A soft song sounded in the car, and the car slowed down. Qingjun was in a good mood today. Not only was it good, it was extremely good. Anyone who came into contact with him could feel Boss Cheng's happy mood. Tunan sneaked into Wan Qiuqiu's office and asked with a wink, "Sister-in-law, why is the boss so happy?" Wan Qiuqiu glanced at him coldly. "I heard from the secretary that you sexually harassed her." The topic suddenly changed to himself. Tunan quickly cried out, "No, sister-in-law, don't misunderstand. I'm not that kind of person. I just want to be more proactive. You know, it's easy for a woman to chase a man. I don't want her to spend too much effort." Wan Qiuqiu. Go and daydream. Because of the unexpected incident in the morning, Wan Qiuqiu was not in the mood to cook. She could only go to the cafeteria for lunch. In order to avoid Qingjun and prevent the awkwardness from escalating, Wan Qiuqiu held a plate and sat with her colleagues for the first time. They were flattered and quickly moved aside to make room for Wan Qiuqiu to sit more spacious. Just as they were chatting, the chattering girls suddenly quieted down. Their pretty faces were red as they stared blankly at the boss, who had not appeared in 10,000 years, holding a plate in the cafeteria. Qingjun was very calm and did not treat himself as an outsider. He sat opposite Xianxia. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly asked, "You're eating so little? Is it because you didn't sleep well in the middle of the night, so you have no appetite?" Wow, as soon as Qingjun's words came out, everyone misunderstood. Xianxia instantly blushed and winked at Qingjun, telling him not to talk nonsense. Qingjun held a bowl of wolfberry soup and placed it in front of Xianxia. "It's good for your body." Xianxia. She was so ashamed that she almost wanted to hit the wall. When the surrounding colleagues heard the conversation between the two, their expressions were colorful. But because the boss and lady boss were right next to them, they could only silently suppress their curses in their hearts. They were simply a celestial couple. They were good-looking and had such a good relationship. In just a few hours, there were all kinds of rumors in the company and it was buzzing. The culprit, Qingjun, sat alone in the office and fell asleep. There were a few books in front of him. Each book had a mark on it, and some even had notes. They were, "Complete Collection of Romantic Words, Teaching You How to Pursue the Opposite Sex Quickly and Efficiently," and "The 100 Kinds of Men Women Hate the Most." Xianxia was woken up in a daze by the noise. Her phone was ringing over and over again, and it was so noisy that her head hurt. She squinted her eyes in a daze and groped around on the soft quilt. She struggled to reach the bedside table and her fingers touched the glass, almost knocking it over. Finally, she caught the culprit. Xianxia picked up the call without looking at the caller ID. "Hello?" she asked lazily. "Xiao, come quickly. Your father-in-law is dying." "Father-in-law?" She was still a eunuch. Xianxia thought for a long time before she remembered that Chiwei was still there. She was out of breath from crying. It also reminded her that she was considered a daughter-in-law with parents-in-law. Chiwei cried and said through the phone, he was suddenly taken to the emergency room. The doctor said that he won't live for long. "Come and take one last look at him." Chiwei's words were unclear because of his crying. Xianxia opened her eyes abruptly and sat up instinctively. The first thought that came to her mind was, did Qingjun still know? Xianxia hung up the phone and strode to open the door. Qingjun was rummaging through the fridge, looking for something. The moment Xianxia pushed the door open, he immediately closed it. Xianxia walked forward quickly. Even Qingjun realized that something was wrong with her. Qingjun asked, "What's wrong?" Xianxia paused. She looked at Qingjun and tried to speak in a calm tone. "Chiwei called me and said that uncle might not be able to make it." Qingjun stood there silently without any expression on his face. His slender eyes were half closed, and there was no fluctuation in them at all. He opened the Yakult in his hand and said, "He's harassing you again." Chiwei also knew how to pick soft persimmons. If she called Qingjun, Qingjun would hang up the moment he heard her voice. Xianxia pursed her lips and said, "Make your own decision. No matter what choice you make, I will support you." She didn't know anything about Qingjun's parents, nor did she know what outrageous things Qingjun's father had done. Whether Qingjun went to visit or not, he had his own reasons. Anyone who used the name of kinship was a moral blackmail. Not all grudges could be erased with a simple blood relationship that cannot be erased. As soon as she finished speaking, Qingjun looked at her and remained silent for a moment. In Xianxia's mind, Qingjun had already become a pitiful little Qing. She looked at him silently with tender eyes, giving him strength. The two of them stared into each other's eyes. This moment seemed to last for an eternity. Qingjun seemed to be deep in thought. Finally, he said, "Then I want to eat dumplings. For breakfast." Xianxia. Huh? Weren't they talking about his father? Why did he suddenly change the topic to food? And he did it so naturally? Qingjun didn't know what to say. He spoke so slowly that it was infuriating. "Didn't you say that you will support all my choices?" Xianxia, a good topic went off the rails just like that. "You want to eat dumplings for breakfast? Why don't you eat wontons? Do you want to add a side dish?" "Qingjun, sounds good," Xianxia responded with a death stare. Qingjun only became quiet after being hit by a hammer. There were no dumplings for breakfast. Recently, they had gradually become accustomed to a healthy diet. There were only a variety of healthy ingredients in the fridge. The meat was also replaced with chicken and fish that didn't easily get fat, as well as a small amount of beef. Xianxia was very satisfied with their diet. What should they eat in the morning? Of course, they had to eat something nutritious. Whole wheat bread with a purple potato and milk oatmeal constituted the best nutritious breakfast. Qingjun took a few bites of the whole wheat bread, which was tasteless to him, and let out a long sigh. Xianxia sat across the table and ate small tomatoes, one after another. She happily adapted to this kind of healthy lifestyle. She supervised the whole process. Finish eating. No leftovers. Qingjun's face was full of worry. Qingjun didn't mention Father Qing anymore, and Xianxia didn't ask too much. Since the person involved didn't care, as a daughter-in-law who couldn't be considered a daughter-in-law, she just had to be a good wife. The two of them sat in the car, each with their own thoughts. Ding ding dong dong, Xianxia's phone rang again. She picked up the phone and saw an unfamiliar number. It was Chu Wei. He probably waited for a long time and didn't receive any news, so he was anxious. Xianxia glanced at Qingjun. Qingjun, who was sitting next to her, was faster than her. He picked up Xianxia's phone, hung up, and blocked the phone. Xianxia was stunned. Qingjun returned the phone to her and said in a gentle tone, "Don't worry about it. Turn it on later." Oh. Okay. Xianxia kept her phone, and the atmosphere in the car was quiet again. She sneaked a glance at Qingjun. Qingjun was looking at the scenery outside the window. His elbow was resting on the edge of the window, and he looked like he was in a daze. Today, he was more silent than usual. Qingjun was probably a little sad. It must have been hard on him to pretend as if nothing had happened the whole morning. Xianxia's heart softened. She pursed her lips and was about to say something. Qingjun looked out of the window. His eyelids were lowered, and his eyelashes were long and thick. His lips were pale, and he sighed softly. Whole wheat bread is really disgusting. Xianxia, who had half a hand out, was speechless. Xianxia must be crazy to believe that Qingjun could be serious. When she entered the company, she happened to see two Nan surrounding the secretary like a lapdog. There was no such thing as he said to give the secretary a chance, and it was easy for a woman to chase a man. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She pretended not to see and quietly returned to her office. She turned on her computer and stared blankly at her drawing. Although Chu Wei was stupid, she was also a scheming woman. Xianxia really didn't want her to make trouble under other names. Xianxia sat in her chair in a daze. She kept scribbling on the draft, but it still didn't take shape. It seemed that ever since she came to this world, Qingjun had never mentioned anything about her mother. Other than this house, there were only a few words from Chu Wei. Xianxia suddenly realized that she didn't know much about Qingjun's past. Sigh. She couldn't help but sigh. Why did the unfamiliar feeling of intimacy make her feel a little awkward? Her phone buzzed, and Qingjun's message was displayed on the screen. Qingjun, what are you doing? Qingjun, who was sitting in his office, was already thinking about eating Korean barbecue tonight. But whether or not he could eat barbecue had to be verified by Xianxia. In other people's eyes, Qingjun was looking down at his phone with a serious expression. He looked like he was talking about a deal that was worth hundreds of millions. Fu Zicheng, who was putting up a PowerPoint presentation on his tablet, stuttered for a moment. He looked at Qingjun hesitantly and didn't know if he should continue. Qingjun glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and asked him to continue. Fu Zicheng, boss must be talking about a very important business deal. I have to perform well. The other people in the meeting room, is the company facing an important crisis? Why does boss look so serious? Everyone in the meeting room was anxious. They were all secretly guessing what happened to Qingjun that made him look so serious. Qingjun was like an examinee who was waiting for the results of the college entrance examination to be released. He straightened his back and waited for Xianxia's reply. After a while, Xianxia replied. Xianxia, acting coy. Qingjun, ? Qingjun suddenly stood up and gestured to Fu Zicheng to continue. He then quickly walked out of the door. Fu Zicheng couldn't hide his nervousness and asked Tunan softly, I didn't say anything wrong, right? Did I not perform well today? Tunan, who was called, came back to his senses. Sitting opposite him was his secretary who was recording the contents of the meeting. He looked like he only cared about the country and didn't care about relationships. This made Tunan very depressed. Tunan asked slowly, what did you say? Fu Zicheng, sure enough. Was his performance too bad today? After Wan Xiaoqiu replied to the message, she continued to stare at the computer in a daze. After waiting for a while, Qingjun didn't reply. She unexpectedly picked up her phone and saw two big words on the screen, Koi. Wan Xiaoqiu. Didn't she reply that she was in a daze? It was all because of the 26 key input method. Just as she was about to explain, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Mr. Chen was holding his phone. His expression was so serious that he looked like he was about to go bankrupt. It was as if he was wearing a green hat. Why are you coy? Who are you trying to coy with? Why are you being coy? Wan Xiaoqiu. Aren't you overreacting? I just accidentally typed the wrong word. Qingjun, oh. Don't tell me you came here for such a small matter? Hey, that's not right. Aren't you in a meeting? Qingjun had one hand in his pocket. His eyes were drifting. The imposing manner he had just now instantly disappeared. He said, the company is having a meeting to decide on the next project. Fu Zicheng is in charge. Also, I have basically understood the important content. We will continue to discuss it when we get back. After the discussion, we will go eat Korean barbecue. We will rest early today. We still have important work to do tomorrow. Wan Qiuqiu was stunned when she heard Qin Wan's words without panting. Wait. What did you say at the end? Qingjun paused and continued to say lightly, we will rest early today. No, the sentence at the beginning. Qingjun, I'll go to the meeting first. No barbecue? No barbecue. Qingjun was as obedient as a primary school student. Wan Qiuqiu looked at him standing there as if he was being punished. His hoodie was drooping, and he looked a little listless. Wan Qiuqiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, let's eat barbecue then. It wasn't like she was going on a hunger strike. She didn't have to eat nutritious and healthy food for every meal. Qingjun's eyes lit up. After work at night, the two of them went to a Korean barbecue restaurant. Wan Qiuqiu ordered a whole beef set meal. Under Qingjun's expectant gaze, she ordered 2 sets of mushroom set meals, 1 set of chicken breast, 1 set of kimchi fried rice, and a few sets of lettuce. Wan Qiuqiu asked sincerely, is there enough lettuce? Qingjun stood up quietly. I'm going to the bathroom. Okay. Wan Qiuqiu thought that since they had ordered so much food, it would definitely be enough for the two of them. She couldn't eat too much for dinner. She had to learn to control herself. Qingjun came back after a while and continued to sit at his seat. Wan Qiuqiu poured a cup of barley tea and was slowly drinking it. At this moment, 2 shop assistants came over and clapped their hands, which gave Wan Qiuqiu a shock. Wan Qiuqiu? Congratulations, the two of you are our 10,000th customer. You are lucky enough to win our restaurant's grand prize. Wan Qiuqiu looked at the stacks of bright red slices of meat that were piled up in a small cart. She was embarrassed. Was there such a good thing? How could she know that some people would do anything for food? The oil gradually became hot. Qingjun picked up a few pieces of beef and put them on it. The red slices of meat were instantly cooked. Coupled with some seasoning, kimchi, and lettuce, it was simply delicious. Her phone suddenly rang. Wan Qiuqiu picked up her phone and saw Tu Nan's name on the screen. Tu Nan was shopping with Fu Zicheng dejectedly. Tu Nan suddenly thought that only women understood women. Perhaps if he asked his sister-in-law for help, his love life would be smoother. He quickly sent a message to Wan Qiuqiu. Of course, it would be even better if he could go to her house for dinner. Fu Zicheng also became excited when he heard the message. I also want to eat sister-in-law's food. Wan Qiuqiu quickly replied, Qingjun and I are at a barbecue shop. The shop gave us a lot of meat. Do you want to eat together? Tu Nan, send me the coordinates. We will be there soon. Boss Ching, who was grilling meat, was very satisfied with his method. However, he didn't know that bad news was about to come. 10 minutes later. Tunan, hee, sister-in-law, boss. Fuzi Cheng, hee, sister-in-law, boss. Qingjun held the meat tongs in one hand and looked at the two of them as if he was looking at two dead people. At the hospital. Father Chun was lying on the hospital bed on the verge of death. His face was as pale as a sheet. His mouth was covered with an oxygen mask and his eyes were sunken. He had lost more than 10 pounds and looked haggard. He lay motionless on the bed as if he was dead. His entire being was shrouded in the aura of a dying man. If Ruanqiuqiu saw this, she would be shocked. Half of his hair had turned white. He didn't look like a businessman in his 50s or 60s. He looked like an old man in his 70s or 80s. With a creak, the door was pushed open. Chu Wei leisurely walked in front of him and stood still. She had curly hair and wore a mink coat with jewelry. She looked very noble. Her face was smooth and fair. Standing in front of Father Ching, she looked like his daughter. The nurse beside her followed. Chu Wei crossed her arms and didn't bother to hide her indifference. "How many more days do you have left?" The nurse was shocked by her words. In the intensive care unit, they had seen all kinds of life and death parting, ups and downs, so it was not common to see such indifference and contempt. If his family is willing to pay for his treatment, he might be able to survive for a few more months. A few more months? Chu Wei looked thoughtful. She waved her hand and dismissed the nurse as if she was ordering a servant. Father Chun was still in a coma. Chu Wei lowered her voice and said, "At this time, it's up to your son to save you. If he doesn't save you, you'll be a failure as a father." She was almost 90% sure that Qingjun would give her money, and it would be a lot of money. Chu Wei was a smart person. She knew that if she completely angered Qingjun, he had the ability to make her disappear from the face of the earth. However, Qingjun didn't want to waste time on her. Give her the money and leave. They could help each other and protect each other. Wasn't this the best of both worlds? Chu Wei gritted her teeth when she thought about how Qingjun and his wife didn't even bother to send someone to ask about her after her phone call. If they didn't come, then she would go. On the other side, Tunan and Fu Zicheng had a barbecued meal and ate a total of 1 to 2,000 RMB. Ruanqiuqiu was dumbfounded, and the waiter was even more dumbfounded. The waiters in the shop seemed to be joining in the fun. They took turns to grill meat for them, almost leaving the guests at the other tables aside. Ruanqiuqiu stopped eating after less than half an hour. She silently watched the men stuffing themselves with food and began to ponder a question. Was it Tunan and the others who led Qingjun astray, or was it Qingjun who led them astray? It was a complete mystery. After clearing the plates on the table several times, Ruanqiuqiu finally couldn't help but ask faintly, "Haven't you eaten enough?" Being stared at by a cold gaze, the men's expressions stiffened and they slowly put down their chopsticks. "I'm full." Only then did Tunan remember that he was here to ask for his sister-in-law's love advice. The two of them were about to joke with their sister-in-law when Qingjun stared at them coldly. The last time they were stared at like this, they had to work overtime several times. The memory was still fresh in their minds. Fu Zicheng coughed dryly. "Let's go back." Tunan, yes, yes. "Goodbye, sister-in-law." They parted ways at the entrance of the hotel. Ruanqiuqiu found it funny and asked Qingjun, "Is the barbecued meat delicious?" Qingjun answered honestly, "It's delicious." Occasionally eating a big meal could restore one's vitality. This kind of life was probably simple and beautiful. Ruanqiuqiu took advantage of Qingjun's inattentiveness and touched his lower abdomen. She suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, your stomach isn't bulging? That's incredible." Qingjun suddenly retreated a few meters away from Ruanqiuqiu, as if he had seen a ghost. "Ruanqiuqiu. Am I that scary?" Faced with Ruanqiuqiu's confused and surprised face, Qingjun silently zipped up his jacket. When her fingers touched his flat lower abdomen, it was as if an electric current ran from the place she touched to the top of her head. Until now, she still felt a burning sensation on the tip of her ears. Qingjun regained his composure, but kept about a meter away from Ruanqiuqiu. "Your fingers are so cold," he said. Xianxia was speechless. So it's because of this. Qingjun, this dog of a man, really protected himself all the time. The two of them went back to their room to sleep. Xianxia lay on the big bed but couldn't fall asleep. She probably ate too much, and her head was in a mess. She tossed back and forth as her imagination ran wild. Gradually, she began to feel sleepy. In her dream, Xianxia dreamed of a very scary scene. She dreamed that she was just a wisp of a soul, wandering around the city. From afar, she heard a one-sided argument. It was sharp and ear-piercing. Xianxia couldn't help but drift towards the source of the sound. To her surprise, she saw Chu Wei and Qingjun standing face to face. Chu Wei pointed at him angrily and wanted Qingjun to pay for it. Qingjun had his hands in his pockets, as if it was the first time she had seen him. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes were looking at a certain spot. Chu Wei shouted himself hoarse, but Qingjun was indifferent. Chu Wei's expression became more and more ferocious. At this moment, a figure darted out from the corner of the wall and rushed forward with a knife. Qingjun's body trembled. He tried to grab the other party, but he couldn't control himself and fell to the ground. A red pool of blood spread out. Xianxia was so scared that she was about to cry. She rushed forward, but she couldn't grab anything. She could only watch as the man on the ground gradually stopped breathing. Qingjun! 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 A big warm hand held her fluttering fingers, causing Xianxia to open her eyes. Qingjun, with his messy hair, pulled her into his arms. What's wrong? What did you see? Why are you so scared? Xianxia woke up. Her face was pale with lingering fear. Only then did she realize that it was just a dream she had last night. She let out a long breath and said in a trembling voice, "It's nothing. I just had a nightmare." Qingjun hugged her. "Are you feeling better now?" "Yes, I'm much better." Xianxia let go of his arms and slowly came back to her senses. It was probably because of Chu Wei's phone call yesterday that the worry in her heart resurfaced. Fortunately, nothing happened. She was relieved. Because of the nightmare, Xianxia was a little dispirited the whole morning. She was absent-minded all the way. She didn't even notice that Qingjun was secretly holding her little finger. When the driver was waiting for the traffic light, he accidentally caught a glimpse of this scene. He suddenly felt very emotional. The boss was really a henpecked husband. He was so sneaky even when holding her little hand. It was a peaceful day in the company. Everyone was busy with their own work. Xianxia was so busy that she had a headache. Just as the tip of her pen was flying, someone sent her a message. Xianxia thought it was Qingjun asking her to have lunch together, so she pretended not to see it and continued to work. She didn't want to face Qingjun in the cafeteria and say something strange. According to Elder Meng, a colleague drew some daily comics based on the two of them, which were well received both inside and outside the company. When Xianxia saw the serialized comics, her face couldn't help but darken. She just wanted to pull out the culprit and confront him face to face. How did she become the little wife who was crying in front of the overbearing president? Qingjun should be the little wife who was crying. Just as Xianxia was distracted, she copied the wrong layer. She hurriedly changed it back. Her phone rang again. Xianxia put down her pen impatiently and picked up the phone, only to see a message from a stranger. "I'm Chu Wei. I'm waiting for you at the company building. If you don't come out, I'll expose everything in front of everyone." It was her again. Xianxia frowned. She just wanted Chu Wei to stay as far away as possible. She wanted to blackmail Qingjun's father when he was seriously ill. She was really crazy. It was hard to say who would expose who. Chu Wei was standing at the entrance of the company at the moment, waiting anxiously. She thought that Xianxia wouldn't dare to do anything to her in broad daylight. Moreover, Chu Wei touched her belly, which was not showing yet. This was her magic weapon. Chu Wei walked around for a long time, but no one came out. She became more anxious. Strange, why didn't Xianxia come out? Could it be that Qingjun stopped her? Were they really confident that she wouldn't cause any trouble? Any damage to their reputation would be a big blow to them. Chu Wei was relying on the advantage of public opinion, so he had a lot of time to waste with her. For the sake of the child, Qingjun definitely wouldn't do anything to her. Qingjun was different from the ruthless and cunning businessman she had met. He was much more principled and wouldn't easily touch her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be standing here now. Xianxia was sitting in Qingjun's office at the moment. Through the blurry glass, Qingjun stood outside the office and was talking to a strange man. Qingjun's back was facing Xianxia. She could only see that the man had his head lowered slightly. He didn't look directly at Qingjun and nodded from time to time. Xianxia held her chin in boredom. She thought that Qingjun really did have the aura of a CEO. When she saw the message from Chu Wei, her first reaction was to take her phone and look for Qingjun. Qingjun's face was expressionless. He just asked her to sit in the chair and ignore this matter. He went out to make a phone call. Qingjun was already dealing with Chu Wei's matter. Chu Wei was more anxious than Qingjun had imagined. Before Qingjun could deal with everything, Chu Wei came to him again. If Xianxia could hear Qingjun's voice, she would find that his voice was much lower than usual. It was less casual and had a bit of careless coldness. That's all. Got it. Qingjun opened the door and returned to the office. Xianxia sat in his seat and looked around, enjoying the exclusive seat that belonged to the big boss. Xianxia heard him come in and asked, "Did you deal with it?" Qingjun, yes. Phew, that's good. Xianxia recalled the scene in her dream and felt a chill down her spine. Regardless of whether Qingjun died an unnatural death in her previous life or whether the culprit was Chu Wei, she subconsciously wanted Qingjun to stay away from Chu Wei. This woman was too greedy. If he gave her what she wanted, she would only become more unscrupulous after receiving the benefits. Xianxia sighed. Why are you so easy to bully? A mere stepmother could ride on his head. If Qingjun didn't refuse Xianxia's recommendation on the grounds that he didn't want her to get involved in this mess, Xianxia really wanted to teach this shameless stepmother a lesson. In Xianxia's eyes, Qingjun was a poor little cabbage. The little cabbage Qingjun, if Xianxia knew what Qingjun just said, she would definitely take back her words. Chu Wei was filled with anticipation as she waited for the money that belonged to her. She stood downstairs and paced back and forth, unknowingly becoming more and more anxious. Why hadn't Qingjun come looking for her yet? An unfamiliar man came out of the Jiaqing company. He was dressed in a suit and looked refined. Of course, Chu Wei recognized him. He was Xiao Fan, who had previously been in charge of Father Cheng's hospitalization. They had interacted before. Xiao Fan pushed her glasses and walked up to her. Chu Wei instinctively squeezed out an embarrassed smile. Where's Qingjun? I have something to talk to him about. The boss is too busy with work, so he let me handle it. Don't tell me you're here to scare me like last time and not give me a single cent. Chu Wei immediately recalled the time when Father Cheng was hospitalized. They only reimbursed the hospital fees, so she didn't get a single cent. Xiao Fan smiled in a friendly manner. Of course not. Not only did they not let her get a single cent, but they also wanted her to spit out her own money. Chu Wei still didn't let down her guard. Xiao Fan's expression made her feel that she might not end up well. She gritted her teeth and said, "Call Qingjun. I have something to tell him." Xiao Fan said, "If you have something to say, just tell me. I'll pass on the message for you. This is our family matter. I'm his stepmother." Chu Wei raised her voice and attracted the attention of the people around them. Chu Wei seemed to have received a boost. She covered her lower abdomen confidently and said, "I have a child. No matter what, this is still Qingjun's younger brother and sister. He can't just leave me alone, right?" Xiao Fan's expression changed. Child? Chu Wei narrowed her eyes coldly and raised her chin proudly. This time, I have a reason. As a stepmother, shouldn't he, the stepson, support me? When my husband died, he would be the only one left to me. Xiao Fan pushed her glasses up. Okay, I got it. I promise that if you give me the money, I will never harass you. Xiao Fan said, I have to check on Uncle Cheng's condition first. You know, although boss doesn't seem to care about father on the surface, he actually cares about him a lot. He will definitely be soft-hearted. Chu Wei seemed to have received a guarantee. he quickly said, then let's go together. I'll accompany you. Thinking of the boss's words, Xiaofan smiled. Wanqiuqiu was sitting in Qingjun's office. She couldn't help but ask Qingjun, what are you going to do? With his hands in his pockets, Qingjun slowly walked to the chair opposite her and sat down. Do you want to eat lunch in the cafeteria? Or are you going out to eat? I'm talking to you about something serious. I want to eat sushi. Wanqiuqiu, fine, fine. If Qingjun didn't want to talk about it, she wouldn't ask anymore. Qingjun ordered takeout at noon, and the two of them ate together in the office. Under Wanqiuqiu's supervision, he didn't order too much sushi. After eating, he started chewing on an apple, making crunching sounds. In Chu Wei's imagination, Qingjun and his wife were probably burning with anxiety and busy thinking about how to deal with her situation. If she knew that the two of them were enjoying lunch together, she would probably be furious. Chu Wei followed Xiaofan to the hospital. Xiaofan first went to check on Father Cheng's condition and talked to the doctor for a while. Chu Wei waited patiently. After Xiaofan came out of the ward, she said, since it's true, we shouldn't waste any more time. You should go and do a paternity test first. Chu Wei was stunned. What? Don't tell me you think that boss doesn't need any proof? Since you don't have a good reputation, I will accompany you throughout this paternity test. Chu Wei broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that Qingjun found out that she wasn't pregnant with Father Cheng's child, but fortunately, she had already made preparations in case Qingwan came to check on her pregnancy. On the surface, she gritted her teeth anxiously and acted as if she didn't want to do a paternity test with Xiaofan. I don't care. If you want me to do a paternity test, you have to sign the contract and give me the money. When Xiaofan didn't agree, Chu Wei started to make a fuss. He rubbed his forehead and said that he wanted to call Qingjun. After a while, Xiaofan came over with her phone and nodded at Chu Wei. Boss said it's okay. Chu Wei breathed a sigh of relief. She had already colluded with the doctor. Therefore, when the paternity test results came out, it would definitely show that the child was Father Cheng's. She just had to wait for the money. Xiaofan smiled. Madam, do you want cash or real estate? Real estate, of course. Chu Wei's friends had already calculated a new real estate that was being developed recently. It was adjacent to the wealthy district, had beautiful scenery, a good location, and a grand design. When she saw the real estate, her eyes were green with envy. However, the current situation was that everyone was fighting for it. She didn't even have a way to buy it, let alone buy it. Chu Wei had already set her sights on this real estate and was waiting for Qingjun to take the bait. At this time, the property prices weren't too expensive. However, according to her friends who worked in real estate, the prices would rise again next week. This was the best time to buy. Chu Wei had already begun to fantasize about the beautiful dream of becoming a rich woman. Xiaofan, who was standing opposite her, smiled faintly. Then let's sign the contract first? Okay. Before she got off work in the afternoon, Wanqiuqiu suddenly received a message from Bailong Qiuqiu, I'm getting married next month. Wanqiuqiu was stunned at first. Then, she congratulated her. That's great. If you have time, you must come. No problem. Time passed so quickly. Last time, Bailong was still discussing the engagement. Now, she was preparing to get married. Bailong asked for a few details in order to seek Wanqiuqiu's opinion. Wanqiuqiu didn't know what the wedding venue was like. She slipped to Qingjun's office to look for Qingjun. Qingjun was reading. When Wanqiuqiu opened the door, he quickly stuffed the pen and book into the cabinet and locked it. Wanqiuqiu didn't miss his every move. She looked suspicious. What are you doing? Qingjun appeared very calm. He changed the topic to distract Wanqiuqiu. What's wrong? Oh, nothing. Bailong is getting married. She asked me some details. I'm not too sure, so I came to ask you. After confessing her identity as a little fairy, Wanqiuqiu didn't need to hide these things that she didn't know. Wanqiuqiu said, you must remember, right? I don't know. Eh? We got the certificate. We didn't do anything. I see. So, Qingjun was like her. He didn't have any experience. The old couple looked at each other. Xianxia couldn't believe that the two of them didn't know anything about marriage. Okay, I'll reply to Bai Long. Xianxia searched for the answer on Baidu with difficulty. After searching for a long time, she sent a few comments to Bai Long. As for whether it would be useful, it wasn't a question that she could think of. Qingjun looked at her carefully, browsing through the photos of other people wearing wedding dresses. Xianxia looked at it very seriously and didn't forget to point out to Qingjun, "Don't you think this one is very nice? The bride is so beautiful." Xianxia had never worn a wedding dress before, but she had been a bridesmaid. When she saw the photos of other people's wedding dresses, she naturally felt that they were very nice. However, to her, the wedding was already in the past. It didn't seem that important. Qingjun looked thoughtful. At this moment, his phone vibrated. It was Xiao Fan. "Xiao Fan, boss, the DNA test has been done." Qingjun, okay. After a few days of peace, Xianxia almost forgot about Qi. Qi didn't make a fuss. Qingjun probably found a way to make her leave. Xianxia asked Qingjun curiously, "How did you get rid of Qi?" Qingjun said slowly, "I gave her a house." Ah, sure enough. Xianxia was actually very unwilling to let Qi take advantage of her. But on second thought, it might be a good thing to spend money to buy peace. She could still remember that terrible dream. If Qi really did something in a fit of anger and hurt Qingjun, no amount of money could save him. Qingjun didn't lack money. If he could keep them quiet, he would no longer compete with Qi. Xianxia muttered, "Okay, I'll respect your decision. It's good as long as she doesn't cause trouble." Qingjun sat on the sofa and ate nuts. It was a big gift bag of nuts that Xianxia bought from the three squirrels. It was just enough to replenish his nutrition. It was just right to eat less every day. She watched as Qingjun finished a bag of pecan nuts when she wasn't paying attention. She hurriedly stopped him with a dark face. "Eat less." Qingjun munched on snacks like a squirrel. As he responded, he poured a handful of crab-flavored melon seeds into his mouth. Xianxia, who couldn't stop him, asked faintly, "By the way, do you know where the melon seeds come from?" Qingjun, huh? "A toothless granny worked hard to get them with her mouth, so you have to eat them slowly and cherish the fruits of other people's labor." Qingjun, although he knew that melon seeds were produced by a machine, when Xianxia said that, he still felt a little uncomfortable. Qingjun silently put down the bag of crab-flavored melon seeds in his hand. Xianxia said with a smile, "Isn't that right?" The two of them lived in harmony for a moment. Qingjun looked at his phone and casually asked, "Are you going to attend a wedding next month?" Xianxia was a little surprised by Qingjun's question. She didn't expect him to still remember this. There were less than 2 weeks until next month. Bai Long was especially regretful that Xianxia was already married and couldn't be her bridesmaid, but she was very warmly invited Xianxia to attend her wedding. Xianxia always went to work with Qingwan every day and only had a few friends. Xianxia was actually very happy to have such a warm and friendly friend like Bai Long. She was not good at handling intimate relationships. Fortunately, the people she met were all good. Xianxia said, "Yeah. What's wrong?" Asked. Calm of daily communication. Xianxia. "Are you treating me like an NPC to gain experience?" Qingjun Qiu SSS a child's Az's weight AS by Qiu's Qiu Wei. The results showed that the child was Qingjun's father's. Qi beamed as he showed the results to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan looked helpless and reluctant. She took the report and said, "Then let's choose a date to sign the agreement." Qi hurriedly said, "Why don't we just do it now? How about today?" Since Qi said that they would sign the contract today, Xiao Fan didn't hesitate. She took out her phone and called the lawyer. Qi waited patiently for a while before the lawyer came over with the contract. To make sure that he didn't lose out, Qi also called his own lawyer. After checking to see if there were any loopholes, they finally finalized the contract. Qi took the contract and slyly added another condition. "If he's willing to give me another 2 million, I'll divorce his father." Qingjun's father's properties were sold, his company closed down, and his profits continued to suffer losses. She didn't want to pay off his debts after his father died. She had a good idea. Compared to having Chu Wei pay off his debts and then pester Qing Jun would definitely choose to use a small number like 2 million to shut her up and get her out of his life. Xiao Fan's face was a little troubled by the sudden increase in the price. You, just tell me if it's possible or not. It's hard to say. I'll call the boss first. Xiao Fan hesitated for a long time. When Chu Wei was about to lose his patience, she finally nodded. The lawyer took out a notebook and redrafted the additional conditions of the contract. When Chu Wei saw the words 2 million, his eyes were filled with money. Chu Wei signed the contract without hesitation. She hugged the contract as if she was hugging a treasure. Xiao Fan said that the real estate he promised to buy for her would be in 2 days. She would call him then. Knowing that he couldn't run away, Chu Wei relaxed and entered Qing Jun's father's ward in his high heels. Only Chu Wei and his lover knew that the child wasn't Qing Jun's father. However, for the sake of money, Qing Jun had discussed with his lover and asked him to calm down. Qing Jun's lover had been suppressed by Qing Jun's father when he was young and had always hated him. If he knew that he had implanted Chu Wei's child, he would have told Qing Jun's father a long time ago. His goal was to anger him to death. Chu Wei took advantage of the fact that Qing Jun's father was seriously ill and couldn't speak. Chu Wei was pregnant when Qing Jun's father was brought home to recuperate. When the news of Chu Wei's pregnancy was leaked, rumors spread that Qing Jun's father was still strong even though he was old. Qing Jun's father had seen Chu Wei and his lover hooking up with each other from upstairs. He was so angry that he fainted on the spot. All his problems had piled up and exploded. It was a good thing that he could even open his eyes, let alone speak. Chu Wei entered the ward. Qing Jun's father slowly opened his tired eyes and saw Chu Wei's figure slowly walking over. Chu Wei's figure gradually enlarged in his muddy vision. A piece of paper fell in front of her. Chu Wei smiled faintly. Do you see this? This is the alimony that your good son gave you. This house must have increased by more than 10 million yuan. Qing Jun's father suddenly widened his eyes and let out a hoarse groan. However, he couldn't say a word. His cheeks were red and he looked as if he was going to die from anger. Chu Wei almost laughed out loud. You're going to die from anger. After you die, your filial son will pay off your debt. I'm going to divorce you. You can go play by yourself. Oh right, your son probably doesn't care about this small amount of money. Well, he's a big boss. You're just a poor man. Hee. Qing Jun's father, who was finally resuscitated, was almost sent to the emergency room again. Chu Wei, who had received the contract, didn't care about Qing Jun's father's life or death. What she wanted to do now was to have fun. She went out to worship money and have fun. When she came back to get the house and money, her life would be wonderful. At the same time, under the boss's instructions, Xiao Fan came to look for him. If Chu Wei was present, she would definitely be shocked. She didn't expect them to come to her lover's side. The middle-aged man sitting on the chair crossed his legs. He had a big belly and looked like a shrewd and Philistine businessman. He held a cigar between his fingers and sized up Xiao Fan opposite him. What's wrong? Are you afraid that I'll expose his stepmother's cheating and destroy his prestige? Xiao Fan pushed his glasses and looked gentle and elegant. You've misunderstood. I saw that Madame Chu was going to run away, so I came to remind you. He handed a paternity test to the other party. Under the other party's half-suspicious and half-contemptuous gaze, Xiao Fan said very politely, the doctor is one of us. He can't be faking it. Madame Chu is pregnant and will get a house. Even if it's compensation, she has worked hard. What? The man couldn't be bothered to smoke the cigar in his hand. He picked up the paternity test and was so angry that his face instantly twisted into a fat ball. When he thought of Chu Wei taking his money and going out to have fun, the anger of being deceived made him so angry that he spoke without thinking. F***ck. This cuckold was like a green grassland on his head. He angrily went to find Chu Wei to settle the score. Xiao Fan looked at the other party's back view and sent a message to the boss. Boss, what's the next step? Qing Jun replied, yes. Qing Jun's computer showed some wedding photos, but he quickly deleted them one by one. Xianxia finished some work and could finally take a break. She lay on the soft chair and scrolled through the page. Her fingertips slid down and all the photos were wedding photos? Xianxia thought angrily that the search engines nowadays were getting more and more immoral. She had only seen a few wedding photos on other browsers, but they could steal her browsing information and push it to her. Xianxia wanted to click on them one by one, but suddenly saw a very beautiful wedding dress. It was sleeveless at the chest and waist, and the tail of the wedding dress was long. It was pure and flawless white. Xianxia's eyes lit up, and her curiosity prompted her to continue clicking. Then, she looked at the wedding dresses endlessly, one after another, and Xianxia was dazzled. It was too beautiful. She wanted to get married. Oh, no, she was already married. Mrs. Chang's face was full of depression. Unknowingly, time passed quietly as she browsed through all kinds of photos. When Xianxia looked at the time, she was shocked to find that 2 or 3 hours had passed. She still had work to do. Just as she was about to turn off her phone, Xianxia glanced at Weibo and found that there was a trending topic. #man beats woman on the spot. The photos and videos of the scene were blurry, and others might not be able to tell. However, Xianxia would never forget Chu Wei's face. Xianxia, huh? That's not right. Wasn't Chu Wei extorting money? Why was he beaten up by another man, and it was even his lover? Under the comments, the dispute about domestic violence reached a climax. There were people scolding men, women, women's rights, men's cancer, the country, the Women's Federation. Clicking on any one of them was a shocking exclamation mark. Then, someone dug out the identity of the man was actually the CEO of De Zhong Technology Company. He had a wife, and he scolded the bitch who wore a green hat for him. Anyone with a discerning eye understood, this CEO was really wronged. Not only did his mistress cheat on him, but he also didn't know that it was trending. The man's identity was completely exposed, and a bunch of busybodies ran to the company's official Weibo to leave comments. It was a sea of green, and people didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the video, Chu Wei was slapped a few times and cried like a pear blossom in the rain. He said that he wanted to explain, but the other party didn't listen. In a rage, they wrestled together, and the scene was quite terrible. Xianxia was confused, and she didn't understand what happened to Chu Wei. Xianxia couldn't help but send a message to Qingjun. What's going on with Chu Wei? Qingjun replied very quickly, I don't know. Okay. Xianxia thought that Chu Wei had probably done too many bad things, and now, retribution had come to her. Chu Wei didn't expect that she would be beaten up by her lover who wanted her to pay him back when she was having fun. She was so angry that she took advantage of the fact that she was about to own a property worth tens of millions to fight back and cut off all ties with him. Originally, she didn't plan to raise a child. Now, she could be a carefree rich woman, and she wouldn't have to worry about food or clothes for the rest of her life. In order to make it impossible to prove who the father of the child was, Chu Wei went for an abortion after solving the problem of the lover. She didn't miss the child at all. The next day, when she received the money and the house, she was so happy that flowers bloomed. At this time, Chu Wei's friend who was in the real estate business sent her a message. Wei, I have a bigger house here. Do you want to change? Time is tight, so I'll give you a few hours to decide. It's only a little more than 2 million yuan. It's more than a few dozen square meters of luxury. Chu Wei's eyes lit up, and she was ecstatic. Wasn't this the god of fortune who had sent herself to her doorstep? Yes. Keep it for me. She didn't have more than 1 million yuan on hand, and she had spent almost all of it herself. However, she could get a loan first, sell some things, and mortgage them. It wouldn't take long for her to earn back the money. To celebrate her promotion to the top rich woman, Chu Wei went to celebrate with a group of friends. She was treating. After being drunk for a day and a night, Chu Wei finally got out of bed, put on her clothes, and went out. She called her best friend, but she couldn't get through. Chu Wei called her friend frantically in disbelief. Not long after, a gentle voice came from the phone, indicating that the other party's phone was turned off. Chu Wei was anxious. She hurriedly stopped a taxi and ran to the building. Her crazy figure attracted the attention of the security guards, and a few of them stopped her. Where are you going? I want to see my friend. I bought this building. I'm the owner. The few of them looked at each other as if they had seen a lunatic. I'm sorry, madam. This building is unfinished. It has run out of funds a long time ago, and the quality of the building has been exposed. The investors have all run away, and many people are owed their salaries. They have demolished everything inside, and almost all the steel bars were stolen. We're in charge of patrolling. There's no way anyone would sell the building for you. This building has been abandoned for at least a few months. Chu Wei's heart skipped a beat, causing her to sink down heavily. She and her best friend had made a lot of money by playing tricks. The two of them were experts at cheating others, and Chu Wei trusted her best friend very much. She never would have thought that the only person she trusted would cheat her. Chu Wei's vision blurred. Chu Wei recalled that some time ago, after she told her best friend that she wanted to earn a sum of money, her best friend kept introducing her to this building. She didn't know where she got a bunch of people and information from, but Chu Wei was stunned. She had been cheated until she didn't have a single cent left. When she thought about how her huge sum of money had been wasted, she wanted to bang her head against the wall and die. She slapped herself shakily and fell to the ground under the shocked gazes of the few security guards. Madam. Madam. Perhaps it was because she had been searching for wedding dresses too much recently. Whatever app Yuan Xiaoqiu used, it would send her information about wedding dresses. She almost suspected that her phone had been infected with a virus. Yuan Xiaoqiu was depressed, and her feelings were indescribably complicated. She glanced at Qingjun from the corner of her eyes. Qingjun had never worn a suit in front of her. She didn't know if he looked decent in a formal suit. Speaking of suits, she thought of weddings. Speaking of weddings, she thought of their wedding night. Cough, cough, cough. What was she thinking about? Qingjun was looking down at his phone. He said without looking up, "You're peeping at me." Yuan Xiaoqiu, who was caught red-handed, snorted awkwardly. "You're thinking too much." In order to make herself more natural, she picked up a piece of strawberry cream cake on the table and scooped a mouthful with a fork. The sweet and cold cream melted on the tip of her tongue. Yuan Xiaoqiu scooped another mouthful. Qingjun had turned into a ghost and silently floated to her side. Yuan Xiaoqiu was startled. She held the fork with a spoonful of cream in one hand and asked, "What are you doing?" Qingjun supported himself with one hand on the back of the sofa, and his body gradually moved closer to Yuan Xiaoqiu. His gaze focused on Yuan Xiaoqiu's soft lips. His eyelids were lowered, and his eyes were shining with a moving light. Yuan Xiaoqiu was so nervous that she straightened her body. Her cheeks were flushed. She narrowed her eyes and waited for Qingjun to kiss her. If he took advantage of her, so be it. Speaking of which, with Qingjun's face, it was hard to say who was taking advantage of who. Yuan Xiaoqiu waited for a while, but the kiss didn't come. Instead, she heard Qingjun ask vaguely in her ear, "Why are you closing your eyes?" Yuan Xiaoqiu, question mark. Qingjun, question mark. She opened her eyes and saw that the piece of cream cake on her fork was gone. It was gone. It was gone. So Qingjun, this D*MN man, was actually just trying to steal a bite of the cake. Yuan Xiaoqiu flew into a rage out of humiliation. She just wanted to send Qingjun to heaven with a hammer. Qingjun only stopped his death-seeking behavior after he was hit by the hammer. He sat beside her obediently and said, "I'm sorry, I won't steal a bite next time." When Yuan Xiaoqiu heard that, her cheeks burned even more. Qingjun would never have thought that she was actually doing this for another reason. She silently digested her emotions. Qingjun, who was sitting beside her, was quiet for a moment. Then, he called her name. "Xiaoqiu." "What?" Yuan Xiaoqiu looked at him and dragged out her words in annoyance. Her voice disappeared in a kiss. Qingjun wanted to take it a step further. He pressed Yuan Xiaoqiu, who was kissing him softly, onto the sofa. She didn't even realize that the strawberry cake had fallen to the ground. Yuan Xiaoqiu was a little confused. Qingjun was usually very methodical even when he was eating. Why did he look like he wanted to eat her up when he was kissing her? Qingjun's phone rang. He pressed the end button impatiently. Not long after, the phone rang again. Hearing the ringtone, Yuan Xiaoqiu, who had been kissed senselessly, regained her senses. She suddenly realized that Qingjun had unbuttoned her collar, revealing her fair and tender skin. It made one's imagination run wild. She hurriedly pushed Qingjun away and straightened her close with a red face. When Qingjun picked up the phone, his voice was so cold that it gave Xiao Fan, who was on the other end of the line, a fright. Xiao Fan no longer had the calmness she had when she was talking to Chu Wei. She said carefully, "Boss. Mr. Qin woke up and said that he wants to see you one last time. He's not in a good state. I don't think he can hold on for long." Qingjun, who had received the news, was silent. "Do you want me to arrange it?" Xiao Fan asked. Qingjun was still silent. Wan Qiuqiu realized that something was wrong with him. She lowered her voice and asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" After a long time, Qingjun said slowly, "I might have to go to the hospital." Wan Qiuqiu blinked. In an instant, she thought about Qingjun's father. She didn't ask about her guess. Instead, she said softly, "I'll go with you." Qingjun didn't refuse, which meant that he agreed. They took a taxi to the hospital. Qingjun was silent the whole way. Wan Qiuqiu held his hand to comfort him. Qingjun turned his face and looked at her. "It's okay. Don't worry. I know." When they arrived at the hospital, a gentle-looking man with a briefcase stood at the entrance. When he saw Qingjun and Xiao Fan, he respectfully greeted them. Wan Qiuqiu felt uncomfortable being called that. She couldn't help but cough. When they arrived at the ward, Wan Qiuqiu subconsciously stopped in her tracks. Qingjun turned around and glanced at her. He reached out and held Wan Qiuqiu's pinky finger, pulling her in. "There's nothing shameful about it." Wan Qiuqiu felt a little uncomfortable being pulled into the ward. Qingjun's father was lying on the hospital bed. The bed was adjusted slightly so that he could sit up a little. It was as if he was experiencing terminal lucidity. His eyes sparkled and he looked more energetic than he did a year or two ago. However, when he spoke, his hoarse voice exposed his mental state. "I thought you wouldn't come to see me." Qingjun was indifferent to his words. There was no extra expression on his face. He looked at his biological father indifferently, as if he was looking at a stranger who had nothing to do with him. Qingjun's father twitched his lips and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. "I heard that you were the one who cleaned up the mess for me." It took him a little effort to speak and he had to pant after saying a few words. However, he continued to speak. Ever since you were in high school, I had high hopes for you. I thought you could inherit the family business. However, I didn't expect that a good-for-nothing like you. You're not interested at all. Good for nothing. I've been scolding you for more than 10 years. Qingjun's father smiled bitterly. More than 10 years. Ever since Qingjun's mother passed away, they were just strangers who didn't know each other very well. They might not even contact each other during the holidays. At this moment, there was a commotion outside the door. It was Chu Wei. She was stopped at the door, but she still insisted on coming in. Qingjun turned around and opened the door. Chu Wei's angry face froze the moment she saw Qingjun coupled with her messy hair. She looked funny and ridiculous. Chu Wei burst into tears and knelt on the ground. "It's my fault. Please forgive me. I didn't do it on purpose." How was she going to live without money? Qingjun's father, who was lying on the hospital bed, laughed heartily when he saw her pitiful and hateful look. As he laughed, he coughed again. You. Cough, cough, cough. You deserve this." Chu Wei suppressed her anger and said meekly, "I'll take care of him. I'll take care of him. Please, for the sake of our fate as husband and wife." Qingjun spoke calmly and unhurriedly. "Hurry up and return the money first." Chu Wei suddenly froze on the spot. "Wait a minute. Qingjun knew about all this?" Her head was buzzing and her eyes widened in disbelief. Before Chu Wei could react, a few security guards grabbed her from behind and dragged her out of the door. Chu Wei shouted indignantly, "I'm your mother too. You can't treat me like this." Qingjun. The medical staff standing in the corridor started discussing. There must be something wrong with this person's mind. I think she's crazy. Dead silence reigned in the ward. Qingjun's father had laughed and coughed enough. His voice was hoarse. You've grown up and learned how to deal with people. Qingjun put one hand in his pocket and looked at Qingjun's father expressionlessly without saying a word. His life was coming to an end. His wife had abandoned him and his son refused to acknowledge him. Qingjun's father laughed bitterly. It could be said that he reaped what he sowed and could not blame anyone else. If he had not cheated on his wife and if his wife had not met with an accident, he would have had a warm and harmonious family instead of lying in a hospital bed with no one to visit him. He still remembered when Qingjun was in primary school, he had a harmonious family. His wife had prepared a cake for him and Qingjun had even given him a model that he had made himself. It was so delicate that it did not seem like the work of a child. At that time, he had thought that he was the happiest person in the world. Later on, when he had earned a lot of money, he had mixed with a group of womanizers and ended up in a terrible state. When the model on the cabinet accidentally broke one day, he did not care at all. Just like how he treated his family, he pretended to care for them. Later on, he had nothing. He did not even have anyone to collect his corpse. Qingjun's father slowly reached out his trembling hand and covered his face. Sadness and shame were rolling in his heart. Sorrowful cries burst out from between his fingers and he wailed like a child. "I'm sorry." The ward was very quiet and only Qingjun's father's intermittent cries could be heard. However, no one knew who he was apologizing to. Qingjun didn't say a word on the way back home from the hospital. Xianxia stole glances at him several times. After entering the house, she changed her shoes and asked Qingjun in a low voice, "Do you want to eat something? Are you hungry?" Although Qingjun didn't say anything on the surface, he must be quite sad in his heart. This was how silent and introverted people were. Even a foodie who loved to eat usually wouldn't be able to eat at this moment. Xianxia regretted it after saying this. She could understand Qingjun's feelings. What he needed now was probably enough space to be alone for a while. How could he think about eating? Qingjun said, "Soup noodles." Xianxia. "What?" Qingjun's tone was unusually firm and solemn. "Add 2 eggs." Xianxia, eating noodles was fine. Adding eggs was fine. People had to replenish their energy. The noodles rolled in the boiling water. She silently waited for the noodles to cook, but she didn't notice that Qingjun was leaning against the fridge, quietly watching her cook. Xianxia cooked 3 eggs for Qingjun. She didn't have much of an appetite, so she only cooked for Qingjun. The soup noodles were brought to the table. Qingjun ate the noodles quietly. Xianxia sat opposite him, holding her chin with one hand and looking around the kitchen aimlessly. She wanted to find a topic to talk about, but she couldn't think of a suitable one. One ate noodles, the other pretended to be in a daze. Qingjun ate a few mouthfuls and suddenly stood up. Xianxia was stunned for a moment and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the noodles?" Under her blank gaze, Qingjun took out a bowl and returned to his seat. He picked up some noodles and an egg with his chopsticks, poured some soup, and then put the bowl in front of Xianxia. "Eat." At this moment, Xianxia was touched. Qingjun actually shared food with her? It was simply snatching food from the mouth of a vicious dog. It was more precious than a prodigal son turning over a new leaf. Xianxia was so touched that she was about to cry. For a moment, she really wanted to study how the Manchu Han imperial banquet was done. Qingjun said slowly, "Oh, right. Xianxia, ? This is what you owe me. Remember to pay me back next time." He pointed at Xianxia's face with his chin. "Xianxia, what's wrong? Does it belong to me just because I licked it?" A dog man was indeed a dog man. "This is the noodles I made, okay? You ate a mouthful and it's yours?" Xianxia retorted. Qingjun said confidently, "That's right." Xianxia. "That's a robber's logic." Qingjun pointed at the poached egg that he had taken a bite of. "Mine." He then pointed at Xianxia, which he had nibbled on a few times. "Mine." Xianxia blinked her eyes in astonishment, and then she realized the meaning of Qingjun's words. Her face flushed red, and she pretended to be calm as she glared at him. Shut up. Don't talk while eating. Because of the episode just now, the atmosphere between Liang Hot and Liang Hot had returned to normal, and Wan Qiuqiu felt more relaxed. Qingjun finished his noodles as usual and slowly cleared the dishes to wash them. He put the bowl in the sink and put on a pink apron. His head was lowered, and no one knew what he was thinking. For a long time, he did not move. Wan Qiuqiu pursed her lips and walked forward. If you don't want to wash it, just leave it there. Qingjun turned around and stretched out his arms. He said in a muffled voice, "Hug me." Wan Qiuqiu's heart softened. She hugged his waist and buried her face in his chest. Her cheeks were pressed against the soft fabric of his sweater, and she could vaguely feel his warm body temperature. Qingjun slowly withdrew his hands and hugged her in his arms. They hugged in silence for a long time, so long that Wan Qiuqiu's legs were almost numb. Wan Qiuqiu finally could not hold it in. "Let go." "No." Qingjun's brand of superglue said. "Wan Qiuqiu. You let go first. I want to go to the toilet." "Qingjun, you and I, do you want to die?" The two of them stopped being lovey-dovey. Qingjun's father's health was deteriorating day by day. Even if he used expensive drugs and hired specialists to treat him, it still could not stop his body from aging rapidly. What he needed to do next was to try his best to enjoy the last moments of his life. Qingjun's father did not force Qingjun to accompany him. There was more than 10 years of indifference between them. It was not something that could be resolved with an apology. The father and son were very clear in their hearts. Wan Qiuqiu knew that this meeting with Qingjun in the hospital would be the last time she would see Qingjun's father. Qingjun would never come to this hospital again. She lay in bed, not feeling sleepy at all. It was another difficult night. Wan Qiuqiu looked at the ceiling and fell into deep thought. Wei wanted to get the money but did not get it. Now that he was bankrupt, he had to pay off his debts. Wan Qiuqiu could not help but think of her dream. In the dream, Wei was unilaterally telling Qingjun something, but Qingjun was indifferent until she started to plead and get angry. Then, a figure rushed forward, stabbed Qingjun's body with a knife, and hurriedly fled. She clutched her chest uneasily. It can't be. Could it be that the dream was a precognitive dream that allowed her to see how Qingjun died in her previous life? The word death was like a shadow hovering above Wan Qiuqiu's head. Ever since Su Bai's image said the fable that was like a curse, Wan Qiuqiu had been on tenterhooks. Wei was now a ticking time bomb. If Wan Qiuqiu did not know her whereabouts, she would not be at ease at all. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knocking sound in the quiet room startled Wan Qiuqiu. Qingjun's slow voice came from outside the door. "Are you asleep?" "Wan Qiuqiu, what are you doing?" "Qingjun, the air conditioner in my room is broken. It's so cold." The air conditioner was broken, however, most of the spring had passed. How could she be cold when she could change into thin clothes and pants? Moreover, she was covered with a quilt. Wan Qiuqiu sat up and opened the bedroom door. Qingjun stood at the door holding the quilt, looking weak and helpless as he silently stared at her. He exhaled and said, "It's so cold. Your little match boy Junjun is online." Wan Qiuqiu stopped him at the door. "Go back. You're not allowed to come over and rub my bed." Qingjun's face was full of innocence, as if Wan Qiuqiu was being unreasonable. "I don't want to rub your bed. I want to rub your bed. Isn't it the same?" Qingjun hugged the quilt tightly and pointed to the bed. "It's mine." Then he pointed to Wan Qiuqiu. "It's mine." Wan Qiuqiu, the two of them were in a deadlock. Qingjun looked like a homeless stray dog as he stared at Wan Qiuqiu. Wan Qiuqiu made up her mind and closed the door, telling him to go back to his study to sleep. There were no footsteps outside the door, as if there was no one standing at the door. There was only silence. Wan Qiuqiu thought that if she left Qingjun hanging for a while, he would give up and go back to his room to sleep. Wan Qiuqiu felt awkward when they suddenly had to sleep together. She had grown up for so many years. Except for the dormitory when she was in school, she had never had the experience of sleeping on the same bed. Wan Qiuqiu sat on the bed and deliberately said loudly, "I'm going to sleep. Good night." Qingjun, who was outside the door, was silent and did not respond. A minute passed. 2 minutes. 5 minutes, Xianxia couldn't lie down anymore. She sighed in her heart. She knew that Qingjun must have taken advantage of her soft-heartedness. However, she really couldn't bear to let Qingjun stand at the door. It was as if Qingjun was really a pitiful stray dog waiting for her to adopt him. Xianxia got out of bed gloomily and pushed the door open. Qingjun was still standing at the door. His action was exactly the same as when she closed the door. When he saw the door open, his eyes lit up and he looked at her pitifully while holding the quilt. Xianxia gritted her teeth. God knows how lethal Qingjun's beautiful face was every time he had this expression. Not to mention her, even if she had a heart of stone, she would still be defeated. If Xianxia didn't want to lose face, she would have almost hugged Qingjun and coaxed him. No. She couldn't spoil him. Some people only knew how to take advantage of others and climb up to the sky on stilts. Xianxia said expressionlessly, "We have an agreement. I'll sleep on the left and you'll sleep on the right. I'll take 60 and you'll take 40. You're not allowed to do anything strange. Lie down and sleep quietly. Hey hey." Before she could finish her words, Qingjun took Xianxia's little hand and pulled her towards the bed. Xianxia was a little flustered. "What are you doing?" Qingjun said naturally, "Sleeping." When he said sleeping, he really meant sleeping. The two of them each had a quilt and were tightly wrapped. Under Xianxia's strict prohibition, there seemed to be an invisible line between the two quilts that didn't allow Qingjun to cross. It was awkward to face each other. Lying flat, it felt weird, as if the two of them had really done something. Xianxia wrapped the quilt around herself and turned over. Her back was facing Qingjun. The two of them fell into a state of quiet preparation for sleep. Xianxia closed her eyes, but her expression didn't relax at all. Her cheeks were tense and she looked like she was enduring. "Qingjun, don't sleep with your back facing me." Qingjun's gentle voice came from behind. "I'm not." Xianxia continued to endure. "The breath you exhaled landed on the back of my neck." Qingjun said, "Oh." Facing the danger of being hammered, Qingjun finally recovered his desire to live. He moved slowly. Xianxia finally couldn't feel the faint breath on her neck, which made her hair stand on end. Is this how a husband and wife sleep? For someone like her who had a high requirement for sleep, she couldn't imagine a scene where the two of them were covered with the same quilt, with their arms over each other's, and if the other party moved, she would be affected. How could she fall asleep like this? Xianxia's mind was still wandering. She was wondering if Qingjun had fallen asleep, if he was staring at the back of her head, and what his mood was like. After all, this should be the first time Qingjun slept on the same bed with someone else. "I'm a little nervous," Qingjun said. "Huh?" Xianxia was shocked. "How did you know what I was thinking?" Qingyuan said slowly, "You're wondering why it feels so strange to sleep with two people, right?" Xianxia, he had guessed all of it right. In the dark night, the curtains were tightly drawn, so Xianxia could only vaguely see the lights on the ceiling. She curled up in the quilt and curled herself up. She thought that she would feel uneasy and uncomfortable lying on the same bed with Qingjun, but now she felt okay. Xianxia asked, "What do you think?" In comparison, Qingjun should dislike interacting with others more than she did. Faced with Xianxia's question, Qingjun was silent for a moment. "I think that's how it should be." Ah, it was like a confession, which made Xianxia unconsciously curl up in the quilt again. Fortunately, the room was dark and he couldn't see her blushing face, so Xianxia didn't feel so awkward. The room returned to silence. Xianxia looked at the ceiling and spoke first. "Although you don't want me to care about these things, I'm a little afraid that Chu Wei will do something to you." Qingjun turned his face and stared at her. "Did you have a nightmare again?" Xianxia had a dream about him. Just thinking about these words made Qingyuan's tone subconsciously happy. "It's nothing. I just dreamed that Chu Wei would hurt you." Xianxia muttered softly, "Some of the content is very similar to reality, so I'm a little scared." "Qingjun? Are you asleep?" Xianxia's back was facing Qingjun. She struggled to roll herself over with the quilt. When she turned over, she immediately crossed the 38th parallel and bumped into Qingjun's quilt. Wan Qiuqiu raised her head, and the corner of her lips almost brushed against Qingjun's chin. She hurriedly staggered backward in a panic so that she could be further away from Qingjun. The two of them were too close to each other. They were so close that she caught a glimpse of Qingjun staring at her from the corner of her eyes. The surging emotions in his eyes seemed to be real, and they were poking at the softest defense in her heart. Wan Qiuqiu laughed dryly and suddenly realized that the air conditioner in the room was not turned on. A certain someone said that he was cold, but he was very calm in her room. It was as if he had an ulterior motive. "I'll turn on the air conditioner." "It's okay. Then don't move." Qingjun's voice was very low, as if he was suppressing something. The two words burst out from his throat, and his voice was hoarse. Wan Qiuqiu looked at him in a daze. As her eyes adjusted to the night vision, Qingjun's face was magnified. His slender eyebrows, beautiful lips, and most importantly, his eyes were surging with a soul-stirring beauty that could make one commit a crime. Wan Qiuqiu swallowed her dry throat. His face was too good-looking. She had no room to refuse at all. It was as if 10,000 ants were crawling around, and Wan Qiuqiu was a little unsteady. Wan Qiuqiu slowly moved forward. She could feel that Qingjun's breathing was a little irregular. Under Qingjun's unblinking gaze, Wan Qiuqiu raised her head and kissed him gently on the lips with trembling hands. Qingjun's lips were very cold. When Wan Qiuqiu kissed them, it was as if a raging fire had set the grassland ablaze, and his breathing became a dry and hot rhythm. Like a chicken pecking rice or a dragonfly skimming the water, Wan Qiuqiu's soft and sweet lips paused for a moment and then left his lips. In order to make herself look very calm, like a veteran, Wan Qiuqiu cleared her throat and said, "Mine." His promise to sleep peacefully was ruined by her action. Wan Qiuqiu's lips were suddenly kissed. His hot breath and the temperature of his hot lips made her a little flustered and confused. For a moment, she forgot to refuse. Qingjun's movements were not as gentle as before. He licked and tasted the wonderful taste. He couldn't help but bite her lips, making Wan Qiuqiu cry out in pain. Then, even the sound of her gasping disappeared from his lips. Qingjun didn't really want to eat her this time, did he? Wan Qiuqiu was like a cub that was about to be caught. She called out his name while trembling, "Qingjun." "Qingjun," her calling made it even more difficult for him to restrain his restlessness. Wan Qiuqiu thought that she was probably going to fall today. The kiss was fierce and long, and Wan Qiuqiu almost forgot to breathe. She was suffocated until she felt dizzy. She wanted to break free from the quilt, but found that the quilt was too tightly wrapped. Qingjun also wanted to stretch out his arm to hold her down, but he found that Wan Qiuqiu had tucked his quilt tightly and wrapped it twice to make him unable to move. Wan Qiuqiu twisted, but she couldn't lift the quilt. Qingjun moved a little, but he couldn't lift the quilt. The two suddenly woke up from the kiss and looked at each other. Wan Qiuqiu, Qingjun. Wan Qiuqiu looked very embarrassed when she suddenly woke up from her daze. Her lips were a little swollen and painful from being bitten. If it weren't for the fact that it was forbidden, she would have punched Qingjun. Qingjun asked, "Can't we continue?" Wan Qiuqiu. "Let's sleep." The next day, Wan Qiuqiu woke up from the bed and opened her eyes. Qingjun, who was next to her, was nowhere to be found. She could not help but feel relieved. Fortunately, if they met each other's eyes the moment they woke up, how awkward would that be? While Wan Qiuqiu was thinking, Qingjun's electric toothbrush made a buzzing sound. He had a towel on his shoulder and his pajamas were loose. He lazily stuck his head out from behind the door. Accompanied by the sound of the electric toothbrush, his mouth was full of foam as he vaguely greeted her. "Good morning." "Ah, good morning." Wan Qiuqiu was stunned for a moment. Qinwan's natural and familiar posture made it seem like they had shared the same bed countless times, and he woke up first to wash up. Last night, both of them were tightly wrapped. Qingjun could not get rid of the quilt when he was aroused, so Wan Qiuqiu was relieved. She slept quite comfortably until dawn. She was full of energy, except that her lower lip was a little swollen. Wan Qiuqiu quickly went to the mirror and looked. Sure enough, her lips were soft and pink. Her lips were more plump than usual, as if she had been injected with hyaluronic acid. It was swollen. It was all Qingjun's fault. The most depressed one between the two was definitely Qingjun. Last night, when Ruanqiuqiu was half asleep, he struggled a few times. He tried to quietly not wake Ruanqiuqiu up, but he failed and finally had to give up. Qingjun was wrapped like a meat dumpling. He silently looked at the ceiling and fell into deep thought. Where exactly did he go wrong? Qingjun woke up in the morning and glanced at Ruanqiuqiu, who was sleeping soundly. She was sleeping soundly. Her face was pink and her lips were slightly open. She was so cute. Qingjun's eyes moved, but he remembered that he was still tightly wrapped. He wanted to break free first. Then. Qingjun fell to the ground with a plop. Fortunately, there was a soft quilt as a shock absorber. When he fell to the ground, it was not loud. Ruanqiuqiu did not wake up. Qingjun lay on the ground and thought about life for a long time. He decided to get up. Ruanqiuqiu looked around like a thief all the way. Very good, there were no suspicious people around the corner, and the field of vision was wide. There was no possibility of someone suddenly rushing up and not being able to hide. Her sneaky behavior quickly attracted Qingjun's attention. Qingjun. Weren't they here to buy things? Qingjun finally couldn't help but press down on Ruanqiuqiu's head and ask, "What are you doing?" Ruanqiuqiu was like a tortoise being held down and unable to move. "Stop fooling around. I'm observing the enemy." Qingjun was silent. His footsteps stopped in place. Ruanqiuqiu was walking well, but she almost accidentally bumped into Qingjun. Ruanqiuqiu asked nervously, "What are you doing?" Qingjun picked up the phone and listened to the other party's explanation. Then, he slowly responded. Got it." He hung up and looked at Ruanqiuqiu. "I have to tell you something. I just got the news." "What?" "Chu Wei has gone abroad to avoid debt. He probably won't come back in this lifetime." "Eh?" Ruanqiuqiu was shocked. "Really? Are you sure he went abroad? He won't come back?" "If he comes back, the loan sharks he borrowed won't let him off." "I see." After hearing the news about Chu Wei, Ruanqiuqiu could finally let out a long sigh of relief. "That's great. Although he didn't pay back the debt, he must have had a hard time abroad. If Chu Wei didn't come back, it meant that the scene in her dream would never happen." Ruanqiuqiu thought that she was indeed nervous, which was why she had been letting her imagination run wild all day. What she didn't know was that Qingwan had asked Xiao Fan to find someone to pretend to be a creditor and come to her door to collect the debt, threatening to take her life because of her nagging. Chu Wei was so frightened that he didn't even dare to leave the house. He found a way to escape overnight and didn't plan to come back. According to Xiao Fan, he found out that the day before he escaped, he was still trying to hire someone to kill him. However, he was interrupted by this sudden incident before he could contact him. She still had a sharp weapon hidden in her house. Qingjun looked at Ruanqiuqiu. She was still patting her chest, annoyed that she had made a fuss over nothing and told Qingjun not to be affected by her. If he told the truth, Ruanqiuqiu would probably be even more scared. Therefore, it was better not to say it. After Ruanqiuqiu found out that Chu Wei wouldn't appear, she held Qingjun's arm and even her steps became lighter. "That's great, this is really great news. To celebrate, let's eat something good today." Qingjun's eyes lit up. The shopping cart was so full that it almost couldn't fit them. From fruits to vegetables to meat, there were also a few snacks and dried fruits. Now, he didn't hesitate to swipe his card and only lacked the strength to carry the shopping bags back. Fortunately, Qingjun ate a lot and had a lot of strength. He didn't even pant while carrying 2 full shopping bags. At this time, Ruanqiuqiu was still a little puzzled. Why couldn't she get rid of the quilt at night? Cough, cough, cough. There were too many things, and Ruanqiuqiu also shared a heavy shopping bag with him. The supermarket was not far from their residence, and it was only a few minutes' walk. It was a little redundant to take a taxi, but it was also not easy to carry it back. Ruanqiuqiu was tired and sweating profusely, but Qingjun was as steady as Mount Tai the whole time. He could even spare a few glances at the dessert shop. Ruanqiuqiu, really, there was no saving him. Just when Ruanqiuqiu looked at Qingjun, she caught a glimpse of a figure from the corner of her eye. It was a black shadow, like a murderer in a nightmare, rushing toward them. Xianxia hadn't recovered from the nightmare and was frightened by this familiar scene. She subconsciously picked up the shopping bag in her hand. Like a heavy cannonball, she rushed toward the other party, bang. Ow, ow, ow. The familiar wailing sound was accompanied by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. The other party fell to the ground. When she saw the other party's face, Xianxia was shocked. Tunan? The person who fell to the ground was Tunan. He was wearing a black sportswear, and his black baseball cap was thrown to the manhole cover. He was rubbing his back with a grimace, and it was as miserable as it could be. Sister-in-law, how much do you hate me? My life is so bitter. Tunan said, and he couldn't help but feel sad. Qingjun looked at Tunan indifferently the whole time. Xianxia rushed forward and asked Tunan, are you okay? Do you need me to call an ambulance? Can you still stand up? Tunan was enjoying his sister-in-law's warm care, but when he saw his boss's cold gaze, he couldn't help but retract his pretentious painful expression. His back did hurt, but it didn't hurt too much. After sitting on the ground for a while, he felt better. It's okay, it's okay. I'll be fine after a while. What are you doing here? Don't you know that you look like a person with bad intentions? If he was wearing a mask, Xianxia would have kicked him on the spot. Tunan said with a bitter face, I heard from them that Wen Qian likes athletic and sunny boys. Her house is not far from here, and she was planning to go over to create a chance encounter. When she saw you, she was very excited and wanted to rush up to give you a surprise. Then, it was a flop. Wen Qian was his secretary. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who would be afraid of you rushing up like that? Tunan stared at Xianxia and suddenly stopped moving with a puzzled expression. Xianxia was puzzled. What are you looking at? What's wrong? Is my hair too messy? No. Sister-in-law. There are already mosquitoes this month, you have to buy mosquito repellent early. Xianxia realized what Tunan was referring to and blushed. I bought it, I bought the mosquito repellent. That's good. Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. I still have to create a chance encounter. Tunan stood up, patted the dust off his body, and said goodbye to the two of them. He ran 2 steps, sniffed at himself, and took out a bottle of perfume from his pocket. He sprayed it as he ran. Xianxia, it wasn't without reason that this guy could hang out with a straight man like Qingwan. When Xianxia looked up, she found Qingjun looking at her. Qingjun lowered his head and asked, were you scared just now? I made a fuss over nothing again. Xianxia sighed dejectedly, sorry, I'll be more careful next time. Qingjun reached out to her. Xianxia? He picked up Xianxia's shopping bag, put it on his other hand, and stretched out his arm. Every time you go out, hold my arm. This way, you won't worry. Xianxia, Qingjun turned his face away. The sun shone on his cheeks, plaiting a warm halo. Let's go home. Okay. She smiled and held his arm. The two of them walked quietly for a while. Why should I lie? We didn't buy mosquito repellent. You'd better shut up. Perhaps it was because of Qingjun's words that Xianxia felt relieved. She no longer had nightmares about Qingjun in her sleep. Qingjun was very overboard. Every night, he would find different reasons to sleep in Xianxia's bed, but Xianxia clearly rejected him and chased him back to the room. Of course, there were times when Qingjun was disobedient and refused to leave the bed. Xianxia couldn't do anything about it. She could only accept that Qingjun could lie on the other side of the bed. Qingjun was very quiet when he lay on the bed. He could sleep soundly every time. At first, he wanted to go up and kiss her, but after being hammered by Xianxia a few times, he became obedient. Xianxia had been working overtime for the past few days. When she went back, she was so tired that she only wanted to sleep. How could she be in the mood to kiss and hug Qingjun? This caused Boss Cheng's happiness index to plummet. The others in the company were also affected. Tunan and the others worked overtime for a few days and were miserable. In this day and age, selling sweet potatoes was better than it, they were in tears. Xianxia had been busy for the past few days. She was so busy that she almost forgot about Bailong's wedding. She asked for leave and carefully picked a small gift for herself. Bailong's wedding was on Saturday. It was booked at a luxurious hotel. Xianxia woke up early to dress up. She changed into a long dress and curled her hair into a button. One side of her hair was pulled behind her ear, revealing her delicate and small ears. She wore a silver geometric earring on her earlobe, which complemented her fair skin. Xianxia was busy for half a day. Qingjun's presence was too eye-catching. Xianxia didn't want to be discovered by others. Moreover, he didn't like crowds, so Xianxia asked him to stay at home. "You can eat whatever you want. I'm going to attend the wedding." Qingjun nodded and slowly opened a bottle of Yakult to drink. He also had something to do today, so he didn't have to do it with Xianxia. "Take a good look." Xianxia? This was Xianxia's first time attending a wedding in her life. There was no lack of luxury cars in the parking lot of the hotel. Bailong and Wei Tian came from well-off families, and both of them were in love. Their parents were very supportive of their marriage. Bailong informed them that someone was waiting for Xianxia at the door and would bring her to the dressing room. She wasn't good at dealing with people. She couldn't help but feel awkward when she thought about how many people would be in the room. But she couldn't refuse, so she agreed after some thought. There was only one wedding, so it was better to let the newlyweds decide. Xianxia was brought to the dressing room. Bailong was sitting in front of the dressing table as the makeup artist touched up her makeup. The moment Xianxia entered, Bailong greeted her warmly. "Xiao, you're here." There were a few beautiful bridesmaids standing beside her. They all had different expressions as they sized up this beautiful stranger. Xianxia smiled and said, "You look really good today." "Yeah, you too." Bailong smiled and asked her to take a chair. Someone asked curiously, "Bailong, aren't you going to introduce this person?" Without waiting for Bailong to answer, Xianxia answered, "A friend I met in the game." "Oh, I see." Bailong was smart and immediately understood that Xianxia didn't want to reveal her identity. She winked at Xianxia and said, "I haven't seen you play games recently. It seems like your married life is very harmonious." Xianxia quickly waved her hands. "No, I'm too busy with work." Bailong let the makeup artist do her work and said, "It's fine. I haven't been playing a dream token recently. I'll bring you to play PUBG next time." The moment Bailong said that, the other girls couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh out loud. Even the makeup artist's hands trembled as she tried to hold back her laughter. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. When she came back to her senses, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was better for her to pretend that nothing had happened. The wedding was about to start in half an hour. Xianxia couldn't help much, so she placed the small gift on Bailong's table and said that she wanted to sit at the banquet first. She was about to leave and almost bumped into someone. Sorry, it's okay, we haven't bumped into each other yet." The groomsmen in suits laughed. Xianxia raised her head, and their laughing expressions froze. Each and every one of them blushed, scratching their ears and cheeks as they looked at Xianxia, embarrassment written all over their faces. They probably thought that the person who came out of the room was either a bridesmaid or a makeup artist. Who would have thought that it was a beauty? Xianxia smiled politely and turned to leave. The groomsmen entered the dressing room and quickly asked Bailong, "Who was that girl just now? She's so beautiful. Has she finished university? If you don't mind, can you give me your contact information?" Bailong glared at them angrily. "Don't even think about it. They've been married for a few years, and they're even older than me. *CK, he looks too young. I don't mind if you get married. I'll line up for the divorce." "Bah." Bailong laughed and scolded, "You guys are simply toads who want to eat swan meat. Even if she were to get a divorce, she wouldn't be interested in rich second-generation heirs like you who only have a little bit of money." Xianxia didn't know what had happened in the dressing room. Almost half of the seats were taken at the banquet. Xianxia deliberately walked in an inconspicuous place and found a corner to sit down. She didn't know anyone in such a big place. Fortunately, she didn't feel awkward and calmly sent a message to Qingjun to chat. "Xianxia, what are you doing?" after a while. Qingjun, playing with my phone. Wanchocho. Oh. It could be said that it was quite a practical reason. Wanchocho, remember to eat. Qingjun, okay. When are you coming back, Wanchocho? I'll go back after the banquet. Qingjun, I'll pick you up. Wanchocho was quite surprised when Qingjun said that he was coming to pick her up. On second thought, Qingjun didn't have a car, and the driver didn't work on weekends. How was Qingjun going to pick her up? Call a taxi, Wanchocho, you'd better not waste your money. I can go back by myself. Qingjun, I'll be there in time. Qingjun, alias Wanzai, had the ability to refuse to be on the same channel as Wanchocho. Since Qingjun insisted on coming to pick her up, Wanchocho agreed. Qingjun was acting so strangely. Something might happen today. As a woman, Wanchocho's sixth sense was very accurate. She didn't know why, but this reminded her of the cake without a ring she finished in the snow, and the fireworks Qingjun didn't manage to set off. While Wanchocho was letting her imagination run wild, the wedding began. The MC's words were extremely infectious. Coupled with the photos of the two on the big screen, he talked about the sweet and embarrassing things they had done since they met. Everyone laughed happily for a while, and then they were moved to tears. Wanchocho listened with interest and kept clapping with everyone. As the bride, Bai Long was undoubtedly the most beautiful today. She was wearing a white wedding dress that trailed on the floor. Her slender arms were gently held as she walked slowly toward the groom. The lights suddenly dimmed, and only 2 spotlights fell on the two of them. The two of them looked at each other, and their eyes followed each other closely. Their eyes were full of moving love. Wanchocho couldn't help but imagine herself for a few seconds. Chung. June was wearing a well-ironed suit, and Wanchocho was standing opposite him in a wedding dress. The two of them gradually got closer, and Qingjun's gentle face was reflected in her pupils. Then. The groom Qingjun asked slowly, "Why are your eyes shining?" Wanchocho instantly woke up from her imagination and patted her chest with lingering fear. Fortunately, she didn't have to get married again. She suddenly felt that it was better for Qingjun not to surprise her. He was simply a mudslide, and could turn the scene into an awkward one at any time. She'd better not let her imagination run wild and watch the wedding of the bride and groom. However, Qingjun's words always made Wanchocho couldn't help but think too much. Why did he suddenly ask her to watch someone else's wedding? Could it be that Qingjun also wanted to give her a surprise? Wanchocho pondered for a moment and felt that it was impossible. Qingjun wanted to hold a wedding for her? She didn't even dare to think about it. This person was still learning how to be a person, a man, and a husband. It was still very difficult for him, much more difficult than programming. The wedding continued. The bride, Bai Long, couldn't hold back her tears and kept wiping the corners of her eyes. Wei Tian, who was standing opposite her, felt sorry for her and whispered to her to stop crying. This sweet scene made Wanchocho feel sweetness in her heart. She was engrossed in watching when someone sat next to her. It was a young man, who was also dressed very fashionably. "Add me on WeChat?" "Sorry." Wanchocho politely refused. During this period, several people came over one after another to ask for her contact information. They were all rejected by Wanchocho with an awkward and polite smile. Fortunately, they didn't make a big noise, so it didn't attract other people's attention. At this time, Wanchocho suddenly felt that it was better to have a wedding ring. When people tried to hit on her, she only needed to show her ring without saying a word, and she could successfully dissuade a group of people. In the second half of the wedding, the guests began to eat. Wanchocho ate a few mouthfuls and heard a few people talking about her. She couldn't help but frown slightly. Her social circle was small to begin with, and Qingjun was by her side dissuading people, so Wanchocho rarely felt harassed by a group of crazy bees and butterflies. This made her a little unhappy. To her, if people who didn't like kept confessing to her, it was no different from harassment. Half of the banquet was finished, and Bai Long and the others were busy toasting and exchanging pleasantries. It wasn't good for Wanchocho to suddenly stand up at this time. She patiently waited for the banquet to end, and as if she was being chased by jackals and wolves, she hurriedly walked to the door. Someone called her from behind, "Beauty, can you give me your contact information?" The other guests were puzzled and confused, and there were also some who jeered and laughed. Xianxia tried to maintain a good temper because she was afraid of leaving some unpleasant interludes for Bai Long's perfect wedding. If it weren't for the fact that they were at the wedding venue, Xianxia had plenty of ways to refute their harassment. From the perspective of others, the beauty was shy and restrained, and her gentle and cute appearance was even more attractive. Xianxia went down the stairs. Someone wanted to pull her arm, but she quickly dodged. The other party was about to speak, but when he looked forward, his expression suddenly froze. About a few meters away, a tall man stood. He was dressed in a black suit, but he looked a little casual. His tie was a little loose, and the button on his collar was unscrewed at some point. He probably didn't like the feeling of being restrained. His fluffy short hair was combed to the back of his head, and it was rare to see a smooth forehead, so that his beautiful face was completely exposed. A pair of sleepy phoenix eyes were staring at the hand that was trying to pull Xianxia's arm. His face was expressionless, and his dark eyes were sharp and cold, full of aggression. It also made the few men who wanted to hit on her take a few steps back guiltily and avoid his gaze. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of godly appearance was this? Xianxia was also shocked. Was Qingjun going to debut and enter the entertainment industry? He was actually wearing a suit. A suit! Xianxia screamed in her heart. He was too good-looking. The feeling of wearing a sweater was completely different from usual. It turned out that when good-looking people occasionally dressed up, it would only make people more unable to take their eyes off them. For a moment, it was as if a domineering CEO was standing in front of her. Xianxia's heart thumped wildly when she looked into his eyes. Under their shocked and confused gazes, he reached out his hand to Xianxia and said, "Let's go." Oh, okay. Xianxia suppressed her confusion and held Qingjun's hand. Under the envious and curious discussions of the surrounding people, Qingjun took her to a flashy Lamborghini, opened the door, and gestured for Xianxia to get in. Xianxia looked at Qingjun sitting in the driver's seat in a daze. "Wait, you can drive? Then why do you always need a driver?" Qingjun replied slowly, "Lazy." It was really an irrefutable reason. The car slowly started, and Xianxia caught a glimpse of many people staring at them and pointing at them. Her cheeks flushed red, and she asked softly, "What are you doing?" "You scared me." Qingjun did not answer her question. Instead, he asked, "Is the wedding nice?" The side of his face was accentuated by his straight nose. He held the steering wheel with one hand and glanced at Xianxia from time to time. At this time, Qingjun was full of vigor, which made Xianxia feel uneasy. She almost thought that his soul had been seen through. "It's nice, but what are you doing today?" Qingjun's answer was very brief. "Getting married." Xianxia, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, was shocked. "Wait. Marriage?" She never thought that Qingjun would give such an answer. Xianxia's head was a mess. She looked at Qingjun with a confused face, but the latter was very calm and did not forget to remind Xianxia, "Take a break." Take a break? They were all adults. Xianxia was obviously thinking too much, and more than a little. She was so nervous that her whole body was stiff. She tried to calm herself down and asked Qingjun, "Where are we going now?" "You'll know later." Xianxia's head was full of question marks. She was going to get married, but she was still kept in the dark. Which bride would have such an honor? Was Qingjun joking? She did not get an explanation for her doubts. The car drove for about 10 minutes. Qingjun's speed was not slow. Xianxia was frightened the whole time, as if Qingjun was going to abduct her. Finally, the car stopped by the roadside. Xianxia looked around, as if she was nervous. Qingjun got out of the car first and went to the front passenger seat to help her open the door. "Where are we?" They came to a busy commercial street, in front of a private high-end custom-made wedding dress shop. Xianxia looked at Qingjun subconsciously, but saw Qingjun nodding behind her. Xianxia followed his gaze and was surprised to find that Tunan's secretary was waiting at the door. As soon as she got out of the car, the secretary stepped forward to take her arm and led her into the shop with a smile. "Hey, what are we going to do?" "You'll know when you go in." Qingjun did not follow Ruanqiuqiu into the shop, which made Ruanqiuqiu a little nervous. The secretary was very calm the whole time. As soon as they entered the door, the store manager came up to them with a few clerks. He smiled and stretched out his hand, motioning Ruanqiuqiu to go to the fitting room. Ruanqiuqiu whispered to the secretary, "Do you know what's going on? Can you give me a hint?" The secretary smiled very kindly, "No. Wasn't it her wedding today? Why did they hide it from her?" Ruanqiuqiu's mood was extremely complicated. She was led to the fitting room. When she opened the door, she saw a pure white wedding dress on the mannequin. It was perfectly tailored, exquisitely made, and expensive. Ruanqiuqiu stared at the wedding dress in front of her in a daze. It wasn't because she knew how expensive it was, nor was it because the wedding dress in front of her wasn't beautiful enough. She had seen this wedding dress on the web several times before. Every time, Ruanqiuqiu couldn't help but open it and look at every detail of the wedding dress. This was a limited edition and was currently out of print. She didn't know how Qingwan had gotten this wedding dress. The most important thing was that Qingwan had spent so much effort on a wedding dress. Over the years, Ruanqiuqiu had fantasized countless times about what it would be like to wear a wedding dress. She had also looked forward to receiving the blessings of her family and friends when she became a bride, and completing her wedding under everyone's witness. Ever since she got together with Qingjun, Ruanqiuqiu had never thought about holding a wedding. She had even gotten her marriage certificate for many years. How could she have the nerve to hold a wedding? But now, Ruanqiuqiu rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand and joked, "That bastard really made me cry. See if I'll hammer him later." The secretary held her hand and said, "Save your tears for the wedding. Do you want to try it on now?" Okay." The fitting room was equipped with a bathroom, and a set of clothes and shoes were neatly arranged. Ruanqiuqiu changed her clothes, removed her makeup, and took a shower. Knowing that there were still people waiting outside, and that Qingjun was still up to something, Ruanqiuqiu was nervous and couldn't help but feel a little expectant. Since Qingjun was ready, she'd better enjoy this wedding with peace of mind. It was done by her husband, Qingwan. Ruanqiuqiu's face turned red, and she patted her cheeks hard. In the eyes of others, the two of them were an old married couple. Why was she so shy? No, she had to calm down. What if Qingjun suddenly made fun of her at an inappropriate time? The secretary, who was waiting in the dressing room, opened the WeChat group. There was a group called Plan A, which had a total of 5 people. She had already pinned the group to the top. A message popped up in the group. It was actually from Qingjun. "Qingjun, does anyone have a problem? Tunan, we're waiting for sister-in-law. Fu Zicheng and Jiao Fan, plus 10086 secretary, I have no problem here." Except, the bride was probably still thinking about life in the bathroom. Ruanqiuqiu took a shower and went out. The secretary had already taken the wedding dress and asked gently, "Let me help you?" It's not easy to wear the wedding dress alone. Ruanqiuqiu felt embarrassed to ask someone to help her change, but the other party was very likely to be a couple with Tunan Ku. Her white cheeks blushed, which made her skin look like jade. She looked delicate and lovely. The secretary, who was also a woman, sighed silently in her heart. The lady boss was really beautiful. They were indeed a couple. One of them was more beautiful than the other. Ruanqiuqiu wanted to show off, but she found that it was indeed not easy to wear, so she had to ask the secretary for help. In front of the dressing mirror, the secretary helped her tidy up the hem of the dress. The soft gauze felt very good, and the fabric was smooth. It was as if she was wearing a high-end custom-made dress. Ruanqiuqiu thought that although she was not young, she still had the heart of a little princess. The wedding dress was exquisite and complicated. Under the light, her fingertips lifted the hem of the dress and it swayed slightly, as if it was pouring down sparkling star sand. The wedding dress fit her body perfectly. Ruanqiuqiu did not know how Qingjun knew her body size. The fabric perfectly fit every inch of her skin, revealing her slender neck, soft shoulders, and thin waistline, infinitely magnifying the advantages of her body shape. When Ruanqiuqiu stood in front of the mirror, she was in a daze for a moment. The secretary covered her mouth, her eyes shining. "Oh my God, it's too beautiful." The makeup artist and hairstylist who came in were also stunned. They stared at Xianxia for a long time before sincerely praising her. Xianxia could not help but feel a little embarrassed. She quickly interrupted the conversation and sat in front of the dressing table to wait for them to dress her up. The hairstylist was still a little regretful. It's a pity. If you had long hair, you would definitely look better. Although there was a wig, Xianxia's hair was obviously better. Thinking back to when she cut her hair and ran away for safety, Xianxia felt a little funny. How was she determined to cut her hair? Xianxia saw the secretary looking at her phone from the corner of her eye. She could not help but ask curiously, "What are you going to do next? Can you tell me so that I can be prepared?" The secretary put away her phone. Adhering to the good habit of strict confidentiality and resolutely not revealing any details, she shook her head. "You'll know later. I'm really nervous about what you're doing." "What about Qingjun? Where is he now?" The secretary smiled mysteriously. "He's the groom." "Okay." After finishing her makeup, she tied her hair up and put on a few fresh buds. She put on her earrings and necklace. When Xianxia faced the dressing mirror, she almost turned into a daffodil. She endlessly looked at herself in the mirror. The secretary's eyes were full of amazement. She could not help but take a lot of photos. If it were not for the fact that it was not allowed at the moment, she really wanted to rub Xianxia's face. Suddenly remembering the business, she quickly looked at the time and said, "Oh my God, it's almost time. Let's go." Her words reminded Xianxia. "Where are we going?" "Of course, to the wedding." The wedding dress shop was booked. Apart from the shop assistants and makeup artists, there were only Xianxia and the secretary in the shop. The shop assistants surrounded the beautiful bride and were all jubilant. The two of them spontaneously helped Xianxia lift the hem of her dress and let the secretary hold Xianxia's hand. They walked towards the door. The secretary said, "Today, I'll be your family. Please don't mind." "Why would I?" "Of course, I don't mind." Xianxia did not expect such a considerate arrangement. She and the secretary looked at each other and smiled. The distance between the two of them instantly became much closer because of this action. "Don't be nervous. Today's wedding will be beautiful." "Okay." Xianxia was so nervous that her palms were sweating. When the door was opened, she could not help but be stunned. A red carpet was laid out on the steps, and at the bottom of the red carpet was a black luxury wedding car. Qingjun's driver, the uncle, was dressed in a suit and leather shoes. He was standing in front of the car door and smiled at Xianxia. This was not what shocked Xianxia the most. She was shocked that there were dozens of black luxury sports cars parked behind the wedding car. They were lined up neatly at the back. Xianxia could already imagine the kind of noise that would be caused when the motorcade drove onto the street later. Xianxia stuttered and asked, "What is this for?" "Motorcade." "Motorcade? I don't have any relatives." "Where did so many motorcades come from?" The secretary was very calm. "Chairman Qing said that if other people have it at their wedding, we definitely can't have it less." The door was opened. Xianxia sat in the wedding car and tried to calm herself down. She was attending someone else's wedding in the morning, and she was going to be a bride in the afternoon. It could be said that it was an unprecedented super big surprise. Xianxia's mood was still a little complicated. This made her feel unreal. She was actually going to marry someone else. She didn't choose a specific date, book a hotel, try the banquet to see if it was to her taste. There was no family, no invitations, no confusion about the wedding room's decoration, and no insomnia. But Xianxia's hands rested on the wedding dress on her knees. The soft texture of the dress was unbelievably light in her hands. It was like the clouds in the sky, like the cotton candy that was about to drop to the ground after being baked by the sun. She raised her head and blinked hard to hold back the tears in her eyes. Although the makeup artist had mentioned that the makeup was extremely waterproof, she was still afraid that it would smudge her eyes. The driver who was driving the wedding car glanced at the rearview mirror and showed an understanding and gentle smile. "Don't cry, we'll be there soon." "Okay." Xianxia sniffed hard. Behind the wedding car was a cool black sports car, neat and uniform. People who didn't know would think that the daughter of a rich man or a gangster was going to get married. While waiting for the traffic lights, Xianxia glanced at the people on both sides of the road picking up their phones. She was thin-skinned and instantly blushed. Such a flashy way must have been taught to Qingjun by Tunan and the others. If she didn't know that the people outside couldn't see her, Xianxia would have shrunk herself under the seat. She had fantasized about the wedding scene so many times, but she never expected that she would be with someone like Qingwan one day. It was only a short 20-minute drive, but Xianxia thought a lot. In her mind, the memories of her previous life and this life overlapped, making the scene in front of her somewhat unreal. As if the dust had settled, she was really going to get married and become someone else's wife. The wedding car slowly stopped. The driver smiled and said, "Miss Ruan, are you ready?" Miss Ruan, it was the first time he called Xianxia as a single lady. Xianxia was stunned. Her eyes were red, and she wanted to cry again. Io, don't cry. We still have to happily attend the wedding later. This was a holiday villa. The sun was pleasant, with a wide view and beautiful scenery. Qingjun had the same idea as her and didn't invite the company's employees to attend their wedding. Wan Kukyukyu's dream was a perfect wedding that only her closest family and friends to witness. She sighed softly. The motorcade to be in a neat row. Xianxia turned around and saw rows of drivers poking their heads out and waving at her. Someone shouted, "The bride is so beautiful, is to be a beauty's beauty, hers is hers too's to help with the light to hold the light too's is light us at this time, two to come forward to come." And his to Ruan's. To be amazed to be two's surprises two's to be honest to see? Elder Meng exclaimed, "This year's bride is so beautiful." Old Meng? Today, we are your elders. Elder Meng and his wife were dressed in formal attire and looked energetic. They usually didn't like to dress formally. Today, they looked formal for the first time. Elder Meng stepped forward and let Xianxia hold his arm. He said with a smile, "This is also a marriage of a daughter." Xianxia was stunned. "Don't be in a daze. The wedding is about to begin." Elder Meng winked mischievously. "Don't cry." As soon as Elder Meng's voice fell, Xianxia's eyes turned red uncontrollably. The tears in the corners of her eyes rolled down her cheeks. How could she not cry? It was all Qingwan's fault. A wedding was supposed to be a joyous occasion. Why was everyone trying to poke at her tears? She had been holding it in for a long time, but now she couldn't control it anymore. Elder Meng and his wife, as well as the secretary and the driver, were all in a panic. They quickly comforted Xianxia and wiped her tears to stop her crying. The more they said, the more Xianxia couldn't stop crying. They surrounded the bride and persuaded her not to cry. At this moment, if someone who didn't know saw it, they would think that the bride was forced to wear a wedding dress because she didn't want to get married. God, it was so shameful. How could a woman in her 20s cry like this in front of everyone? Xianxia was so embarrassed that she wanted to cover her face. However, everyone was afraid that her makeup would be ruined, so they didn't let her hands touch her cheeks. They carefully wiped away the tears on her face as if they were coaxing a little girl. Suddenly, a distant memory came to her mind. When her parents divorced, she had to bear it alone. She gritted her teeth and worked instead of living expenses. She was so tired that she didn't want to move on the bed in the dormitory. She heard the girl next to her embarrassed to say that her parents came from the neighboring province to celebrate her birthday and bought her a big cake. Now, they were going to share it with everyone. Everyone ate the cake happily, but Xianxia refused, saying that she had a stomachache and didn't want to eat. She lay in bed alone. Laughter rang in her ears. Just like today, she blinked her eyes and held back her tears. She didn't want to cry in front of others. But what was wrong with her today? It was as if her tear ducts had collapsed. It was a happy thing, but why couldn't she control herself? You don't say. This makeup is really waterproof. After crying for a long time, the foundation didn't even rub off. Can you let me have a bottle when you go back? Elder Meng teased Xianxia, which made her cry and laugh. She finally stopped crying and simply adjusted her mood. That's right. You are so beautiful today. You should smile happily all the time, the secretary said with a smile. Xianxia looked up and suddenly found that a camera had been recording her every move. The aerial drone in the sky was buzzing, recording the whole process of the wedding. Xianxia was like a star who was found in a scandal. She was shocked and quickly waved her hand. Don't shoot. Don't shoot this part. Cut it out. If Qingjun saw her crying, he would definitely laugh at her. Xianxia wanted to save face and didn't want Qingjun to cancel it. The cameraman nodded. Okay. Then he moved the camera closer and directly recorded the changes of Xianxia's micro-expressions. Xianxia, this lawn wedding must have been prepared for a long time. They walked through a path with dense trees on both sides. Xianxia's wedding dress was carefully dragged to avoid getting caught on the branches and leaves. Fortunately, the path was wide enough and manually trimmed in advance. They walked for a long time. Thinking of the camera following them all the way, Xianxia tried to make herself dignified and elegant. She straightened her back and whispered, "Haven't we arrived yet?" Elder Meng whispered, "Soon." "What's wrong?" "I'm a little hungry. I didn't eat much in the morning." Out of nowhere, the cameraman's faint voice came out of the jungle. The conversation has been recorded. Xianxia, at this moment, she just wanted the cameraman to stay away. The gentle breeze caressed her cheeks, and the warm sunlight seemed to melt her heart. In the past few days, it was either windy or gloomy, and it rained from time to time. It was rare for the good weather to come. During Bai Long's wedding, Xianxia thought that it would be great if they could hold an outdoor wedding. There seemed to be a kind of telepathic connection between her and Qingjun. Just as she was thinking about it, the path came to an end and the view in front of her suddenly opened up. The wedding venue had already been set up. Tu Nan, Fu Zicheng, and Jiao Fan were wearing groomsmen's clothes and standing there solemnly. When they saw Xianxia, their eyes lit up and they couldn't help but cheer. "She's here, the bride is here." At this time, the sky had already darkened. The sun slowly set in the sky, and the clouds were dyed with a touch of magnificent rose champagne. It was so beautiful that it was suffocating. The trees on the lawn were twined with starry lights. Not only that, but the seats and flower racks were also lit up. The flowers on several peach trees had already bloomed, and the gorgeous petals were scattered on the ground and fluttering in the wind. In the dim and ambiguous sunset, the whole world in front of them was immersed in a charming halo. It made people wonder whether this was the human world or a fairyland on Earth by mistake. The world was quiet. Xianxia stood in place. At the end of this intoxicating halo, a slender figure was standing in place. He stared at Xianxia intently, and for a moment, he forgot about his next step. Tu Nan reminded him in a low voice, "Boss, it's time to go forward." Elder Meng also reminded Xianxia, "Follow me forward." Xianxia came back to her senses and quickly stepped forward. Qingjun, who was standing at the end of the universe, also walked towards her. This path was particularly long. Xianxia felt that she had walked for a long time, but she still hadn't reached Qingjun. She lifted her wedding dress and suddenly trotted in the direction of Qingjun. The white wedding dress fluttered behind her. For a moment, it seemed that she was really going to become an immortal and disappear. In the exclamation of several groomsmen, Xianxia accidentally stepped on a piece of gauze and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Qingjun was faster than her. The world suddenly turned upside down, and Xianxia fell into Qingjun's arms. Xianxia raised her head nervously. Qingjun asked, "How are you? Are your feet hurt?" She shook her head in panic. The two stood up straight. Xianxia whispered, "What should we do next?" It seemed that there was no witness. Qingjun took out a ring box from his pocket and calmly told Xianxia the process as if he was arranging work. "Next, you just need to say that you are willing. Are you really not forcing me to buy and sell? What if I say no?" Xianxia recovered from her nervousness and even had the mood to make a little joke. Qingjun said calmly, "Not allowed." With that, he took out a man's ring from the ring box and said, "Put it on for me first." Xianxia? How could he be so domineering? When the onlookers saw the groom take out the ring and force the bride to put it on for him, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Was this really not kidnapping the bride? Their boss was too useless. Wan Xiaoqiu picked up the man's ring with amusement. She asked Qingjun seriously, I will restrict you from eating snacks, suddenly get angry for no reason, hit you in anger, and make you less free. So, Mr. Qingjun, will you marry me? Faced with the bride's vows, the groom fell into deep thought. Wan Xiaoqiu, ? This D*MN man, he actually didn't say anything. Could he really be willing to give up on her for the sake of food? Wan Xiaoqiu began to have a lot of self-doubt, so much so that not only did she suspect that Qingjun wanted to marry a wife, but he also wanted to marry a chef. The onlookers were also shocked, fearing that Qingjun would go back on his word. They were so nervous that they wanted to press Qingjun's head. Boss, give us some strength, okay? Can't you have some awareness, Qingjun? Wan Xiaoqiu. At this moment, the rumbling sound of a helicopter came from above. Wan Xiaoqiu subconsciously looked up, only to see a sky full of petals falling from the sky and sprinkling on the ground. She stretched out her hand, and a few pink peach blossom petals fell on her palm. The color was bright red and beautiful. It was actually a peach blossom rain. The setting sun sank, leaving behind thick clouds in the sky that gradually dyed the night sky the color of the night. The buzzing sound made their whispers muffled, and the others couldn't hear them clearly. They could only see them looking at each other. Qingjun lowered his head, held her fingers, and said softly, I heard that a human bride can be married during the day, but a fairy bride can only be brought home after sunset to cross the river Styx. I'm afraid that you'll run away. Wan Xiaoqiu didn't know what to say for a moment, and just stared at him in a daze. It turned out that Qingjun didn't agree because he was afraid that she would disappear in the afterglow of the setting sun like the legendary ghost bride. Wan Xiaoqiu was touched and amused. She glared at Qingjun angrily. I told you, I'm a little fairy. Qingjun directly stretched out his hand. His fingers were slender, and there were thin calluses on his fingertips. These hands had reached out to her countless times, but never with the same significance as now. Wan Xiaoqiu picked up the man's wedding ring and carefully put it on Qingjun's finger. Because of nervousness, her hands were trembling. She took a few deep breaths before she had the courage to continue. Qingjun was much faster than her. He directly held Wan Xiaoqiu's hand and put the ring on himself. His palms were cold, and it was obvious that he was not as calm as he appeared. Wan Xiaoqiu's hand reached all the way to the bottom before she stammered, Is it done? Qingjun commanded calmly, Don't move. He took out another lady's ring. In such a solemn occasion, Wan Xiaoqiu suddenly burst out laughing. She pointed at the ring in Qingjun's hand and asked, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, How can there be such a big ring? To be precise, the diamond on the ring was about the size of a legendary pigeon egg. It was so dazzling that it could blind people. There was no one else who could make a diamond ring look like a nouveau riche. It was indeed beautiful, but it was simply too big. It was as if Qingjun had made a serious mistake in his work. His expression was somewhat strange. According to his research, the domineering CEO in the novel would give the female protagonist a diamond ring the size of a pigeon egg. Could it be that the cutting technique was not good enough for Wan Xiaoqiu to dislike it? The helicopter was still sprinkling peach blossom petals, and the others could only hear the rumbling sound. The two of them opened and closed their mouths, but they did not know what they were talking about. They could only watch anxiously. Qingjun was silent for a moment, as if he was discouraged. His tone could not hide his disappointment. Don't you want to marry me? His eyebrows were unbelievably beautiful. His eyes were downcast, and he looked like an aggrieved little wife. He was so pitiful that Wan Xiaoqiu's heart immediately softened. In this scene, if Qingjun was wearing a wedding dress, it would not feel out of place at all. No way, I didn't reject you. Okay. Qingjun directly picked up her hand and was about to put it on. Wan Xiaoqiu hurriedly stopped him. Wait. You haven't asked if I'm willing. Qingjun, I don't want to ask. Wan Xiaoqiu, ? Qingjun said, I don't want to have the chance to hear the second possibility. Otherwise, I won't be able to let you not leave me. Wan Xiaoqiu thought that she had indeed been trapped by Qingjun. She was afraid that she would not be able to say no to him anymore. She raised her head and stared at Qingjun. It was as if there were thousands of stars shining in her eyes. Then listen carefully, I'm willing. The distance between the two of them was getting closer and closer. Everyone held their breaths as they waited for the couple to kiss. The cameraman looked at the two of them and almost forgot to adjust the focus. Tunan and the other bachelors were so excited that their eyes were brimming with tears. It was as if they had proven Goldbach's conjecture. They could not wait to clap and cheer. Boss really is not asexual. The little secretary, seeing that the kiss was about to reach Qingjun, at this moment, a peach blossom petal fell on the tip of Yuanqiuqiu's nose. Her nose was a little itchy, and she could not control herself and suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Qingjun, Yuanqiuqiu looked innocent. Sorry. The fluttering petals ended and the helicopter left. It was like the end of a dream. Yuanqiuqiu hurriedly said to Qingjun, hurry up, put the ring on first. Their exchange ceremony had not been completed yet. Qingjun helped her put the ring on. Looking at the huge diamond ring on the back of her hand, Yuanqiuqiu suddenly had the illusion of being a nouveau riche. Qingjun did not manage to kiss her. Just as he was about to lower his head, he heard the sound of fireworks, which interrupted his actions. The bachelors were so happy that they barked like dogs and threw fireworks at the couple. Happy wedding! Yuanqiuqiu, whose face was covered in fireworks, turned her face away with a stunned expression. She happened to see that the camera was not far away from her. It was probably recording the entire reaction. Qingjun faintly looked at Tunan. Tunan and the other bachelors shrank their necks and whispered, it seems that it was released too early? They were met with the boss's death stare. Yuanqiuqiu rubbed her belly and said, is there anything to eat? I'm hungry. Qingjun, but, Yuanqiuqiu, What are you trying to say? But, shouldn't they be sent to the bridal chamber next? Boss Qing silently stared at Yuanqiuqiu, hoping that she would understand what he meant. Yuanqiuqiu misunderstood and said, no problem, you can eat as much as you want today. Qingjun fell into deep thought. He really should have held a Chinese wedding. This way, he could take Yuanqiuqiu away directly. Tunan and the others prepared champagne, barbecue, and snacks. Yuanqiuqiu's stomach was already rumbling with hunger. She dragged her wedding dress and went to eat. She ate happily and laughed with everyone, completely forgetting about the groom. Yuanqiuqiu was half full when she suddenly realized that Qingjun was not by her side. Fu Zicheng cautiously nudged her shoulder. Yuanqiuqiu turned around blankly and saw the cool and domineering President Qing standing alone under a tree. He looked lonely and miserable. He was just short of being a backlight on the stage and playing a song Little Cabbage. Little Cabbage Qing looked at the ground in loneliness and disappointment, as if he had been abandoned by Yuanqiuqiu. Yuanqiuqiu, strange, why was Qingjun a different person today? She carried a few pieces of cake and walked forward. Everyone was laughing loudly and having a good time. In contrast, Qingjun looked extremely lonely. Yuanqiuqiu asked, what's wrong? Why don't you eat something? Qingjun's hair was loose and drooped by his temples. His beautiful face was full of disappointment. Yuanqiuqiu, ? Qingjun said, I think I'm not feeling well. Can you accompany me upstairs to get some medicine? Okay. Yuanqiuqiu dragged her long wedding dress and went upstairs with Qingjun. The bachelors who had quietly witnessed the whole process looked as if they had seen a ghost and said, did you see that? Did you see the boss's expression? Is he still human? A wolf pretending to be a white rabbit? The secretary rolled her eyes at Tunan. Is it not normal for a man to change for the woman he loves? Tunan said shamelessly, I can also be your white rabbit. The secretary, stay away from me, old dog. Yuanqiuqiu went upstairs with Qingjun. The villa had a total of 3 floors, and each floor had a place to rest. Qingjun held her hand and led her to the 3rd floor. The white wedding dress dragged on the spiral staircase and the red carpet. It was extremely beautiful. Qingjun pushed open one of the rooms, pulled Yuanqiuqiu in, and closed the door. Yuanqiuqiu realized that something was wrong. Why did you close the door? Qingjun's eyes drifted. I'm afraid that others will come in. He had bought the house a long time ago, and the room was also decorated early. It was hard to say who was the wolf and who was the white rabbit. There were several bottles of wine in the wine cabinet in the room. Xianxia stepped forward and took out 2 bottles of wine and a few wine glasses, trying to calm herself down. How could she not understand what she was about to face from Qingjun's eyes? She kicked off her high heels to make it easier for her to walk. Under the light, Xianxia's pair of bare feet stepped on the carpet, which made her toes look even more small and cute. Her skin was white and tender. Qingjun's gaze fell on her feet and could not move away. Xianxia noticed his gaze and quickly retracted her feet and sat on the ground. Fortunately, the wedding dress was fluffy and complicated, perfectly covering her feet. She pulled Qingjun to sit down, opened the wine bottle, and placed the empty wine glasses in front of the 2 of them. Xianxia poured Qingjun a full glass. It was so full that it almost spilled over. "You have a glass." She poured herself a glass of wine that was about half a fingernail's height. She estimated that it would be gone after a sip. "I have a glass." Everyone knew that Xianxia wanted to get Qingjun drunk. Qingjun sat on the ground, one hand on the floor, and looked at Xianxia. He suddenly asked slowly, "Are you trying to get me drunk?" Xianxia laughed dryly. "No, but I'm already drunk." Qingjun's specious words made Xianxia feel as if she had suddenly gulped down a mouthful of vodka. Her cheeks were bright red, and even her ears and neck were not spared. A rosy color spread across her white skin. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm really drunk," she muttered softly. Qingjun just stared at her quietly without blinking, which made Xianxia feel uncomfortable all over. Xianxia heard that men would not easily become promiscuous after drinking too much. Xianxia was determined to make Qingjun drink a few glasses of wine. She handed the wine glass to Qingjun and said, "You drink." Qingjun did not refuse. He picked up the wine glass and drank it up, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. His collar was unbuttoned, which made him look even more sexy, which made people's mouths dry. Xianxia turned her face away uncomfortably. She held the wine glass in her hand tightly. She was wearing a huge pigeon egg on her finger, which made her hand look a little funny. She pulled out the ring in her hand and put it on the table. She pretended to be calm and said, "Are we not going back tonight?" "Yes." "Then I'll sleep in this room, and you'll sleep in the other one." "Ah, what are you doing?" Xianxia covered her eyes in panic and pointed at Qingjun with one hand. Faced with Xianxia's accusation, Qingjun took off his suit jacket and put it on his elbow. He unbuttoned another button and adjusted the size of his collar with some discomfort. He looked at Xianxia, who was making a fuss over nothing, and said, "It's not comfortable to wear formal clothes, so I took off my jacket." He was used to wearing a sweater, so he felt uncomfortable wearing a thin shirt that tightly wrapped around his body. Qingjun frowned slightly and continued unbuttoning his cuffs to make himself more relaxed. Xianxia watched his every move vigilantly, like a stray cat staring at a human who was about to walk forward. Her tail was about to stand up at any time. Qingjun asked, "Aren't you going to change your clothes?" "Why should I change my clothes?" Xianxia took a step back and almost tripped over the veil under her feet. She staggered and held on to the table to steady herself. Xianxia, from the looks of it, it seemed that she really had to change her clothes. If she fell, it would be very ugly. There were pajamas in the wardrobe. Xianxia rummaged through them and found a pair that was wrapped tightly. She waved to Qingjun and said, "You can go out. I want to change." Qingjun said calmly, "Let me help you." "Who wants you to help me?" Xianxia almost exploded again. After chasing Qingjun out of the door, Xianxia began to change her clothes. When putting on the wedding dress, Xianxia didn't feel tired with the help of the secretary. When she took off the dress, she found that it was heavy and heavy. It was especially difficult to reach the back zipper. Xianxia was tired and sweating, but she couldn't reach the zipper no matter how hard she tried. She was so anxious that she really wanted to cut a seam in the wedding dress and let herself out. Xianxia struggled for a long time but to no avail. She was anxious and had no choice but to clear her throat and say, "Qingjun, come and help me." The door was pushed open. Qingjun walked in and half-squatted on the ground. Under Xianxia's signal, he helped Xianxia open the zipper. His fingers were slender and his fingertips were covered with thin calluses. When he pulled the zipper, his fingertips rubbed against Xianxia's white and tender back. It was as if he was drawing a straight line and slowly sliding down. Xianxia's body tensed up. She was so nervous that she didn't dare to move. "Hurry up," Qingjun slowly said. "Oh." The waiting was very torturous. Because of her nervousness, Xianxia's nerves were abnormally sensitive. When his fingernails gently scratched her skin, it could cause her to tremble. Xianxia tried to make herself look very calm. Then she asked, "Are you done?" Qingjun didn't answer for a long time. Xianxia could already feel an excessively hot gaze lingering on her back, causing her to unconsciously grab her collar. "Go back to your room and sleep." "I'm going to sleep too." Xianxia didn't dare to look back at Qingjun's expression. At this moment, she was always scared to death. Xianxia silently despised herself for dropping the ball at this critical moment. She tried to inadvertently complete the feat of escaping Qingjun's gaze. Xianxia pretended that nothing had happened and slowly moved her body, trying to stay away from Qingjun. Her soft and white wrist was suddenly grabbed, making Xianxia unable to move. Xianxia was shocked and subconsciously wanted to break free. However, she found that Qingjun's strength was much greater than she had imagined. Qingjun asked slowly behind her, "You've drunk the wine. Where do you want to go?" "I don't understand what you mean." Xianxia began to play dumb. "It's okay. You'll understand later." Xianxia was stunned. Before she could figure out what he meant, the hand on her wrist gently pulled, and the sight in front of her suddenly turned upside down. She didn't have time to react and fell on the soft big bed. Her gaze fell on the chandelier in the room. The orange light cast a blurry halo, and the more she looked, the more ambiguous it became. "Wait," she exclaimed and was about to resist when Qingjun leaned over and kissed her lips. The spicy taste of alcohol lingered on her lips, stimulating her nerves. Xianxia flopped a few times like a salted fish, but he pried open her lips and deepened the kiss. His breath was scorching, like a ball of fire, igniting Xianxia's hot nerves. She couldn't help but twist a little. Qingjun's low and hoarse voice came to her ear, as if he was pressing his throat to call her name, "Xiao." Xianxia was almost suffocated by this kiss. She couldn't help but let out a weak moan, but the other party took it as a tacit consent. Her cheeks became redder, and the white wedding dress was a little messy on her shoulders. The beauty of her chest was faintly visible, which made her look very easy to bully. Qingjun couldn't help but pinch her waist so that Xianxia wouldn't move. He tore open a few buttons with one hand and kissed along the corner of her lips to her slender and soft neck. This time, the fruit farmer Qingjun could openly leave a few red strawberries. Xianxia's skin was pink because of shyness and helplessness. Like a shrimp, she only wanted to curl up into a ball. The white wedding dress had been peeled off at some point and fell messily to the ground. It was wrinkled, and it was obvious that it had been forcefully kneaded many times. Xianxia was in a daze the whole time, as if she was the one who drank the most and was coaxed by Qingjun to do everything he wanted. His fingertips lingered on her smooth and soft skin over and over again. Everywhere he touched, she couldn't help but tremble. Under the dim yellow light, he clung tightly to her soft body. He held her palm with one hand and intertwined his fingers with hers. At this time, she realized that Qingjun was actually a big bad wolf, but it was already too late. Usually, he was as warm as a tortoise, but when he was in bed, he changed into a different person, which made Xianxia a little scared. She was like a delicious dish on a plate to be enjoyed. The other party had seen enough, smelled enough, and tasted enough. After tasting the wonderful taste, he revealed his true colors and completely swallowed her into his stomach. Xianxia cried because of the pain. She cried very hard, even more pitifully than when she got out of the car today. String after string of tears fell down, but Qingjun was still coaxing her, giving her gentle kisses on her eyelids, trying to calm her down, but he still couldn't stop. Xianxia thought that the pornographic novels were all lies. They said that after a while, they would be able to float in the clouds and feel incomparable happiness. At this moment, she just wanted to kick Qingjun down. She also wanted to give Qingjun a hammer to let this heartless and unreasonable dog of a man realize how miserable she was. However, she didn't have any strength, as if half of her bones had been taken away. Wanqiuqiu couldn't even speak. In the end, she could only cry and bite Qingjun's shoulder. What was worse was that Qingjun seemed to be even more excited. He kissed her on the lips. While Wanqiuqiu was powerless to resist, he lowered his voice and whispered in her ear. "Call me Brother June." She didn't sleep for almost the whole night. Wanqiuqiu, who felt as if she was being run back and forth by a car, almost died on the spot. She opened her eyes and saw Qingjun's beautiful face in front of her. He couldn't hide the smug look on his face. This made Wanqiuqiu extremely unhappy, extremely unhappy. Because of anger, her body was full of energy, and her first reaction was to kick Qingjun. With a thud, Qingjun, who didn't have time to react, was kicked off the bed. "Qingjun," Wanqiuqiu glared at him. "Shameless hooligan." At the thought of someone forcing her to call him Brother June over and over again last night, Wanqiuqiu's face was so red that it could almost boil an egg. She slowly lifted a corner of the quilt. Sure enough, it was empty. Wanqiuqiu quickly grabbed the quilt. "I want to change my clothes." "Go out, go out." Qingjun put on a loose robe and slowly went to the bathroom to wash up. Wanqiuqiu quickly picked up her clothes. Last night, she had made a damn mistake and failed to defend the last line of defense. Suddenly, Qingjun's appearance last night appeared in her mind. His beautiful face was tainted with some lust, which made him look exceptionally charming. Wanqiuqiu couldn't take her eyes off him. She was almost stunned and naturally forgot to resist Qingjun. Wanqiuqiu patted her head in annoyance to wake herself up. His beauty was misleading. Wanqiuqiu wore her clothes expressionlessly. She was still immersed in her self-shame and couldn't extricate herself. Her whole body was sore and painful, and she had to cover the small hickeys on her neck tightly with the high-collared shirt. Unexpectedly, the bathroom door was suddenly opened. Qingjun said, "Oh right, do you want to?" The two of them looked at each other. Wanqiuqiu's clothes were half-worn, and they were stuck in the middle. She looked at Qingjun in shock, and her expression froze. Time stood still at this moment. "Qingjun, you scared me." "Wanqiuqiu? Are you even human?" Mr. Qin couldn't escape the fate of being beaten. Sigh. When they returned from the villa, no one was around. As a result, Wanqiuqiu kept a distance from Qingjun ever since that night. Wanqiuqiu felt uncomfortable whenever she saw Qingjun. She even wanted to move out and stay away from Qingjun. Wanqiuqiu kept the pigeon egg in the cabinet. She couldn't walk around with such a big diamond ring on her head. Qingjun was calm. He was like a beast at night and a dog during the day. In short, he couldn't be a human. She kept the wedding dress in the cabinet. Fortunately, there were a few large cabinets in the room, so she had space to hang the wedding dress inside. She opened the cabinet door and saw a white wedding dress hanging inside. She could still remember the sweet feeling when she put it on. Wanqiuqiu was in a daze for a moment. Was she really married to Qingjun? It wasn't a fake marriage, nor was it a marriage between Qingjun and someone else. It was a wedding that belonged to them. It was funny when she thought about it. The motorcade that day caused a sensation. Her colleagues in the company were discussing it at work. They wondered which rich young lady was so imposing. They counted all the famous rich people in the city, but they didn't expect that the real person was sitting in front of them. Wanqiuqiu sat beside him calmly, hiding her achievements and fame. When she went to work in the morning, she took the same car with Qingjun to the company. Wanqiuqiu was very embarrassed when she thought about the hickey marks on her neck. She secretly sat further away from Qingjun. She pretended to play with her phone and glanced at Qingjun from the corner of her eyes. Qingjun's hair was back to its usual fluffy and slightly messy appearance. A strand of hair stood up, which made him look a little confused. He was wearing a loose black sweater, holding his phone in one hand and reading a novel in a very Buddhist manner. Wanqiuqiu was shocked. Wasn't that the reading interface of a novel? She vaguely glanced at a few words and couldn't help but curiously move closer. Before she could see clearly, the phone screen suddenly darkened and she found her somewhat sneaky face. "Wanqiuqiu," Qingjun asked slowly, "what are you doing?" Wan Qiuqiu quickly retracted her head and kept a distance from Qingjun. Nothing, I'm just looking around. Oh. The two of them resumed their quiet period of silence. Qingjun leaned against the back of the chair and closed his eyes to rest. Wan Qiuqiu continued to play with her phone absent-mindedly. Bai Long called out to her energetically, saying that she wanted to take her to eat chicken dinner. However, Wan Qiuqiu rejected her with the excuse that she was busy with work. Wan Qiuqiu lowered her head and typed. At this moment, Qingjun asked, "Does your body still hurt?" Wan Qiuqiu lost her grip and her phone fell to the ground with a thud. She hurriedly lowered her head to look for her phone. A slender arm picked up the phone from under her feet and placed it on Wan Qiuqiu's knee. She looked up and saw Qingjun's face magnified several times. "Sore waist?" he asked. "How is this possible?" Wasn't he a little too close? For a moment, the image of Qingjun lying on top of her suddenly appeared in Wan Qiuqiu's mind. His face was so close, and he was breathing heavily as he called her name. Her face flushed red, and she hurriedly tilted her head back. With a loud thud, the back of Wan Qiuqiu's head hit the glass of the car window. She was a little stunned by the impact and stood there blankly. Qingjun, huh? Wan Qiuqiu, he actually dared to laugh at her. Wasn't it because he suddenly leaned over that she hit the glass? Faced with Wan Qiuqiu's dark expression, Qingjun's desire to live was instantly restored. He reached out a hand. Under Wan Qiuqiu's dazed gaze, his broad palm landed on her soft hair and gently rubbed it. His palm was warm and strong. He gently rubbed the back of Wan Qiuqiu's head and asked in a low voice, "Does it still hurt?" He looked like he was coaxing a child with full patience and gentleness. Wan Qiuqiu's heart couldn't help but beat a little faster. She subconsciously shook her head and said honestly, "It doesn't hurt anymore." "That's good." Qingjun breathed a sigh of relief. "You're already stupid enough." Wan Qiuqiu, the driver, silently lowered the partition in the front row so that he wouldn't witness a murder. Therefore, when they went to work in the morning, the colleagues in the Jiaqin company saw the usual scene again. The noble and cold lady boss walked in front, looking straight ahead with a blank face. The boss, who was half a step behind, silently followed behind with his hands in his pockets. He looked a little listless, like a big golden retriever who had just been taught a lesson. Everyone in the company began to whisper again. The boss was really henpecked. Wan Qiuqiu returned to the office and continued to work for the day. Elder Meng ran to the office for a walk and winked at Wan Qiuqiu. "How about it, bride? Do you want to go on a honeymoon? Have you heard of the case of the wife murdering her husband on a honeymoon?" Elder Meng, "Ah? When did that happen? I haven't seen it before." Wan Qiuqiu turned on the computer and looked at him seriously. "For social harmony and to not cause trouble for the police, eliminating the source and not going on a honeymoon is my greatest contribution to us." Elder Meng was stunned at first, then he laughed. "By the way, they'll have a tea party in 2 days. Do you want to join them?" Wan Qiuqiu was stunned. "Will it be the same people as last time?" "Yes. If I have time, I'll go." "That's great." Elder Meng smiled. "They all like you very much." Wan Qiuqiu also smiled. Elder Meng always treated her as his own daughter and took the opportunity to praise her. She knew that Elder Meng was afraid that she hadn't built up enough self-confidence so that she wouldn't be afraid. She was also working hard to move forward. Halfway through her work, Wan Qiuqiu had a headache. She poured a cup of coffee and drank it slowly. At this moment, her phone suddenly beeped a few times. It was a message from Tunan. "Tunan, sister-in-law? Tunan, sister-in-law, are you there? Tunan, sister-in-law, I have something to talk to you about. Tunan, sister-in-law, I'll go over if you don't reply. Tunan, I'll be there soon." The series of messages made Wan Qiuqiu's eyes numb. Generally speaking, Tunan's eagerness was not good. In order to stay safe, Wan Qiuqiu decided to abandon her phone and temporarily run to another place to take refuge. She put down the coffee cup and was about to run when the office door was suddenly opened and a figure slipped in. It was Tunan, who pretended to be a dog. "Wan Qiuqiu, what are you doing? Why are you in my office during working hours?" Tunan's face was bashful as he carefully approached Wan Qiuqiu and said, "Sister-in-law, I have something to ask of you. Xianxia, sorry, I've been very busy recently. You'd better find someone else. Tunan was definitely not looking for her for anything good. Tunan being a bootlicker was definitely not a good thing. This was the lesson Xianxia had learned. Tunan pulled a long face. Don't. Look, I still have to help you arrange your wedding. I'll fulfill your wishes. Can't you fulfill mine? As he spoke, Tunan was possessed by the drama queen. He clenched his fists and sorrowfully sang, fulfill your wishes. Xianxia. Don't talk about your secretary. Even I want to beat your dog head up when you're like this. If they were to compare who was more of a dog, Tunan would definitely come in first place. In any case, Jingjun was sometimes a cool guy. Tunan Wan cried out, sister-in-law. Please save me. I've lived for so many years and this is the first time I've encountered love. Who would have thought that it would be so difficult? Xianxia, if you have something to say, then say it. Tunan, how about the four of us go on a date this weekend? Xianxia, ? She won't come out if I ask her out alone. If I say it's your idea, she definitely won't refuse. Tunan chuckled. Because of his playful expression, his handsome face seemed to have a temperament that deserved a beating. How about this? When we go on a date, I hope that you can help me out. At the same time, you can also show off how much I like her. At the same time, you can also show off how handsome I am. Xianxia, she really wasn't biased. She definitely wasn't standing on Qingjun's side. However, Tunan was so stubborn that he wanted to use Qingjun to show off. If they were to compare who was more of a dog, Tunan wouldn't give up. If they were to talk about other things, Qingjun just stood there and revealed his stunningly beautiful face. In an instant, he was able to outshine all the other male creatures. Xianxia, ahem, that's not very good. Why don't you think of another way? Tunan didn't have the slightest self-awareness. He waved his hand confidently and said, don't worry. I'll take care of the rest. As for Tunan's road to love, Xianxia naturally hoped that it would be smoother. Looking at his confident appearance, Xianxia couldn't help but ask, what did you arrange? Tell me, I'll help you check. Tunan looked around and after making sure that there was no one around, he lowered his voice and whispered, let me tell you. I bought a magical book called Teaching You How to Pursue the Opposite Sex Quickly and Efficiently. It says that when a person is extremely nervous and has the opposite sex by their side, due to the rapid heartbeat, their brain will make the wrong judgment and think that they like the other party. Therefore, I've decided to take my little secretary to a thrilling adventure or a haunted house. Xianxia fell into deep thought. Strange. Why did she feel that Tunan's description of this scene was so familiar? After that, Xianxia temporarily put Tunan's matter on hold. It was supposed to be a 4-person date, but it all depended on Tunan's luck. At this time, Xianxia also wanted to see the secretary's reaction. If the secretary felt that she was being harassed and felt disgusted, she would definitely stop Tunan. After returning home with Qingjun, the two changed their clothes as usual and Xianxia went to the kitchen to cook. Her back was facing the refrigerator. Behind her, she heard the sound of Qingjun opening the refrigerator door and the sound of Qingjun's footsteps. Xianxia unconsciously straightened her body, afraid that he would do something inappropriate. Fortunately, Xianxia thought too much. Qingjun really just came over to get a bottle of drink. Crack. The lid of the Yakult was opened and Qingjun gulped down the whole bottle. Then, he slowly asked, what are we eating today? Ah, stewed meat soup. Qingjun's gaze fell on the stew pot with a faint look in his eyes. Xianxia. Don't eat. The meat isn't cooked yet. After the two of them ate, Xianxia was called by Bai Long to play games. As she played, she forgot about Qingjun. Bai Long's skills in survival games were not bad, and Wei Tian was also very good. They could even bring a noob player like Xianxia into their circle. Playing games like this made her feel a sense of accomplishment. Wow, I actually ate chicken. Xianxia held her phone and cheered while sitting on the sofa. Qingjun, who wanted to quietly hug her, was startled and his movements stiffened. Xianxia did not notice his small movements at all and continued to immerse herself in the next game. I ate chicken. Wow, that's great, I ate chicken while lying down. Xianxia played for a few hours without taking a break. Even before she was ready to lie down, she was brushing her teeth in the bathroom while vaguely asking to eat chicken together. She lay in bed and continued to focus on eating chicken. Eat chicken, eat chicken, eat chicken. Xianxia's attention was so focused on the phone screen that she did not notice whether the person lying next to her was a dog or a human. Qingjun, who was lying in another bed, silently stared at the ceiling. He originally wanted to share a bed with Xianxia, but now he realized that his presence was no longer there. He suddenly felt that it was time to change his career. How many families had been held back by gaming, at this moment? In the dark night, Xianxia suddenly turned her face and stared at him with a flushed face. Jun, Qingjun's eyes lit up. Xianxia, do you want to eat chicken together? Xianxia, who was rejected, was not affected at all. She was still happily playing chicken. Qingjun, who was beside her, quietly took out his phone and silently opened Xianxia's contact information and silently clicked on her nickname. Then, he changed the contact to Weasel. The two of them sat on the sofa and Xianxia took out her phone. Want to eat chicken? Xianxia asked Qingjun. Braised chicken? Chicken stewed with mushrooms? Big plate chicken? Xianxia said. Oh, I mean games. Qingjun stared at her quietly. Ever since Bai Long brought Xianxia into the game, Xianxia had dedicated all her spare time to gaming. She spent most of her time after work eating chicken and ignored Qingjun. She rarely looked at him, let alone touched or hugged him. She was like an internet addict. Chungwan wasn't just unhappy. He was very, very unhappy. However, Xianxia did not notice. During work hours, Tu Nan found that Qingjun was always sitting in front of the computer in a daze. One time, Tu Nan accidentally passed by and saw Qingjun's computer screen displaying the names of all the games since the company was founded. Tu Nan was stunned and could not help but ask, "Boss, what are you doing?" Qingjun put his hands together and stared at the computer screen without any expression on his face. Considering the company's transformation, Xianxia, who was secretly called a weasel, was not only unaware, but she also arranged for her entire Friday night to be dedicated to gaming. She made an appointment with Bai Long early and went home to eat dinner. Qingjun was washing the dishes, so she threw herself on the bed and pressed the soft pillow to open the game. Qingjun silently walked behind her. Xianxia was focused on the game. She did not blink and looked nervous. She had her headphones on. Bai Long was accidentally killed and Wei Tian wanted to take revenge. Xianxia was wandering around with him. She was so engrossed in the game that she did not notice Qingjun's approach. At this moment, a gunshot was heard. Xianxia quickly covered her head and squatted down. Wei Tian cursed, F***ck, he was killed. Xianxia said, huh? Wei Tian said, Xiao, it's all up to you. I don't expect you to kill them. Just play with them in the circle. Maybe you can benefit from it. Xianxia was very nervous as it was the first time she was entrusted with such a task. Her finger cautiously slid across the screen of the phone, waiting for the next circle to shrink. Xianxia controlled the game character and stealthily hid near the shelter, waiting patiently. Before she could narrow down the area, she heard a loud bang. Xianxia jumped in fright. Unable to find the other party, she began to cover her head and flee. Help! Unfortunately, Bai Long and Wei Tian, who could have saved her, were already dead. They were chattering and directing Xianxia, causing the scene to fall into chaos. Xianxia was lying on the bed. She was so busy that her hands and feet were in a mess. Qingjun's slow voice came from behind her. Do you want me to help you? She was stunned for a moment before she suddenly remembered that there was a super expert at home. Xianxia's eyes lit up and she nodded quickly like a chick pecking at rice. Qingjun, let's take a break after this round. Xianxia, then you can play by yourself, Qingjun said. The situation was urgent. If Xianxia hesitated for a few seconds, she would be discovered and blood would splatter on the spot. There was another bang. Xianxia was not hit, but it made her tremble. She hurriedly agreed to Qingjun's request and stuffed the phone into Qingjun's hands. Hurry up. Qingjun took the phone and got into the game within a few seconds. His expression looked a little lazy and indifferent, but his fingers were not slow. Wan Qiuqiu moved forward. Before she could find out who shot her, Qingjun suddenly found the target and shot the other party. Bai Long and Wei Tian, who were watching the battle, were stunned. Qiuqiu, did you cheat? No, Qiuqiu, is the expert beside you? Wan Qiuqiu, cough, cough, cough. Yes. Bai Long and Wei Tian instantly calmed down and began to cheer for Qingjun. Go, expert. Help us take revenge, expert. This scene made Wan Qiuqiu involuntarily recall the time when she was in the dreamlike command. She glanced at Qingjun. Qingjun's side profile was very good-looking. His nose was tall and straight, and his lower jaw was neat. He had a slender and youthful look, and didn't look like a big boss at all. If he were a high school student who sneaked out of an internet cafe, it wouldn't be strange at all. Qingjun calmly controlled the game character. Gunshots were heard one after another. Wan Qiuqiu watched as he fought his way to the finals and won the chicken dinner. Wan Qiuqiu's eyes were shining. When she looked at Qingjun, it was like a fan looking at her idol. She was full of admiration and adoration. So cool. Qingjun, who was praised, did not show any signs of happiness. He handed the phone to Wan Qiuqiu. I'll fulfill my promise. Wan Qiuqiu moved forward and said fawningly, let's play together? Just half an hour, okay? Qingjun, no. It's just half an hour. Jun Wan's brother Jun. Fortunately, Wan Qiuqiu turned off the voice chat in time. Her pleading voice became more and more coquettish. Qingjun turned to look at her. Are you crazy? Just for a game, Wan Qiuqiu, she muttered, then I'll play one last round. At least I have to explain to Bai Long and the others. She clicked into the game and stole a glance at Qingjun. Sure enough, Qingjun's face was full of unhappiness. Wan Qiuqiu whispered, I'll make it up to you next time. You can tell me what you want to eat. Qingjun asked, can I eat anything? Definitely not something as difficult as the Manchu Han Imperial Feast. Qingjun made a sound of acknowledgement. While Wan Qiuqiu was focused on finding a landing spot in the game, he suddenly moved forward and hugged Wan Qiuqiu's waist from behind. Before Wan Qiuqiu could react, he asked in a low voice, can I eat you? Wan Qiuqiu, no, her voice was swallowed between his lips and teeth. Bai Long and Wei Tian were still a little puzzled. Why did Wan Qiuqiu suddenly fall silent while playing? AFK? What was she doing? The two of them asked several times, but could not get an answer from Wan Qiuqiu. Her phone was thrown on the bed. Wan Qiuqiu was kissed until she was dizzy and did not know where she was. Unknowingly, her thin clothes were unbuttoned, revealing her snow-white skin. He moved closer and left a little red mark. Wan Qiuqiu's face was red and her heart was beating fast. She could not help but let out a soft moan. She grabbed Qingjun's clothes from behind and called out his name, Qingjun. Qingjun's voice was low and hoarse as he raised the last syllable. Wan Qiuqiu's clothes were in a mess and almost half of them were stripped off. Qingjun's breathing became unstable. His hand covered her soft abdomen and gently rubbed it, causing Wan Qiuqiu to tremble. Her fingers unconsciously grasped Qingjun's clothes tightly as she panted. I'm on my period. Qingjun, it was like a slap on the head or a splash of cold water. The passion that was in full swing just now was instantly extinguished. Wan Qiuqiu's face flushed red. So, she was lying on the bed, her body was exposed in front of him without any defense. Her cheeks were red and her snow-white skin was flawless. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were glistening and her red lips were a little red and swollen from the kiss. It was simply tempting to commit a crime. Qingjun supported himself with one hand on the side of the bed and lowered his head without saying a word. Then, he stood up and closed the bathroom door under Wan Qiuqiu's gaze. Following the sound of water splashing, Wan Qiuqiu knew that Qingjun must have taken a cold shower. She really let Qingjun down. Wan Qiuqiu coughed dryly. That night, although Qingjun did not get to have his fill, he received the corresponding compensation. Wan Qiuqiu curled up under his blanket and covered herself with the same blanket as him, to play games. The most painful thing in the world was not being able to have his fill. It was being placed at the side without any defense or intention to resist, but he was not able to have his fill. Qingjun looked at the ceiling and sighed faintly. Today's remark was also a weasel's day. Wan Qiuqiu was halfway through the game when she suddenly turned her head and said, "Ah, there's something I forgot to tell you." Qingjun, ? Tunan said that he wants to go on a foursome date at the amusement park. We'll set off tomorrow morning and meet up at the amusement park. Qingjun did not respond but looked at Wan Qiuqiu. His gaze clearly said that Tunan was not qualified to go on a foursome date with him. Wan Qiuqiu. It's okay. They can have their fun and we can have ours. Just treat it as a date. A date? Qingjun thought that this term sounded pretty good. The corners of his lips curled up slightly and he heard Wan Qiuqiu continue, Tunan wants to show off his heroic spirit through a thrilling adventure. Don't be afraid, I'll protect you when the time comes. Qingjun, Wan Qiuqiu thought for a while and added, I'll allow you to jump into my arms. Qingjun. When it came to chasing people, Tunan was much more ruthless than Qingjun. Their date was set at the largest amusement park in the city. There were all kinds of thrilling rides. Wan Qiuqiu woke up early and excitedly pulled Qingjun's arm. Qingjun lazily let her pull him forward. Today, Wan Qiuqiu was dressed very casually. The two of them each wore a cap that covered half of their faces. Wan Qiuqiu wore a black hoodie and jeans, while Qingjun wore a dark gray hoodie and casual trousers. When the two of them walked together, they really did look like a couple. When they passed by a shop window, Wan Qiuqiu pulled Qingjun and pointed at the two of them in the mirror. Wow. Look, we seem to be wearing couple shirts. Qingjun's absent-minded expression eased a little. He looked at Wan Qiuqiu and then looked at himself. It seemed that they really did look like it. Wan Qiuqiu happily pulled him forward. It had been a long time since she went to an amusement park. She still remembered how happy and carefree she was the last time she went there. Tunan and they agreed to meet at 9 a.m. If they entered the amusement park early, there would be fewer people and they could play a few more rides. When they arrived at the amusement park, Tunan and his secretary happened to be walking towards them from the other side of the street. The secretary was holding a parasol. She was well-behaved and very delicate, but she looked as cold as ice. It seemed that the source of her coldness was Tunan, the bootlicker next to her. When Tunan saw the two of them, he greeted them warmly. Sister-in-law, boss, you're here. Ayo, look at you. You want us to make up the numbers when you come out to play. How embarrassing. When Qian said it was my idea. I have to clarify now. Sister-in-law, don't you think so? Wan Qiuqiu had no choice but to nod. Yes, it's my fault. When they bought tickets and entered the house, Wan Qiuqiu whispered to Tunan. I went a little too far just now. Tunan, Really? I think I didn't show enough sincerity. Wan Qiuqiu, she suddenly felt that Tunan's EQ was not good enough for the little secretary, when Tunan, who had bought the tickets, was the first to suggest that everyone go to the pirate ship together. Wan Qiuqiu subconsciously glanced at Qingjun. Qingjun appeared to be very calm, as if he was aloof from worldly affairs. He lowered the brim of his hat. Avoiding the two of them, Wan Qiuqiu asked Qingjun, can you? Why don't I find an excuse for the two of us to play something else? Can you? This question to a man was equivalent to are you 3 seconds, or is it not possible? Qingjun silently looked at Wan Qiuqiu and said, I can do it. No matter in which aspect. Wan Qiuqiu didn't think too much about it. She just told Qingjun that if he felt uncomfortable, he must tell her. There weren't many people playing pirate ships at this hour. Fortunately, they didn't eat too much breakfast in the morning, lest they vomited everything when they flipped up and down later. The few of them stood in line at the door. When the roller coaster stopped, the staff let them sit on the pirate ship. Tunan insisted on sitting in the first row. Wan Qiuqiu empathized with Qingjun and pulled him to the middle row to sit down. Even from afar, they could hear Tunan's triumphant clamor, saying that he was the little prince of the amusement park. His voice was a little loud, attracting the attention of others. The little secretary silently turned her face away, pretending not to know him. Wan Qiuqiu, sitting in the middle of the pirate ship was the least exciting. The world in their field of vision was upside down, as if the clouds were flipping and falling. Wanchocho sat in the middle and had a lot of fun. Qingjun, who was beside her, was not as pale as last time, but of course, he was not much better. Even so, his face was tense and expressionless the whole time, as if he was being tortured. The two of them got off the pirate ship peacefully. Then, Wanchocho saw the little secretary's embarrassed face and walked over alone. Wanchocho was stunned for a moment and looked back. "Where's Tunan? Where did he go?" The secretary said, "Well, he had some stomach discomfort from the beginning. After it was over, the staff helped him to the toilet to vomit. They also told me not to go with him and to meet up with you guys first." Wanchocho, she couldn't imagine how awkward the scene was. It was fine that she couldn't play, but she still had to show off in front of the person she liked. Now, she had lost a lot of face. The few of them stood in the same place, looking at each other speechlessly. It was so awkward that it was suffocating. Wanchocho coughed dryly. "Since Tunan is not here, I have something to ask directly. Do you have a good impression of him? If it's because of work, you can tell me." Hearing Wanchocho's question, the secretary blinked her eyes, turned her face away, and fell silent. After a long time, she snorted coldly. "How can I have feelings for him? A person like him deserves to be single." Wanchocho couldn't help but raise her lips. It seemed that Tunan still had some hope. As they were talking, Tunan, who was pretending to be calm, slowly walked over. He had already calmed down. Fortunately, he was born with a thick skin, so he didn't just want to run away when he saw the secretary. Wanchocho smiled and said slowly, "I'm a little tired. Let's rest for a while." Tunan showed a grateful expression. He had vomited all his breakfast just now, and now his stomach was empty. He just wanted to eat something to fill his stomach. The few of them sat in a restaurant and casually ordered some food. Wanchocho held his hand and suggested with a smile, "Let's go play some other rides. I think it's good to play some less exciting rides occasionally." "Hey, no need. We came to the amusement park to play something exciting, right?" Tunan didn't care that he was the most embarrassed one and was very persistent in giving Wanchocho a look. His goal this time was very clear, which was to make the secretary like him. How could he give up halfway because of a mere pirate ship? This wasn't his style. "Wanchocho, but, why did you order coffee?" Wanchocho's words were interrupted by Qingjun. She was stunned and looked at Qingjun. Qingjun said, "Didn't you have a stomachache?" I forgot." He calmly pushed another cup of milk tea to Wanchocho and said, "Don't drink coffee." In Tunan's beautiful imagination, the boss was trying to set off his heroic appearance. How could the boss be more considerate and gentle than him? Just as he was struggling, his and the secretary's drinks were served. On the contrary, Tunan ordered coffee and the secretary ordered milk tea. Tunan imitated her and said, "How could you order milk tea?" "The secretary? My stomach doesn't hurt." "Tunan, don't you want to lose weight?" As he said that, he pushed the milk tea in front of himself and said, "You shouldn't drink milk tea." The secretary, Wanchocho, Qingjun, ha. Tunan's foot was solidly stepped on. He screamed in pain, attracting the attention of the customers in the store to look in their direction. Wanchocho hurriedly pulled down the brim of her hat and said in a low voice, "Hey, keep your voice down. It would be bad if they were discovered." Although they were not popular people, if they were discovered, they would probably have to go home. Tunan hurriedly covered his mouth and zipped it up to make himself look more harmless. After eating something, Tunan regained his energy and they were ready to continue playing the game. There were more and more people at this time. They decided to finish the game quickly and finish a few popular games while they didn't have to wait in a long line. Tunan chose from the big pendulum, roller coaster, bungee jumping, and a few other thrilling games. In the end, he decided to let the girls do it to show his gentlemanly side. "Wanchocho, I'm fine with anything." "The secretary, big pendulum it is then." Tunan unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. The big pendulum game did not look scary at all. They sat in a circle. If they were scared, they would shout together. At this time, no matter what they did, it would not be embarrassing. Wan Xiaoqiu was a little afraid that Qingjun would be traumatized. The last time Qingjun played, he was not very happy on the way back. Wan Xiaoqiu was really afraid that he would not be able to sleep at night. In contrast to her nervousness, Qingjun was much calmer. He had one hand in his pocket and the other hand was eating an egg roll that he had bought at some point. The way he focused on the sweet cream was a little, inexplicably cute. Wan Xiaoqiu looked at him and wanted to pinch Qingjun's face. How could there be such a cute man in the world? Wan Xiaoqiu's feelings were extremely complicated. The few of them happened to reach the last few empty seats. They sat on the chairs and after confirming that there were no problems with the protective measures, they waited for the staff to start. Not far from them, a boy was playing with a video software. He seemed to be recording a video. He fixed the camera so that the camera could capture his entire face. Just as they waited patiently, the pendulum slowly swayed. Once, then again. Wan Xiaoqiu silently grabbed Qingjun's hand and held it as if she was giving Qingjun a reassuring pill. Qingjun, who was sitting next to her, held her hand. His hand was warm and dry, just right. It made Wan Xiaoqiu suddenly feel that playing a thrilling game was a sweet experience. The pendulum suddenly swung in midair. Their line of sight suddenly tilted, as if they were being sent to the sky at any moment. Qingjun suddenly held Wan Xiaoqiu's hand tightly. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Wan Xiaoqiu comforted him. At this moment, Tu Nan's miserable cry came from her left. Ow ow ow, Wan Xiaoqiu, Qingjun, he didn't know why, but when he heard such miserable cries, he suddenly felt that the pendulum wasn't so thrilling anymore. The tourists sitting in a row also screamed like Tu Nan, but no one had a voice as loud as his. As soon as he screamed, everyone burst into laughter. In an instant, the tense and exciting atmosphere was completely destroyed. As a result, Tu Nan's tragic and rhythmic cries kept echoing from the pendulum. Even Wan Xiaoqiu felt that it was simply too embarrassing. In contrast, Qingjun's nervousness was just that his body was stiff and his face was pale. He was much more reserved, and on the surface, he was still trying to be brave. Looking at him like this, Wan Xiaoqiu really didn't know whether to feel sorry for him or laugh. They swung the pendulum. Tu Nan supported himself with one hand on the wall and trembled as he stretched out his fingers. I don't think it's that great. The secretary was angry and amused. He glanced at him coldly. I'm going to die from your noise. I'm imitating the Wei and Jin dynasty scholars' cries to express my unruly feelings. Shut up. The secretary said what everyone was thinking. They sat on the bench to rest. To be precise, they were waiting for Tu Nan to recover. Although the secretary was a little afraid of these thrilling events, she wasn't afraid of heights. When she was afraid, she could just squint her eyes. Only Tu Nan's noises were unbearable to her. She almost couldn't control herself and wanted to make fun of Tu Nan. However, since Tu Nan was in such a sorry state, she endured it. Tu Nan hadn't rested for long before he said that he wanted to go to the haunted house. Wan Xiaoqiu couldn't help but ask, are you sure? Of course. Tu Nan was not very good at high-altitude thrilling events, but when it came to things like haunted houses, he was a 7-feet-tall man and a great materialist. How could he be scared by some ghosts that he knew were disguised as staff members? Next, he wanted to show everyone what real boyfriend strength was. Wan Xiaoqiu, forget it. Last time at the haunted house, Qingjun had been scared to death. This time, Wan Xiaoqiu took the initiative to pull his arm. If you're scared, tell me. Tu Nan's hearing was very good. He immediately moved forward and winked. Boss, you're afraid of these things? It's okay, I'll. Cough, 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 I didn't say anything. Qingjun was looking at Wan Xiaoqiu's hand holding his arm. When he heard Tu Nan's dog talk, he stared at him expressionlessly. This scared Tu Nan. Although he said that he wanted the boss to set him off, he knew what kind of person Qingjun was. If he provoked Qingwan, he would have to bear the consequences. They were led in by the staff. The sight in front of them suddenly turned dark. Wan Xiaoqiu could clearly feel Qingjun's body stiffening, although he still looked calm on the surface. Tu Nan and his secretary were still normal. The secretary was obviously nervous and carefully probed around. Tunan comforted her not to be afraid. If there was a need, his arms would be her strongest support. Perhaps it was because of their closeness that even the staff couldn't stand it anymore. Before they took 2 steps, a human head suddenly fell from the sky. It was a human head with a hideous and bloody face. Its huge eyes met Tunan's eyes. They froze in place and were silent for a few seconds. Tunan's expression froze. His voice was very weak. "What should I do? I feel like I'll faint in the next second, Xianxia, it's okay." As she said that, she slapped the prop and sent it flying. Under the stunned gaze of the 2 people, Xianxia wiped the sticky paint on her hands without a care. Qingjun silently moved to Xianxia's side. He tried his best to lean against her to feel safe. Tunan also silently moved to Qingjun's side to rub against Xianxia's boyfriend Power. He was so nervous that he didn't notice his boss's death stare. The secretary's eyes were shining like stars. "Xiao, you're too good." Xiao was very humble. "It's nothing. I'm just familiar with the haunted house's routine." As soon as she said that, another artificial hand fell. Tunan was so scared that he gave Qingjun a bear hug and refused to let go. The other 2 people, Qingjun resisted for a long time before he kicked him away. "Let go." Tunan started to panic. The haunted house was not fun at all. He muttered about prosperity, democracy, and harmony as he looked around nervously. He had long forgotten how to show his heroism to the secretary. The scene was as helpless as it could be. Even the secretary couldn't bear it. After that, Tunan wailed and howled from time to time and the little secretary shivered in fear. Xiao and Qingjun were as quiet as chickens. One felt it was a bit boring, and the other was scared. He followed Xiao with a stiff face. Noticing Qingjun's pitiful expression, Xiao couldn't help but feel sorry for him. If she had known this would happen, she would have rejected Tunan's suggestion. Today, Qingjun was probably reliving a nightmare. His mood was definitely not good. Xiao whispered, "Are you okay?" Qingjun was silent for a moment. Normally, he wouldn't say a word. But at this moment, facing Xiao's concern, in the dark haunted house, he quietly moved closer to Xiao and held her soft and cold hands. He felt Xiao's rare thoughtfulness. Qingjun's voice sounded a bit sad. "I want to hug you." Xiao's heart almost melted at this. Just as she was about to stretch out her arms and give Qingjun a good hug, Tunan cried out and jumped up to hug Qingjun. Qingjun was expressionless. He slapped Tunan away as if he was throwing trash. The pitiful little boy who was begging for hugs and caresses instantly turned into a gloomy messenger of the underworld. Tunan was so scared that he didn't dare to act rashly. He regained his composure and continued to walk forward quietly. Qingjun didn't manage to hug Xiao, so he started to stare at Xiao. Xiao stretched out her arms in amusement. At this time, a gust of cold wind blew and there seemed to be breathing beside her ear. The secretary was so scared that her hair stood on end. The secretary was trying to throw herself into Tunan's arms, but Tunan screamed even more miserably than her. He held on to Qingjun and refused to let go. Qingjun looked on helplessly as his request for a hug disappeared once again in the midst of Tunan's screams. A group of people rushed out from another haunted house and ran towards their direction while wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Behind them was a group of crazed staff members who were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They were still chasing after them. It was difficult to see clearly in the dark. In the midst of the crowd, Tunan screamed and hurriedly grabbed his secretary's arm and ran forward. He was very strong. In the midst of the chaos, he actually dragged the secretary into another room through the crowd. The crowd dispersed and the place was quiet again. Xiao stood in the same place. Next to her stood the secretary with a blank face, hugging her arm tightly. The 2 of them looked at each other and fell into deep thought. So, Tunan had dragged Qingjun away. Xiao comforted her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." The secretary's eyes shone with admiration again. Yes. After a while, perhaps Tunan came to his senses. Tunan's scream came from a room not far away. Wan Qiuqiu followed the sound, took the secretary's hand, and led her to another room. She opened the door and the two of them stopped in their tracks. They silently stared at the two men in the dark. Next to the two of them was a pile of ghost molds. It looked very scary. Even the secretary was shocked. The two men were scared stiff. Qingjun was frozen in place and did not dare to move. Tunan was trembling and did not dare to move. In contrast, Wan Qiuqiu and the secretary, Wen Qian, were extremely calm. Wan Qiuqiu looked at the two of them who were so scared that they turned into statues. In an instant, it was as if the genders had swapped. She and the secretary were the ones who should explode with boyfriend strength. Wan Qiuqiu stepped forward and hugged Qingjun to comfort him. Although she was half a head shorter than Qingjun, she was very imposing. Qingjun obediently let Wan Qiuqiu hug him. His nose was filled with her pleasant scent. He was content to be her obedient child. Tunan glanced at the two of them and then glanced at his secretary. The secretary was furious. Don't even think about it. After coming out of the haunted house, almost everyone was sweating. Tunan's legs were half weak. He swore that he would never come to the amusement park again. Taking this opportunity, Wan Qiuqiu suggested that the two teams play alone for a while and gather again in 2 hours. Other than the secretary who was a little reluctant, the others were very satisfied. Without waiting for them to answer, Qingjun dragged Wan Qiuqiu away. From afar, Wan Qiuqiu saw the secretary walking in front and Tunan following behind. They were walking towards the merry-go-round. They were probably going to play some more harmless games. Tunan probably forgot his original purpose. Wan Qiuqiu laughed and said, Tunan really overestimated himself. Do you think that women are more timid than men? Not necessarily. Qingjun's eyes wandered. The two of them walked in front of a row of stalls. They were all small games. There were shooting games, hoop-tossing games, claw games, all kinds of small games. Wan Qiuqiu called herself a gaming black hole. These games were all for her to contribute money. It was harder than ascending to heaven to win a game. But today, they were here to play games. It was purely for entertainment. Wan Qiuqiu pulled Qingjun and said happily, which one do you want to play? Let's play together. Qingjun withdrew his gaze uninterestedly. Instead, his gaze fell on the stall selling colorful cotton candy. Wan Qiuqiu was speechless. A few minutes later, Qingjun held an oversized colorful cotton candy and ate it as if he was playing a game. He was so focused on eating the cotton candy that he didn't even notice that there were a few strands of cotton candy on his face. Wan Qiuqiu found it interesting. She let him continue eating the cotton candy and spent money to buy 10 little traps. She didn't hit any of them. Very good. This was a predictable scene. Wan Qiuqiu went to play shooting games again. She didn't hit any balloons. Very good. It was normal that she didn't hit any of them. The boss was a young man. He said with a smile, "It's okay, little girl. I'll give you a few more." Wan Qiuqiu was a little embarrassed. No. Maybe I'm older than you. I'm already in my 20s. Oh, really? Why do you look like a high school student? At this moment, there was a couple waiting behind them. They looked very young, about 16 or 17 years old. They were probably high school students. The girl was a little impatient. She didn't realize that her complaint wasn't soft at all. It fell clearly into Wan Qiuqiu's ears. So annoying. You're already so old. Why are you pretending to be childish? Can you hurry up? I'm so annoyed waiting. The little boy next to her shushed her and whispered, "Don't be so loud." So what if I'm loud? Can't I complain? If it weren't for that dinosaur couple shirt, I wouldn't be bothered to waste time with them. Her skills are so bad. I don't know how much perseverance she has. She still hasn't given up. Don't play if you're a rookie. Wan Qiuqiu was stunned. She had planned to leave, but if she really spent money to buy bullets and didn't hit any of them, she would probably be laughed at to death. Hold it for me. Qingjun suddenly stuffed the half-eaten cotton candy into Wan Qiuqiu's hands. Under her puzzled gaze, Qingjun took out a tissue to wipe his hands and signaled to the boss to do it again. At least 6 bullets at a time. Qingjun sat on the chair and Wanqiuqiu held his cotton candy. She heard Qingjun ask, "Is there anything you want?" Wanqiuqiu, I think everything is okay." Qingjun sat on the chair and casually fiddled with the toy gun in his hand. He also raised the brim of his hat by half. His legs were too long, so he had to spread them apart. It made the chair look like a child's chair. Wanqiuqiu really didn't expect that Qingjun would play this kind of game so well. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the group of people, there were a few pops. Every time a balloon was popped, but the speed was extremely fast. Even the young couple in the line behind them didn't say anything. For some reason, the man sitting on the chair seemed a little lazy, but his whole body exuded an unhappy and irritated aura. Qingjun put down the toy gun in his hand. He put his elbow on the table and casually used his chin to point to a couple shirt on the table. "I'll take this." Okay, no problem." The boss very politely handed the couple shirt to Qingjun. Qingjun took the couple shirt and left. Wanqiuqiu, who was holding Wanqiuqiu's wrist with one hand and holding the cotton candy in the other, hurriedly followed him, leaving the young couple stunned. They couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Their faces alternated between green and white. "Wait, their couple shirt," the boss smiled and shook his head. "Children shouldn't talk nonsense." Wanqiuqiu walked away and looked at Qingjun with smiling eyes. Qingjun took the cotton candy and continued to eat calmly. His somewhat sharp eyes were now gentle and easygoing. Qingjun was an extremely protective person. He couldn't bear to see anyone bully her. Although it was a little childish to compete with a high school kid for this kind of cartoon couple shirt, Wanqiuqiu was inexplicably happy. She held the couple shirt in satisfaction and said, "Let's wear this on our next date?" "Okay." He lowered his head and looked at her. His gaze unconsciously softened. He leaned forward and was about to kiss Wanqiuqiu. Wanqiuqiu said, "The cotton candy is on my nose." Qingjun said, "Oh." The two of them wandered around and played a lot of games. In the end, even Wanqiuqiu was a little exhausted. Her menstrual period was not over yet. After walking for so long, her back began to ache. Wanqiuqiu massaged her waist and asked, "Is it almost time? We should go home, right?" Just as she was talking, her phone rang. Wanqiuqiu picked up the phone. It was Tunan. She could feel Tunan's sad mood through the phone. "I made Wenxian angry. I won't meet up with you guys. I'm going to apologize to her." Before Wanqiuqiu could ask him what he had done to make his secretary leave early, Tunan hurriedly hung up the phone. Wanqiuqiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy is really in a hurry. In contrast, Qingjun was very happy. Without the fly called Tunan to disturb him, the whole world was more peaceful. "Let's go home," he said. "Okay." At night, Qingjun used the excuse of being frightened by the haunted house to beg for love and comfort. Finally, he got his wish and hugged Wanqiuqiu to sleep. Although he could only look at her and not touch her. Wanqiuqiu understood that he was frightened today, so she let him be. The two of them slept peacefully for the whole night. When they woke up in the morning, Qingjun secretly planned to take advantage of Wanqiuqiu while she was asleep, such as kissing her. Wanqiuqiu, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by a message from Fu Zicheng. "Sister-in-law, look at the trending topics." Ha 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 ha. Wanqiuqiu was confused. What's wrong with the trending topics? Could it be that Jiaqing is on the trending topics again? She opened it and saw that one of the trending topics was titled Amusement Park Man Screams Edition. For some reason, she had a bad feeling. Wanqiuqiu opened the video. The video was taken by the boy who was taking a selfie when they were playing the pendulum game yesterday. The video started with the recently popular song Mount Tai Next Door. The lyrics were cheerfully sung, "I'm Mount Tai next door, holding the vine of love, listen to me." The next second, there was a familiar scream. Ow, ow ow ow, it matched the background music of the video perfectly. It was a complete success. Wanqiuqiu thought that Tunan who saw this video would definitely not want to step into the amusement park for the rest of his life. Qingjun had been eating healthily for a few days. To reward him, Wanqiuqiu decided to cook a feast. It was the right time to eat seafood. She ordered a lot of seafood from the seafood market. Braised prawns, fried clams, and crabs were all fresh. They could be eaten after being steamed in the steamer. Wanchocho did not buy too much to prevent Qingjun from getting cold from eating too much. She just steamed a whole tray. The seafood feast was laid out on the table. Qingjun followed behind slowly. He helped to set the table and carried the plates. He did not forget to eat a few prawns when Wanchocho was not paying attention. "You've been doing well recently. This is to reward you." Qingjun sat across the table like a good student. He was waiting for Wanchocho to finish her speech so that he could receive his reward. Wanchocho posted something in her WeChat moments. It was a picture of a table full of seafood. It was very appetizing even without the filter. There was a caption that said, "Reward someone for eating healthily." Not long after she posted it on her WeChat moments, several people liked her. Elder Meng, "Wow, it's amazing for young people to show off their love." Bai Long, "Oh my god, did you make this? It looks so delicious." Tu Nan, "Boss eats healthily." Fu Zicheng, "Sister-in-law, you're so nice to boss." Jiao Fan, "Yeah, there's anything to eat." Wanchocho, she did not know why, but she felt that there was a hidden meaning in their words. Wanchocho glanced at Qingjun from the corner of her eyes. Qingjun did not notice anything wrong with her. He was still peeling the prawns slowly. Wanchocho added them to the same discussion group. "Wanchocho, what do you mean? Did you see something? I hope you can answer honestly." Smile, Tu Nan, "Huh? I didn't see anything." "Sister-in-law, I also want to eat prawns QAQ, please take me along. I'll send you a box of seafood by air. It's very fresh. Can you let me have a few bites?" Wanchocho, "Sure." As soon as she said that, Jiao Fan and Fu Zicheng, who were playing dead, suddenly appeared. Jiao Fan, "Shrimp?" Fu Zicheng, "Me too." Wanchocho was speechless. Wanchocho, "As long as you tell me, what has Qingjun been eating recently? Did you secretly eat snacks behind my back?" They fell silent. There was no response from the chat group for a long time. Wanchocho understood that Qingjun must have secretly eaten snacks behind her back, and more than once or twice. Looking at Qingjun, who was still enjoying the seafood feast, Wanchocho revealed a sinister smile and continued to type. "Wanchocho, if you don't tell me, I'll take a screenshot and show it to him." Tu Nan, "Don't. Isn't that just ruining the relationship between you two?" Fu Zicheng, "Tu Nan, are you not a slut? Stop trying to act cute with emojis." Tu Nan, "What are you talking about? Girls love this kind of expression." Wanchocho, seeing that they were talking nonsense without getting to the point, Wanchocho gave them a final warning. If they didn't say anything, she would take action. Only then did they give up. Stuttering, they revealed Qingjun's despicable behavior of secretly hiding snacks in the office. Since they had betrayed him, they had to betray him to the end. The few of them went all out and helped Wanchocho criticize Qingwan's dishonest behavior. One by one, the chat history slid down, making Wanchocho's head swell. She quickly stopped them and told them to stop talking. They were still a little disappointed, which made Wanchocho speechless. With the evidence in hand, Wanchocho gave Qingjun a death stare. Qingjun, who was peeling prawns, looked up and saw Wanchocho staring at him as if he was a dead person. Qingjun couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After a while, he asked cautiously, "Did I eat too much?" Wanchocho shook her head and smiled, "Cherish your last dinner, Judas." Qingjun? Did I betray anything? Wanchocho, you betrayed your dignity, your soul. The two of them stared at each other, making Qingjun look innocent. Wanchocho, haven't you realized your mistake yet? I'll give you one last chance. Did you lie to me? As long as you admit it now, I can still consider whether I'll forgive you. Qingjun's desire to live urged his hippocampus to operate quickly and dig out a lot of memories. He pondered for a long time and said, "I'm sorry." Wanchocho's expression eased a little. "Speak. Your clothes yesterday did look like eggplants. I shouldn't have praised you against my conscience." Wanchocho, After dinner, Wan Qiuqiu began to act up while Qingjun was washing the pot. Qingjun's quilt was sent back to his study. Wan Qiuqiu forbade him from sleeping in his bedroom. Qingjun stood alone at the door. Facing the closed door, he called Wan Qiuqiu's name in a pitiful voice. "Qiuqiu, I'm so cold." "Wan Qiuqiu. It's almost summer. Why are you cold?" Qingjun didn't have the soft Wan Qiuqiu in his arms that night. He lay back on his hard single bed alone and looked at the familiar ceiling. He had just moved out of the study, but it felt like many years had passed. He was beginning to feel uncomfortable sleeping alone. He even hated the feeling of emptiness in his arms, as if he was the only one in the whole world. The soft quilt was a little thick, and his body was sweating. However, he always felt that the quilt was cold, and he couldn't warm it up. Qingjun opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling in a daze. After a long time. Sigh. At the same time, Wan Qiuqiu, who was lying on her bed, was sleeping soundly. The spacious bed was more comfortable. Although it seemed like something was missing without Qingjun, she quickly fell asleep because of her carefree mood. In her dream, Wan Qiuqiu dreamed that Qingjun was pitifully curled up in a corner and calling her name. She originally didn't have any psychological burden, but when she saw Qingwan's drooping eyelids, his thin lips tightly pursed, and his whole body exuding a moldy gloominess like a small mushroom on a rainy day, she couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Did she go too far with Qingjun? Wan Qiuqiu began to doubt herself. Perhaps she should directly confess to Qingjun why she was angry. After all, Qingjun was often not on the same channel as her. It was natural that he couldn't guess it at once. "Qiuqiu, Qiuqiu." Wan Qiuqiu suddenly opened her eyes and heard Qingjun knocking on the door. "I'm going to be late." "Wan Qiuqiu!" Exclamation point. She quickly changed her clothes and put on makeup. Qingjun, who was sitting at the dining table and eating fruit oatmeal, watched Wan Qiuqiu go from left to right. In Qingjun's eyes, there was almost no change in Wan Qiuqiu, but she actually spent more than half an hour getting busy. Wan Qiuqiu finally finished packing. Carrying a bag, she casually took out the rice balls she bought at the convenience store from the fridge and said, "Let's go, the driver should have been waiting for a long time." "Oh." The two of them sat in the car. Qingjun picked up the rice ball. Wan Qiuqiu thought he was going to eat it secretly, but she didn't expect Qingjun to pick up the rice ball and hold it in his hand. "Wan Qiuqiu, ? Qingjun said slowly, "You said that eating cold food is not good for the stomach." For a moment, she couldn't help but feel a little touched. Wan Qiuqiu looked at Qingjun. His eyes were a little dark, probably because he didn't sleep well last night. When she thought of how she slept soundly, Wan Qiuqiu coughed dryly and said, "About what happened last night," Qingjun said calmly, "Although I don't know what happened, I'm sure I was wrong." "I'm sorry." Wan Qiuqiu, when he said that, it made her feel even more guilty. "No, I should be the one saying sorry. I had to make this matter clear from the beginning so that it wouldn't trouble you." Wan Qiuqiu turned her body and looked at him face to face. "I was angry last night because I found out that you had been secretly eating snacks." She had a serious expression, as if she had found out that Qingjun was having an affair. Who would have known that it was because of snacks? Qingjun blinked. He looked very calm on the surface, but he was very clear in his heart. He drew out the names of the snitches one by one and waited to settle the score later. Wan Qiuqiu sighed. "You shouldn't have lied to me and made me feel that I'm a violent law enforcement officer. That's why you started to avoid me." "Qingjun, that won't happen." "Wan Qiuqiu, you can eat snacks, but you can't eat too much. I'm also thinking about your health." She muttered to herself and frowned. Her tone didn't sound like she was lecturing him, but more like she was acting coquettishly. As he listened, his gaze fell on the red lips that were opening and closing. Her lips were red and full, which were unusually suitable for kissing. Qingjun suddenly leaned forward and kissed her lips. "I'm sorry." Wan Qiuqiu was startled and subconsciously looked at the middle-aged driver sitting in the front row. The middle-aged driver tactfully pulled down the partition, completely isolating the two of them from the world in the back row. Wan Qiuqiu's face suddenly turned red. Just now, she had been confidently lecturing him, but after being kissed by Qingjun, she felt a little lacking in confidence. She glared at Qingjun angrily. "Stop fooling around. We're talking about serious matters." He nodded perfunctorily and squeezed his nose against Xianxia's face. He hugged her waist so that she wouldn't run around. Qingjun's beautiful face was magnified and close to her. His lowered eyes stared at Xianxia, his eyelashes fluttering like crow feathers. His eyes were long and slender, and his pupils were dark. He was used to being careless, but when he focused his eyes on her, there was a kind of fear that was tightly locked. Qingjun said slowly, "This is serious business." When the two of them got out of the car, Xianxia wore a mask and walked in front expressionlessly. Qingjun, who was behind her, was obviously used to being beaten and calmly followed behind her. When the employees in the company saw this scene, they couldn't help but whisper. It was another day of the lady boss's noble and cold appearance. When the two of them arrived at the office, Xianxia said that she wanted to check how many snacks Qingjun had hidden. She crossed her arms and waited for Qingjun to take out one by one as if he was hiding a treasure. Seeing that there were more and more snacks on the table, Xianxia was shocked. "Are you hiding food for the winter?" At this time, Tunan and the others were about to enter the office when they saw Xianxia and Qingjun standing face to face with a pile of snacks on the table. Their survival instincts made them quickly stop. Tunan. "I think I can go on a business trip for a month." "Fu Zicheng, bring me along." "Jiao Fan, you can't leave me here alone." Xianxia didn't notice the movement outside the door. Qingjun was still confessing to her the stolen goods one by one. At this time, Qingjun's phone rang and Xiao Fan's name appeared on the screen. Qingjun opened the phone and Xiao Fan's voice came from the other end of the phone. The scene of the two of them extorting a confession instantly cooled down. "Boss, just now, Mr. Qing passed away." As soon as she heard the news, Xianxia subconsciously looked at Qingjun. He was holding a bag of barley soap in one hand. When he answered the phone, he accidentally shook out a few. The barley soap slid to the ground and Fan's voice strangely matched each other. It was like a funny and sad stage play. Qingjun was stunned for a moment. His face was expressionless and indifferent. His first reaction was to pick up the barley soap on the ground and throw it into the trash can. The phone screen lit up. Fan was still waiting for Qingjun's answer on the other end of the phone. On the other end of the phone, there was noise from the hospital. It seemed that a family member was arguing with the doctor. The office was even quieter. Qingjun slowly put the bag of barley soap on the table and said, "Cremate." It was as if he was finalizing a business deal. On the way to the hospital with Qingjun, the two of them continued to be silent. Father Cheng's body was transported to the crematorium for cremation. The crematorium was not far from where they were, so it only took them 20 minutes to reach it by car. As soon as they got out of the car, several middle-aged people stood at the door. The men and women had different expressions on their faces. They must have come in a hurry. Compared with Xianxia and Qingjun's plain clothes, they were more glamorous. Xianxia subconsciously grabbed Qingjun's sleeve. "Nephew, you said you were going to cremate your father. Why didn't you tell us?" A slightly plump woman with high cheekbones was wearing high heels. She wiped the corners of her eyes symbolically. "It's a pity that he never had a good life. When he was old, his son became successful. Who would have thought that he would leave so early?" "That's right. It's a pity." From their words and expressions, Xianxia did not feel that they were sorry for the deceased. Instead, they were sorry for the money that they did not enjoy. Qingwan ignored them and turned a blind eye to them as he walked towards the door. Fan was the first to come out. She pushed her gold-rimmed glasses with her fingers and held a briefcase under her elbow. She looked very polite as she walked to the two of them. "Boss, madam." Xianxia nodded. "How is Uncle Qing now?" "It's already been arranged. The cremation will begin soon." Several people beside him quickly followed and talked to Qingjun. As soon as the Jiaqing incident was exposed, they couldn't sit still. In the early years, they were only considered a well-off family. Father Qing went out to make a living. Not only did he marry a beautiful woman, but he also made a fortune. He even started a successful business and had a place to stay in the steel jungle. how many people had mocked him back then? Now, how many people had rushed forward to take advantage of him? At first, Mr. Chung would still help them. But later on, Mr. Chung, who had a bad temper to begin with, couldn't hold it in any longer. After making a big fuss, he cut off all contact with them. Over the years, some of them had made a small fortune in business, and some of them had taken care of rich people. In short, they all lived quite comfortably. When they heard that Mr. Cheng's wife and children were separated, everyone gloated and said that it was his retribution. When he heard that Mr. Cheng's company was in trouble, he attributed it to Mr. Cheng's guilty conscience. After watching enough jokes, they no longer paid any attention to Mr. Cheng. Who would have thought that the Jiaqing CEO who suddenly popped out of nowhere was actually the taciturn Qing Jun? The kid from the Qing family? They couldn't help but be stunned. They wanted to use all kinds of opportunities to get in touch with Qing Jun. Unfortunately, they didn't know where Qing Jun lived. They couldn't even enter the company, let alone see him in person. It was impossible. Coincidentally, after waiting for so long without a chance to contact Qing Jun, they finally used the excuse of Mr. Cheng's passing to inform all their relatives and finally saw Qing Jun after so many years. Back then, he was a taciturn child with a good-looking face. He was tall and handsome, and even his wife, who stood beside him, was a one-in-a-million beauty. The couple stood at the entrance of the funeral parlor dressed very plainly, but they were like two celebrities. Wherever they went, they were extremely eye-catching, and the few people were secretly speechless. The Qing family didn't have such outstanding appearance genes. In the end, it was because Mr. Qing had married a beautiful woman that made them envious and jealous. Contrary to the heavy atmosphere in the funeral parlor, their excited expressions didn't match. They stared at Qing Jun as if they were gluttons staring at a piece of high-quality wagyu. They couldn't even take their eyes off him. It made Ruan Qiuqiu very uncomfortable. She never thought about why these people were still paying attention to other things when their relatives had passed away. Qing Jun turned to look at Xiao Fan and said, "Find a new grave." Okay. Qing Jun's mother was originally supposed to be buried in the ancestral grave, but the family didn't recognize her. They said that she was a girl from out of town and that her feng shui was incompatible, so Mr. Qing buried her in a grave with good feng shui. Later, Qing Jun moved his mother's grave elsewhere. Mr. Qing went to visit in the early years, but he gradually forgot about it. When he learned that Qing Jun moved the grave, he only said a few words about it and didn't mention it again. Now, although Qing Jun was in charge of Mr. Cheng's funeral, it didn't mean that he was willing to bury his father's grave side by side with his mother's. Qing Jun held Ruan Qiuqiu's hand, as if to reassure her. The two of them entered the door. Xiao Fan naturally had no reason to stop them. He smiled slightly, but the corners of his lips didn't curve. He stood in front of them and said, "Today is the funeral. I hope that everyone will respect the deceased. We'll talk about other things later. Who do you think you are? You're blocking our way." "I'm not anyone." "Of course." Xiao Fan adjusted his glasses. "If you don't know how to liquidate your assets in the future, you're welcome to come to me. Although my legal team is expensive, they're very conscientious in terms of business. You. Based on my temper in the past, I'm afraid I'd have to ask who you are to come here and behave atrociously." Xiao Fan spoke very politely and politely. "My temper is good now, and I don't hit people. Otherwise, I'd have to pay for your medical expenses for your broken leg. It's not worth it." As soon as he said that, the expressions of the few people changed. Xiao Fan's smile was very cold. All kinds of trash are gathered around the boss. Just because he doesn't say anything doesn't mean that we're wooden stakes. Ruan Qiuqiu followed Qing Jun into the funeral parlor. She was still a little worried when she saw that the few people were not following them. She lowered her voice and whispered, "Qing Jun, those relatives are fine, right? Will they be like Chu Wei again and not let go?" Qing Jun's footsteps were very steady. He said slowly, "Chu Wei is Chu Wei, but there won't be a second Chu Wei." Chu Wei had room to be taught a lesson. Those people couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. Ruan Qiuqiu said, but Qing Jun held her small hand tightly. His palm was warm and dry. It wrapped around the back of her hand, making her feel very secure. "I've said it before. You don't have to worry about these things. She was stunned for a moment. She looked up and met his lowered eyes. The two of them looked into each other's eyes. Xianxia knew that it was a little inappropriate for her to be moved at this moment. She wanted to laugh, but she quickly restrained her smile and just said softly, "I know." Qingjun didn't want her to worry about these things, so she didn't worry about it. Because of the few people at the door, Xianxia couldn't help but think of her relatives in her previous life. It seemed that it was also the same. They watched coldly as her parents divorced and watched coldly as no one wanted Xianxia. There were also people who pitied her, but when they thought that someone would be responsible for her in the future, they all withdrew their hands. Xianxia thought about this in her heart, and she couldn't help but ask, why is it like this? Are they affecting each other? In this case, it's never just one person who turns a blind eye, but everyone's indifference. Qingjun glanced at her. It's not like that. Some indifference is innate, while some are forced. Cremation was a magical ritual. The people who went in were heavy. Some were big and some were small, some were fat and some were thin. After they were turned into ashes, they became a pile of soil. There was no difference. Xiao Fan contacted the graveyard. Father Chang's ashes were buried without a ceremony, so the entire process was silent and quick. In the evening, the sun gradually set. The magnificent afterglow spilled on the ground. The tombstones in the graveyard were all illuminated. There was no more desolation and sorrow. Instead, it was filled with the grandeur of the setting sun. Xianxia stood where she was and quietly watched the burial process. Qingjun put one hand in his pocket and watched as the soil was buried and the tombstone was erected. The words on the tombstone were simple. From beginning to end, it didn't mention the names of Qingjun and Qingjun's mother. Xiao Fan's words successfully dissuaded a few people, but there were still some who didn't give up. They followed to the graveyard and pretended to put down a bouquet of small daisies. The daisies drooped their heads and shivered in the wind. They were as desolate as they could be. The husband and wife ignored them the whole time. Qingjun's expressionless face successfully scared them away. While Qingjun was talking on the phone with someone else, a tall and thin middle-aged man took the opportunity to start a conversation. "You're still young. You don't know what family is. Look at Qingjun now. He's definitely regretting it. What's the saying, the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. A child wants to be raised, but his parents don't. Wait. Qingjun is still young and is still holding his breath. How much hatred can there be between relatives? You should also persuade him not to let him be angry. Our big family will always welcome him." Xianxia was about to vomit when she heard this. The group of people saw that she was obedient and didn't speak the whole time. They thought that she was a kind and pure daughter of a rich family and believed whatever she said. Back then, Qingwan's mother had been fooled by them like this as well. Xianxia sneered. Big family? When Qingjun lost his mother and was forced out of the house by his stepmother, who stood up for him, his mother's body hadn't even turned cold yet, and his father got a marriage certificate with another woman. Who stood out to say anything? In the past, you didn't treat yourselves as elders, and now you want others to serve you. Do you think you're raising a dog? When you're happy, you bark, and when you're unhappy, you kick, and you don't allow the other party to hold a grudge, right? Hey, little girl, how can you talk like that? Xianxia spoke quickly and anxiously, but her words were very sarcastic. They couldn't look away, but they couldn't get angry with Xianxia. They were so angry that their faces turned red, but they couldn't do anything. What did I say? Xianxia put one hand on her waist. She didn't realize that Qingjun had already hung up the phone. He was standing behind her and looking at her silently with a burning gaze. She said angrily, "I married Qingjun, and I only recognize him as my husband. If he recognizes the rest, then I'll recognize them. If he doesn't, then what does it have to do with me?" If it weren't for the fact that it wasn't good to quarrel in front of a grave, Xianxia would have more words to say. She had always seen how Father Qim treated Qingjun in the past. Now, these people still wanted to get a share of the pie. In comparison, they couldn't even compare to Chu Wei. In any case, Chu Wei knew that he had to curry favor with them. He knew that he had to maintain a superficial appearance and not fall out with them. They, on the other hand, came to take advantage of him as they wished. Did they really think that Qingjun was a fool with a lot of money? Wan Qiuqiu wanted to continue to retort, but the hood of her hoodie was pulled up and pulled back. Wan Qiuqiu subconsciously retreated until she was behind Qingjun. Little Chili, who was still angry just a moment ago, instantly turned into a defenseless little lamb. Qingjun protected her behind him. There was no expression on his face, and he didn't even bother to look at them. Since the visit is over, let's leave. Nephew, I think that Xiao Fan has already said everything that needs to be said. Qingjun put one hand in his pocket and stared at them coldly. His gaze was like a cold knife. His pupils were extremely dark, and it made people's hearts tremble. What he means is what I mean. Do you still remember third uncle? The few of them instantly fell silent and looked at each other speechlessly. Then, they laughed embarrassedly and their faces were a little pale. Although they still wanted to freeload off Qingjun's money, their lives were more important. Qingjun's gaze didn't seem to be joking. They said goodbye awkwardly and quickly turned to leave. Each of them ran away as if their buttocks were on fire. It didn't take long for them to disappear without a trace. Wan Qiuqiu stood behind Qingjun and watched them leave in a sorry state. She asked in a daze, what happened to third uncle? Why did they look like they had seen a ghost? Back then, he wanted to hook up with a rich young lady and did something outrageous. A few days later, someone came to find him and almost beat him up until he was crippled. Wan Qiuqiu was shocked. Would you do the same thing? Qingjun, yes. Wan Qiuqiu, yes? Qingjun gave her a sidelong glance and said in a gentle tone, can't you even tell that I'm joking? It's better not to do things that violate the law. Wan Qiuqiu. You really scared me to death. Sure enough, Qingjun was the least domineering president. The cold night gradually deepened. The night breeze blew and some of the cold wind brushed past their ears, as if a ghost was blowing in their ears. Wan Qiuqiu imagined it and shivered in fright. Qingjun put his arm around her shoulders. Let's go. Oh. Okay. The two of them walked down the road. Wan Qiuqiu couldn't help but ask, they won't pester us again, right? They won't. Qingwan paused and then continued slowly, just as you said, I'm the only husband you can recognize. Her cheeks were flushed with the color of sunset. When she said this sentence, she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. However, when Qingjun said it, it felt like she was confessing to him. Wan Qiuqiu's cheeks burned and she couldn't help but want to go up and cover his mouth. Don't mention it. Qingjun looked serious. Isn't that what you said before? I don't care. I just don't want you to mention it. Wan Qiuqiu was about to cover his mouth with her hand, but Qingjun grabbed her wrist. He tightened his grip, and Wan Qiuqiu staggered into his arms and clung to him tightly. She subconsciously looked up and saw Qingjun staring at her. Wan Qiuqiu, who was trying to break free in a flurry, instantly fell silent. The way he looked at her was so affectionate that her heart couldn't help but beat wildly a few times, as if it was going to jump out of her chest. Qingjun said in a low voice, the way you argued just now made me want to kiss you. If it weren't for the fact that it was inappropriate to do so in the cemetery, he would have really kissed her. Wan Qiuqiu's face was so red that it was about to be cooked. Why did Qingwan always say things that made her heart flutter when she was unprepared? She quickly broke free from Qingjun's embrace and said, let's go home. Qingjun held her hand as she said, and the two of them gradually walked down the cemetery. The last ray of sunlight was gradually swallowed up, and the sky darkened. The stars lit up the sky, showing them the way back. Wan Qiuqiu subconsciously touched her pocket and suddenly found that her phone was gone. She was surprised and felt up and down for a long time. Strange, when she was in front of the tombstone, her phone was still in her pocket. Ah, my phone. What's wrong? I probably didn't pay attention when I was walking and dropped it on the road. It's okay. You just wait here. I'll be back soon. It was only a few steps away. She told Qingjun not to move and trotted back to the tombstone. A few wilting daisies hung their heads and were blown by the wind. Wan Qiuqiu gradually stopped and pushed the wilting daisies to the side. The flowers she bought were placed in the center. The fresh petals had absorbed enough water and were blooming beautifully. A soft voice sounded beside her, "It's okay. Just put it there. Fresh and wilted flowers, it won't make a difference in a day or two." Xianxia was so scared that she almost screamed. It was a very scary thing to suddenly hear someone's voice in the quiet cemetery, especially when Xianxia didn't notice that there was someone else around. She picked up the phone at her feet and stood up straight. A woman stood about 1 or 2 meters away. She was wearing a somewhat outdated high-collared dress and a pair of low-heeled shoes. Her long black hair was gently blown by the wind. In the dark night, her face was a little blurred, but her eyes were a rare and unique beauty. They looked somewhat familiar. She reminded Xianxia of Lin Daiyu. She had a pair of tearful eyes that were half lowered, but there was also a kind of aloof charm. It was easy for Xianxia to think too much in this kind of scene. She swallowed her dry throat and asked, "You are also here to see Mr. Qing?" "No." She shook her head. "I'm just passing by." "Oh." Seeing her standing in front of the tombstone alone in the cold wind, Xianxia said, "It's late. You should go back early. It's not good for your health to be in the cold wind." As soon as she said that, the other party smiled slightly. "I like you very much." Xianxia was stunned by the sudden confession of the beauty. Thank you? You should go back soon." She waved her hand. The cold wind was even colder, and Xianxia shrank her head. She nodded, put her phone in her pocket, and strode toward where Qingjun was. Qingjun was answering the phone sideways. She didn't know what he said, but when Xianxia ran behind him, he hung up the phone. Xianxia looked back again, but the beauty had disappeared. Qingjun followed her gaze. "What are you looking at?" "Nothing, I just saw a strange person." Xianxia muttered in her heart. She was so elusive that she thought she had really met a ghost. "By the way, who were you calling?" "Nothing, just some things to deal with." "Let's go." After Father Qing left, he left behind a house. The house was a 2-story villa, and it looked a little shabby from the outside. The walls were peeling, the tiles were yellow, and the flowers and plants were growing wildly. One could vaguely see the original trimmed appearance. The next day, Qingjun went to pack some things to take away, and Xianxia volunteered to follow him. Last night, the first thing Qingjun did when he got home was to lie on Xianxia's bed and use silence to declare his sovereignty. After a torturous afternoon, Xianxia was a little tired. She let him lie on the bed while she casually washed up and quickly fell asleep. She didn't sleep well last night, and she dreamt of the previous world in a daze. It was probably because Father Cheng's incident reminded Xianxia of the past. She rubbed her cheeks in annoyance. Qingjun glanced at her and asked slowly, "You didn't sleep well last night?" "It must be because you were lying on top of me last night." Xianxia blamed it all on him. Qingjun's face was as if he had been shot even though he was on the ground. Qingjun held the key in his hand and opened the door. There was no one in the courtyard. Xianxia looked around and unconsciously lowered her voice. "Sigh, the big house is really empty." The house occupied a large area of square meters, and with a spacious courtyard, it made people feel empty and lonely. In comparison, Xianxia preferred to live with Qingjun in the old house with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. It was enough of a sense of security at home. Qingjun made a sound of acknowledgement. The house was well lit, but because the branches and leaves of the big tree in front of the floor-to-ceiling window had grown, the scattered branches blocked half of the window, causing the light to dim a little. The more she looked at it, the more desolate it looked. Chu Wei had taken away all the valuable things in the villa, and even sold the television. Xianxia really admired her perseverance to sit on the ground and dig a piece of mud. The first floor was the living room, entertainment room, and open kitchen. The second floor was the master bedroom, the second bedroom, the study, and the utility room. Qingjun went straight to the second floor and opened the door of the utility room. Inside, there was a pile of messy and old decorations. There were yellowed books and old furniture piled up everywhere. Xianxia's gaze fell on a cardboard box. There were a few toys inside. Although they had been there for a long time, they still looked brand new. It was likely that they had not been picked up to play with at that time. She squatted in front of the box and took out the toys one by one. "Eh. Wan Qiuqiu exclaimed in surprise and subconsciously glanced at Qingjun. Qingjun looked back at her. What's wrong? Your past awards and trophies have all been kept. They were all neatly arranged. It seemed like they had been carefully placed. From elementary school to high school, it stopped abruptly in the second year of high school. However, if Wan Qiuqiu remembered correctly, Qingjun's university was the same as Tunan's. Qingjun's university was one of the top 2 universities in the country. Why didn't he receive an award in his third year of high school? Wan Qiuqiu felt that there was a story behind it, but she didn't dare to ask. She was afraid that she would poke at Qingjun's sore spot. Qingjun said slowly as he dug through the old objects, I took a leave of absence in my third year of high school. Ah. After my mother passed away, I didn't go to school for a year. However, he still participated in the final mock exam and obtained the admission ticket to take the college entrance exam. He was still far ahead of Tunan, who was in second place, and obtained the best results in school. If he had not taken a leave of absence in his third year of high school, he would probably have been directly admitted. I see. Wan Qiuqiu changed the topic. What a coincidence. When I was about to enter my third year of high school, my parents divorced. I almost didn't have the money to go to school. I thought that my education would end in my second year of high school. At that time, I was planning to go to the streets to sketch and sell my paintings. Who would have thought that my teacher would be kind enough to lend me money to study? Later, after I graduated from high school, I worked part-time for 3 months and returned all the money I borrowed from my teacher. I've saved up some money in college to pay my parents back. To me, that's all I have. At that time, her parents were very cold to her. She politely declined the money and accepted it. Wan Qiuqiu treated it as if she had completely cut off all ties with them. Wan Qiuqiu squinted her eyes. Am I very powerful? How can an ordinary person earn so much money? It was just that at that time, with a burst of brute force, she almost ruined her body, causing her to be sick for a long time. Later, on one hand, for the sake of her health, and on the other hand, it was easy to support a person. She was too lazy to work so hard to earn money. Who knew if she would die first, or if the money would run out first? Wan Qiuqiu would rather be poor than let her parents, who had abandoned her, get her inheritance. Thinking of this, Wan Qiuqiu suddenly pondered. In the other world, she had already died, or was she occupied by another person's soul? However, to her, it was not very useful. She had already taken root in this world. Why should she care if those people took advantage of her? Qingjun stopped moving at some point, walked to her side, and squatted down. Super powerful, he said seriously. Wan Qiuqiu's eyes widened at first, then curved into a sweet arc. Qingjun was really getting better at talking. Compared to when they first met, he was so dogged that it made people's hair stand on end. Now, he had completed an epic evolution from a dog to a half-human. At this moment, Wan Qiuqiu's peripheral vision swept a black furry object, and she suddenly pointed to a certain direction with a trembling hand. Spider! Qingjun hid behind Wan Qiuqiu at lightning speed. The silent situation was deadlocked for a long time, and Wan Qiuqiu said faintly, I saw wrong. It seems to be just a pile of garbage. Qingjun, oh, I swept it for you. Qingjun was as quiet as a chicken after being hammered. Wan Qiuqiu had been brooding about this matter. She couldn't believe that Qingjun would hide behind her when she was in danger. Hiding behind her? What happened to love being stronger than gold? He hadn't even gotten used to the identity of a bird in the forest, but when disaster came, he flew away separately and even wanted to drag her down with him. The more Wan Qiuqiu thought about it, the angrier she became. She gave Qingjun a death stare and said, I'd decided to have a cold war. Qingjun showed a pitiful look. His eyes and head drooped, and he said in a very low voice, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Wan Qiuqiu, it's useless to pretend to be pitiful. Child, I'm very disappointed in you. She was able to control her calmness, which showed that she was gentle enough. Wan Qiuqiu glared at Qingjun and decided to settle the score when they got back. She continued to look for old things related to Qingjun and Qingjun's mother. There weren't many things, and she didn't find anything after searching for a long time. Qingjun rummaged through a pile of junk and actually found a photo album. Seeing the photo album, Xianxia temporarily let go of the previous grudge and went forward with interest. Is this an old photo album? Will there be old photos? Yes. That's great, I want to see it. Unexpectedly, there were a lot of photos related to Qingjun in the photo album. From the time he walked crookedly, to the time he went to school, to middle school, and then to high school, step by step he changed from a round little kid to a thin and delicate young man. Qingjun in the middle school graduation photo was so good that even Xianxia's heart began to pound. He was too good-looking, Xianxia deeply reflected on her previous school. Let alone the school beau, she didn't even have a class beau. If someone like Qingjun appeared in school, not to mention all the girls in school, his name would probably spread throughout the city. Many girls from other schools would skip class to chase after him. You must have been pursued by a lot of girls when you were in school, right? Xianxia nudged him with her elbow. Have you ever been in love? Qingjun's answer was very brief, no. Really? In the face of so many good-looking girls, you can actually cruelly refuse? However, thinking of Qingjun's performance, Xianxia suddenly felt that it was not without reason that he could be single until now. If she and Qingjun were not tied together because of marriage, she was afraid that the two of them would definitely be two parallel lines that did not interfere with each other and would never have the possibility of meeting each other. Xianxia flipped to the next page of the photo album, but Qingjun stopped her. She turned her face away in surprise. Qingjun asked, "What about you? I seem to remember saying that I didn't. You said that there were super awesome seniors in school." Xianxia, Actually, I was joking. At that time I was not interested in dating. Of course, she was not interested in dating later on. Qingjun asked seriously, "Is it because no one pursued you?" Xianxia, I advise you to shut up and be a human. At that time, she was also a talented and beautiful girl with a little reputation. She was also very popular in school, okay? Xianxia glared at him, making Qingjun look away. Continue to look. With a bang, Qingjun closed the photo album. Xiao's eyes obviously lit up. That glance just now was too fast, but she clearly saw that it was an old photo. In the photo, Qingjun was still very young, but he was actually wearing women's clothes. There's nothing to see in a kindergarten performance. No, I want to take another look. Qingjun, it's time to go back. You look good in women's clothes. Xianxia looked up and down at Qingjun with a strange look, making him feel that he was being remembered. You've already seen it, why do you still care about this look? Let me see your women's clothes, and I won't be angry with you for the time being. Qingjun was silent for a moment, and reluctantly handed the photo album to Xianxia. She carefully observed the blushing little Qingjun for a long time. The more she looked at him, the cuter he was. She really wanted to hold him in her arms and rub him hard. Let's have a girl in the future. Girls are well-behaved and obedient. She was really afraid that if she gave birth to a boy, Qingjun would turn him into an invincible and stupid man in the universe. When it came to the topic of children, Qingjun put one hand on his knee and changed his squatting posture. I don't want children. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. Don't you like children? Or is it because of other reasons? At this stage, Xianxia definitely didn't consider having children. But in a few years, maybe she would want to have a child, and it would be a matter of nature. Qingjun's sudden resistance surprised Xianxia a little, and she didn't understand why his reaction was so big. In all the legends and stories, parents are forced to be separated, and the mother is forcibly taken away for some reason after giving birth to the child. Xianxia thought that it was true. Qingjun, this guy, was too superstitious about those stories. Don't worry. Xianxia was amused, but she couldn't help but want to comfort him. No celestial soldiers or celestial generals will take me back, and there are no monsters or gods. Qingjun's face was full of disbelief. Well, if you don't want children, then don't have children. If it could make Qingjun feel at ease and not feel insecure for the rest of his life after giving birth to a child, she would rather the two of them live together. The two of them had a good life, and it was enough as long as they had each other. Xiaoxia's lips held a smile. The first few photos were of Qingjun and some of Xiaoxia's father. From the beginning to the end, she couldn't find any photos of Qingjun's mother. Wanchocho asked carefully, "That. Is there a photo of Auntie? I really want to see what she looks like." To be able to give birth to a child like Qingjun, she must be in existence like a fairy. Qingjun's fingers that were flipping through the album paused and said, "There is one on the last page." Many of the photos were burned by Qingjun's father because he was afraid that Chu Wei would be jealous, so he didn't have time to save them. However, for him, the photos were just a kind of sustenance. The better things were the memories in his mind, and these were more precious. Wanchocho flipped to the last page. Just as she was about to say something, her expression froze. She felt a chill run down her spine, and goosebumps rose all over her body. Trembling, she looked at the woman in the photo. The woman in the photo was wearing a long dress with a high collar that was outdated more than 10 years ago. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and her smile was gentle and moving. Her face was peerlessly beautiful. Qingjun, ? I saw her. Just yesterday afternoon, in front of the tombstone, she was also wearing this. Shock and fear mixed together, and Wanchocho couldn't even speak clearly. She looked like she was stammering. She couldn't believe that the woman in front of Qingjun's father's grave was actually the spirit of Qingjun's mother. She was probably here to take a look at Qingjun's father. She saw that the man who had let her down had finally met a miserable end. After the shock, she recalled that the blurry outline of the face did somewhat resemble Qingjun's. Qingjun's mother was really gentle, even though she was no longer in this world. She didn't look like a wandering ghost at all. She was simply a fairy who had descended from the sky. Qingjun blinked uncertainly and was a little startled. "You saw her?" Yes, Wanchocho came back to her senses, and her fear dissipated. Surprisingly, she didn't feel any fear at all. Recalling the scene at that time, Wanchocho continued, "She was as gentle and beautiful as I imagined. She even said that she liked me." No wonder she said that. At that time, she felt a little puzzled, but now everything made sense. Is that so? Qingjun looked at the smiling woman in the photo album, and for a moment, he was a little dazed and didn't move for a long time. Wanchocho added softly, "She was standing in the direction where she was looking at you the whole time." Perhaps it was because her body was a little strange that she had the opportunity to see this mother-in-law for a short time. Previously, to her, Qingjun's mother was an important symbol, but she didn't have any concept of it. After experiencing this incident, Wanchocho couldn't help but think that if Qingjun's mother was still alive, they would definitely get along very well. Qingjun's eyes flickered slightly. Under the refraction of the sun, it seemed as if there was a layer of hazy mist rolling in his eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. He turned his face away, digesting his own subtle emotions. The light shining in from the window was very warm and not dazzling at all. A few old things were taken out of the messy utility room and placed beside the two of them. She could vaguely see the old shadows of their previous lives. Wanchocho couldn't help but hold Qingjun's hand tightly, and received a stronger response. Qingjun's mother probably wanted to see her. There were only a few words, but they were all words of concern for her. Recalling those words made her feel like bathing in the spring breeze. It was really an honor to be liked by such a person. If they could meet again, Wanchocho really wanted to say that she also liked her very much. The driver uncle was waiting outside, and the two of them carried the things out so that they could take them back. Wanchocho brought a bunch of awards and trophies, including Qingjun's, to the car. For Qingjun, these were useless scrap metal, but Wanchocho said that she wanted to take them back no matter what. Looking at the trophies, Wanchocho felt a sense of glory and pride. "My one is really great." The driver, Qingjun, Wanchocho, who accidentally revealed the name in her heart, wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, she patted Qingjun on the shoulder casually. "Don't worry, I'll wipe these clean when I get home and hang them all on the wall." Qingjun's face only had a look of wanting to die. Wanchocho was just joking. After returning home, she wiped the trophies, sorted out the awards, and put them away. Qingjun's father's house had been sold to someone else, and the remaining things would be cleared away. It would be a pity if these memories couldn't be kept. After the two of them had dinner, Qingjun took the initiative to sit on Wanchocho's bed to show his status. Wan Qiuqiu didn't understand why Qingjun was so obsessed with this bed. She was either exhausted or playing games at night, so there was no chance for Qingjun to hug and kiss her. However, Qingjun still didn't get tired of it, as if he was declaring his sovereignty and allowing her to sleep on this bed. His eyes lit up. Looking at Qingjun sitting on the bed, Wan Qiuqiu's mind was filled with the image of a small and tender Qingjun dressed in a cute girl's clothes. He was so well behaved that she just wanted to rub him a few times. Wan Qiuqiu's eyes lit up. Qingjun's eyelids twitched, and he realized that she was up to no good. Promise me one thing, and I promise I won't drive you back to sleep. How about that? What's the request? Even if she asked him to not eat snacks for a year, Qingjun had the willpower to quit. Wan Qiuqiu, it's just a small request. Huh? Wear women's clothes for once, okay? After a dead silence, Qingjun stood up and walked to his study. He'd better go back to sleep. Promise me there will be a lot of benefits. Wan Qiuqiu was like a poisonous snake tempting Adam and Eve to eat the forbidden fruit. Her voice was soft and charming. How about I let you kiss and hug me? Qingjun stopped in his tracks. If he was a man, he would definitely not agree to wear women's clothes. Therefore, he chose to kiss and hug her. Qingjun decisively returned to Wan Qiuqiu's room and sat on the bed, looking like a salted fish waiting to be slaughtered. Wan Qiuqiu cheered and quickly ran to the wardrobe to change her clothes. She even wanted to ask Qingjun what he wanted to wear. The answer to Wan Qiuqiu was Qingjun's death stare. Wan Qiuqiu found a long dress in a pure color. Fortunately, she still had the wig that she bought when she missed her long hair, and it came in handy today. Qingjun, who was used as a human model, let Wan Qiuqiu decorate him. She put on the wig for him and put on some light makeup for him. After everything was done, Wan Qiuqiu handed the long dress to Qingjun and went out to wait for Qingjun to wear the long dress. There was a rustling sound in the room. After a long time, Qingjun said, "It's done." Wan Qiuqiu opened the door expectantly and couldn't help but hold her breath. The beauty sitting on the bed had a beautiful face. His facial features were exquisite and beautiful, and the rouge on his lips made him even more attractive. His black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. His dress, which should have reached his ankles, only reached his knees. His exposed skin was fair and smooth. This kind of neutral beauty between a man and a woman made Wan Qiuqiu dumbfounded. Yes. He was too beautiful. Wan Qiuqiu couldn't help but swallow her dry throat and tremble as she walked to Qingjun. The beauty looked up with a pair of watery eyes, but in fact, he was yawning because he was bored. He opened his mouth and asked, "Are you done?" Wan Qiuqiu was like a young master in ancient times who saw the top courtesan. She stretched out her hand and hooked his chin so that he could look directly at her face. The two of them looked at each other. Wan Qiuqiu raised her eyebrows and asked unexpectedly, "Do you know what it means to eat rouge?" Qingjun, Only this word can match my mood at the moment. With that, Wan Qiuqiu slowly bent down and kissed his lips under his gaze. How could a beauty sit in her arms? At this moment, her mind was full of thoughts of making Qingjun fermented. She pressed her legs on the bed and pressed Qingjun down. Then, she grabbed Qingjun and continued to kiss him. The feeling of their lips touching was extremely beautiful. She gently bit Qingjun's lips, making him move subconsciously. For the first time, Wan Qiuqiu experienced the feeling of taking the initiative, which made her whole body involuntarily excited. She had enough of kissing his lips and then moved down his cheeks. A series of kisses with lipstick marks were left on Qingjun's chin and neck, which was incomparably fragrant. Wan Qiuqiu couldn't help but lick his protruding Adam's apple. Qingjun, who was lying on the bed, had a thin layer of sweat. Stimulated by Wan Qiuqiu, his body stiffened and a gasp overflowed from his throat. He liked her active and bold action very much at this moment, so he restrained himself from turning over and pressing Wan Qiuqiu on the bed. Through the soft fabric, she gently touched his skin and could feel his fiery temperature. Wan Qiuqiu was excited and played too much. She would take the initiative. This night was unusually passionate. She responded enthusiastically and didn't fall asleep until almost midnight. Clothes were thrown everywhere, and the wig had been thrown to the ground. Wan Qiuqiu was sore all over and couldn't move. She was so tired that she just wanted to have a good sleep. She lay in Qingjun's arms and slept in a daze. She slept until dawn. The absurd night caused Xianxia to be mentally exhausted the next day. She lazed in the office all day and didn't want to move at all. Elder Meng felt a little strange and teased Xianxia if she stayed up late to play games again. Recalling the scene last night, Xianxia still couldn't help blushing and her heart beating fast. Today, Tunan found that his boss was extraordinarily serious at work. He had been staring at the computer screen for a whole day without blinking, but he was still energetic in the evening, like a fully charged robot. Tunan muttered in his heart, "Love really makes people strive?" If he glanced at Qingjun's computer screen at this moment, he could see that it was showing all kinds of plus-size women's clothes. Xianxia returned home and was a little lazy. She was too lazy to cook, so she ordered takeout with Qingjun. After dinner, Bai Long asked her to play games together. She played a few games and suddenly realized that Qingjun seemed to have been silent for a long time. "Qingjun? What are you doing?" Xianxia went into her bedroom in a daze and then saw Qingjun was sitting on her bed. His movements were well behaved, like a student waiting to receive a reward. When he saw Xianxia come in, he pointed to the dress on the bed and said slowly, "Let's continue tonight." Xianxia was silent. Are some people willing to throw away their face for the sake of sex? Xianxia really showed Qingjun what it meant to be rejected and what it meant to pull up one's pants and turn hostile. She choked out a sentence. "You're so slutty." In order to prevent himself from being chased out of the study, Qingjun changed the layout of the room, which had not been touched for years. He asked someone to take away the bed in the study, leaving only the desk and bookcase. The study suddenly looked much more spacious. Qingjun said that he would buy another desk for Xianxia to work in the study. "Xianxia, I don't want it." Since there was only one bed left in the bedroom, Qingjun moved to Xianxia's room. Xianxia was removing her makeup when she saw Qingjun sitting on the bed and lying in the middle of the bed, rolling back and forth under Xianxia's confused gaze. "Xianxia? How old are you, Qingjun? How could a 20-year-old man roll around in bed?" Qingjun stopped rolling around. He lay on the bed with his hands open, as if he was measuring the size of the bed. Qingwan said slowly, "The bed seems to be a little too small. I'll change it to a bigger one." Xianxia was stunned for a moment. It's not small. It was more than enough for the two of them to sleep on their backs. How could it not be enough, Qingjun? It's a little small when I roll over. Xianxia subconsciously looked at the bed. She recalled Qingjun's movements just now and blinked. After a while, she came back to her senses and glared at Qingjun with a red face. "Shameless. I'm not changing. So some people want to be more spacious when they roll around in bed? But it will fall. It will fall on the ground." Xianxia retorted without hesitation. Qingjun lay on the bed and fell into deep thought. "It seems good." Xianxia, just like that, Qingjun finally officially settled down in Xianxia's bedroom. No, it should be said that he finally succeeded in exercising his rights as the male head of the house. He lay on the bed, hugged the soft pillow, and turned his face to watch Xianxia work on his face. She removed her makeup, washed her face, and patted her face layer by layer. The two of them, one doing skincare, and the other watching, were unusually harmonious. Qingwan said, "You look like you're stuck with glue." Xianxia. "Shut up. What is this? Lotion. What is this? Essence. What is this? Eye cream. What is this?" Xianxia paused in the middle of applying cream on her neck and said in annoyance, "Do you have 100,000 whys? Why do you have so many questions?" After receiving the death signal, Qingjun finally stopped asking questions and lay on the bed, waiting for Xianxia to come over. It was the beginning of summer, and the weather was gradually getting warmer. Xianxia didn't wear much. Her cotton nightgown revealed a pair of tender and straight legs. Her skin, which had been covered for the entire winter, was dazzlingly white. Xianxia sat on the edge of the bed and continued to apply body lotion on her legs. She said, "It's Saturday tomorrow. I can go out for a walk and get some sun." Qingjun nodded and continued to watch Wanqiuqiu apply the body lotion. Wanqiuqiu. Can you stop looking? She felt a little uncomfortable. The fragrance of the body lotion was a little sweet. It melted on her legs, and the taste was a little lighter, but it was just right. Wanqiuqiu's body was full of a nice smell. Qingjun propped himself up on his elbows and half sat up. He hugged her waist from behind and kissed her gently on the back of her neck. A touch of rose blush appeared on her fair skin. Wanqiuqiu trembled unconsciously. She was complaining, but because her tone was too soft, it seemed like she was pouting coquettishly. Don't move, I'm not done yet. He buried his face in her neck, and his nose was full of a nice smell. Her skin was soft but hot. Her whole body was flushed red, and even her bare toes were red. The scene was too beautiful. I'll help you apply it. His voice was a little lower. After this, Wanqiuqiu didn't go out to get some sun until late afternoon the next day. Her waist hurt and her thighs hurt. Her whole body felt like it had been stripped of bones, and it was uncomfortable. Wanqiuqiu walked in front quietly. Behind her was Qingjun, who went from being hammered to being pinched. He was holding an umbrella for her. Qingjun looked at Wanqiuqiu and couldn't help but think. Wanqiuqiu was wearing a long shirt and trousers, a hat and sunglasses. Before going out, she applied a layer of sunscreen on her exposed skin. She didn't forget to glare at Qingjun while applying. Now, she was wrapped tightly and had to hold an umbrella. Was this the so-called sunbathing that women talked about? Boss Qing was silent. If Wanqiuqiu knew what Qingjun was thinking at the moment, she would probably want to hit him again. The sun was just right today. It was warm and pleasant. Occasionally, a breeze would pass, bringing a trace of coolness. Wanqiuqiu squinted her eyes, took off her sunglasses, and looked up. There were 2 rows of trees planted on the road in the park. The swaying shadows of the trees rustled, and the fresh green color made people unable to help but feel better. Wanqiuqiu looked up and sighed. It's so nice. Qingjun stared at the supermarket not far away. There were 2 large freezers in front of the store that were full of ice cream. Yes. Let's sit for a while. I'm a little tired. It was indeed not a wise choice to walk out with a sore back. Perhaps she should have chosen to go to the massage shop. Wanqiuqiu's mind quickly flashed to the mottled red marks on her fair skin when she was bathing. Forget it. She'd better stay at home quietly. The 2 of them sat on the bench with their backs against the shade of the tree. Qingjun closed the umbrella. His eyes flickered for a moment before he said slowly, I'm going to the bathroom. Oh. Then, Wanqiuqiu watched as a certain someone said that he was going to the bathroom, but in fact, he was walking in the direction of the supermarket. Did he think that she was blind? Wanqiuqiu looked at Qingjun's back view, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Sure enough, she saw Qingjun walk around and finally stand in front of the freezer. She didn't know which ice cream he liked. The gentle wind blew on her cheeks. Wanqiuqiu felt sleepy and couldn't help but yawn. She rubbed her eyes sleepily, thinking that it would be great if there was an outdoor bed in the park. She would definitely have a good sleep. Just then, someone called her name from behind. Chirp chirp. Wanqiuqiu subconsciously turned around, but she didn't see anything. Only the rustling of the trees could be heard. There weren't many people in the empty park. She sat on the bench and looked around. She realized that she might be a little tired and was hallucinating. Wanqiuqiu rubbed her cheeks hard to wake herself up. How could there be a supernatural event in broad daylight? It was just that her mental state wasn't too good. When she turned around again, there was no trace of Qingjun or the supermarket. Wanqiuqiu looked at the scenery in front of her in astonishment. There was a flower bed in front of her. At this time of the year, the flowers were blooming just right. It was a beautiful sight. At this time, the sun was shining brightly, but she couldn't help but feel a chill. So, was this an illusion, or was it real? Someone called her name from behind again, chirp chirp. Wanqiuqiu was startled and almost jumped up from the bench. She turned around in a panic, her face as white as a sheet as if she had seen a ghost. Qingjun was behind her with 2 boxes of ice cream in his hands. He looked at Xianxia with a puzzled expression and said in a gentle voice, "Are you too tired?" Xianxia. What? You fell asleep on the bench in just a short while. Eh? She actually fell asleep just now? Xianxia patted her cheeks to wake herself up. No wonder she saw strange scenes and thought that something supernatural had happened to her. It turned out that she had fallen asleep in a daze. Qingjun said, "Let's go back. Go back and let Xianxia sleep." Just now, her little face was pale and her eyes were wide open. It was as if she had seen something unbelievable. She looked panicked and was probably frightened. Chungwan reached out and touched her head. His palm was placed on her soft hair. His palm was cold but very gentle after holding the ice cream. His strength was neither light nor heavy, and it gradually calmed Xianxia down. Xianxia let out a long sigh. "It's all your fault. I couldn't sleep well last night." Qingjun half squatted in front of her. As if coaxing a child, he spread out the 2 boxes of ice cream in his hands. "You pick first. Which one do you want?" Xianxia, who was inexplicably comforted, couldn't help but want to laugh. Then, she pretended to be serious and asked with a straight face, "Didn't you say you were going to the bathroom?" "Ah, it's on the way." Qingjun also responded in a serious manner. Xianxia snorted and picked the ice cream on the left. It was cranberry flavored. "I'll take this." The 2 of them held a box of ice cream in each hand and ate as they walked. The cold ice cream melted in her mouth, making Xianxia, who was dazed from the sun, sober up a little. The 2 of them were about to walk out of the park. She bit the spoon as if she had something on her mind and couldn't help but turn around. After passing through the straight avenue, there was a supermarket opposite. The freezer at the door was extremely eye-catching. "What are you looking at?" Qingjun followed Xianxia's gaze and looked back. "Nothing." Xianxia bit the spoon and said vaguely, "Let's go home. I'm exhausted." Perhaps it was because too many things had happened recently. She was busy at work and always worked overtime. She also unexpectedly met Qingjun's mother, which caused Xiao's mental state to not be very good. The 2 of them ate the ice cream and returned home. Xiao changed into her pajamas and fell asleep. Sure enough, it was because she was too tired that she fell asleep in a few seconds. In her dream, Xiao seemed to be floating on a cloud. She didn't know how to control her weight, which made her a little scared. She subconsciously hugged herself, but then she saw a fluorescent light in the dark room. A figure was curled up under the quilt and looking at her mobile phone attentively. The house was not big, and it was full of small dolls. There were a few posters on the wall. They were a little old, but Xiao was very familiar with them. The girl lying under the quilt suddenly turned over. "What the hell? What kind of plot is this? Oh my god, what is the author thinking?" Her voice sounded familiar. Xiao subconsciously walked in the direction where the other party was. She moved forward slowly and finally stopped on the spot. The light from the mobile phone illuminated the other party's face. A pair of beautiful eyes were staring at the mobile phone. She didn't know what kind of plot she had seen, but her face was full of hesitation. "I really want to complain." "Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow morning." She turned off her mobile phone and looked up from the quilt. Then, their eyes met. Xiao got up with sweat all over her forehead. She saw Qingjun reaching out to wake her up. She subconsciously threw herself into Qingjun's arms and hugged him tightly. Qingjun lowered his head and hugged Xiao tightly. He gently stroked Xiao's back to calm her down. Qingjun asked, "Did you have a nightmare again?" Was a memory also a nightmare?" Xiao was still brooding over the nightmare. Of course, she remembered that it was the scene before she traveled to the world in the book. She stayed up all night to read the whole book, full of desire to complain. But she was too sleepy to open her eyes, so she decided to sleep and get up in the morning. After waking up, she came to the world in the book. The magical reality forced her to accept it quickly and live with Qingjun temporarily. Later, Qiao, what are you thinking about?" Elder Meng asked with concern. The meeting was over, but Xiao still sat in the chair without moving. She covered her head with one hand, clenched her fist, and knocked on the top of her head to wake herself up. Xianxia's voice sounded a little muffled. Elder Meng, do you think this world is real? Speaking of this topic, Elder Meng came forward with interest, pulled a chair and sat opposite Xianxia. Why do you suddenly think so? Do you also think that we're actually being manipulated by someone else, just like me? Maybe we are just some small characters in The Sims, with different settings and unexpected mods, enhancement programs, we can play different endings, but what if you travel to a game? Sword and Saber Dominion? Xianxia smiled helplessly. I'm not talking about animation with you. Elder Meng was a little disappointed. Okay, but Sword and Saber are really the work of God. Xianxia, the original serious atmosphere was successfully destroyed by Elder Meng with a few words. Elder Meng asked curiously, why do you think of this? Are you thinking about the new settings of the game? If you have a good idea, you can tell me. Nothing. I'm just imagining things. That's good. In this line of work, you need to be imaginative. Elder Meng was definitely imaginative. He began to talk nonsense again. Traveling to the game is like a three-dimensional character traveling to a two-dimensional world. Maybe he will be God. If it's me, I will. Elder Meng was chattering in her ear, and Xianxia just ignored the background noise, rubbing her head gloomily. She lay on the chair with her eyes closed. Elder Meng. Elder Meng, who was talking non-stop, stopped. Yes. Can you put the gadget that can ward off evil spirits in my office for a few days? What's wrong? Ghost? You could say that. She's not sleeping well. She probably wants to leave her soul. Xianxia said it seriously, but Elder Meng didn't take it seriously. When he heard Xianxia's words, he couldn't help but be amused. He thought that Xianxia had been too busy recently and was suffering from a lack of sleep. That won't do. I'll put my auspicious beast on your desk later, but will your husband agree? Xianxia was stunned. Qingjun? Why did he suddenly mention Qingjun? Elder Meng suddenly realized that Xianxia still didn't know that Qingjun had asked him to take back the gadget to ward off evil spirits. He slapped his own mouth and chuckled, look at what I'm saying. Don't worry, I'll get it for you. If you haven't been sleeping well recently, use some essential oils. Perhaps the effect will be better. Alright, I got it. Elder Meng took her seriously, which made Xianxia very grateful. Sure enough, not long after, when she returned to the office, there was already a small qilin made of jade on the table. Xianxia picked up the small qilin and stroked it in her palm. It was cool and smooth to the touch. The scene in her dream appeared in her mind again. Xianxia thought, is there a sign in the dark? Is it really like what Qingjun said? Is there a ghost coming to take me back to another world? Thinking of this, Xianxia was even more worried. In the evening, when she returned home, Xianxia was a little absent-minded when cooking. She mixed salt and sugar, and the dishes were as bad as they could be. After Qingjun took a bite, he glanced at her and continued to eat without saying a word. If Xianxia hadn't tasted it, she would have thought that he had made a delicious dish. Bah! Xianxia quickly spat out a piece of meat. This piece of meat was sour and salty, and it tasted terrible. After spitting it out, she immediately poured cold water to make the indescribable strange taste in her mouth fade away. Qingjun calmly took another bite. Xianxia wiped the corners of her mouth and looked at him with a surprised face. Why are you still eating? It's a waste if I don't eat. Xianxia. Some people were the classic example of beggars who didn't care about their lives. Don't eat, don't eat. So much salt is not good for your health. You'll die of thirst later. She wiped the water stains on the corners of her mouth and sighed. She was a little annoyed. Let's go downstairs and eat something. Let's not eat these dishes. Qingjun's gaze was still lingering on the dishes on the table. Xianxia was very suspicious. Did Qingjun's sense of taste deteriorate and he couldn't taste sweet and salty? However, he could clearly taste that the soup downstairs was not fresh enough when he was eating. He must have used additives such as stick powder. His words were full of disdain. At the same table, Xianxia drank a few mouthfuls of soup and didn't find anything wrong with it. Instead, she felt that it tasted good. She couldn't help but ask gloomily, "Then why didn't you tell me when we were eating today? You can eat such salty dishes." "Qingjun, it's delicious." "Wanchocho, liar." A man's mouth was a liar. Qingjun didn't argue whether he was really lying or not. He ate a mouthful of rice and asked slowly, "What's wrong today?" You've been absent-minded since this morning." Wanchocho, whose thoughts were exposed, bit her chopsticks and didn't speak for a long time. She wasn't sure if she was hallucinating or if it was because of the pressure caused by being too busy recently. What if she was just thinking too much? Even if she didn't think too much and told Qingjun, it was just to make him unable to sleep at night. Qingjun was scarier than she imagined when he was anxious. If he didn't sleep for a few days and nights like before and sat on the sofa to watch over her, Wanchocho was afraid that she would suffer even more than now. She held her chopsticks. In the private room, she could still clearly hear the noise next door. There were noisy laughter and the crisp sound of glasses hitting the wall. The whole world couldn't be more real. How could it be just an insignificant passerby in a novel? Tu Nan, Old Mang, Gu Yu, Bai Long, Su Being. Which one of them wasn't a living existence? Wanchocho's tone was erratic. "I feel like everything I have is just a dream." Qingjun picked up a small piece of watermelon and stuffed it into Wanchocho's mouth, then continued to dream. That's true. Life was just muddling through. At this time last year, she would never have thought that she would become a real husband and wife with a diamond man who was rich, handsome, and could eat a lot. Wanchocho's cheeks were full, and she had been chewing the cold watermelon in her mouth. The two of them ate a lot for this meal. Wanchocho's stomach was full. She asked Qingjun to pay the bill first, and she went to the bathroom. When she came out of the bathroom, she looked up and saw that the white brick wall in front of her had turned yellow. Wanchocho couldn't help but be stunned. She walked out of the bathroom in a daze and saw the owner of the small noodle house, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, greeting customers. The outdoor seats were crowded with people. In her previous life, Wanchocho loved to come to this noodle house to eat a bowl of noodles when she was hungry and then go back to sleep. The owner passed by Wanchocho and didn't forget to ask with a smile, "Xiao Wan, have you eaten?" "Yes, I've eaten." Wanchocho answered subconsciously. "That's good." Wanchocho stood in the middle of the noisy crowd, as if she had been abandoned and was at a loss. Her head was in a mess, like a mass of paste. "Wait." Wanchocho suddenly opened her eyes wide. Where was Qingjun? Qingjun. She quickly ran out of the noodle house, causing a group of diners to look at her in surprise. Wanchocho looked around in a panic, but she could only see the dark night under the street lights and the empty street. For a moment, her heart almost stopped beating. She thought that she had returned to the original world, and everything was just a dream. Qingjun's voice came from behind her, "Chocho?" Wanchocho was startled and turned around. Her vision blurred, and she instantly froze in front of the door of the restaurant. It was no longer the noodle house she ran out of. There were no roadside seats, and the shop was bustling with business. Qingjun had one hand in his pocket, wearing a thin black hoodie and trousers. His white and beautiful face was hazy and beautiful under the moonlight, and his eyebrows were slightly furrowed. "Did you eat something bad?" Wanchocho. The two worlds changed rapidly, and Wanchocho almost thought that her brain was really in a mess. Under Qingjun's gaze, Wanchocho pointed at the night sky and said angrily, "Are you playing with me? Is there any meaning to this?" Rumble, a muffled thunder sounded in the silent night sky, and a silver bottle suddenly broke, scaring Wanchocho. She suddenly plunged into Qingjun's arms. Qingjun was caught off guard and staggered, almost falling to the ground. He hugged Wanchocho tightly and patted her stiff back, so that she could calm down. Just a second ago, she was cursing the heavens, and the next second, it was karma. Wanchocho was really afraid that the heavens would not vent their anger and strike down a lightning bolt, so that she and Qingjun could be buried in an urn without being cremated. Wanchocho's voice instantly lowered by a few degrees, and she said weakly, "Can't even complain?" As she said that, the dripping raindrops fell on the eaves, leaves, and the ground, making a pitter-patter sound. It was unknown who shouted that it was going to rain, but the sky suddenly lit up with a white arc of light. Half of the hazy sky was illuminated. There was another rumbling sound, accompanied by the sound of dripping rain. The sound of the rain became more rapid, and in a short while, their bodies were drenched in a layer of moisture. According to the current situation, the rain would only get heavier. Quick, quick, quick. Wanqiuqiu hurriedly grabbed Qingjun and ran back. The two rushed back, their cheeks full of dripping raindrops, making the whole world blurred. Only Qingjun's hand tightly held her wrist, and in the pouring rain, he was the most real existence. They ran downstairs in the rainy night, and finally there was a place to block the rain. The two stopped, and Wanqiuqiu breathed rapidly, her hands on her knees to calm her heartbeat. Qingjun, who was standing opposite her, had his hair soaked with water, and his eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of fog, so dark that it was difficult to see clearly. Wanqiuqiu recovered most of her spirit, and the cold clothes made her shiver uncontrollably. She was about to go up the stairs, but her wrist was tightly held by him, and she was pulled back 2 steps by his strength. Her back leaned against the cold tiles, and Wanqiuqiu raised her head in amazement. His face was magnified, and he was getting closer and closer. Then, the whole world was left with Qingjun's eyes, and the bottomless black. Wanqiuqiu was stunned. He pursed his lips, held the back of her head with one hand, and kissed her heavily. The tip of his tongue brushed past her lips and teeth and went straight in, hooking her lips and tongue. He was treating Wanqiuqiu with a slightly rough attitude. Their breaths were hot, and Wanqiuqiu was almost suffocated by the kiss. He was obviously wet from the rain, but his body was hot. He was so close to her body that her heart trembled. Wanqiuqiu's mind was a mess. She only knew that she was tiptoeing to hug his neck and kiss him back, sucking the last breath of air. After an unknown period of time, even the rain had stopped for a long time. Wanqiuqiu's lips, which had been bitten by Qingjun several times, were stinging, and she could not come to her senses. She trembled and took a few long breaths of moist air. She was still leaning against Qingjun's chest. Qingjun asked above her head, "Does it feel like a dream?" Wanqiuqiu was stunned for a moment. Reflected in his dark eyes, she realized the ultimate meaning of Qingjun's eagerness to kiss her just now. Perhaps Qingjun also realized something, but neither of them said it, as if it was a curse. As long as one of them said it, the curse would come true. She shook her head, and suddenly, she smiled again. No. After a night of rain, their clothes were soaked. In order to avoid the same ending as last time, Wanqiuqiu went back to the room and changed her clothes. Then, she went to the kitchen to boil ginger sugar water to drive the cold out of her body. The small pot was boiling, and Wanqiuqiu sat on the sofa and waited. Qingjun came out of the bathroom with a bath towel wrapped around his waist, revealing his smooth upper body. There were no big muscles on his body, and there were no obvious traces of working out, but every piece of meat was tight and firm. Wanqiuqiu, who had checked the goods, said that the hard texture was excellent. With his naked upper body exposed, Wanqiuqiu quickly turned her face away. "What are you doing? Put on your clothes quickly." Hearing Wanqiuqiu's angry rebuke, Qingjun, who was about to go to the study, stopped in front of her. He bent down, and Wanqiuqiu could see the extremely beautiful scenery. There were also strawberry marks and scratches on his shoulder blades. His skin was milky white, which made the red marks even more shocking. One could vaguely see how intense it had been that night. The culprit, Wanqiuqiu, instantly blushed. Qingjun said slowly, "What are you shy about?" Wanqiuqiu coughed. That was true. She was the one who had left the strawberry marks and scratches. What was there to be shy about? Even so, Wanqiuqiu couldn't help but blush. "Go and put on your clothes. Be careful not to catch a cold." "Oh." After the kiss, Qingjun returned to normal, as if the intense emotions surging in his eyes in the rainy night were not his. He changed his clothes as he was told. Wanqiuqiu poured the ginger syrup into a bowl and absent-mindedly brought it to the table. The porcelain bowl was thoroughly heated, and the scorching heat instantly penetrated her fingertips. It was so hot that she shivered and almost knocked the bowl over. Ah! Wanqiuqiu's hand was not steady. She saw that the boiling hot soup was about to pour on her arm. She was afraid that she would be scalded. Qingjun, who was behind her, reacted faster than her and caught the bowl with his hand. Half of the steaming ginger syrup spilled on Qingjun's hand. Xianxia exclaimed in surprise as he caught the bowl firmly. His skin instantly turned red from the heat, but Qingjun was very calm. "Oh my god, why did you catch it with your hand? Put it down, put it down." Xianxia pulled him to the sink and turned on the tap. The water splashed onto Qingjun's hand over and over again to cool the scalding wound. There was no burn medicine at home. Xianxia recalled that the nearest pharmacy should still be open at this time. She told Qingjun to wash it for at least 10 minutes while she went to the pharmacy to buy medicine. Qingjun stopped her. "No need. You can't feel the pain now, but you'll feel uncomfortable later." Xianxia was angry and distressed. Her eyes were fixed on Qingjun's hand. "The pharmacy is very close. Didn't I buy medicine for you last time? I'll be back in a few minutes. Then I'll go with you." Qingjun turned off the tap, wiped his hands, and went back to the bedroom to put on his coat. "No need. It's such a big matter. There's no need for two people to go together. Listen to me and wash it with cold water." Xianxia thought. Qingjun's hand was so valuable that even if she sold 100 of herself, it might not be worth that much. "No." Qingjun stood still and looked at Xianxia. "I want to go with you." He emphasized the word together, as if to emphasize something. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. She suddenly understood that Qingjun's uneasiness at the moment might be more serious than she had imagined. Thinking about it, Qingjun was sensitive. Whenever she had strange emotions, he would be the first to notice it. Now that he felt Xianxia's anxiety, perhaps, he was even more anxious than she was. She couldn't help but smile and try to ease the atmosphere. "Don't think too much. It's not like we won't come back after going out." Okay. Since you said so, let's go together." It was a rainy night and cold wind blew. Xianxia put on her coat, only to see that one of Qingjun's hands was already red. She walked forward and said, "Let me help you." She grabbed the hem of her coat and pulled it together with one hand, pulling up the zipper with the other. The zipper made a rustling sound. It accidentally got stuck in the middle and couldn't be pulled up no matter how hard she tried. Xianxia pulled hard and the zipper flew up. Qingjun's head was lowered, so the zipper slid up and caught his chin. "Qingjun, Xianxia, I'm sorry," the zipper was pulled back to his chest. However, there was already a red mark on Qingjun's chin. He stared at her silently, looking as pitiful as possible. Today, Qingjun was seriously injured. Xianxia looked at him and couldn't help but laugh again. This time, she didn't pull up the corners of her lips stiffly like before. Instead, her eyes were full of smiles. "You're probably the most miserable overbearing CEO." The originally strange atmosphere became relaxed and cheerful again because of this small action. The wet and rainy night seemed a little cold. On the way back, it drizzled again. Qingjun's hand wasn't seriously burned. Even if he didn't use burn ointment, it would recover in a few days. Several shop assistants in the pharmacy were envious and teased the young couple for being so loving. Xianxia was originally anxious, but when she heard what they said, a trace of embarrassment appeared on her cheeks. Xianxia put the ointment in her pocket and pulled Qingjun home. The asphalt road under their feet was wet and muddy, and if they were not careful, they would step on a puddle. Xianxia walked carefully with each step. She stood on tiptoe and grabbed Qingjun's sleeve tightly with one hand. "This is the bad thing about the rain. It's easy to trigger lightning." Qingjun snorted slowly. "You'd better not use your hands for the next few days. Although it's not serious, you have to. Rest well." "Okay. Does it still hurt? If I say it hurts, will you hug me?" he asked self-righteously. The conversation between the two was interrupted. Xianxia was silent for a few seconds and laughed out loud. "You're so tall, aren't you embarrassed to act like a spoiled child?" As she spoke, she suddenly turned around and hugged Qingjun, not forgetting to touch his messy and fluffy hair. Qingjun was like a docile large dog, letting Xianxia rub his hair into a mess. "Does it still hurt? If I say it hurts, will you kiss me?" "Xianxia. Don't take advantage of me." Although she said that, she could not hide the smile on her face. The two walked slowly in the direction of home. With Qingjun by her side, Xianxia felt inexplicably at ease. She thought that no matter how many problems there were, Qingjun would solve them. Qingjun was the kind of person who looked unreliable, but was actually very reliable. The two walked up the stairs one after the other. Qingjun walked in front with one hand in his pocket and the other hand hooked around Xiao's index finger. Xiao followed behind. Suddenly, she thought of something and asked excitedly, "Do you know Orpheus in ancient Greek mythology?" "Yes, he was very talented in music." "Do you still remember the love story about his wife?" "He wanted to bring back his wife who was bitten to death by a poisonous snake from the underworld. After getting permission, he held her hand and walked to the human world. However, he was told not to look back until he saw the first ray of sunlight in the human world. Otherwise, his wife would be left in the underworld forever." Qingjun asked slowly. "Do you have to tell me such a terrible story?" Xiao. "Oh." Thinking about it, it made sense. She only thought of the story of Orpheus and almost forgot about the dream she had. After Qingjun reminded her, the relationship between the top and bottom became that between her and Qingjun at this moment. It was indeed quite scary. Xiao hurriedly spat twice. "Don't jinx it, I was just talking nonsense." Qingjun held her fingers tightly, "So, don't run around." No matter where she went, it had to be a place where he could find her. With a paw sound, the whole corridor fell into darkness. Xiao was almost scared to the point that she had goosebumps all over her body. Then she realized that there was probably a problem with the wiring of the old house and it needed to be repaired. Qingjun suddenly used his strength and grabbed Xiao's hand without letting go. She quickly comforted Qingjun's emotions. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I was just talking nonsense. I'm right here." It was exactly what she said that happened. Xiao's heart was racing. Just now, she was so nervous that she almost opened her mouth and cursed. Fortunately, she forced it back. Did he have to cut off the power at such a timely moment? Not to mention Qingjun, even she was scared to death. "You scared me to death. How long has it been since the last time? Why is there a problem again?" Qingjun asked. "Are you okay?" I'm fine, I'm fine. I'll look for my phone." Qingjun did not bring his phone when he went out. Fortunately, she brought it with her. She rummaged in her pocket and accidentally pulled out the ointment and it fell to the ground. Xiao exclaimed and quickly reached out to pick it up. In an instant, the lights were turned on, and the corridor was no longer dark. There was no movement behind him. Qingjun's expression changed and he quickly turned around. However, in the next second, he suddenly froze on the spot. The corridor was clean, and there was a dose of ointment for treating burns on the steps. It was lying alone on the spot, only Xiao. She was gone. Xiao was still picking up the medicine when she was suddenly stunned. The light that suddenly lit up was the bright sunlight. If the electricity coming from the stairs could be explained, then what was the matter with the sun above her head? She opened her eyes wide in shock and stood up straight. There were passers-by hurriedly passing by. Occasionally, someone would cast a surprised look in Xiao's direction. It was noon in the summer. The sun was shining brightly and the hot air was burning every cell in her body. In just a short while, she felt as if she was on fire. Xiao was wearing casual sportswear, which was obviously different from the exposed thighs and arms around her. She was sweating from the heat and walked to the shade of a big tree. At the bus stop next to her, pedestrians stood in twos and threes. A few boys who were preparing to go to school looked at Xiao and couldn't look away. Their cheeks were red as they pointed at Xiao and whispered. Xiao was still in a trance. The billboard reflected her silhouette. It was still the same face and the same clothes she wore before she parted with Qingjun. How did she come to another world in the blink of an eye? Where was Qingjun now? A bus drove to the bus stop and stopped. This familiar scene gradually stirred up Xiao's memories. Her mind went blank for a moment as she stared blankly at the bus slowly moving. That was the bus that she often took to the nearby shopping mall to watch movies. However, wasn't this a memory of her previous life? So, she had returned to her original world? Wan Chocho couldn't believe it. If she had returned to her original world, would her body still exist? Or would it be used by another person? She staggered and walked quickly to the building where she had lived for several years. Her face was pale, and her steps were unsteady. The passers-by who passed by looked at this beautiful yet soulless woman in surprise. Someone kindly approached Wan Chocho and asked if she needed help, but she rejected them all. Her mind was in a mess at the moment. She just wanted to know what was going on. Was it a dream or some uncontrollable change? No matter which possibility it was, her heart gradually sank, sinking into a bottomless lake. Wan Chocho lived in a bachelor apartment, and the first floor required a password to enter. She keyed in her birthday with absolute certainty, but the password was wrong. She tried again in disbelief, but the password was wrong again. The cold voice was mocking Wan Chocho for overestimating herself. She stood where she was, staring blankly at the strange yet familiar building. When she had transmigrated to another world, she had missed her own house countless times. Now that she was standing here, she felt like a foreigner returning to a foreign land. There were no familiar old friends around. To her, it was still a foreign land. Could this still be considered home? When she thought of how Qingjun was thrown into another world alone and how panicked and desperate he must be when he found out that she had disappeared from the stairs, Wan Chocho's heart couldn't help but clench in pain. It was so painful that she couldn't breathe. She grabbed the collar on her chest and slowly squatted on the ground so that she could take deep breaths. Her windpipe was constricted to the point that it was difficult for her to breathe. She felt dizzy and her vision blurred. It was as if she had been hit by a heavy hammer. Her entire body was in a daze. When she regained consciousness, she was knocked down by the immense pain. She just wanted to fall to the ground. Drip, drip. Tears slid down her cheeks and dripped onto the tiles. They quickly seeped into the cracks and disappeared. "Madam? Are you okay?" A gentle voice came from behind her. It sounded very much like Gu Yu's. Wan Chocho looked up as if she had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. However, she bumped into an unfamiliar young face. The man was in his early 20s. He was clean and had dimples when he smiled. When he looked at Wan Chocho, he was first shocked by her tear-streaked face. Then, he hurriedly took out a tissue from his pocket and handed it to Wan Chocho. Don't cry, don't cry. Did something happen?" Wan Chocho took the tissue and wiped her tears. She pursed her lips tightly and shook her head silently. "I'm fine. Thank you." "You really don't need help?" "I'm sorry. I'm just sad to see you." The man was at a loss. He placed his hands on his knees and looked down at Wan Chocho, who was squatting on the ground and unable to move. He didn't know what to do to stop her sad expression. He had never seen a person cry like this. It was as if she had fallen into a kind of unreasonable despair. She reached out her hand but couldn't grab anything. "Are you a resident here?" The young man asked patiently. "I live here. If there's anything I can do, wait. You live upstairs?" Wan Chocho suddenly looked at him. Yes. You live in this unit?" Wan Chocho pointed at the unit door. "Yes. May I ask? Then do you know if the resident of 401 is here?" The man was stunned at first. Then, he scratched his head and said, "I'm sorry. I'm a little confused. Are you here to look for me?" "I live in 401. Wan Chocho looked at him in disbelief. Then, she looked up at the familiar building. She was sure that she didn't go to the wrong place. She had lived in a place for a few years. She could even recite the address backwards. How could she get it wrong? But why did he live here? Wan Chocho tugged at his sleeve and asked anxiously, "Did anyone live in 401 before? I mean, a girl. A girl who knows how to draw." "Eh?" The man blinked and said, "So you're looking for her. But, this girl passed away a few months ago due to sudden death. The landlord found something strange when he collected the rent the next day. Unfortunately, it was too late. At that time, it was on the news. No one dared to live in this unit. I saw that the price was quite cheap, so." "Sorry." Realizing that Wan Chocho knew him, the man apologized guiltily. Wanchocho was still in a daze. She was dead? Bah, no. Did he mean that the original her might have turned into a pile of soil? Then where's her body? Wanchocho asked. Maybe she was cremated. Is that so? She muttered to herself. Wanchocho only thought that she was still in this world. She was all alone. She didn't even have an identity card. Her only phone signal was a dead number. So, what should she do next to go back? Yes, go back. At this moment, Wanchocho realized that she actually regarded the world written by someone else as her true home. She laughed at herself. As she laughed, she felt so sad that she wanted to cry. At this time, if Qingjun was by her side, he would definitely hold her in his arms and ask her in a very low voice why she was crying. Are you okay? The man asked carefully. I'm fine. Thank you. Wanchocho waved her hand as if she had lost all her strength. She stood up and slowly walked out of the neighborhood. She also didn't know what she should do. Who could tell her how to transmigrate to the original world? She continued to walk along the street. Wanchocho didn't know how long she had been walking. The hot sunlight absorbed the last trace of moisture and coolness from her body. In a trance, a young figure bumped into her. She staggered and heard someone hurriedly apologize behind her. Sorry, the child didn't walk properly. Are you okay? I'm fine, Wanchocho supported the child. The chubby little face and round eyes were cute no matter how you looked at it. She touched the child's head. When she looked up, she actually saw a familiar face. In front of her was a well-maintained middle-aged woman. She had a good foundation. Her face was white and clean. When she smiled, she was 70% similar to a child. The woman pulled her child and continued to walk forward. She had risked giving birth to a child at an advanced age. Naturally, she couldn't love the child enough. She just wanted to personally take care of the child. Wanchocho, who was behind her, watched her mother leave. Her smile was yin-yin. When she held the child's hand, her eyes were full of love. There wasn't the slightest bit of gloominess of losing a daughter. In fact, they were indeed strangers now. In the past, there was still a bit of blood relationship between them that supported the cold distance between them. But now, her blood relationship had turned into ashes and was buried under the soil. Wanchocho stared blankly at the gradually blurring figure until the other party disappeared around the corner of the street. She suddenly realized a fact that she couldn't deny. The fetters of this world had nothing to do with her. At the same time, Jiaqing Company. Tunan and the others were sitting in the office in silence. They were facing an empty seat. Qingjun should have been there, but since a few months ago, everything had changed. Sister-in-law had disappeared from the world. Recalling their boss's blank expression, it was as if he had lost his soul. The men suddenly felt so sad that they couldn't speak. Boss, he. Tunan sighed and couldn't continue. The Jiaofan's eyes were red. What if he can't take it and dies in the house? It would have been better if she didn't say it. Now that she mentioned it, Tunan almost jumped up. Tunan still remembered that when sister-in-law left, the boss was so dispirited that he almost gave up on himself. Now, there wasn't even a trace of sister-in-law. It was as if she didn't appear in this world. They couldn't find her no matter how hard they tried. Even they felt like they had seen a ghost. In the past, if others said that Qingjun couldn't live without someone, not only would he scoff, but he would also laugh at them. Now, Tunan really couldn't be sure. Tunan gritted his teeth. I'll go and take a look. Let's go too. Okay, there are a lot of things to do in the company. I'll go and see if he's still breathing. Tunan, don't talk nonsense. Tunan was really afraid that Qingjun was only half alive. They arrived at Qingjun's residence. Recently, the entire neighborhood had been renovated, especially the old electrical circuits. The residents in the neighborhood were overjoyed. The renovation was a big project. Not only did it cost money, but there was also no return. It was said that a company's boss had invested money to make the neighborhood brand new. Tunan went upstairs and stood in front of Qingjun's door. He hesitated for a moment before knocking on the door. There was no response for a long time. He knocked on the door again with so much force that he almost broke the door. When he called, the phone was turned off. This time, Tunan really panicked. "Boss, if you don't open the door, I'll call the police." "Boss." "Qingjun. Say something." There was the sound of the door opening upstairs. A middle-aged woman's sharp and angry rebuke came from upstairs. "Can you be quiet? My child is still preparing for the middle school exams." Sorry, Tunan apologized dejectedly. Before he could call the police, the door of the house was opened. Qingjun stood at the door without saying a word. He stared at Tunan expressionlessly. Qingjun was wearing a loose hoodie. His fluffy short hair was a little messy, but he looked fine. He was not as haggard as Tunan said and had lost a lot of weight. "What are you doing?" Qingjun asked. "Nothing. I just came to see if you're okay." "Go back." "Boss." Tunan supported himself with one hand on the door frame. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you're really sad, I can lend you my shoulder." "Wait, don't close the door. It's pinching my hand." His hand on the door frame was almost pinched in half by the sound of the door closing. Tunan reacted quickly and retracted his hand. He breathed a sigh of relief with lingering fear. He cautiously knocked on the door and asked, "Boss, are you still there?" "Boss?" "Boss, listen to me. As long as we haven't found her, there's still hope. Don't worry, I've already contacted a buddy. His relative is an investigation expert. He can definitely." "There's no need." What? "There's no need to investigate." Qingjun's voice was muffled through the thick security door. "Go back." Qingjun leaned against the cold door and stared at the ceiling in silence. Wanchocho had suddenly disappeared. Until now, there had been no news of her. Perhaps he really was Orpheus who had been punished. Just because he had turned his head, he had caused Wanchocho to be forever separated from him in another world. Some of the food stuffed in the fridge had become moldy and spoiled. After such a long time, he couldn't tell how many meals he had eaten or how many times he had fallen asleep. His body was reminding him that his stomach was empty and in urgent need of new energy, but he was mentally resisting any kind of food. He leaned against the cold door for a long time. He stood up straight, walked to the kitchen, and took out the long-awaited instant noodles. Except for some fast food that Tunan had forcibly stuffed in, the rest of the furnishings were still in their original positions. The 2 bowls of ginger sugar water were placed in the cupboard, and he could still vaguely recall that rainy night. He poured the water on the flatbread and was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he realized that it was cold water and couldn't be soaked. He silently poured cold water and replaced it with hot water. The instant noodles were soon soaked. The smell of braised beef was tempting, but it also made him faintly nauseous. He frowned and took a bite. However, he couldn't stuff the second bite in. The soup gradually cooled down. The noodles were badly lumped and solidified into a terrible shape. It made him lose his appetite. Qingjun was expressionless. He stood in place and suddenly began to think seriously. Was living alone the most difficult thing? The first snow fell all over the city. Overnight, the steel jungle also turned white. The Jiaoqing business was thriving. Although it was a pity to lose an outstanding original artist, there were still many outstanding talents. When the trailer of the new game was released, the players excitedly watched the short video many times. The graphics were as beautiful as ever, the structure was exquisite, and the characters were rich and unique. However, some people couldn't help but ask, why do I feel like something is missing? They flooded the Weibo page of Clumsy Bird first. The last Weibo post was from half a year ago, asking people whether they wanted to eat rice or noodles for lunch. They didn't know what had happened. The Jiaoqing officials didn't give a clear answer. Everyone could only leave comments below, hoping that Clumsy Bird First would come back soon. Following the release of Jiaoqing's new game, Clumsy Bird First, Come Back also rushed to the top of the search list. Seeing this scene, the secretary covered her mouth. Her eyes were red and she almost cried. Tunan, who was beside her, hugged her and gently comforted her. Don't cry. Everything will be fine. The next day, Qingwan came to the company as usual, and everyone was taken aback by his arrival. They were dumbfounded as they watched Qingjun enter the office and sit in his exclusive seat. Qingjun returned to normal and continued to work. This good news made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. They could finally have a good night's sleep. However, at the same time, they felt that Qingjun was different from before. As for what was different, they couldn't tell. Wanqiuqiu didn't feel good wandering in another world. She was dizzy from hunger and began to regret not having some cash in her pocket. Like a stray dog, she walked around the roadside dejectedly. She was at a loss as to how she was going to survive the next day. She didn't even have an ID card. If she continued to wander around, she might be arrested by the police. It would be even worse if they found out that she didn't even have an ID record. Thinking of this, Wanqiuqiu subconsciously avoided the patrol officers. She sneaked around as if she had committed a crime. Wandering aimlessly on the street, Wanqiuqiu was out of her wits and had no direction. Sigh, she was hungry and tired. She really wanted to squat on the roadside like a beggar. She passed by an internet cafe that was having an event. Her eyes lit up and she stopped in her tracks. She suddenly remembered that she might have a slim chance. That's right, that book. In the first winter after Wanqiuqiu disappeared, the company seemed to have entered a cold winter. Not sure if it was an illusion, but the jovial atmosphere had disappeared. Even Boss 2, who loved to joke, had a stern face. He no longer followed behind the secretary openly, even though the two of them had confirmed that they were boyfriend and girlfriend. Elder Meng had looked for Tu Nan many times in private to find out what was going on, but he always got an uncertain answer from Tu Nan. Wanqiuqiu's office was still there. The decorations in the office were still there, as if they were waiting for the return of the owner. Elder Meng would hang some safety talismans in the office every few days. The office was full of talismans, and it looked funny. However, the person who prayed for safety still did not come back. Christmas Eve. Qingjun finished his work as usual. He sat on the office chair, and no one knew if he was in a daze or deep in thought. They thought that without Wanqiuqiu by his side, Qingjun would not take care of his body and would not take care of himself. They did not expect that every time it rained or snowed, he would remember to put on his coat and eat his meals in the cafeteria regularly. He cherished his body, came and went alone, and did not talk much. Before he met Wanqiuqiu, Qingjun was also silent. At that time, he was too lazy to talk, but now, he had nothing to say in front of him. Sometimes, they were afraid that he would fall ill. However, no one in the world could persuade Qingjun. The only person who could walk into his heart was the culprit who made him so numb. "Boss, aren't you going home?" Fu Zicheng asked carefully. On Christmas Eve, Tu Nan went out with his secretary, and the Jiao Fan flew to the United States to find Enro. He was the only one who was miserable. However, he saw that in the empty floor, only Qingjun was still sitting on the chair quietly and motionlessly. After a while, Qingwan glanced at him sluggishly. Aren't you going home?" As soon as he said this, Fu Zicheng knew that he had said something wrong. For Qingjun, an empty house was not a home. Not to mention Qingjun, even he felt sad and turned his face away. He only knew how to say sorry in a low voice. Qingjun stood up silently. Under Fu Zicheng's gaze, he picked up his coat and put it on, and walked out of the office silently. The driver was still waiting for him in the parking lot. Every day, he went to work mechanically. He almost did not need to open his eyes to memorize every step. Probably because he was too bored, he even counted how many steps it took to get from the office to the parking lot, and how many steps it took to get out of the car and return home. The distance from heaven to hell, the distance to hell. His to the stairs, the echoes of his footsteps were echoes. Were the empty echoes of his footsteps. Walking to the stairs to the stairs to the corridor, the corridor corridor, the corridor of the corridor, the corridor, the corridor, the corridor. Was in darkness into the corridor. His footsteps froze in place. There was a dark, there was too. Qingjun held the armrest tightly with one hand. His back was straight, and his face was blurred in the darkness. In the pitch-black corridor, he held his breath. He was so nervous that his fingers on the armrest were trembling. "Is that you?" No one responded for a long time. At this time, someone came out of the corridor to see what was going on. There were more footsteps. Someone said that the power was out in the neighborhood, and it would be fine soon. As they were talking, the lights in the corridor suddenly turned on. Qingjun stood there for a long time, as if he was on the verge of being abandoned by the whole world. He turned around with the last glimmer of hope. The corridor was empty. There was nothing in it. He pursed his lips, loosened his grip on the armrest, and slowly squatted down with his head on his knees. The lights in the corridor were bright, and even a little dazzling. The time between the two worlds was completely different. In the other world, more than half a year had passed. In this world, Xianxia had only spent half a day. She stepped into the door of the internet cafe with the hope of going back. 1 minute later, Xianxia encountered the most difficult thing in her life. She had no money. She couldn't use her mobile phone to pay, and she didn't have a single cent on her. After she searched all over her body and maintained a dead silence with the manager, Xianxia began to think about pawning her earrings. Silver earrings were more or less worth some money. While she was hesitating, the manager said faintly, "I've seen a lot of girls like you. Usually, I'll reject them mercilessly. After all, my salary isn't much." Xianxia, ? But, it's the first time I've seen a girl as straightforward and unpretentious as you. He wiped his hair. Not to mention a monthly contract, I'll do it for a year. I'll choose the best position for you. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. She suddenly realized that he seemed to think of her as a little girl who came here for free internet access. Wait, what I mean is, no need to say any more. The manager waved his hand behind her back. I can't control myself when it comes to girls like you who can breathe. Xianxia, his requirements were really low. The manager helped her turn on the computer. It was in a good position in the corner, just far away from the boys who were playing games. She was about to thank him when her stomach suddenly growled. The two of them fell into a dead silence again. Xianxia. It really wasn't her fault. The manager faintly took out his mobile phone from his pocket and opened Meituan's takeout app. Tell me, what do you want to eat? I can afford spicy food and beer. It's really not necessary. She really didn't plan to freeload, although she was tired and hungry. Xianxia still refused. She really didn't have the face to ask for food and drink. She originally planned to quickly leave after figuring out what was going on. The manager left without saying a word. When Xianxia was waiting to turn on the computer and start searching for the article, the manager came back with food. The food in the restaurant opposite is not bad. It's okay, it didn't cost much. Xianxia embarrassedly took the fried rice and drink. As soon as the manager left, she hurriedly opened the plastic bag and stuffed the rice into her mouth, as if she had been hungry for a few days. Before she could swallow the rice in her mouth, she ate a few more mouthfuls of fried rice. Xianxia was choking. Just as she was about to open the drink, she suddenly thought of the possibility that the drink might be drugged. Then she thought that the food might not be clean either. Thinking of this, Xianxia's stomach felt nauseous. She pushed the chair away and rushed to the toilet to vomit everything out. As she retched, her physiological tears flowed uncontrollably. After being around Qingjun for so long, she had lost her original vigilance and could accept food from strangers so easily. Xianxia secretly scolded herself. No matter how harmless the other party looked, he wasn't Qingjun and shouldn't be trusted so easily. She scooped up a handful of cold water and splashed it on her face to wake herself up. It didn't matter if she didn't eat or drink. As long as she found a way to go back, suffering from her appetite was just a small torture. Xianxia stood up straight. The woman in the mirror looked a little haggard. Her eyes were red and her hair was soaked in cold water. She looked a little embarrassed. She wiped her face with a tissue, took a deep breath, and walked out of the bathroom. Qingjun must have started to panic. Maybe he was looking for her in the middle of the night. While there was still time, she must find a way to go back as soon as possible. Xianxia returned to her seat and pushed all the food and drinks aside. She took off her earring and stuffed it in her pocket so that she didn't look like she had money in her hands. After she finished checking the information, she would give the earring to the other party as a reward. Whether it was out of kindness or ulterior motives, she was grateful that someone brought her a warm meal. Xianxia opened the website that she hadn't visited for a long time, logged into her account and found the subscription record. The last book on the list was the last book she had subscribed to. Looking at the familiar title, Xianxia took a deep breath, clicked on it, and hurriedly browsed through the plot. When she saw the name Qingjun appear in the female protagonist's memory in her previous life, her heart trembled. Unfortunately, it only took a few strokes to get over it. From the first chapter to the last chapter, the plot of the whole book was like a movie. Familiar faces automatically appeared in Xianxia's mind. This novel had been finished for more than half a year, but the first chapter was still being criticized by people who complained that the female protagonist didn't deserve the male protagonist and that she was a bitch. She opened the author's column. It showed that the author hadn't updated for a long time. Maybe she had given up on writing, or maybe she had been criticized to the point of doubting life, but the latest update was always on the last chapter. Seeing the update time, Xianxia didn't know why, but she had an indescribable complicated feeling. The author's description said that those who criticize the author must wear a vicious female supporting character. If she wrote a long review, would she be able to go back? She clicked on the comment and filled in the word "chocho." Her fingertips tapped on the keyboard, making clanging sounds. After a while, a long review came out. Her choice of words was sharp, almost hitting the nail on the head. She ridiculed the entire novel until there was nothing good about it. After typing the last full stop, she let out a long sigh. The mouse fell on the send button. After a long time, her fingertips couldn't click on it. Xianxia looked at her comment again. She pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, then deleted the long review and wrote another one. At the beginning, she still pointed out the problems of the novel and some points that were worth criticizing. Branch. Her typing speed slowed down and she typed another line. At the end, she left a sentence. Although there are many shortcomings, thank you for the world you brought to me. Please don't give up writing. She clicked send. Xianxia leaned on the computer table tiredly and didn't move. The male and female protagonists in the story were no longer simple symbols in her mind. Writing such a long review seemed to go against her original intention. Moreover, the author had already stopped writing. She'd better think of another way. Xianxia slept for a while. When she woke up, she wanted to contact the author on Weibo so that she could find a new solution. In the middle of the night, she sneezed in a daze. She rubbed her eyes and sat up. The computer screen was still lit up. It stayed on the page of her long review. She subconsciously clicked on the refresh button and saw that someone had replied to her. First comment, plus 1 second comment, the original poster is quite pertinent. Third comment, why do I feel a little touched? Xianxia slowly scrolled down and saw the 10th comment. It showed the author's reply. Author, sorry, I haven't been online for a long time. I just want to update a few chapters. You can take a look if you want. I won't give up on writing. Translator, Timothy Editor, Globeglotter. Wait. Update. Update? Xianxia rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Her heart instantly began to beat wildly. She had a premonition that she was going to go back. End of chapter 107. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.